Chapter 1. Worthless Scum, Worn-out Standard Issue Longsword, Type, One-handed Sword Grade, Common, White, Description, 25 grey skin rats, 12 goblins, and even a bear goblin. Buddy, how can you ask for more from it? Note. Original. Intention. Titus, legendary sword saint of Qian Tailu, Thousand Iron Flow, vice-captain of the Eternal Glory Throne adventuring party. This must be my golden finger, right? By the campfire, Xia Nan gazed at the long sword laid across his knees, muttering. This was his second day since transmigrating to this world. In his previous life, Xia Nan hadn't faced any significant challenges. Coming from a moderately prosperous family, he had relied on studying and practice problems all the way to get into a respectable university. After graduating, he went with the flow and joined an internet company, enjoying the 996 blessing. Finally, on his 32nd birthday, he became a department head. After the celebration party, drunk, he refused his colleagues' offer to see him off, intending to walk home while letting the evening breeze clear his head of the alcohol. He hadn't expected that shortly after leaving the restaurant, as he walked on the night road, he heard a sudden honk and screech of brakes from behind him. Then his vision went black, and he arrived in this world, reborn into the body of an 18-year-old youth. Sigh. He sighed silently, Xia Nan slightly distracted by his memories. The attribute panel before him, visible only to him and hovering above the one-handed sword, also dissipated. Having inherited all of the youth's memories, he had a rough understanding of this world he had transmigrated to. The good news was, this was a fantasy world where supernatural powers genuinely existed. Whether it was the bard who stayed in the village during his childhood memories, performing a few tricks in lieu of payment for meals, or the glowing two-handed axe on the back of the burly barbarian he saw recently when passing a tavern, all could prove this point. But the bad news was, his current self was just the most ordinary farmer who had to worry about his 3 meals a day. Aside from the little bit he brought from his modern society in his previous life, the most knowledge in his mind was about how to plow more efficiently, which crops to sow in the appropriate season, and similar techniques that had absolutely nothing to do with the supernatural powers of this world. It wasn't that Xia Nan had any prejudice against professions that supplied the source of life to countless people. In fact, in his previous life, he often fantasized about, after earning a large sum of money, moving out of the big city, finding a place with a nice environment to rent a small plot of land, and living an idyllic life of working from sunrise to sunset. However, in this world, relying solely on a few meager fields, he couldn't possibly support a large family. And this was precisely the reason his predecessor left the village he had lived in since childhood and came to the dangerous wilderness. Xia Nan withdrew his gaze from the one-handed sword. He slightly raised his head and looked forward. This was the most rudimentary camp imaginable, without even tents, only a few sleeping bags haphazardly arranged around the campfire. Several figures of varying builds sat scattered around the campfire. Accompanied by the crackling of the burning fire, faint whispers could be heard, though he couldn't tell what they were saying. Human, dwarf, half-orc. It seemed like a classic 4-person adventuring party setup. But in reality, Xia Nan could say without hesitation that he and his companions were a team of worthless scum. The dwarf, Eruki, whose race boasted a lifespan of up to 500 years, offered no advantage to him, currently just in his early 20s. His knowledge and experience couldn't even compare to his predecessor, an 18-year-old farmer who toiled under the sun. With 2 daggers tucked into his waist, he looked the part, like some kind of assassin or similar professional. But in truth, Eruki was a genuine right-hander. His left hand could barely hold a knife, let alone a fork. Xia Nan had once personally watched him take a full 3 minutes just to unfasten the bracer on his right arm with his left hand. The only thing slightly beyond the ordinary about him was probably his self-proclaimed family-inherited cheerful disposition and his not-so-timely sense of humor. The half-orc, Gaji Yu. Although he was called a half-orc, Xia Nan estimated that this guy's orc bloodline was only 1/32 or even less. Because apart from his slightly sharper canine teeth and a more robust build, he looked almost indistinguishable from a normal human. But regardless, he's barely considered a frontliner. At least he'll give the jungle beasts something to gnaw on, were the dwarf Eruki's exact words. the last member, and also the captain of the rotten fish and shrimp squad. Maji, a human hunter. Probably the most reliable member of their team. Rumor has it he was a renowned hunter in several villages on the western border of the kingdom, but had to go into hiding and flee his hometown after offending some nobleman. Eruki seemed to know some of the inside story. Sigh, women, the dwarf said when Xia Nan brought it up. In short, a right-hand man, a half-orc, a hunter, and a farmer, that's the complete configuration of their team. Normally, at least in Xia Nan's understanding, a standard adventurer team should consist of a warrior, a cleric, a mage, plus an assassin or a ranger. The classic warrior-cleric-mage trio. But for the rotten fish and shrimp squad, this is undoubtedly a luxury. Forget about rare spellcasters, their team doesn't even have a single low-level professional. Even Maji, the most experienced hunter, is still light years away from becoming a ranger and obtaining his first professional level. To some extent, calling their group an adventurer team is completely flattering Xia Nan and the others. Of course, it's not that this world doesn't have any professional adventurers. It's just that the requirements for joining each profession are quite harsh. Unless one is extremely lucky or comes from a wealthy family, ordinary people will never reach that level in their lifetime. After all, the bounty for a single goblin is 3 silver and 7 copper coins, almost 2 days' wages for a dockworker. High risk, high reward, this is the consensus among all intelligent creatures in this world regarding adventurers. And that's precisely why the rotten fish and shrimp squad is here. It's still half a day's journey to the sighting location mentioned in the mission report, Hunter Maji said, sitting by the campfire and organizing his quiver. We should arrive around tomorrow morning. TSK, that's a whole goblin squad. I've never taken such a big job before. Eruki waved his dagger with his right hand, his face illuminated by the firelight, revealing his excitement, though his short stature made him look somewhat comical. What, scared? The half-orc grinned, rather maliciously. Don't worry, they're all little green rats your size. I can kill 2 with my toes. Of course. Eruki nodded solemnly, feigning agreement. Tough guy like you definitely won't cry and call for your mama in your sleep. Percent at #* and. Orcish Slang Chapter 2, Ambush. Xia Nan was a farmer, his life's work was tending to the golden wheat fields. The so-called adventures, often only spoken of by bards and village elders, were something he'd likely never experience in his lifetime. But here he was, a member of the rotten fish and shrimp team, sitting in this makeshift camp. Xia Nan, naturally, had his own unique qualities. According to the memories of his predecessor, it all started 5 years ago, when he was 13. His family had once hosted a down-on-his-luck bard. Besides performing magic tricks for the village children, opening the door to a fantastical world for young Xia Nan, thanks to his predecessor's mother's famously stingy nature, a reputation that spread for miles around, the bard, upon leaving the village, was forced to leave behind a page of skill book. Calling it a book was a stretch. In appearance, it was simply half a page of paper detailing some training technique. But regardless, it had once been part of a genuine professional skill book. The whole family treated it as a treasure. Even the youngest daughter, Beatrice, who was only 7 at the time, practiced it for a while. Unfortunately, perhaps that half-page of skill book was just nonsense scribbled by the bard to make his escape, or perhaps the family simply lacked the necessary talent. Over half a year passed, and no one made any significant progress. Coupled with the king's tax increase and the busy farming season, the matter was dropped. His predecessor was a straightforward person, and the bard's magic tricks had left a deep impression on him. So even during the busy autumn harvest, after a long day's hard work, he would, with his body almost collapsing from exhaustion, stand on the paddy ridge and swing the crude wooden sword he'd spent 3 days carving, at the straw. Day after day, year after year, he broke countless wooden swords. It was unknown where this country boy found the perseverance, but he never rested, as if sword practice had become a part of his life. Finally, one afternoon 3 months ago, while Xia Nan was swinging his wooden sword at a straw man on the paddy ridge near his home, as he had done countless times before, he experienced something extraordinary. An inexplicable force surged up from his legs, firmly planted in the mud, rising upwards. His waist, abdomen, arms. Finally, it flowed through his fingertips to the wooden sword in his hand. It felt as if all his strength and focus were instantly twisted into one, instantly unleashed. Buzz, the broken wooden sword spun and fell to the ground, tiny, scattered bits of straw flying wildly through the air. The straw man, split in two, slowly fell. The cut was clean. Spinning slash. At that moment, Xia Nan knew its name. Xia Nan had completely mastered the technique only usable by Sir Knights. The subsequent events followed naturally. An ordinary farmer's family, whose total assets consisted of a mill and a few small fields. They raised 3 sons and a young daughter. The eldest and second sons happened to be of marriageable age. Naturally, the competition for the meager inheritance began, both openly and secretly. From the distribution of profits from the mill to the use of the kitchen stove. Various petty squabbles and disputes filled every inch of air in that small wooden house. Seeing his 2 respected elder brothers arguing fiercely over a single candle, the barely adult predecessor felt deep doubt. He also thought that in 2 years, when he reached marriageable age, the same thing would happen to him. Xia Nan felt a desire to retreat. Having just learned the professional skill, spinning slash, driven by the recklessness and arrogance typical of a young man, his predecessor registered his name at the Adventurers Guild in a nearby town and joined the rotten fish and shrimp team. Sigh. Recalling his predecessor's reckless actions, Xia Nan sighed. He arrived in this world already a member of the team. By the time he hazily absorbed the memories and realized his situation, he was already deep within the mist forest with the squad, leaving no room for regret. Things had come to this. Complaining would only be self-defeating. Lowering his head, he wiped the blade of his sword on a piece of cloth. Speaking of which, although his 2 older brothers were embroiled in a family property dispute, they were exceptionally kind to their younger brother. This single-handed sword was a gift, pieced together from their combined savings. His predecessor had cherished it and maintained it meticulously. Even though it was long past its prime, the blade still retained considerable sharpness. Perhaps it could still withstand a few tough battles. Hey, kid! Xia Nan's prolonged silence led Captain Maji to mistake his quietness for nervousness, prompting him to offer comfort. Nothing to be afraid of, just a few goblins. 3 or 4 of those things couldn't even beat a stray dog from town. Xia Nan didn't speak, only offering the hunter a reassuring smile. Nervous? Of course, he was. After all, this was his first adventure as an adventurer. The single-handed sword's attribute panel displayed a glorious record, a legacy of its previous owners, completely unrelated to him. The fact that this battle-worn long sword fell into his hands might, in a way, foreshadow the fate of its previous owners. Asterisk whoosh asterisk a chill brushed against Xia Nan's neck, causing him to shiver. The mist forest lived up to its name. Even at midday, when the sun was at its strongest, a faint mist perpetually hung in the air. Now, with the sun already set, the thin moonlight blended almost seamlessly with the fog, resulting in extremely low visibility. Even sitting by the campfire, he could only barely make out the vague outlines of the surrounding weeds and shrubs. Country. Boy, first time in the mist forest. A slightly amused voice echoed in his ear. He looked towards the source, spotting Eruki the dwarf about 5 or 6 meters away, looking at him with an amused expression. You've been here many times. Xia Nan nodded in response. Of course. As if waiting for this very question, Eruki's face lit up. You wouldn't believe it, I have a distant cousin who served as a squire for an arcanist for 2 years. He was a real big shot, a proper graduate of the Hawthorne Royal Academy, registered with the Magicians Guild. Hey, you haven't even heard of the Hawthorne Royal Academy? Let me tell you, his voice trailed off. Despite the boastful undertones, Xia Nan was genuinely interested in the dwarf's story. Having just transmigrated to this world, anything related to supernatural powers held an extraordinary appeal for him. However, he wouldn't be getting any more information about the Hawthorne Royal Academy today. Because just a second ago, Xia Nan witnessed a crooked wooden club, studded with numerous iron nails, stirring the mist, emerging from the darkness behind Eruki. Then, it swung down with a thud, smashing directly into the dwarf's cheerful, enthusiastic face. The rusty red metal spikes instantly pierced the vulnerable flesh on the side of his head. Like a watermelon accidentally dropped on the ground, bright red blood mixed with a nauseating white fluid spurted from the wound. Enemy attack. Chapter 3 Goblins, notorious like cockroaches, they are found in almost every plane that has anything to do with Western fantasy. These short creatures are inherently greedy and vile. If their average intelligence weren't at the bottom of sentient beings, one could add cunning and skilled in deception to their description. Their species is overwhelmingly aligned with the evil faction, and their low intelligence leads to low productivity, making their survival behaviors often linked to plunder and theft. Furthermore, the absence of females in their species forces them to rely on plundering other intelligent beings for reproduction. This has, to some extent, given them a worse reputation in the multiverse than abyssal demons and hell devils. Goblins have extremely weak individual combat strength. An ordinary peasant woman with a pitchfork could easily deal with a whiteboard goblin without weapons or equipment. But, as the hunter Maji just described, these little things are like stray dogs found everywhere in town. A single one is nothing, but once they gather in groups of double digits, or even triple digits, the goblins' courage and destructive power increase exponentially. They raid caravans, attack villages. Especially when their colony population grows to a certain extent, an elite individual with a leadership role will naturally emerge. If left unchecked, they could even grow into a kingdom-level disaster. Currently, the Stinky Fish and Shrimp Squad is tracking a goblin tribe that may not have yet reached the scale of raiding towns. But clearly, they already have the ability to actively attack humans. The body of the humorous dwarf, who used to tell untimely jokes, now growing cold on the ground, proves this point. Roar. A non-human roar suddenly erupted in the forest. The half-orc Gu sprang up like a startled jungle beast, his hands gripping his blood-stained double axe tightly. The sudden attack and the death of his teammate seemed to awaken some ancestral glory in this half-breed with diluted orc blood. His faintly sharpened canines and the noticeably swollen and reddened muscles all over his body showed that the half-orc was entering a combat state. Hunter Maji was the fastest in the Stinky Fish and Shrimp Squad. Almost the instant that the dark wooden club appeared behind Eruki's head, he reacted. While loudly warning everyone, he expertly climbed the tall hardbark oak tree behind him, his longbow still on his back. His slender figure disappeared into the dense canopy in an instant. Although he didn't want to admit it, Xia Nan was undoubtedly the slowest to react in the whole squad. For over 30 years before his transmigration, he went from classroom to office, never even killing a chicken. In this life, he was just an honest farmer who toiled from dawn till dusk. One second he was thinking about how to extract more information about this world from Eruki, the next second the other man was getting a wooden club to the head in front of him, brains spilling out. Xia Nan felt his brain go blank. Although he instinctively picked up the one-handed sword on his knee, his body remained motionless, as if frozen. Until, whoosh, hair fluttered, a violent gust of air grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging pain. A wooden arrow flew out from the treetops above, cutting through the shadows of the forest. Ah! A sharp cry of pain came from behind him. Xia Nan jolted, instantly snapping back to reality. The world, which had been muted a moment ago, suddenly came alive again. Without time to thank Maji for his timely intervention, he quickly turned around. His eyes scanned, his pupils constricting. Two small figures hunched over. Their rough, dark green skin was covered in scars, their crimson eyes filled with cunning and malice. Their bodies were only covered by a dirty brown rag around their lower bodies, their limbs thin but with bulging muscles faintly visible beneath. At some point, two goblins had silently crept up behind him. If it weren't for Maji's warning, he would have suffered the same fate as the dwarf Eruki. Xia Nan felt a wave of fear wash over him, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword hilt wrapped in thick rope. Wazza! Their stealth had been compromised. One goblin's foot was even pierced clean through by a wooden arrow from above, nailed firmly to the ground. These inherently cowardly creatures seemed to have lost their courage to attack in that instant. They only raised their wooden clubs menacingly at the young human before them. The entirely black club shaft, illuminated by the campfire, revealed a dangerous orange-red glow. Xia Nan looked at the rusty nails embedded in the surface of the club, and the gruesome image of Eruki's shattered skull flashed back into his mind. As if in some kind of stress response, fueled by intense fear, he thrust his right foot forward, simultaneously bending his sword arm to gather power. Da! His foot sank almost instantly into the soft mud. Like the roots of a tree drawing nutrients from the earth. An inexplicable force surged from the soles of his feet, flowing along his bones and muscles, gathering strength from his entire body. Finally, it poured out with the blade. Spinning *** Kylar * accompanied by a shrill sound of air being torn, the lingering mist swirled violently. A sharp silver light, possessing a beautiful arc, flashed past Xia Nan. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The meticulously maintained blade, combined with a technique practiced hundreds of thousands of times, rendered the goblin's skin, muscle, and bone as fragile as sandpaper, utterly defenseless. Skill proficiency +1. A semi-transparent string of text flashed before his eyes. Xia Nan only felt a brief resistance in his hand before his one-handed sword, as it had countless nights before, sliced diagonally upwards from left to right. Blood splattered. Landing on the mud were the severed goblin hands, half a skull, foul-smelling entrails, and their dirty, steaming blood. Those two insidious creatures who had attempted to ambush him were, with a single stroke, cleaved in two as easily as countless stalks of rice in a paddy field. The forest seemed to fall into a strange silence at that moment. High in the treetops, Maji subconsciously loosened the already taut bowstring. Looking at the two dismembered corpses on the meadow, his eyes darted, then glanced at Xia Nan, who was slowly sheathing his sword. He swallowed twice, his face filled with uncontainable surprise. This is a newbie. Chapter 4 Spinning/Maji clearly remembered that afternoon, a few days prior. When he and Eruki and the others arrived at the Adventurers Guild, searching for suitable tasks on the bulletin board in the hall. That shy farm boy, led over by the guide. Although the boy claimed to have mastered a professional combat technique, Maji hadn't really taken it to heart. He'd seen plenty of hot-headed youths like Xia Nan, both in the mountains, bordering the kingdom and now in Higu town. They'd immerse themselves in the heroic epics sung by bards, learn a few moves from the village militia, and believe they were qualified to go adventuring. Then, harboring unrealistic fantasies, they'd plunge headlong into the continent's various forests and dungeons, only to become nourishment for the plants in the soil. Combat techniques, one of the prerequisites for becoming a professional. Even for an old hand like himself, who'd been out in the world for years, he'd only learned a trick or two. How could this greenhorn, who couldn't even plough a field properly, learn one by spending some time with a few scraps of paper? Even those noble children from the city. Their families spent a fortune hiring professionals already proficient in combat techniques to train them from a young age, often supplementing with expensive herbs and equipment. Only then could they barely achieve a professional level. Maji thought this at the time, but his rich experience prevented it from showing on his face. Instead, he warmly welcomed Xia Nan, who joined the team as a temporary member, even spending a fortune treating him to a grey squirrel fried rice at the nearby White Sparrow Tavern. After all, with the intensity of the missions their small team usually took on, the three of them were already sufficient in combat strength, but they needed someone to do the dirty work. And if they encountered any emergencies, a newbie unfamiliar with the forest terrain could buy them some time to escape. But he never expected. Whoosh! Maji released the arrow, the wooden shaft vanishing instantly from the bowstring. A high-pitched scream echoed from the ground beneath the canopy, accompanied by a brief tingling sensation in his fingertips. He recalled the fleeting flash of silver in the woods. That level of skill, it was definitely a combat technique. Could it be that the kid got lucky and actually managed to learn one? Regardless, Xia Nan had demonstrably mastered a combat technique. Perhaps his position in the team should be reconsidered. Drawing the bow, releasing the arrow. Maji's hands moved without stopping, but his mind was already racing. Eruki is dead, the team needs a combatant. After this mission, I'll bring this kid into the team. His chest heaved. Xia Nan slowly exhaled. His arms trembled slightly from overexertion, the solid feel of the sword hilt in his palm. He recalled the feeling of instinctively using the spinning slash. It was hard to describe. Years of countless practice, the technique had become instinct. Powering up, aiming, swinging. Only when the goblin's shrill wail reached his ears did he realize that the blade wasn't cutting through straw this time, but real flesh and blood. Blood spread across the meadow, scattered limbs strewn on the ground. Xia Nan felt a slight urge to vomit, but since the gruesome sight was a goblin, despite being a sentient being, the height and size difference was too great. It didn't have the same visual impact, so the discomfort in his stomach was barely tolerable. Roar, the sound of fighting came from behind, pulling him back to reality. The battle wasn't over. Xia Nan was a newbie, but he showed no sign of retreating. Perhaps that one strike had dispelled the fear caused by Eruki's death. Without further thought, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt and hurried to support Gaji. Roars, screams, arrows tearing through the air, blades piercing flesh. The battle came suddenly and ended just as quickly. Less than 10 minutes passed before the forest fell. Silent once more. Only the thick scent of blood lingered in the air. The goblin ambush had been remarkably effective. In the opening moments of the battle, they successfully thinned out the rotten fish and shrimp team, eliminating a key member. But afterward, they revealed their true nature as low-level monsters. Facing the resistance of the remaining team members, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Especially after Xia Nan cleaved 2 goblins in half with a single strike, the situation instantly collapsed, tilting in the team's favor. Without the courage that came from acting in a pack, the goblins, even with weapons in hand, saw their combat effectiveness plummet. Gaji stood at the forefront, his double-headed axe whirling like a whirlwind. Xia Nan moved along the flanks of the battlefield, providing support and finishing off enemies. Wooden arrows occasionally flew from the dense canopy overhead. While not every shot found its mark, each arrow played its part. 16 goblins in total. Xia Nan took down 5, while Maji killed 6 with his bow and arrows alone. Gaji, covered in blood, looked incredibly fierce, the very image of a battlefield veteran. Yet, he'd only managed to kill 5 goblins. The same as the newly joined Xia Nan. Cleaning the battlefield. Following Hunter Maji's example, Xia Nan stepped on a goblin's head and used his one-handed sword to sever its left ear. This was his trophy. Though the process made him somewhat uncomfortable, the thought that a single goblin's bounty was nearly 4 silver coins, almost 2 days' wages for a city laborer, made Xia Nan's movements unconsciously lighter and more forceful. Here, take it. A blood-stained goblin ear was offered. Xia Nan looked at Gaji, surprised. If he remembered correctly, although he'd delivered the final blow to this goblin, it had already been nearly killed by Gagu's double-headed axe to the head. He'd assumed it was Gagu's kill and hadn't bothered, yet this half-orc had taken the initiative to cut off the ear and give it to him. Kid's got some skill. I'll buy you a drink later. Gaji clapped Xia Nan on the shoulder with his blood-stained hand, his voice rough. Before the battle, the two hadn't exchanged much. Xia Nan's dazed state, due to processing the memories flooding his mind, was one factor. Another was Gagu's initial disdain for the newcomer. Possessing orcish blood, the concept of the strong are superior permeated his worldview. Without Maji's deeper consideration, he simply saw Xia Nan as a liability, utterly worthless. Only after witnessing Xia Nan's performance in battle did Gaji truly concede, accepting him as a member of the team. Chapter 5. Cleaning the battlefield. There wasn't much to clean up, to be honest. These little green-skinned things only had a rag on them, and their weapons were crudely made, not even as sturdy as a farming hoe. No one would want them, so there were no extra spoils of war. Xia Nan and the others just cut off the goblins' left ears and buried them in a pit. This would prevent the smell of the corpses from spreading further in the air and attracting other dangers. Whoosh! Moist soil was thrown down, gradually burying the piled-up corpses in the pit. It's worth mentioning that Eruki was among them. His former status as a team member didn't earn him any privileges. He was thrown into the burial ground just like those equally small goblins. Captain Maji even considerately stripped him of his meager equipment and supplies, leaving only a thin shirt patched with holes. Gaji stood by the pit, most of the blood on his upper body already wiped away, but a few wounds were still oozing blood. He looked at Eruki, who was gradually being covered by the soil, his eyes slightly reddened. But don't get the wrong idea, this wasn't due to the surging emotions caused by a comrade's death. It was most likely just the lingering effects of the bloodline being stimulated by the battle. At least, that's what Xia Nan had observed about these people over the past few days. Perhaps this half-orc with diluted bloodline truly felt regret for his teammate's death deep down, but it was certainly only a very faint trace. More likely, it was resentment over the disproportionate reward for their efforts on this mission. The relationships between adventurers, especially in these low-level teams where casualties are frequent, are far more realistic and cold than one might imagine. And in fact, that was indeed the case. After helping Maji fill the pit, Gargu's first words were a complaint, and #% orcish swear words, 1 dead, and we only got less than 2 gold coins. Can't even buy a donkey. What rotten luck. While Xia Nan considered the bounty for 5 goblins a fortune, the half-orc was clearly not satisfied. His resentment even made him walk more forcefully than usual, leaving deep footprints on the meadow. Just as Xia Nan thought his first adventure was ending so abruptly, Maji, who had remained silent since the end of the battle and was quietly packing his belongings, suddenly said, "Actually, just like the greedy dragons in legends, goblins also like to hoard their spoils in their nests." The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that instant. The half-orc Gargu's eyes widened, and he turned sharply. "You mean?" According to the information provided by the guild, the number of goblins in this settlement wouldn't exceed 20. Maji put his refilled quiver back on his back and slowly stood up. "The ones we just dealt with were most likely their main force, and that means the nest." Gargu's deliberately lowered, excited voice was somewhat sharp, "an empty nest." Maji nodded seemingly calmly, but the depths of his eyes also gleamed with excitement and eagerness. A goblin nest likely lacking in defense, a low-level adventurer team with most of its fighting force intact. There's some risk, but compared to the potential rewards, what's a little risk? Besides, if an adventurer isn't willing to take any risks, they might as well go home and farm. Driven by greed, Gargu and Maji quickly began to enthusiastically plan the location of the goblin nest, preparations before entering, and even the distribution of the spoils within. Xia Nan didn't participate. As a new adventurer who had just transmigrated to this world, he wasn't very familiar with the current situation or the habits of goblins. Although he secretly felt that returning directly would be safer, their point wasn't unreasonable. Moreover, even if he refused, whether he stayed to wait for them or returned to the nearby town, he would have to act alone. In the Mist Forest, a place teeming with monsters, acting alone was too dangerous. Therefore, he would just follow. Maybe he could earn a few more gold coins. For adventurers, money is the most effective catalyst for all actions. The Stinky Fish and Shrimp Squad, faced with the possibility of treasure, displayed exceptional initiative. In just over 10 minutes, Gargu and Maji completed a plan that, while seemingly crude, wasn't entirely unrefined. They planned to rest for a night, replenish their energy, and set out to find the goblin nest at dawn. The campfire flickered. The rhythmic snoring from the makeshift sleeping bag beside him echoed the unknown insect chirps from the dense forest behind. The warm firelight illuminated Xia Nan's face, casting an orange glow. The Stinky Fish and Shrimp Squad had already set up camp in a new location. Hunter Maji had also set traps around the perimeter, but considering the dwarf Eruki was already buried underground, Xia Nan wasn't entirely confident in their quality. Therefore, when it was his turn to keep watch, he was exceptionally attentive. He even moved his seat closer to the inner circle of the camp that way. Even if something bypassed Maji's traps, he would have enough time to react. The night was quiet. It was only now that Xia Nan finally had some time to himself without attracting anyone's attention. He placed his one-handed sword across his knees, his right hand gripping a piece of gauze, as if meticulously maintaining it. But his eyes weren't focused on the sword itself. Instead, using the firelight in front of him, he stared at his reflection on the sword's surface. 1 second, 2 seconds. As his focus slowly sharpened, lines of semi-transparent characters appeared before his eyes. Name, Xia Nan. Attributes, Strength, 5. Muscular strength, athletic training, and the potential of physical exertion, agility. 5. Reaction speed, balance, and alertness, constitution. 5. Stamina and vitality, intelligence. 5. Memory, logic, and thinking ability, perception. 5. Observation and insight, also representing coordination with the surrounding environment, charisma. 5. Personality and temperament, skills, spinning/LV4, 99-100. As expected, Xia Nan thought to himself. Ever since the proficiency +1 characters flashed before his eyes during the battle with the goblins, he had been very concerned. Now, he had simply tried to verify his suspicions, and sure enough, it's not just the numerical values of items and equipment. Through my reflection, I can also see my own attribute. Chapter 6. Bear Goblin. Xia Nan carefully examined his status panel. Compared to the surprise brought by the quantification of his own attributes, his various numerical values were nothing special. All 6 attributes were 5, which was probably the level of an ordinary person. Moreover, the attribute panel itself was extremely rudimentary, like something from a half-finished third-rate game, revealing nothing of substance. The only thing worth mentioning was the solitary existence in his skill bar, spinning/LV4, 99-100, only 1 point left to level up. Xia Nan muttered to himself. Although he knew he couldn't rush it, he was only 1 experience point away from reaching LV5. He couldn't help but feel a little itchy, eager to know what kind of benefits this level up would bring him. His mind flashed back to the moment when his proficiency increased. I wonder if using moves in battle has a bonus effect compared to regular training. Having just transmigrated to this world, he was a rookie adventurer, with only 1 skill inherited from his original body. The attribute panel had only a few lines, and there was nothing more to see. Xia Nan glanced at it a few more times, then collected his thoughts and returned to his night watch duty. The next day, as dawn broke, the stinky fish and shrimp squad packed up their supplies and left the camp. The mist forest in the early morning had visibility no better than at night. The dense fog in the air, coupled with the lush vegetation that looked the same to Xia Nan, made it impossible for ordinary people to discern the path. After walking for half a day, he even had the illusion that they had been walking in place. But the 2 in front seemed quite confident, as if they had a small map in their heads. Xia Nan didn't say anything, just followed closely behind like a little tail. When they stopped, he stopped. When they lowered their voices, he followed suit, sneaking around. As for why a bottom-tier adventurer team like the Stinky Fish and Shrimp Squad could stroll through the mist forest as if it were their own backyard, even vaguely locating goblin nests in the complex terrain, Xia Nan had a vague guess. On the one hand, it was the past experience of being veterans that allowed Maji and the others to distinguish directions based on some details in the forest that he didn't know. On the other hand, judging from the way this hunter, who had left his hometown, would stop his steps from time to time, crouching down and sniffing the ground like a hunting dog. He should also possess some kind of prerequisite skill, similar to spinning slash, exclusive to a certain profession. But just like Gajiyu and Maji, they didn't mention the skill he used after the battle, as if they hadn't seen it. Xia Nan didn't ask. He just made a mental note to be cautious about this aspect when encountering other adventurers in the future, not to talk too much, so as to avoid unnecessary conflicts. After about 3 more hours of walking through the woods, a small mound came into view. In the center of the mound was a mud and stone cave clearly dug by creatures, with many signs of biological activity at the entrance. A faint stench could be smelled in the air. "We're here." Maji's face showed uncontainable excitement, his voice lowered. "So, do we go in directly?" Gajiyu held his iron axe in both hands, his pupils slightly red, clearly ready for battle. There shouldn't be any escape routes in this kind of cave. Maji carefully examined the small mound in front, hesitated for a moment, and said, "We can go straight in. You'll take the front, Xia Nan in the middle, and I'll be in the rear." He weighed his longbow. "Be careful, don't be careless." Hearing this, Xia Nan, who was about to follow the team into the cave, couldn't help but ask his question. "The size of this entrance is big enough for 2 adults to stand side by side, right? Is it a goblin habit to dig the entrance so big?" "Ah." This question seemed to stump Maji behind him, his voice paused, and he didn't speak for a long time. The main force has already been dealt with, why do you care so much? With the goblin treasure just around the corner, Gargu's tone was particularly impatient. Scared? Then scram. You won't get a share of the loot in the cave then. As they spoke, the group continued their advance, entering the cave. Damn it. Xia Nan cursed under his breath, glancing at the cave's size. A bad feeling washed over him. These two bastards have trapped me between them. If I retreat now, I'll be the first one to suffer. At this point, he could only follow the two to the end. It was simply that Xia Nan hadn't been in this world long and didn't understand the adventurer's life very well. If he'd been around a few more days, he would have understood. Bottom-tier adventurers were called bottom-tier not only because of their lack of strength, but also because of their untimely courage, their perfectly timed cowardice, their consciences easily swayed by a few bags of gold, and their greed-driven minds. Frequently changing team members, still wearing tattered equipment after years of adventuring, a team of stinky fish and shrimp squad, and yet allowing a complete newbie like Xia Nan to join so easily. These alone should have hinted at something. But considering these now was too late. All Xia Nan could do was grip his longsword tightly and carefully watch his surroundings. The cave wasn't deep, the end was soon in sight. Gurgle gurgle. Accompanied by faint firelight, a strange sound came from the corner ahead. Gargu, already unable to contain his excitement, walked at the front of the group, his muscles bulging, his eyes bloodshot. With a completely undisciplined roar, he charged forward, raising his double axes. Then, like a wild dog with its neck squeezed, the roar abruptly stopped. Although Xia Nan was startled by Gargu's shout, his feet didn't falter, he followed closely behind. Therefore, he also saw the sight that silenced Gargu in the second. As mentioned earlier, goblins, as a single-sex species, rely on other races opposite sex for reproduction. And humans, as a more widely distributed intelligent species in the multiverse, although possessing a ridiculously high number of high-end combatants, also have the largest number of ordinary individuals among all races. Therefore, the opposite sex abducted by goblins for reproductive purposes are mostly human. And due to the relatively weak physique of ordinary human individuals, most of these women die before their second child due to the goblins' brutal and inhumane reproductive methods, the harsh environment, and other factors. And these inherently vile hybrids naturally wouldn't hold any funerals for them. Goblins, who constantly struggle to survive, naturally prioritize filling their stomachs when faced with those poor women. Thus, Xia Nan saw what he saw. Predictably, this scene would bring what kind of explosive impact to Xia Nan, an ordinary person from modern society. Even after becoming a veteran adventurer, this would be deeply etched in his memory. Of course, what could make Gargu, a half-orc who grew up eating raw meat and drinking blood, lose his ability to speak from terror wouldn't be a scene they had already seen countless times. But the hulking figure lurking in the shadows. At the deepest part of the cave. Behind him, Maji's terrified shriek, like a chicken's squawk. Bear Goblin. Chapter 7, 4 Bear Goblin, a variant of the goblin. The same evil greed, but compared to their thin and weak cousins, bear goblins possess a physique and agility strengthened by genetic mutation. They are cold-blooded and ferocious, and possess a certain level of intelligence, roughly understanding goblin and common tongues. Some assassin organizations located in the west of the continent even specifically recruit young bear goblins, training them into professional killers. Almost every bear goblin, upon reaching adulthood, possesses the ability to become the leader of a goblin tribe. And the goblins who gain a bear goblin boss, their courage and danger will increase exponentially due to the leader's brutal rule and powerful strength. But on the other hand, compared to the vast number of goblins that are as numerous as cockroaches across the continent, bear goblins are not that common. Those who become independent after adulthood are only scattered among the large and small goblin tribes. Often, they have underlings to satisfy their greed for food and treasure. Bear goblins are too lazy to act themselves, merely nesting in their lairs like dragons. Unless they are overly greedy, or exceptionally unlucky, it's basically difficult for low-level adventurers to encounter them within their usual activity range. However, If they happen to encounter this strongest individual among the goblin-like creatures, the outcome for these adventurers who haven't even obtained professional levels is self-evident. Roar, a low, aggressive roar echoed in the spacious cave. A burly figure, nearly 7 feet tall, slowly rose. Beneath its coarse, brownish-red fur were thick muscles like those of a brown bear. Its yellow-brown eyes, reflecting the firelight, revealed a dangerous glint. Thick, foul-smelling saliva slowly dripped from 2 tusks protruding from its lower jaw. And most striking was the almost half-man-high spiked mace at its feet. The slender, black handle made the hammer head stand out. The ground, slightly indented by the weight, and the steel spikes covering the mace's surface, made it hard to imagine the horrific consequences of a direct hit. Gackle, hold it off. After a moment of panic, Maji, the hunter with relatively rich combat experience, finally reacted and shouted loudly to the half-orc at the front of the team. Escape was impossible. They were only a dozen meters away from the bear. Goblin. With its superhuman explosive power, it could cross the distance in the blink of an eye. And although the cave was relatively spacious, it only allowed 2 people to walk side by side, far from enough to allow them to scatter and flee. To rashly turn and run, leaving their backs to the enemy, they would likely be torn to shreds by the bear goblin before they even reached the cave entrance. They had to take the initiative. Xia Nan, you handle those goblins over there. A single bear goblin already required a desperate fight. If they also had to deal with those annoying green-skinned rats during the battle, their survival rate would likely drop even further. Therefore, Maji could only choose to trust the rookie who had just demonstrated his abilities, believing he could buy them the space to focus their fire on the bear goblin without interference. Maji's tense shout snapped Xia Nan back to reality. Before he could even react, he saw Gackle, at the forefront of the team, gripping his heavy double axe, charging towards the bear goblin with a roar. Xia Nan realized something was wrong. Unlike the others in the team, his previous life was that of an ordinary farmer, who had never even heard of a bear goblin, naturally unaware of its danger. But just from Maji's reaction, it was enough to prove the urgency of the situation. He didn't have time to think much at this moment. The moment the hunter finished speaking, he gripped his long sword tightly and charged towards the 4 goblins on the side of the cave, gritting his teeth. To be honest, Xia Nan felt a little uneasy. Unlike the chaotic battle during the night ambush, without the restraint and cover of his teammates, in the open cave environment, he had to face the frontal assault of 4 goblins simultaneously. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps he had some talent for combat. Looking at the 4 green-skinned rats frantically picking up their weapons, a flash of inspiration struck him. Facing 4 head-on is too dangerous. I must split the battlefield and launch a full-scale attack to find a breakthrough. Without hesitation, his spinning slash, honed to LV4 through years of diligent practice in his previous life, was instinctively activated while running. Buzz, a flash of cold light. The goblin closest to Xia Nan was cleanly bisected. 3 more green-skinned beasts, wielding wooden clubs, charged forward in a line. Xia Nan, fully immersed in the battle, reacted swiftly, kicking over a red-hot iron pot in front of him. Boiling broth mixed with greasy sludge spilled out, the scalding temperature forcing the goblins charging towards him to halt instinctively. Their initially orderly formation was broken. Plan accomplished. Xia Nan took 2 strides forward, leveraging his height and build. He thrust his one-handed sword forward, the sharp blade piercing the goblin's frail flesh and entering its abdomen. A gust of wind approached. He sidestepped, dodging a club swing from another goblin. Without withdrawing the blade that pierced the monster's flesh, he used it like a skewer, unleashing another spinning slash. Essiatit. The sharp sword, imbued with all his strength, tore through the goblin's defenseless body with devastating ease. It sliced horizontally through one goblin, the gushing blood bisecting its companion. Only then did the last green-skinned mongrel manage to circumvent the overturned pot and reach Xia Nan. Upon seeing that it was alone, it displayed the cowardice typical of a low-level monster. Dropping its club, it turned to flee. Xia Nan caught up in a few strides and killed it with 2 swift thrusts. Huff, huff. Xia Nan breathed heavily. The intense focus had nearly depleted his stamina in less than 20 seconds, his coarse linen shirt soaked with sweat. His one-handed sword remained firmly gripped, but his right hand trembled uncontrollably, a searing pain radiating from his arm muscles. That was the side effect of consecutively using the spinning slash twice in such a short time. At least he had completed the task assigned to him. Xia Nan thought to himself. He turned and looked towards the other side of the battlefield. Those two should also. Damn. Chapter 8. Tricks for bottom-tier adventurers like the Stinky Fish and Shrimp Squad. One can often judge a person's strength simply by their appearance. A man who looks thin and weak, in most cases, won't have high combat ability. Similarly, if your opponent is a hulking barbarian with muscles as hard as rock, then they obviously possess at least a strength commensurate with their physique. An adult bear goblin is about 7 feet tall, or about 6.6 feet. Coupled with its sturdy physique, filled with robust muscles and thick fat like a brown bear, it looks like a small mountain of flesh from afar. In comparison, Maji, although possessing a diluted orcish bloodline, is only slightly taller than an average adult human. Even when activating his bloodline and entering a combat state, he could barely reach the bear goblin's shoulder. The two standing together look like an adult and a child. And their actual combat ability is even more abysmal. Previously, Xia Nan focused all his attention on fighting the goblins, neglecting his surroundings. Therefore, he didn't know what happened on the other side of the battlefield in those 20 seconds. He only saw the scene that appeared before him. Compared to the surprise attack last night, Maji was clean, with some mud and almost no bloodstains. He was also quiet. There were no unintelligible orcish slangs, nor deafening roars of rage. Of course, this wasn't because the half-orc suddenly learned human etiquette, but because he had lost the ability to speak. Broken, pale bone shards pierced through his flesh, protruding from his abdomen. In the center of his chest was a deep, inward recessed hole. His eyes rolled back, his mouth opened unconsciously, and white foam mixed with blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Like a broken toy, Maji was lifted by the bear goblin by one ankle. A dark, iron-spiked mace was poised in the cold air nearby. At that moment, for some reason, Xia Nan, seeing this scene, suddenly thought of the ancient night watchman who beat gongs. The next second, the mace disappeared, and the gongs sounded. Swish bang accompanying the whistling sound of a hard object moving through the air was a strange sound like an egg cracking, a mixture of hard shell and viscous liquid. The half-orc's body swayed like a pendulum. A pool of red and white viscous fluid appeared on the mace's surface, and Maji physically lost the ability to make a sound. Plop! The headless corpse was casually thrown to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain, gradually forming a pool of blood beneath it. Die! The moment Xia Nan witnessed the half-orc being completely crushed by the bear goblin, a hoarse roar, tinged with a hint of expectation, rang out in his ear. Although Maji died miserably, he still completed his task of delaying time. The bowstring was taut, the bow bent almost to the point of breaking. A metal arrow, gleaming with metallic luster, was held tightly between Maji's fingers, its faintly purple arrowhead pointed directly at the bear goblin's head. Precise strike, one of the prerequisites for the ranger profession. It was also the only offensive combat technique Maji had mastered in his years as an adventurer. In higher-level battles, this technique mainly focuses on precise targeting. But for a bottom-tier adventurer like Maji, the weak power boost it provides to higher-level professionals is enough to handle most situations. Even facing the bear goblin, known as the newbie killer, he held high hopes. If this arrow could pierce directly through the eye socket and into the skull, it would kill the bear goblin instantly. If it hit the skull, the force of the arrow would be enough to severely injure the bear goblin, and he would be able to finish it off. Even in the worst-case scenario, if he missed, the characteristic of the precise strike technique would still leave a wound on the opponent. At this time, Maji's trump card, the metal arrow he had specially made for a large sum of gold, would come into play. The horned snake venom coating the arrowhead would quickly paralyze the bear goblin's body, significantly reducing its speed and slowing its reaction time. Then, whether to press the attack or flee, the choice would be his. A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. Maji held his breath, aimed at the enemy's vital point, and gently released his tense fingers. Asterisk swoop, asterisk the sound of air splitting came from in front of him, the recoil from the bowstring causing his fingers and forearm to tremble. The instant the arrow flew, decades of jungle experience told him, this shot is a sure thing. Under extreme pressure, the ranger performed at his best, every movement almost perfectly executed. A few strands of white hair at his temples swayed gently in the breeze created by the arrow's flight. Maji was supremely confident, as if he could already hear the arrow piercing the eye socket and embedding itself in the skull, hear the bear goblin's abruptly cut-off scream of agony. But then, a flash of brownish red appeared, shattering his illusions like a sudden awakening. As if sensing the impending precise strike on the bear goblin, a translucent shield glowing red materialized out of thin air in front of it. Its substance was neither light nor air, seemingly some kind of free-floating energy temporarily coalesced into an unstable brownish-red force field. The iron arrow, carrying the hunter's full strength, merely grazed it, deflected by the brownish-red energy. Its force undiminished, but the arrow's target shifted from the bear goblin's head to the wall behind it. Asterisk swoop bang. Asterisk the metal arrow easily pierced the earthen wall of the cave, leaving only the violent tremor of the fletching and the hunter's pale, despairing face. How is that possible? Maji's bloodless lips moved, his body trembling with terror. My arrow. Facing Maji, the ranger who had revealed his final trump card, the bear goblin spoke its first words since appearing before them. Your little tricks, magic. The gravelly voice echoed eerily in the cavern, the broken common tongue making its meaning unclear. But at that moment, what the bear goblin said was inconsequential. Because the next second, its monstrous shadow, reeking of death, enveloped Maji. Chapter 9. Trouble. Maji seemed to have lost the ability to resist. It wasn't because he was disheartened and seeking a quick death. While despair filled his heart, he had been an adventurer for so many years, his mental fortitude wasn't that poor. The ranger was currently in a state of physical paralysis. Precise strike was an exclusive skill for the ranger profession. It not only helped professionals accurately target enemy vitals in complex battlefield situations, but it could also slightly enhance arrow damage. As a battle skill, it naturally didn't consume mana, but it did require a certain level of physical fitness to support it. Normally, with a professional's physical fitness, this physical exertion would be very easy, not a burden at all. But for someone like Maji, who hadn't yet obtained a professional level and lacked the benefits of a professional foundation, the side effects of using precise strike were rather severe. After each use of the battle skill, he had to endure an extremely weakened state for nearly 15 seconds. In this state, Maji couldn't even walk without assistance, let alone fight. Therefore, in most cases, precise strike was a trump card he only revealed as a last resort. Facing a bear goblin, a monster far beyond their team's capabilities, the ranger chose to cooperate with his teammates at the very beginning, unleashing his most powerful move to seize the initiative in the battle. This was perfectly reasonable. But now, the arrow had missed due to some unknown force, the plan failed, he lost his best chance, the scales of victory tilted towards the enemy, and it was only natural. Humphrey, the bear goblin, exhaled a puff of white smoke from his flared nostrils. Ruined Humphrey's lucky day, he mumbled, his muddy yellowish-brown eyes reflecting the motionless, fragile human body before him. Little bug, you'll pay. A few months ago, his younger brothers had snatched a woman from somewhere. Humphrey was hungry, and he particularly liked this kind of food called human, tender and delicate, much better than the wild boars and hares in the forest. But having just become independent from the tribe, he still remembered the teachings of the priest in the tribe, who was said to have lived for 200 years. Keep the females for breeding, you can eat them after they've given birth. So he had been guarding her in the nest, not even daring to swallow his saliva. Until today, when the woman finally gave birth. But before he could even take a bite, he encountered these little bugs. You will be punished, Humphrey will. The smell of blood filled his nostrils, the delicious scent causing him to lick his dry lips. As if realizing something, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Humphrey's previously irritated face. With that thought in mind, Humphrey, the bear goblin, raised the spiked hammer high. His arm, as thick as an average person's thigh, bulged with muscle, and the spikes on the hammer head gleamed coldly in the firelight. He swung the hammer down at the little bug before him. And at that moment, buzz a silver-white, sharp light flashed suddenly in the dimly lit cave. Spinning / a biting gust of wind stung the skin. Humphrey felt a chilling coldness on the side of his neck. Instinctively, he subconsciously moved his body to the side. His hand paused involuntarily, and the spiked hammer, originally aimed at Maji's vital point, also deviated, hitting the other's right leg instead. Ah! The fragile human leg bone was instantly shattered by the metal hammer, along with the knee, the entire right leg twisting and deforming drastically. Maji howled in pain, his pale face covered in cold sweat. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to him anymore. Xia Nan's eyes were fixed on the burly figure ahead, feeling slightly regretful. As someone who hadn't even killed a chicken until yesterday, he felt he had done his best. In the 0.5 seconds after witnessing the bear goblin smash Gugu's skull, the following thoughts flashed through his mind. He realized that the opponent's strength was beyond his ability to handle directly, simultaneously realizing the impracticality of escape due to the opponent's explosive power, and made the decision to launch a surprise attack while the enemy hadn't yet noticed his presence. Xia Nan even managed to precisely seize the brief moment when the bear goblin swung its hammer with painstaking patience. However, he hadn't expected that this magical creature from a fantasy world could actually unleash a second attack. It could control its body to dodge his attack while swinging the iron hammer. "This is bad," Xia Nan muttered. The good news was that he had managed to wound it, confirming that this inhuman being was still flesh and blood, with a health bar, and his previous strike hadn't triggered the energy shield the bear goblin had previously displayed, meaning it was likely on some kind of cooldown, or perhaps close-range attacks didn't trigger it. As for the bad news, first, having unleashed a third spinning slash in such a short time, his body had reached its limit. Just holding the hilt, he could feel the muscles in his forearm trembling, as if they would cramp with the slightest exertion. Second, although his previous strike had hit a vital point, the bear goblin's dodge had significantly lessened the injury. This not only failed to effectively weaken the bear goblin's combat power but also exposed his figure to its sight, attracting its hatred. A roar filled with rage erupted suddenly, low and ferocious, as if a layer of invisible sound waves rippled through the air. Humphrey, having been ambushed by the little bug and suffering a bloody gash on his neck, instantly fell into a furious rage. Looking at the massive figure charging towards him like a fleshy tank, Xia Nan didn't have time to formulate any tactics. Driven only by his survival instinct, he flung himself sideways, then rolled clumsily. Bang! The dark spiked hammer slammed down, narrowly missing his head, spiderweb cracks appearing on the ground. The gust of wind carried flying dirt, stinging his cheeks. Perhaps because he had died once in his past life, or perhaps because the surge of adrenaline allowed him to ignore negative emotions. At this moment, facing an insurmountable opponent, Xia Nan felt no fear. He quickly rose. His long sword already swung towards the opponent's neck again. Chapter 10. Specialization. Many times, due to scenes in movies and TV shows, people often assume that those with strong builds and well-developed muscles, while possessing superior strength, lack agility and dexterity. To a certain extent, this is true. Overly strong, even obese muscles, greatly impair flexibility, while far exceeding normal weight makes their movements less graceful. But this all has a premise, that is, the opponent is at the same power level as you. In modern society, this premise may not be important. After all, there are no supernatural powers. No matter how much you practice, you can only remain at the level of a mortal. But in a fantasy world where real legends, incarnations of saints, and gods and demons coexist, this point is quite important. Compared to Xia Nan, an 18-year-old country boy, the bear goblin is superior in all aspects except intelligence and farming. This even includes knowledge. It understands both goblin language and common language. Therefore, even though Xia Nan temporarily forgot his fear under the influence of adrenaline, after dodging, he immediately seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Humphrey, the bear goblin, reacted quite easily. He didn't even pull out the spiked hammer that had been slammed into the ground. Facing the swinging long sword, he simply swung his thick arm, covered in brown fur, with force. Bang! Xia Nan was instantly sent flying. As if he had collided head-on with a train, he felt a tremendous force coming from his chest, his thoughts halting. Extreme dizziness accompanied by intense pain almost shattered his consciousness. Damn! He struggled to get up, the strong smell of blood filling his mouth. On the other hand, Humphrey's burly figure was already standing before him. Bug, naughty. The bear goblin allowed the shallow wound on its neck to bleed, its yellowish-brown eyes filled with anger and annoyance, as if it had been bitten by a rabbit about to be put on the chopping board. Humphrey will eat you alive. The bear goblin tribe hadn't developed methods similar to torture. With their near-primitive understanding, letting prey watch themselves being eaten alive is the most cruel act. To this end, the tribe's priest even found a plant that could keep prey conscious even in a severely injured state. Of course, Humphrey didn't have that condition now, nor did he possess such advanced cooking skills. Therefore, Xia Nan could probably die quickly. Things had come to this. Looking at the bear goblin gradually approaching him, having further understood the gap in their strength, he didn't have any thoughts of begging for mercy. On the one hand, he didn't think the other party, given their moral standards, would have the kindness to spare him. On the other hand, it was because Xia Nan noticed that not far behind the bear goblin, Maji, the hunter whose leg had just been smashed, was slowly sitting up against the wall, his right hand gripping his longbow, his left hand reaching for his quiver, moaning in pain. Their eyes met briefly, then parted. Although the two hadn't known each other long and had no tacit understanding, at this moment, Xia Nan instinctively understood the meaning hidden in the other's gaze. By time, attract the enemy's attention. His brain raced, he opened his mouth and said, "Hey, you won't find this tasty if you do it this way." Realizing the bug was speaking, Humphrey, holding his hammer high, paused. "No. Humans, tasty. If you want to eat it raw, I recommend a raw marinated method." Seeing that the other party seemed to be attracted by his words, Xia Nan didn't care what he was saying at this moment, just rambling. "You can first wash me clean in a basin, then add refined salt to sterilize and season, stir for 5 minutes, then add ginger, garlic, chili, and soy sauce, seal it up and wait for 30 minutes. That taste." Seeing that Humphrey seemed impatient with the steps he had randomly made up, Xia Nan instantly understood and shifted the focus of the conversation to the taste. "Sweet and spicy, it guarantees my original flavor while also tasting the sour and spicy flavors of the seasonings, very appetizing." "Sweet. Spicy, what kind of taste is that?" Humphrey raised his spiked hammer, but didn't bring it down, instead asking with some doubt. But after all, it was a bear goblin, not a more carnivorous and single-minded ogre. As soon as it spoke, Humphrey reacted. "Little bug, trying to trick me, you're dead." It took 2 sharp steps forward, the muscles in its hammer-wielding right arm bulging, as if the next second it would smash the annoying insect beneath it into mincemeat. And it was at this moment that Maji finally prepared himself once more. He narked an arrow, drew his bow, and aimed. Asterisk whoosh asterisk the familiar sound of metal piercing the air echoed again. Compared to before, this time the distance between him and the bear goblin was shorter, meaning that even with its superhuman reflexes, it would be difficult to dodge, and that energy barrier, the nightmare of every archer, did not appear. Thus, *SSH, blood splattered. Maji, his leg broken, shot the arrow while almost pressed against the cave wall, sitting on the ground. Although its accuracy remained thanks to his fighting technique, its power was significantly reduced. Therefore, even though the metal arrow pierced the bear goblin's right eye almost instantly as it turned its head at the sound, only a little more than half the arrowhead penetrated the eye socket. The paralytic poison rapidly spread inward from the wound. Severely injured, but not fatally. And facing this last chance to seize life, Xia Nan showed no fear. As the bear goblin howled in agony from its pierced eyeball, he gripped the single-handed sword in his palm tightly. Enduring the excruciating pain of his torn arm muscles, forcibly using his 4th, spinning slash, of the day. Cold light flashed. The brown fur offered no resistance to the sharp blade. The thick hide, like ox leather, was the first obstacle, slightly hindering it. The accumulated fat was like mud in a swamp. The blade still slid smoothly, but its force was subtly consumed. The rock-hard muscles almost absorbed all the sharpness of the long sword, but were still barely broken through thanks to the spinning slash S enhancement. Then, the blade, having pierced through fur, flesh, and blood, encountered the body's hardest defense, bone. Asterisk snap star. No longer needing to be passed around among those rookie adventurers, the battle-hardened single-handed sword finally met its destined end. In a fierce encounter worthy of being recorded in its combat history, it snapped. The sudden emptiness in his hand, the accumulated force unable to be released. Xia Nan watched as the cracks on the sword appeared and spread, and then, under the inertia of the spinning slash, he flew out sideways. Roaring wildly, the excruciating pain it had never experienced before completely shattered the remaining sanity of the bear-like beast. Along with the eyeball, it pulled the arrow directly from its socket, and the crimson blood that gushed forth dyed its body red like a waterfall, adding to its ferocity. Facing this enraged beast, a weakened hunter with a shattered leg, and a rookie adventurer with depleted stamina and a destroyed weapon. The end of the rotten fish and shrimp team seemed clear. Despair filled Maji's face. The second use of precise strike had completely paralyzed his body due to overload. Every muscle seemed to twitch and spasm, unable to muster even a shred of strength. His eyes were vacant, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Perhaps he regretted his greed for venturing into this cave, or hated himself for not learning his lesson and being more cautious. Of course, he might also be remembering the girl who smiled at him under the white oak tree back home. Unexpectedly. Compared to Maji, the hunter who had completely lost hope of survival, Xia Nan, whose body was also on the verge of collapse, had a rather complex expression on his face. Yes, complex. Like when playing mahjong in his past life, a terrible hand he intended to defend with, unexpectedly making a winning hand just before a draw, spending thousands of dollars on a game without getting a good item, only to get an SSR with the last free draw before quitting. It was a strange mix of relief, surprise, and resentment, a feeling of why the hell didn't you come sooner? Because at the moment he used spinning slash and swung that sword, a large string of translucent characters flashed before his eyes like a screen refresh. Proficiency +1, spinning slash, LV4, 100 spinning slash, LV5, max, strength +1, agility +1 specialization, master of cleaving, unlocked. Master of cleaving category, specialization effect, cleaving damage +5% introduction. Years of relentless practice allowed you to gradually grasp the secrets hidden within the blade. Note 1. Back in the day, I wielded this very sword, cleaving my way from Celestial Mountain all the way to 9 Hells. 5 years and 6 months, back and forth, without a single blink. Twilight of the Gods 35th contractor of the Sword of Annihilation, the abandoned one. Julius. Note 2. Sweat will not betray you. Stone Saint, legendary martial monk of Li Jie sect Yongwu. Faced with a life or death crisis, Xia Nan had no time to carefully examine this information. He only glanced at it briefly, realizing that during the previous battle, he had gained the final bit of proficiency in spinning slash, leveling it up to LV5, and thus obtaining a series of enhancements. Immediately, an inexplicable force surged from deep within his body, like a spring welling up and rapidly spreading throughout his entire being. His fatigued muscles relaxed as if bathed in a hot spring, his previously slightly flabby physique instantly tightened, his strength and explosive power significantly enhanced. The ground beneath his feet seemed to suddenly soften, his shoes feeling as if they contained springs, making him agile and light. It was as if he had been given a new body, his previous fatigue and pain instantly swept away. Xia Nan raised his head, his dark eyes fixed on the ferocious figure that was roaring and charging straight towards him. He tossed the broken, hilt-only single-handed sword aside. A flash of silver caught his eye. He glanced to the side. Gekul's corpse lay on the ground, his half-man-high double-headed axe stuck in the earth beside him. His thoughts drifted, and he made his decision. The bear goblin, Humphrey, due to his severe injuries, had completely fallen into an uncontrollable state of frenzy. His brain was controlled by an endless desire for destruction. Even if his dead goblin minions stood before him, he would tear them to shreds without mercy. In this state, he naturally wouldn't realize the changes that had occurred in the weak human youth before him. Humphrey instinctively repeated the hunting steps he had performed countless times over the past decade. Charge, target the prey, raise the warhammer, smash. Buzz. A streak of silver, purer and shorter than before, flashed past in the dim cave. It signified a further enhancement of explosive power and more refined technique. Spinning slash, now upgraded to LV5, allowed Xia Nan to completely master all aspects of the technique. How to maximize power while conserving stamina, which angle to strike for maximum damage, the most opportune moment. It had almost become a part of his body. And the 5% bonus from Master of Cleaving, though seemingly a small number, was a real, unrestricted damage increase added to every attack. Not to mention the crucial 2 precious attribute points gained in strength and agility. Muscle strength and physical potential, reaction speed and alertness. From 5 to 6 was not a mere 20% increase in numbers, but a more complex, all-around growth across various aspects. In short, in just a few seconds, Xia Nan's combat power had leaped several levels. And the spinning slash unleashed on this basis possessed a qualitative change in power. The double-headed axe, which should have been incredibly heavy, felt surprisingly manageable after his body's enhancement. Abundant power surged from his legs, rapidly gathering and transmitting. He swung the axe blade diagonally upwards, concentrating all his strength at a single point, then unleashed it explosively. Roar! The stench of blood filled the air, the shadow of the warhammer raised high above him, engulfing him. Xia Nan could clearly see the strands of bloodshot in the bear goblin's muddy yellowish-brown eyes, and feel the air vibrating slightly from its roar. But that was all. Because the next second, he felt the familiar, dull resistance of the blade-piercing flesh, a sensation he had grown accustomed to through numerous battles. Fur, bone, and flesh, the defenses that had stopped his broken blade were easily breached. The momentary resistance was followed by an incredibly smooth and satisfying feeling. The axe blade, carrying Xia Nan's body, completed a 180-degree spin. *TSSH*. The bear goblin's massive head flew off, still frozen in a roar of fury. The warhammer clattered to the ground. Crimson, scalding blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the hulking body collapsed. Chapter 11, End Thud. A heavy double axe fell to the ground, the metal blade striking the cave floor with a sharp clang. Xia Nan gasped for breath. The strong enemy was dead, and the fatigue and pain, previously suppressed by his intense focus, surged back like a tide. Even with the 2 attribute points gained from leveling up, his utter exhaustion remained unchanged. Killing the bear goblin, using all his strength fueled by the attribute point boost, was his limit. If another monster of the same strength appeared now, in his current state, he wouldn't stand a chance. He spat out a bloody phlegm and touched his chest. That was where the bear goblin's arm had struck him during the fight. The pain on his flesh was gradually fading with time. It shouldn't have hit the bone, Xia Nan thankfully thought. Otherwise, with this world's near-medieval technology level, he wouldn't know how to treat it. Then again, he thought, this is a fantasy world with supernatural powers. Perhaps there are scrolls containing healing magic, or priests who wield healing holy light. Xia Nan, a weak call suddenly reached his ears. Only after escaping the combat state did Xia Nan finally realize that someone else was still alive besides himself. Maji's appearance was exceptionally gruesome. One of his lower legs was smashed to pieces, with bone fragments protruding. His knee was reduced to a sliver of skin and flesh, resembling the crude joint of a cheap wooden puppet from the market. His face was pale, his lips moving without a trace of blood. If it weren't for the remaining glimmer in his eyes and his body trembling slightly from intense pain, he would have looked no different from the goblins lying lifeless nearby. Waist pouch, red potion, help me. As if his consciousness was fading, Maji spoke with difficulty, his words broken and fragmented. He was the only remaining official member of the Stinky Fish and Shrimp Squad, a comrade who had fought alongside him, and the only old hunter who knew the way out of the mist forest. As a modern person with higher education, relatively normal values, and a certain level of morality, Xia Nan couldn't possibly leave him to die, no matter from which angle he looked at it. So he crouched down and, following Maji's instructions, retrieved a small bottle from his waist pouch. It was made of glass, shaped like a test tube from a laboratory, sealed with a dark brown wooden stopper. Inside, about 1/3 of the bottle was filled with a red liquid, clearly used multiple times, faintly glowing when shaken vigorously. Although the other man hadn't specified what it was, the strong sense of familiarity allowed Xia Nan to guess its function at a glance. Life potion? Xia Nan removed the wooden stopper from the glass bottle. Oral or topical? Drink, Maji nodded, opening his mouth. All of it. Hearing this, Xia Nan didn't ask any more questions and poured the entire life potion into the other man's mouth. He wasn't sure if he was mistaken, but he vaguely sensed a hint of heartache in Maji's eyes. As if this basic resource, widely distributed in countless games and novels of his past life, was incredibly precious. And then, Xia Nan understood the reason for his comrade's expression. Almost the moment Maji swallowed the potion, his face, previously ashen from blood loss, instantly flushed, and his pupils refocused. The bleeding stopped, and his chest, which had been heaving violently from breathing difficulties, gradually calmed down. The miraculous effect was like watching a movie. But just as Xia Nan thought Maji would be fully healed with this half bottle of potion, everything abruptly stopped. The broken bones hadn't reset, and his leg remained twisted. Clearly, although the life potion's effect had far exceeded his expectations, it wasn't capable of limb regeneration. Perhaps it could cure most minor injuries and alleviate severe ones? Okay, Maji said after drinking the potion, like a drowning man finally surfacing, gasping for the stale air in the cave. Thank you. Although his face was covered in sweat from the pain, his voice was no longer weak. You go ahead and clean up the battlefield, he said, pulling out several bandages from his waist pouch. I can handle the rest myself. According to the adventurer's unspoken rules Maji had previously explained to him, when cleaning up the battlefield, aside from things with clear ownership like goblin ears, the rest of the loot belonged to the discoverer. The other party letting him clean up the battlefield was practically a clear indication that the spoils from the goblin nest belonged to Xia Nan. Although he understood that if Maji hadn't assisted with those 2 arrows, even with his last-minute breakthrough, he might not have been a match for the bear goblin. But since the other party had clearly stated it, he wouldn't be coy about it. He nodded slightly to Maji and walked towards the other side of the cave. Unlike those games where treasure chests automatically appear after clearing a dungeon, or the mechanism where you can easily click your mouse to loot a bunch of items from monster corpses, collecting spoils in the real world was far more troublesome. First, regarding those goblin corpses, the bounty only applied to adult individuals, so he mercilessly sent the 5 green-skinned brats to meet their beastly father. Skillfully stepping on their heads, he successively cut off the left ears of 4 goblins and put them into the pocket behind him. Then came the meticulous search. The cave wasn't large, and its interior was almost entirely visible, but with the mentality of maximizing his gains, Xia Nan still searched the entire area with a torch, yielding some rewards. Removing those inconvenient to carry and worthless items, the following were the spoils he collected from the goblin nest: 3 striped, light green, opaque gems, a small wooden round shield whose surface was slightly damp and moldy, and a small pouch of coins. He weighed it. It had some weight, but mostly silver and copper coins. I wonder if these stones are valuable. Xia Nan pondered in his heart. Meanwhile, Maji had also treated his wounds. How is it? All cleaned up. He leaned against the wall, struggling to stand up. His originally twisted leg had been simply fixed with a stick and bandages. Movement was still difficult, but it wouldn't worsen the injury. Almost. I searched twice. Xia Nan replied. Twice? You missed the most important thing. Maji's gaze was somewhat playful as he pointed towards the bear goblin's corpse. Chapter 12 Dead line. As one of the strongest subspecies of goblins, bear goblins possess the same vicious nature as their cousins and usually serve as the leaders of goblin tribes. Under these circumstances, the Adventurers Guild naturally included this monster in its bounty list, offering a decent reward considering its strength far surpasses that of low-level adventurers, 10 gold coins. That's not much. But adding the spoils from clearing out an entire goblin tribe, the harvest becomes barely substantial. The bear goblin encountered by the Stinky Fish and Shrimp Squad had clearly left its tribe not long ago. its underlings' equipment still incomplete. Even counting the dozen or so goblins ambushed yesterday, the only valuable weapon in the entire tribe was the spiked mace in the bear goblin's possession. Xia Nan tried it out. Even for his enhanced body, it was a bit heavy. While it looked intimidating when swung, the weapon wasn't suitable for spinning slash, so it would most likely only sell to a blacksmith. But luckily, perhaps because this was his first adventure, he possessed a certain legendary beginner's luck. On the bear goblin's person, there might exist something that these low-level adventurers could only gaze at from afar, through the glass windows of shops or auction houses that Okared energy shield. In most cases, bear goblins do not possess the ability to cast spells. Only a very few, favored by the gods and known as priests within their tribes, can master a few crude totemic spells. Clearly, the bear goblin Humphrey, who had been beheaded by Xia Nan, was not one of them. Otherwise, the stinky fish and shrimp squad would have been wiped out the moment they reached the depths of the lair, at least that's what Maji said. On the other hand, during the brief but intense battle, the bear goblin did not make any obvious movements of using spell scrolls. Therefore, only one possibility remained. A magical item, and indeed, that was the case. Guided by Maji, Xia Nan found a ring in the bear goblin's pants pocket. Deadline type, ring grade, fine, green, effect, 1, deflection field, active second circle summons a chaotic force field to block the enemy's next physical attack. Description: on the night before the deadline, Noel finally remembered the assignment his tutor had given him. Note: my efficiency has always been very high. Noel, Starsea Enchantment Academy Outstanding Graduate, Reborn Mage Tower Annual Best Apprentice. The ring was entirely silver-white, seemingly no different from ordinary silver rings worn by commoners. But upon closer inspection, one could see faint carvings on its inner wall, with occasional flashes of ochre-red light on its surface. That's it. Seeing Xia Nan pull out Deadline from the bear goblin's pants pocket, Maji immediately became excited. This ring is definitely a magical item. The expression on his face was something Xia Nan had never seen since joining the squad. And it deflected my precise strike so easily. Its strength is not low, he declared confidently. It's definitely not some trick, it's at least enchanted with a first circle spell. Maji took the ring from Xia Nan, examining it carefully as if it were a treasure, as if even his bodily pains vanished at that moment. Xia Nan wasn't as excited as him, he didn't have any extra thoughts in his mind. Until, while Maji was studying the ring, he searched the cave again and suggested leaving. Xia Nan keenly noticed a change in the other's expression. Maji's excited face suddenly cooled down. His gaze dropped, sweeping over his nearly crippled right leg before quickly retracting. He put on a stiff, gentle smile, pretending to be nonchalant while appearing unusually reluctant as he returned the ring to Xia Nan. It's time to leave. The smell of blood here is too strong, it's easy to attract other beasts, he said. Xia Nan wasn't old in his past life, but he'd spent nearly 10 years in the corporate world, and had managed to achieve some degree of success. He still understood the basics of reading people. Therefore, although he showed no outward emotion, he registered the fleeting change in Maji's expression. Leaving the cave. Maji was seriously injured and his movements were hampered. Xia Nan was carrying a lot of loot, making it difficult to walk. As a result, their pace was slow. Fortunately, Maji's professional skills and familiarity with the terrain kept them on the right path. They no longer needed to constantly change course to track the goblin's trail as they had on the way in, they simply had to focus on heading outwards. Therefore, in just a day and a half, they reached the outer edge of the mist forest. And the somewhat subtle atmosphere between them seemed to melt away into the white fog, under the oppressive, dangerous environment of the mist forest. Creak. Leather boots softly landed on the fallen leaves, making a sound as they crunched on scattered branches. There are more and more signs of human presence nearby. We must be close to the edge of the forest. Maji leaned against a tree trunk, his nostrils flaring. We should be back in town by tomorrow night at the latest. That's good. Heavily placing his pack on the ground, Xia Nan leaned his double-headed axe, from Gaji, which he'd been using like a walking stick, against a nearby tree, and also removed the spiked hammer from his waist. It's been nothing but wood and grass all day. My eyes are going blurry. You'll get used to it, Maji replied with a laugh, glancing at the sky. It's getting late. Let's set up camp. A bonfire was quickly lit. The two sat around the flames, eating their meager provisions, a hard, dry piece of black bread, and a few salty slices of unidentified animal meat, engaging in desultory conversation. So, have you decided? Maji looked earnestly at Xia Nan across the fire, inviting him. Will you join my squad? Let's talk after we get back to town. You'll need some time to rest as well. Xia Nan glanced at the other man's bandaged right leg. Haha, don't worry, Maji waved his hand dismissively. I've had worse injuries than this. Don't worry, a few trips to the church, and I'll be right as rain. Xia Nan nodded, saying nothing. All right, you've carried a lot of stuff all day. You must be tired. Maji struggled to his feet, brushing the dust off his pants. I'll go check the traps again. But we're close to the settlement, so there shouldn't be any danger. You can rest well tonight. I'll take the first half of the night watch. Xia Nan watched the other man's back disappear into the bushes, his eyes narrowing. Chapter 13, White Oak. Every region's night possesses a different hue. In the elven capital, Ivilius, Nightfall is an elegant poem played on harps and panpipes, while in the iron bulwark Rongang city, the night is largely filled with iron and blood, smoke and fire. The deep night of the mist forest is quiet. The chirping of insects and the cries of beasts certainly exist, but they differ from other deserted wildernesses. The sounds are faint and blurry, as if veiled, even when close at hand, making them indistinct. It's as if even the sounds melt into the mist permeating the air. Maji sat alone by the campfire, gently wiping his longbow. It was his old partner, a companion for nearly 20 years. Even though countless memories of the past have turned grey like his life, he still remembers, 20 years ago, on the morning of his 18th birthday. His father, always as silent as the mountains, cut down the white oak tree that had grown alongside him in the courtyard, and used the most exquisite part of it to craft this longbow for him. Honestly, it had nothing special about it. The bow limbs were supple but lacked hardness, the grip was rough, and the string groove wasn't meticulously polished. From any angle, it was inferior to the fine goods on the shelves of shops. But just like the countless afternoons he spent napping under the white oak tree as a child. The gentle, refreshing breeze and the rustling of the leaves. The longbow felt as if it had merged with his body, incredibly handy and intimate. If it weren't for the luxurious carriage that slowly entered the village, perhaps he could still be wandering in those boundless mountains with his old partner. The orange-red flames reflected on Maji's weathered face, shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression. His right leg, tightly wrapped in bandages, still ached faintly, and his arm was numb from the overuse of battle techniques. He lifted his head and glanced at the dark night sky. Took a deep breath. His gaze swept across the pine tree standing beside the camp. The spiked hammer brought from the goblin cave lay quietly among the fallen leaves, and the double-headed axe from another deceased teammate rested securely against the tree trunk. Speaking of which, the half-orc named Ga-Ji-Yu, though somewhat ill-tempered, was actually quite. Forget it. Maji shook his head. Late at night, one is always prone to melancholy. Now, it was time to get down to business. His gaze shifted to the other side of the camp. Across the blazing campfire, a figure lay motionless, a gentle, long breath faintly audible in the air. Maji's eyes showed no hesitation, he had already made his decision. Don't blame me, kid. He remained seated, still in a cross-legged position. The wooden longbow silently stood upright, the bowstring drawn back, the arrow feathers trembling slightly in the air. At such close range, Maji could not possibly miss. With a slight release, the sharp arrow would take the young life before him. This is how adventurers are, you must know. He murmured to himself. But just then, Maji suddenly saw Xia Nan's eyelids tremble slightly. Opening his eyes. Clear and bright eyes, far from the drowsy state of someone just waking up. Aware. He was surprised, but his fingertips had already released the arrow shaft. Whoosh! Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The slender, sharp arrow stirred the mist, drawing faint circles of airflow under the moonlight, Crossing the campfire, the rising flames were stirred by the airflow, climbing upward like the tentacles of a hellish demon, yet firmly bound by the invisible pulling force of the flame's heart. Air, blanket, fine grass, soil. The arrow pierced the blanket and went straight into the ground, without the slightest sound of piercing flesh. Did he miss? No, that should have been the position of Xia Nan's head while sleeping. Only the well-prepared novice adventurer, after confirming the other party's movements, made a dodge and counterattack. The seemingly relaxed figure, sprawled as if in deep sleep, was in fact poised for explosive action. The blanket flung off his body, momentarily obscuring his opponent's vision, was already gone by the time it landed. A sound of movement rippled through the air. Boom! The campfire was violently kicked over, scattering sparks and flames around heavy, tumbling logs. Then, two fleeting arcs of silver. Spinning slash, kindling was sliced apart, showering sparks. The blade entered, then exited on the other side. A broken longbow fell to the ground. Hair, Xia Nan stood on the meadow, Maji clutching his throat before him. His windpipe severed, he could not speak, only blood flowing ceaselessly between his fingers. The night was deep, Xia Nan couldn't discern Maji's expression. He only saw the other man's eyes widening, then losing their light, and the body convulsing before falling backward. Kneeling down, he confirmed the other man was truly dead. Only then did Xia Nan breathe a sigh of relief, sheathing the two daggers from the dwarf, Eruki, back into his waist. It wasn't just luck. From the moment he noticed the change in Maji's demeanor 2 days ago in the goblin cave, he had secretly heightened his vigilance. Even though this was his first mission, the performance of the motley crew, perfectly embodying the stereotype of low-level adventurers, was deeply etched in his memory. It's always better to be cautious, even with teammates who had just survived a deadly battle together. However, Xia Nan didn't intend to strike first. After all, until just now, Maji hadn't shown any hostility, even earnestly inviting him to join the team. Thankfully, his cautious nature had saved him from this sudden crisis. Compared to the mental strain beforehand, the fight itself was surprisingly simple. The heavily wounded Maji only had one shot, and even then, he had to wait until they reached the edge of the mist forest, a point where, given his current condition, he could still safely return to the town, before making his move, while Xia Nan, retaining most of his fighting strength, only needed one strike to finish him. The sky began to lighten. Ignoring the body, Xia Nan, using the battlefield cleanup techniques he'd learned from the others, quickly gathered their supplies. Maji didn't have much useful equipment. His only weapon, the wooden bow, was broken during the fight and likely wouldn't fetch a good price. So Xia Nan only took the quiver of arrows, extinguished the fire, and left hurriedly. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, the branches whispering a soft shush. Maji lay with his eyes closed, leaning against a tree, the broken white oak longbow cradled in his arms. In this moment, he seemed to return to many years ago, a sunny afternoon dappled with shade. Chapter 14. Cooling down. Phew. The morning air was frigid, water vapor, like white smoke, was gently exhaled with each breath. A sledgehammer, a double-headed axe, and 2 daggers strapped to his waist. Xia Nan carried a heavy pack on his back, feeling vaguely weary. But the thought of the potential price they would fetch back in town spurred him on. This trip had earned him far more than tending his fields back home. Morning light filtered through gaps in the tree canopy, casting dappled patterns on the verdant meadow. Walking mechanically, Xia Nan's mind wandered. Regarding the deceased Maji, he felt the other man hadn't deserved such an end. Even after absorbing 18 years of memories from his predecessor, it was a soul truly from a modern, civilized society that controlled this body. It wasn't about posturing. Xia Nan felt the other man didn't need to act so magnanimous that day. A straightforward request would have sufficed, with any problems to be discussed later. After all, the bear goblin had been slain by their joint efforts. Maji's 2 arrows had triggered the cooldown. On the deflection field of the dead line, ring and shot through the enemy's eyes, paralyzing it. This gave him the opportunity to use his upgraded, strengthened body to deliver the killing blow. The other man's contribution was undeniable. Under these circumstances, if Maji had simply spoken up, Even if he wanted the enchanted ring, as long as Xia Nan received his fair share, he would have readily accepted it. In his view, his first adventure had yielded such a bountiful harvest. Following experienced adventurers like Maji on future missions would likely bring similarly good returns. Upon reviewing the events, Xia Nan realized he had made two mistakes. Firstly, his mindset hadn't yet adapted. Despite being transported to another world, he subconsciously used his past life's perspectives and values to judge the people and events around him. Perhaps he should be more down-to-earth. Secondly, he had assumed things without a clear understanding of the relevant aspects of adventuring. The fact that an old hunter like Maji would risk it all to take it alone. It seemed that in this world, or at least among adventurers at their level, magical items were far more valuable than he had imagined. Time passed, and the mist dissipated. The air gradually warmed, and the dense forest thinned, occasionally revealing man-made paths. Smoke curled from chimneys. Several brick houses in a medieval style appeared in Xia Nan's sight. A clear stream meandered, several women dressed as farmwives squatting nearby, washing clothes and laughing occasionally. Two young children played by the roadside. One wielded a crude wooden sword, his face set in a righteous expression. The other clawed and gesticulated, seemingly playing the role of some monster. Having spent a long time in the mist forest, far from human habitation, Xia Nan found his tense nerves relaxing at the sight of this scene brimming with everyday life. The town housed the only adventurers' guild nearby. The people living here were clearly not unfamiliar with adventurers. Observing Xia Nan, laden with bags, walking alone on the country road, the two children seemed curious, but perhaps their parents had warned them. They didn't approach, only watching him from afar with wide eyes. Xia Nan, having just escaped the high-pressure environment of the mist forest, felt relaxed for the moment. Seeing the children's thin frames, a clear sign of chronic malnutrition, he pulled out a piece of jerky, broke it in half, and beckoned to them. The two children's eyes lit up at the sight of the jerky, and they immediately ran towards him. Watching them devour the jerky, Xia Nan gently stroked one of their heads and casually asked, "What are your names?" "Moses." "Faye." Xia Nan nodded, about to speak, when he heard a hurried, worried voice from behind. Sir, I'm sorry." Turning around, he saw a blonde woman wearing an apron. Probably under 30, with a full figure, freckles on her cheeks, and two braids hanging over her shoulders. She looked simple and unpretentious. She must be the children's mother. As soon as she appeared, they both ran to her. "I told you not to talk to this kind of, sir." "But Mama, the jerky." "No jerky, no sweet cakes. Listen." A deliberately hushed voice drifted through the air, chilling Xia Nan's earlier elation at escaping the mist forest. Noticing his gaze, the woman quickly pulled her two children behind her. Ignoring the sweat streaming down her face from their hurried flight, she bowed repeatedly, apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir, I'm truly sorry." He glanced at the two small boys, who stood silently behind their mother, looking as if they'd committed some terrible crime. Looking at the woman, whose face was tense yet strained into a stiff smile, Xia Nan suddenly lost interest in speaking. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Meanwhile, not far from Xia Nan, inside a house with tightly closed doors and windows. "So, big brother, should we do it?" A burly man with a somewhat wooden expression crouched awkwardly on the windowsill, asking in a sneaky tone. "Not yet, let's observe a little longer." The reply came from a fierce-looking man with a crew cut. "What are we waiting for?" "I saw him. He's all alone," the burly man said impatiently. "He's got a hammer and an axe. He must have a lot of valuables. If we don't act now, someone else will grab them." He already picked up the pitchfork lying on the ground, as if ready to burst out the door the next second. The response was a slap on the back of his head. "You know he's carrying weapons, right?" The crew-cut man hissed. "Just one guy, strolling out of the mist forest, without a scratch on him. You really think he's easy prey? You get all the good luck, huh?" As he spoke, the crew-cut man felt increasingly certain of his guess. He leaned against the wall, whispering to his subordinate through the crack in the window. "Look, the adventurers we usually encounter, they always travel in groups of 3 or 5. Even if there's someone alone, they're always battered and scarred, barely escaping the forest with their lives. Someone like him, walking openly in the middle of the road, carrying so much stuff without worrying about others noticing. Have you ever seen anyone like that? No, I haven't. The burly man scratched his head. So, big brother, what do we do next? The crew-cut man glanced warily out the window again, then looked away. That kid looks young, but he probably has something valuable on him. He might be tough. Let's forget about this one. We'll wait 2 more days and see if there are any better targets. We're leaving anyway, let's just do one last job, grab and run. So many adventurers die every year, we'll just toss the bodies into the forest, who'll know? Big brother, I'll listen to you. Chapter 15, Adventurers Guild Higu Town, an unremarkable town on the southeastern border of the Servia Kingdom. Located inland, far from the ocean, the few rivers nearby are blocked by mountains, making maritime trade difficult. Furthermore, the area lacks any special products, and its complex terrain and difficult roads mean that no respectable trade caravan would include it as a stopover. Normally, this small human settlement would remain as obscure as countless other villages within the kingdom's territory. Forget about kingdom history or heroic epics. Even if it were completely overrun by a neighboring country's war or a monster invasion, it would probably only be mentioned briefly in the weekly court meeting by some relatively conscientious official. But right now, it's one of the important towns in the southern Pan-Yun province. The reason is simple, just one point: the mist forest. The perpetually lingering grayish-white mist within the forest isn't some peculiar natural phenomenon, but rather the result of excessively abundant magical energy in the air. Although this has given birth to many powerful monsters capable of endangering human life, countless precious magical herbs and hidden realms have also emerged, attracting waves of professional adventurers. Based on this, Higu Town, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and easily defensible, has naturally become the preferred place for adventurers to prepare and rest. And the branch of the Adventurers Guild established here many years ago further attracts adventurers from the kingdom's southeastern border, acting as a landmark. It's like a university town built around multiple higher education institutions in a previous life, or the numerous supporting industries near a scenic spot. Higu Town also has a bustling street dedicated to serving adventurers. Bang, a middle-aged man, drunk and slurring obscenities, was carried out onto the street by 2 guards in leather armor. The aroma of alcohol mingled with the clamor pouring from the half-opened wooden door. On the street, a richly dressed, plump woman, clutching a zircon necklace, argued fiercely with a street vendor. The little boy she was holding watched with curiosity the several sweating, muscular men in the blacksmith shop across the street. "Little brother, come play Tilda," a cloyingly sweet, delicate female voice came from beside him. Looking over, he saw 2 scantily clad, curvaceous women leaning against a wall, beckoning to him. Xia Nan wasn't shy, he smiled and nodded in greeting. His response seemed to be taken as a sign of potential patronage, immediately eliciting a flurry of coquettish calls. However, he showed no intention of approaching, continuing to walk down the main road. Seeing this, the women felt rebuffed and turned to solicit other passers-by. As he walked away, the strong scent of perfume gradually dissipated. Xia Nan tightened the backpack behind him, his gaze calm. To say he had no thoughts at all would be a lie. After all, this body was at the peak of human vitality. If it weren't for the memories from his previous life, bombarded by the vast amount of information on the internet, from modern society. The former owner, a simple boy who grew up in the fields since childhood and had barely met any girls his age. If he encountered those service industry elites just now, a simple beckon would have been enough to steal his soul. He had only recently transmigrated to this world and hadn't even settled down yet, so he naturally couldn't consider such things. Instead, he was more curious whether this world also had the kind of unmentionable diseases from his previous life, and whether, given the existence of supernatural powers, the preventive measures taken were the same as in his world. I wonder if healing potions would work. Out of danger, everything in this different world filled him with curiosity. Even a random street food stall could set his mind wandering. Walking and stopping like this, about 20 minutes passed. Xia Nan finally arrived at his destination. It was a uniquely styled building. Its 4 stories weren't particularly eye-catching on this street, yet it seemed to be the center of the entire area, bustling with people. Unlike the brick and tile houses he'd seen along the way, the building was entirely made of some dark wood. The regular, intricate wood grain naturally formed its unique decoration, and a few clusters of verdant tree branches and leaves even adorned the eaves. From afar, it looked like a giant tree house. For some reason, standing at the entrance, Xia Nan had a faint feeling of returning to the mist forest. The building itself had no sign, but simply observing the adventurers coming and going before its doors was enough to know its name, the Adventurers Guild, Higu Town Branch. Xia Nan shook his head, dismissing the extraneous thoughts. He walked through the doors. What met his eyes was an exceptionally spacious hall, decorated in a style that was both natural and brimming with the scent of the forest, with adventurers of all shapes and sizes passing before him. Drawing on his predecessor's memories, his gaze searched the crowd, finally settling on a counter-like structure to the right of the hall. Behind the counter sat a short-haired girl in a guild uniform. She was pretty, but looked exceptionally listless. She seemed to be working, but her eyes were lowered, as if she were about to fall asleep any second. Xia Nan stepped forward, placing the rough cloth sack containing the goblin and bear goblin ears he had prepared onto the counter. "Hello, I'm here to turn in a quest." The short-haired girl lifted her eyelids slightly, without touching the sack. Her lips moved. "Squad insignia." "Oh, right." Xia Nan immediately reacted, pulling a palm-sized black iron plate from his bosom and handing it to her. This was the Maji squad's insignia, issued by the guild, recording the squad's number. The front desk staff needed this number to look up the quests the squad had accepted. Thankfully, he hadn't forgotten to bring this little thing when he cleaned up the battlefield. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. "Mountain's bow." Yeah." Xia Nan was momentarily stunned, then realized Mountain's Bow was the Maji squad's official registered name. He'd called it the Rotten Fish and Shrimp Squad so many times internally that he almost didn't react in time. The short-haired girl merely glanced at him, showing no inclination to ask why his other teammates weren't present, as if she were used to this sort of thing. The counter was slightly raised from the ground, preventing Xia Nan from seeing the girl's actions. Though curious about how, in this world with underdeveloped technology but supernatural powers, she handled this work that would normally require a vast amount of time spent sifting through files, he remained patient. He simply watched as the short-haired girl moved her hands in his blind spot, muttering a few unintelligible characters. Bang! In less than 5 seconds, a money pouch was thrown onto the counter in front of Xia Nan. Chapter 16, The Handbook 20 Goblins and 1 Bear Goblin. Bounty is 17 gold 4 silver. Investigation Mission 701, Reward 30 gold coins. That's a total of 47 gold 4 silver coins. The short-haired girl's monotone voice reached Xia Nan's ears as he hefted the heavy money pouch in his hand. A profound sense of accomplishment welled up within him. He slightly opened the pouch, glancing at the glittering gold inside, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his lips. He didn't count the gold coins on the spot. On the one hand, the Adventurers Guild was spread across the entire Afala continent, an undeniable behemoth. They wouldn't shortchange him a few measly coins. Moreover, judging by the girl's speed in processing the loot, the tallying and collection were clearly not done manually, making the probability of error quite low. On the other hand, with the constant flow of people in the hall, he knew better than to show off his wealth. If he was truly worried, he could always count it carefully later when he was in a safer place. As Xia Nan pondered, the girl's bored voice once again reached him. "Squad emblem, do you want to cancel it?" Xia Nan wasn't clear on the details, so he asked with some confusion, "What are the implications of cancelling it for me?" "The captain needs to pay 20 gold coins in annual team fees." "Cancel it." It wasn't that Xia Nan was unwilling to pay. The 20 gold coins. Well, it was indeed a bit expensive. The main reason was that the Rotten Fish and Shrimp Squad was down to just him, and as a rookie adventurer with absolutely no experience in outside missions, clinging to the squad was unnecessary and he couldn't recruit anyone. What he should really be doing was finding a suitable squad to join, learning everything he needed to know about this world as a regular member, or simply going solo, starting with the least dangerous and simplest missions, taking things one step at a time. Therefore, Xia Nan decisively handed the black iron emblem to the girl. He still had many things to take care of. He stuffed the gold coins into his backpack, and just as he was about to leave, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "Healing potions, do you know where I can buy them?" Xia Nan had a vivid memory of Magi's healing potion from the bear goblin fight. Minor injuries healed instantly, even those on the verge of death could be kept alive. Having a healing potion was like having an extra trump card, an extra layer of protection for his life. If he could buy it with money, he wouldn't miss the chance. "Turn right, at the very back." The short-haired girl replied lazily without looking up. Xia Nan's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly thanked her and left. Sure enough, in a corner of the hall, a small shop with a sign reading Alchemist's Guild was nestled among the crowd. It maintained the guild branch's natural style similar to the mist forest, but the shelves were filled with various bottles and jars: truth serum, 150 gold deadly poison, 200 gold light resistance potion, 300 gold. Xia Nan only glanced at the prices of these potions before feeling dizzy. These prices aren't for bottom-tier adventurers like me. For a moment, he even moved cautiously among the shelves, afraid of accidentally breaking a bottle and losing his entire fortune. Then, in the most prominent position in the shop, he found his target: healing potion, 50 gold few. After the series of visual shocks, the price of the potion wasn't as expensive as he had imagined. But considering that all the gold coins he had on him added up to less than 50, this potion was quite expensive. Seeming to notice Xia Nan's hesitation, the shop owner, a bald man in a beige robe, sauntered over. "Newbie?" he casually asked. Seeing Xia Nan nod, the man pointed to the shelves behind him and said, "Healing potions aren't cost-effective, you won't use them often. Compared to that, I actually recommend this." Xia Nan's gaze followed. Several leather pouches, each bearing the classic herbalist's mark, lay haphazardly in a corner of the nearby shelf. Medical kit, 5 gold. This includes bandages, ointments, and splints, enough for 10 uses. "I don't keep much stock here. Nobody usually buys this stuff from my shop. The general stores outside are full of them." "Thanks for the heads up." Xia Nan nodded his thanks, his gaze returning to the healing potions. In his mind, these life-saving elixirs were undoubtedly the highest priority. Although they were a bit expensive, he wasn't in a rush. After all, he still had many spoils of war to sell, and hadn't yet accepted his next adventuring task. He'd sort out his funds later and then consider buying them. "Are the potions here all this expensive?" Seeing the balding man's amiable demeanor, Xia Nan couldn't help but ask his question. "You get what you pay for," he shrugged. "They're all brewed by professional alchemists from the guild, quality guaranteed." Saying this, the balding man glanced towards the staircase at the back of the hall. "Actually, what I have here is just cheap stuff. The real top-tier potions are upstairs. Eagle Eye Potion, Vapor Form, Hill Giant Strength, TSK. He nodded, enumerating them as if they were precious jewels. "But the price isn't something people like us can afford." Upstairs. A newcomer, Xia Nan was completely clueless about the ins and outs of the guild. The second floor of the hall is where adventurers with professional ranks accept quests. After all, you can't expect those guys to be like you, spending all day earning peanuts on the forest outskirts, right? Understanding that the man wasn't intentionally belittling him, but simply stating a fact, Xia Nan didn't feel any unnecessary resentment. Just as he was about to take this opportunity to ask a few more questions, he heard a shout from the shop entrance. "Where is he?" "Boss, I need to check out." "Coming." The balding man calmly strolled over, even offering Xia Nan another piece of advice before leaving. "There are stalls selling handbooks near the guild entrance. Newcomers should buy one to read, it should be helpful." Having finished his business, Xia Nan, who had intended to leave the guild anyway, naturally followed the advice. After simply asking a few stall vendors, he found the handbook the balding man had mentioned. 3 silver coins. Not particularly expensive, he gritted his teeth and bought it. The cover was quite exquisite, with 2 large lines of text printed in an unknown but formal font: Adventurer's Handbook, Higu Town Branch Special Edition. Below, a line of small white text served as a supplement: 21 St. Duskclaw Month, Chase. Offal Calendar 1019 Revised Edition Chapter 17 White Sparrow Tavern Adventurer's Handbook, Higu Town Branch Special Edition, Forward, 1-2 Weapon Selection and Use, 3-9. How to Handle Your Loot, 31-38. 9. About those shiny pretty stones. Kukunua's General Store at 62, Mist Street boasts the fairest prices in Higu Town, but it must be admitted that young Kukunua sometimes has a keen eye for flaws, a 3 silver coin difference, versus a 100 gold coin risk. In contrast, the neighboring Fairy Wind, while stingy in its offers, has a proprietor, Farillo, who is a jewelry professional by trade. He served his apprenticeship at Newham's most renowned pawn shop, possessing the most discerning and meticulous eye in all of Higu Town. Bring him your high-end good. Pat. 3 small, opaque green stones with faint striations were neatly arranged by Xia Nan on the counter. His eyes held a glimmer of anticipation, harboring dreams of overnight riches, as he looked at the stern-faced middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed spectacles. The man named Farillo didn't casually blurt out an offer just because he instantly recognized the type of gems before him. Instead, he picked them up one by one, turning them over and over, examining them closely before finally settling back behind the counter with a lack of enthusiasm. Malachite, common quality, 10 gold per stone. 16. Where to dump your scrap metal? First, stop your incessant chatter. You must know that the second-hand goods you strip from unfortunate souls only sell for half price. That's common sense. Magical items are, of course, an exception, if you actually have any. Second, if you really want to find a place to shed those heavy burdens, I recommend the Hickory Furnace at 25, Mist Street. The owner was once an adventurer himself. He knows how hard it is to lug this junk back, so he'll always give a decent offer, provided you don't mind the dozens of glory stories he'll spin while appraising your goods. Additionally, for weapons and armor, I recommend Rock Hammer. Rumor has it the owner has 1/64 dwarf blood. While he shows no resemblance beyond his fondness for braided beards, his craftsmanship is quite good. Custom orders are also available. Oh, a moldy little round shield, a few pieces of leather armor still stained with blood, only because you met me. Other shops would probably reject them even as a free gift. 10 gold. The burly man with a full, brown beard in front of him said gruffly, "But it's not your fault. When I was younger, I used to bring this stuff back all the time. I remember once." Xia Nan, remembering the handbook's advice, kept his mouth shut, not giving the man a chance to elaborate. These arrows are well maintained, though the poison is ineffective and you haven't wiped it off. Add that to this double-headed axe. 30 gold. TSK, a spiked mace? From which bear goblin? Those brutes don't maintain their weapons, 6 gold. But for your age, hunting bear goblins is quite impressive. Even back in my day. 20 minutes later. Bang. The door of the Hickory Furnace closed softly. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Xia Nan rubbed his stiff face and let out a long sigh. He felt much lighter than when he'd emerged from the mist forest. One morning's work. Except for the deadline ring and Eruki's 2 daggers, which remained sheathed at his waist, quite handy for emergencies, so he hadn't sold them. He had disposed of all his other loot, including the small pouch of coins collected from the goblin nest. Xia Nan's total assets now reached a staggering 131 gold, 5 silver, and 9 copper. Undoubtedly, for the former farmer who grew up in the fields, this was a fortune he had never seen before. Looking at the numbers alone might not convey the significance of this money. If converted into actual goods, it would be a warehouse full of flour, over 100 goats, or more than 10 cows. In Xia Nan's former village, this was almost more than the total assets of most families. And this was merely the harvest from a single mission. Up until now, feeling the heavy weight of the more than 100 gold coins in his backpack, Xia Nan truly understood why, even knowing this industry was extremely dangerous, bordering on a 9 in 10 chance of death, countless people still risked their lives, plunging headfirst into this quagmire every year. Of course, these gold coins might have strong purchasing power for ordinary goods. But once it came to things related to adventurers, they seemed to become a different kind of currency. To put it bluntly, excluding the dead line, His entire fortune was only enough to buy 2 bottles of healing potions. Xia Nan chuckled wryly, forcibly suppressing the unrealistic sense of disparity filling his heart. He opened the Adventurer's Handbook again. After rushing around all morning, perhaps he should find a place to rest and eat something. White Sparrow Tavern. The low prices of its drinks and meals, and its convenient location next to the Adventurers Guild, made it the first choice for low-level adventurers in Higu Town. Xia Nan had been here once before, treated by Maji. He remembered ordering a plate of grey squirrel fried rice and a glass of water. However, his previous self hadn't been focused on the food at all, only wolfing it down to fill his stomach. As a result, the current Xia Nan had no clear impression of the tavern's culinary skills. But since the handbook recommends it, it should be decent enough, he muttered to himself, pushing open the tavern's door. Creak. The rich aroma of alcohol, thick enough to condense into water, along with the boisterous noise that rushed towards him like a wind, enveloped Xia Nan. The bright street, the warm tavern. Separated only by a door, it was like entering another world. There were young adventurers, faces flushed red from drinking, standing on tables, waving their unsheathed long swords, loudly discussing something. There were also middle-aged men with stubble and weathered faces, drinking alone in corners. Colorful tapestries and flags, swirling smoke and copper oil lamps, long wooden tables and rough benches, maps, dice, goblets, leather armor, robes, and hands plucking at strings. The atmosphere is right. Xia Nan finally felt a bit more like he was in another world. The warm, soft light in the tavern, and the aroma of food filling the air, almost instantly released the fatigue his body had accumulated over these days. His gaze swept across the hall, found the tavern owner's position, and walked over. Chapter 18. High. And just as Xia Nan had seen in countless films, anime, and novels in his past life, the owner of the White Sparrow Tavern was a middle-aged man with 2 drooping sideburns, intently polishing a goblet. Having seen countless adventurers, he naturally didn't give Xia Nan's youthful appearance a second glance. Even when Xia Nan walked straight over and sat at the bar, the tavern owner only lifted his eyelids slightly. Accommodation is 1 silver coin per night, correct? Referring to the information provided in the Adventurer's Handbook *, Xia Nan confirmed. The owner nodded slightly. And for a long-term stay, are there any discounts? Xia Nan asked, drawing on his past life's experience. That depends on how long you stay. Hearing this, he nodded and didn't ask further. The White Sparrow Tavern's price of 1 silver coin night was already relatively cheap in the town. Any lower, and neither comfort nor safety would be guaranteed. Although long-term rentals offered discounts, if he wanted to continue his adventurer's career, this temporary lodging lacked a sense of belonging. Furthermore, storing belongings and daily living presented certain risks. Xia Nan actually preferred buying his own property in the town. Of course, this was contingent on his understanding of the surrounding environment and having sufficient funds. Perhaps I can chat with a few real estate agents, he mused. Meanwhile, urged by hunger, Xia Nan's gaze fell upon the menu hanging on the wall. Number 3 set meal, please. The price was 2 silver coins, a day's wages for a laborer. It included a large portion of soft, fragrant stewed meat, a bowl of rich mushroom soup, several slices of white bread with butter and cheese, and a large mug of refreshing ale. For a single meal, it was perhaps a little expensive. But for Xia Nan, who had just finished a dangerous journey and reaped a fortune, it was the best way to soothe his soul. Honestly, the taste was quite good. The stewed meat was savory and flavorful, the mushroom soup exceptionally sweet, especially when dipped with toast, allowing the soup's flavor to permeate the bread, further complemented by a small piece of sweet and salty soft cheese. Even Xia Nan, who had been accustomed to countless delicacies in modern society in his past life, felt a sense of surprise. Of course, it might also be because he had been gnawing on jerky and flatbreads in the forest for days, making everything taste delicious. After the meal, he felt a warm, comforting sensation throughout his body. Sitting at the bar, Xia Nan scanned the tavern. It was somewhat unexpected. Despite being in a world with a Western fantasy setting, the number of other intelligent species he had encountered since his arrival was surprisingly low. Perhaps only 1 or 2 out of 10 people. Mostly dwarfs and halflings. He hadn't seen a single dwarf or elf, the races frequently appearing on screens in his past life. Xia Nan's gaze suddenly paused. Now I see one. By the window, at a long rectangular wooden table, sat 4 figures of varying appearances. A slender, beautiful blonde girl, in her early 20s, arms crossed, legs crossed, with an indifferent expression. Next to her was a flamboyantly dressed, slightly overweight man, fawning over the girl. But what caught Xia Nan's attention was the last one, sitting alone at the edge of the table, a tall man. His shoulder-length silver hair, a testament to his elven bloodline, was neatly tied back. He had delicate and soft features, fair skin, and the silver-grey eyes. Characteristic of elves. However, closer observation revealed that his ears, while pointed, weren't as long as those of traditional elves, and his physique was thinner than a normal man's, yet not as slender as an elf's. So, probably a half-elf? Xia Nan guessed, using his meager knowledge of this world. He's carrying a longbow, which fits my traditional impression of elves' occupational choices. But are these 4 a party? Wait. 4? He suddenly realized he had overlooked something. Like a TV remote that's right in front of you but you can't find it, or a phone you're holding but think you've lost. When he noticed something was amiss, the last person he had subconsciously ignored appeared in Xia Nan's line of sight. A middle-aged man, dressed in tight-fitting attire, with unremarkable features. Compared to the 3 people around him, the man had nothing noteworthy about him, appearing simply as a stranger sitting at the same table. And it was precisely because of this that when Xia Nan realized something was wrong, his heart skipped a beat. His gaze swept over the short dagger wrapped in coarse cloth at the man's waist, then retracted as if electrocuted. Wood, what's wrong? Hi. And tightened the somewhat loose ponytail at the back of her head, noticing her guard's unusual behavior from the corner of her eye, and couldn't help but ask. Nothing, master. Wood frowned, glancing towards a certain direction at the bar, watching for a moment before turning back to reply. Don't be too nervous. Although we're close to the misty forest, this is Higu town. There are so many adventurers coming and going in the streets, there won't be any danger. Hearing this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Wood's otherwise expressionless face. Master, precisely because this place is full of adventurers, we should be even more careful. Hyan naturally understood what her guard meant, but perhaps because of her recognition of his strength, or perhaps due to her personality, she simply replied with a smile, Relax, the Adventurers Guild is right next to this tavern. Who would be so bold as to cause trouble here? Instead of worrying about this, let's discuss our plans for later. To this, the guard couldn't help but furrow his brow even deeper. Master, although I've said it countless times, I must remind you again. The Mist Forest is extremely dangerous. Even I, if I venture deep inside, might not be able to come out safely. You. All right. The silver-haired half-elf waved his hand. Although there was no impatience on his face, he still interrupted the other's words, jokingly saying, Then I'll reiterate, our target this time is the outer perimeter of the misty forest, the outer perimeter. All right. Wood had already conceded in his heart, otherwise, he wouldn't have let her come here. But there's one thing you must agree to. Say it. We need to add a few more people. Following the guard's gaze, the half-elf glanced at the 2 people opposite her, and couldn't help but show a hint of agreement. You're right. Chapter 19, Haggling Xia Nan raised his ale glass, feigning composure as he took a sip. The aroma of malt filled his nostrils, the tip of his tongue tasting the characteristic bitterness of hops mingling with the crisp sweetness of the chilled drink. However, he had no heart to savor this otherworldly beverage. He was, in fact, subtly tense. About 5 or 6 seconds passed, until the sharp gaze from behind him vanished. Only then did he visibly relax. That feeling, Xia Nan recalled the image. He had just seen, that seemingly ordinary man. It was definitely not an illusion. Even while in the center of his vision, the man possessed a faint presence that was subconsciously ignored, like a passerby, and the moment his gaze was noticed, the eyes instantly sharpened, conveying a strong warning. It was like those dazzling high-level equipment in his past life's online games. Without even engaging in combat, one could sense the opponent's immense power with a single glance. Perhaps, He's a professional who has truly completed his class advancement. Xia Nan speculated in his heart. Fortunately, he only noticed the other's presence and didn't make any abrupt moves. Therefore, the gaze only lingered for a moment before dissipating into the tavern's clamor. A minor incident. Without turning back to observe the half-elf team by the window, Xia Nan finished his ale in one gulp. A ripple of unease stirred within him. I wonder how exactly one obtains this so-called professional level. Maji seemed to have mentioned to his former self that profession was related to the combat techniques he chose to cultivate. But the exact correlation remained unsaid. He had also skimmed through the *Adventurer's Handbook*, finding no relevant information. I'll try asking some veteran adventurers later. If that fails, paying a price is acceptable. Xia Nan pondered, shaking his head. Considering these things now was too early for a rookie adventurer like him. Let's get some good sleep first. The tavern's accommodation wasn't ideal. Hardwood plank beds with a slight musty odor, terrible soundproofing where even the creaking of the next-door bed was audible, squeaky stairs, the boisterous tavern hall downstairs, and even the occasional scurrying of rats in the ceiling joists. It was far less peaceful than even spreading a newspaper on a park bench, let alone the star-rated hotels of his past life. Yet, Xia Nan slept until noon. On the one hand, he had spent the previous night poring over the *Adventurer's Handbook*, diligently learning useful information about Higu Town. On the other hand, his body was simply too exhausted. The Mist Forest was fraught with danger. Even when Eruki and Ga-Ji-Yu were still alive, their four-person team had to take turns keeping watch, unable to rest properly. Now, safe in town, Xia Nan finally got his first good night's sleep since his arrival in this world. After enjoying a delicious lunch at the White Sparrow Tavern, he once again arrived before the Adventurers Guild. For the precarious, high-risk profession of an adventurer, Xia Nan, a former ordinary office worker, was naturally neither suited nor aspirational. However, when a mortal who had spent his entire life in a mundane, technology-driven world suddenly found himself in a fantasy world with genuine supernatural powers, it was unrealistic to expect him to return to a peaceful, simple life of sunrise to sunset toil with his 100+ gold coins. Moreover, Xia Nan's only potential cheat code, his attribute panel, only functioned in relation to adventure-related matters. He had to make use of it. Let's start with the simplest tasks. Xia Nan murmured, gazing at the bustling guild doors ahead. His mind made up, his feet followed. His figure disappeared into the crowd. Is something wrong, Wood? Hyan's questioning voice reached his ears. Wood's gaze returned from Xia Nan's retreating back, softly replying, "Nothing, master. Yesterday, I found myself in a concealment state at the tavern, and today, I seem to have coincidentally encountered him again at the guild's entrance. As a qualified guard renowned for his caution, how could Wood not suspect something? He had observed carefully yesterday. The young man with black hair and sharp features, while showing signs of training, was undoubtedly a novice in terms of attire, demeanor, and habits. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Wood furrowed his brows, his expression doubtful. On the other hand, Hyan, the silver-haired, grey-eyed half-elf, was naturally unaware of his guard's thoughts. At this moment, he was briefing the new member of his team on the mission. It's roughly within this area. If nothing is found, we can expand the search. So, you don't even know what you're looking for? The thin, dark-skinned man in classic adventurer's leather armor and boots, standing before Hyan, exclaimed in surprise, "The Mist Forest isn't a place to wander around casually. We'll stay on the outskirts, we won't." Hyan's words were cut short by a rather loud voice. 3 days. A slightly overweight young man in a luxurious gold-embroidered robe raised 3 fingers. "We don't need your help searching. Once the time is up, we'll leave. There's no need to drag it out. As for safety." The overweight young man glanced at Wood. "Hyan's guard, you don't need to worry about that." Hearing this, the thin, dark-skinned man glared at him, gritting his teeth. "Fine, but I want 70 gold. 70? The overweight young man's voice suddenly became sharp. 50. This is a huge adventurers' guild. If you don't take it, plenty of others will. Their uncontrolled volume gradually attracted the attention of passers-by. Perhaps because of this, the blonde girl beside the young man, who had remained silent and impatient throughout, suddenly urged, "Larry, we've been in town for days, and it's so boring. I want to go home." As soon as she finished speaking, the overweight young man, Larry, immediately softened his aggressive demeanor. He adjusted his expensive custom-made robe and fawned over her. "Don't worry, Doris, we'll leave soon. I heard from the guards at home that the mist in the mist forest is actually concentrated magic. They say that if you inhale it." Hyan helplessly withdrew his gaze from the pair and looked back at the thin, dark-skinned man who had reneged on his agreement and demanded a higher price. "We can only offer 50 gold. If you don't accept, then I'm sorry." His emotions remained steady. In a way, the fat man, Larry, had done him a small favor. After this incident, the thin, dark-skinned man didn't want to miss out on the lucrative job, so he reluctantly agreed, nodding, "Fine, 50 gold is 50 gold. When do we leave?" "Today. Our supplies are already prepared." Chapter 20 Firefly Garlic Vine Task ID, 26 Type, Bounty Reward, 150,000 gold, Negotiable, Task Summary. A transcendent tier bog druid, Spore Society, has contaminated the water source of Neum Lower City, directly resulting in the deaths of 153 civilians and a near 2-month water outage in the surrounding districts. Contact guild staff for details. Those providing location intelligence will receive a reward from the Meadow Church. Time limit: none. Xia Nan's eyebrows twitched at the long string of zeros after the reward section. He was currently standing in front of the task board in the Adventurers Guild Hall. Having made up his mind to pursue the path of an adventurer, he planned to start with a few simple tasks to practice and familiarize himself with the entire process. Then, with the simple mindset of "I can't afford it, but I can still look," he glanced at the top of the task board, at the tasks with the highest rewards. TSK. Xia Nan clicked his tongue, memorizing several useful words from the task information, such as Transcendent Tier and Bog Druid, terms whose meanings he didn't yet understand. He then moved his gaze down to the bottom of the task board. Task ID, 201D Type, Investigation Reward, 200 Gold Task Summary. A trade caravan that departed from Higu town for nearby villages went missing on the road from Karanfor to Quishi village, located east of the Mist Forest. The caravan owner suspects they may have encountered bandits or monsters and requires an adventurer to investigate. Time limit: 15 days. Additional information. Recently, adventurers have discovered traces of thorn demons around Quishi village, which may be related to the caravan's disappearance. Wait, what's a thorn demon? Aside from the 2 place names in the task summary that were unheard of in his previous life's memories, the words Thorn Demon alone brought back painful memories of facing bear goblins in the Goblin Cave. Any monster whose name I haven't heard of will be treated as a powerful monster I can't handle alone until I buy books like a monster compendium and figure out their specific strength. Moreover, the uncertainty of this investigation task was too high, making it difficult to guarantee that the difficulty wouldn't suddenly spike to the level of the 6-figure bounty tasks above. I should probably join an experienced team for a while first, Xia Nan mused, rubbing his slightly sore temples. Otherwise, with only the thin adventurer's handbook in hand, he might not even be able to figure out the names of the monsters he encountered along the way. His gaze continued downward. Finally, after a long search, in the corner of the wooden task board, he found a task perfectly suited to his current abilities. Task ID, 387H Type, Gathering Reward, 1 Gold Cluster Task Summary. Ms. Edwina, the owner of the Greengrass Cauldron at 17, West Street, Higu Town, is preparing a batch of new antidotes and urgently needs a large quantity of firefly garlic vines, picture attached, that grow on the outskirts of the Mist Forest. Time limit: 3 days. Comparing the picture and description on the task board, Xia Nan's eyes lit up. He clearly remembered seeing a large cluster of these plants, which emitted a greenish-blue glow like fireflies at night, on his way back from the Mist Forest a few days ago. He had mistakenly thought they were some kind of monster that used their light to attract prey and had detoured to set up camp elsewhere. Looking back now, the number of those firefly garlic vines. There were probably at least 30 clusters. That meant over 30 gold coins in income. He remembered that the rotten fish and shrimp team, after fighting tooth and nail and being wiped out until only he, a temporary member, remained, had only received 30 gold for their investigation of the goblin infestation. This money was practically being handed to him. He couldn't pass it up. Is my beginner's luck still going strong? Xia Nan thought happily. He turned and headed towards the exit of the Adventurers Guild. Before embarking on his mission, he needed to make some necessary preparations. Xia Nan was clear about his position. Even though he had mastered the level 5 combat technique, spinning slash, and his physical attributes had improved due to attribute point acquisition, he still remained among the ranks of low-level adventurers. The tragedies of Eruki and Maji were still vivid in his mind. Even an experienced adventurer like Maji had fallen prey to this greenhorn. It was always better to be cautious and think things through. Therefore, for his first solo mission, Xia Nan, referring to the suggestions in the Adventurer's Handbook, made preparations that were thorough to the point of being excessive. For a trip that would only take a day, while retaining the storage space of his firefly garlic vine, he brought enough food and water for 5 days in the wilderness, 8 silver 2 copper, a medical kit containing bandages, ointments, and splints, enough for 10 uses. Xia Nan even had the shopkeeper throw in 20 feet of rope, 5 gold, essential supplies such as a compass, a simple map, flint, sleeping bag, blanket, and water bottle, 6 gold 2 silver. It is worth mentioning that to avoid the predicament of having to discard his backpack and luggage during the adventure, resulting in the loss of all his belongings, Xia Nan deposited most of the gold coins he had earned from his last mission in the only bank in Higu town. The interest was negligible, but it was very safe. Although the prices of these adventure-related items were almost from another dimension, he understood clearly that this was a necessary expense to ensure his safety. Moreover, this mission was short, and if things went smoothly, he would be back at the White Sparrow Tavern enjoying a feast with the 30 gold coins from the mission reward by this time tomorrow. He would only use at most 1/10 of the supplies he had prepared. He could use them for the next mission. Whoosh! He crossed out the second-to-last item on his checklist. Xia Nan tightened his backpack and breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the one-stop shop service on the street where the Adventurers Guild was located, he had completed most of his preparations in just one afternoon. Recalling how he had just been carrying large and small packages, clutching his shopping list in one hand, weaving through oddly shaped pedestrians, going back and forth between various shops, Xia Nan suddenly had a sense of déjà vu, like the scene in a movie from his past life, shopping in Diagon Alley before Hogwarts started. Can't go back now. He shook his head with a smile and looked at the last item on the list. Weapons and Equipment, Chapter 21, Weapons Rock Hammer, one of Higu Town's most famous blacksmith shops. Its armor and weapons were renowned for their durability and toughness, quite popular among the town's lower-level adventurers. Rumors even circulated that even the professional adventurers on the second floor of the association frequently commissioned equipment from Rock Hammer. This naturally made the blacksmith shop's business even hotter. Today, Xia Nan, preparing for an upcoming mission with the help of the Adventurer's Handbook *, finally met the owner of this blacksmith shop. Barn Steelbeard, a very dwarven-sounding name. His massive muscles, like coiled steel, and his reddish-brown beard almost reaching his chest, also fit the traditional image of a dwarf. However, standing half a head taller than a goblin, his 2.3-meter height didn't seem to match his claim of having dwarf blood. He looks more like one of those barbarians from the Ice Plains, Xia Nan muttered to himself, gazing at the burly figure in the shop. But his feet didn't stop, he walked straight in. Unexpectedly, despite claiming the bloodline of the Steelbeard clan, the owner of Rock Hammer, Barn, wasn't as rough and reckless as one might expect of a dwarf. Instead, he was like a typical, helpful shopkeeper. When Xia Nan showed his intention to buy, Barn proactively introduced his wares. This ringmail is the lightest among heavy armors. The iron rings effectively block slashing attacks from swords and axes. This chainmail is also good. Its defensive capabilities are slightly higher than ringmail, but its price is also more expensive by a dozen gold coins. Barn's detailed explanation filled Xia Nan's ears as his eyes scanned the display racks. He paused. This set, What caught his eye was a full-body suit of armor made of hard iron plates and metal clasps. Iron gauntlets, heavy leather boots, a helmet with an open faceplate and thick, sturdy leather padding underneath, all complemented by metal plates with a cold sheen, interwoven with belts and clasps. At first glance, it gave the illusion of a mobile fortress. If he could wear this super-heavy armor, even standing in a pile of goblins, letting their little wooden sticks beat him for 2 hours, he probably wouldn't lose a single hair. However, the heavy metal plates, while providing strong defense, also brought an unbearable weight for ordinary people. With his current physical condition, even walking normally would be a problem. Full plate armor, made of high-quality steel. Each metal piece is personally forged and tempered by me, Barn introduced with pride. The defensive power goes without saying, you can see it at a glance. If you buy the full set, we at Rockhammer will provide 3 free maintenance services. 1,500 gold, no credit. Hearing the price, Xia Nan immediately dismissed the idea. Clearly, this equipment wasn't something he could consider. He should be more practical. Fortunately, Rockhammer had a wide variety of equipment. After browsing around with Barn and listening to his brief introductions, Xia Nan had a general idea. Armor styles were numerous, but generally divided into 3 types: light armor, medium armor, and heavy armor. Heavy armor was too heavy, greatly affecting Xia Nan's agility, not suitable for his current fighting style. So he didn't consider it. Medium armor was good, its weight was between heavy and light armor, versatile, and its defensive performance was quite good. But perhaps because of this, it had the highest average price among the 3 types of armor. Even the cheapest chainmail shirt cost a full 50 gold coins. This was far beyond Xia Nan's budget. Finally, after much deliberation, he spent 10 gold coins on a custom leather armor from Barn's shop. This type of armor had high flexibility and extremely lightweight. The leather, boiled in oil to become harder, was its main material. And being from the famous blacksmith shop Rockhammer, its quality was excellent. Its overall performance was several times stronger than his previous second-hand armor of unknown origin. With the armor problem solved, next was a shield. Xia Nan paused, then waved to Barn in front of him. Forget it, I'm not very good with shields. The real world isn't like a game, where you can casually raise a shield to easily block enemy attacks, or even time a button press for a so-called parry counter. Especially in the complex environment of the Mist Forest, if you haven't mastered the relevant shield techniques, then no matter how sturdy your shield is, it's essentially just like holding a door. Xia Nan's most pressing need was to find a weapon suited to him. Fortunately, as the owner of the Rockhammer smithy, weapons were precisely the type of equipment Barn Steelbeard excelled at forging. Flails, light hammers, halberds. A wide variety of light and heavy melee weapons practically covered an entire wall. Long swords, single-edged, suitable for use in open combat. Iron-spiked hammers, armor-breaking weapons. A single blow might not affect the armor, but the person underneath is done for. Xia Nan's gaze swept across these weapons, following Barn's introduction. His thoughts gradually clarified. First, the weapon itself couldn't be too light. He wasn't like Eruki, with a nimble fighting style like an assassin. The 2 daggers on his person were merely for emergencies. His highly flexible, thin leather armor, and the freed-up operational space from not needing a shield, inclined him towards a weapon he could wield with both hands. His previous single-handed sword was sharp enough, but the free hand felt awkward in combat. Gugu's double-headed axe was powerful, but sometimes felt cumbersome in practice. Secondly, the weapon type had to be compatible with spinning slash. Although this trump card, thanks to his predecessor's efforts and attribute panel enhancements, had been upgraded to LV5 max level, it was almost integrated into him like a natural movement. Not only short daggers, even a hoe from the fields could easily unleash spinning slash in Xia Nan's hands. But since he had choices, he had to find the most suitable one. So, just as Xia Nan was lost in thought over his weapon choice, Barn, who had been explaining while observing him, seemed to misunderstand something. He let out a hearty laugh, pulling the dumbfounded Xia Nan aside. Nothing to be shy about, everyone starts as a newbie. Not enough gold isn't a problem either. Although we don't accept credit, we do have some relatively cheaper options. Take a look, see if you like anything. Chapter 22. Grey Sword facing Barn's goodwill. Xia Nan didn't refuse. After all, he hadn't made a decision yet, and it wouldn't hurt to look around. Don't worry, although they're all second-hand goods, since I dare to sell them, the quality is definitely up to standard, durable. The thick voice echoed in the shop. Barn patted his chest and guaranteed. Before Xia Nan were many weapons with worn-out appearances. They didn't have their own shelves, simply piled together, clearly not valued by the shop owner. But judging from the metallic luster emanating from the surface of those weapons, and the occasional flash of cold light as his gaze shifted, it was clear that Barn wasn't lying. They were undoubtedly second-hand goods, but they were all well-maintained. Xia Nan squatted down, patiently drawing them one by one from the pile of weapons, holding them up to examine them closely, and asked, "Do high-level adventurers also use this kind of weapon? Not the second-hand stuff, but the non-magical items, you know." To this, Barn stroked his beard and said gruffly, "Many times, adventurers like you who are fresh out of the gate, no offense, always have many fantasies about those senior adventurers with professional levels. But they're also human, they need to spend money to eat, they can turn against each other over the ownership of a piece of loot, and they can save up half a year's income for a house in a prime location. Magical items are more likely to appear in the hands of high-level professionals, but only a very small number are rich enough to be covered in them. What about your shop?" Xia Nan's tone was flat, as if he was just casually chatting while picking out weapons. "Do you also sell those legendary magical equipment?" Barn didn't respond, only smiled mysteriously. Having obtained the key information, Xia Nan no longer wasted time, patted the dust off his hands, and slowly stood up. The fact proved that second-hand goods were indeed just second-hand goods. He had searched through them all, and there was absolutely no suitable choice. Over 100 gold coins wasn't much, but it was still enough to buy a brand-new, non-magical weapon. If possible, it would be. Buzz, a grey gleam flashed in the corner of his eye. Xia Nan's gaze subconsciously followed. In just a few breaths, he paused, stared, frowned, and then returned to calm. The semi-transparent panel in front of him also faded and disappeared as his attention shifted. Sturdy decapitation longsword type, greatsword level, common, white, effect, durability plus 50%, decapitation damage plus 5% description, a fine work produced by the Rockhammer blacksmith shop. A small accident during forging seems to have caused some peculiar changes to this long sword. Remarks: 1, 2, 3, wait, how many times did I hit it with the hammer just now? Rockhammer times Gungshu Clan 492nd Forging Competition 105th place times Barn Gungshu. This was a great sword buried in the shadows. The hilt was about 9 inches long. The spiral metal texture and prominent rivets enhanced both the friction between the palm and the hilt when holding the sword, and also gave it a certain feel when held. The steel-cast crossguard didn't extend very far to the sides, barely exceeding the blade by half a finger, appearing exceptionally concise. The blade was about 4 feet long, 3 fingers wide, thin, with smooth lines and a sharp edge. The simple and concise style was consistent throughout. The surface of the blade had no patterns, only occasionally flashing a sharp cold light as decoration. Unlike the other weapons in the shop, this longsword was an extremely strange iron grey, as if a thin mist had been cast over the blade, making it far less noticeable than other blades. Xia Nan showed no ripples on his surface, but his heart was already surging. He pretended to be casual and said calmly, "This sword's color is a bit strange, isn't it? A defective product." Hearing this, Barn actually showed a slightly embarrassed expression, scratching his head awkwardly. "Hee, I was planning to make a great sword the other day, but I got a little distracted when sharpening the blade." "No, I just said it casually. Did you really sell it as a defective product?" Xia Nan pursed his lips, forcibly holding back the expression on his face. Barn beside him didn't notice his reaction, only continuing to mutter, "Alas, it's such a waste of these dozen or so pounds of grey steel. It was sent to me by my cousin from the clan, saying it was from a new mine opened at Yangzhou Feng for me to try. I don't know how I'll explain it when they ask." "Oh." Xia Nan raised an eyebrow, picking up on the other's words. This sword only seems to have a strange color. Where is the flaw? Barn still didn't notice his subtly fluctuating tone, remaining immersed in his regret. Stepping forward, he picked up the great sword, pointing at the blade. Normally, equipment forged from grey steel should be a light grey like quicklime. Look, isn't this sword a bit too dark? This is because I got distracted while forging the blade, and hammered it a few extra times, causing the whole process to be delayed. Saying this, Barn showed an even more regretful and sighing expression. Don't look at its surface. Apart from the color, it's no different from other weapons. In reality, there might be problems somewhere in the blade, and it might break unexpectedly during battle. This is something that can't be tested. As you know, equipment from our rock hammer is always known for its toughness and durability. For this kind of work, where the quality can't be precisely controlled due to errors in the forging process, I naturally won't sell it as a regular product. I can't lose my reputation for the sake of a few dozen gold coins profit. The clan told everyone this before we came out. At this moment, Xia Nan once again felt the convenience of his cheat. Information asymmetry. Barn's mistake in the forging process prevented him from guaranteeing the quality of the longsword, worrying that potential problems would damage the reputation of Rock Hammer. But Xia Nan, possessing the attribute panel, knew clearly. The other party's small mistake had not only not reduced the quality of the longsword, but had actually made the blade even stronger and more durable, even adding some other qualities. Must get it, he thought to himself. Now that the other party had explained the reason for treating the long sword as a defective item, Xia Nan no longer concealed his intentions and said straightforwardly, I'll take this sword. How much? Didn't I explain it clearly? Barn was stunned, then said in surprise, this sword had problems. During forging, the quality isn't guaranteed. I think it's perfect for me. I'll take it. Seeing Xia Nan's resolute attitude, Barn stopped talking and looked at him for a few seconds. Then he sighed helplessly. All right, let's be clear. If there's a problem later, don't come looking for me, and don't tell anyone outside that you bought this sword from me. Understand? Of course. Xia Nan nodded earnestly. I found the sword in the goblin cave. 35 gold, cost price. Chapter 23, Footsteps. The mist forest lies deep within the Afala continent. Ancient, hidden remnants and its naturally unique terrain imbue this place with a magical density unlike any other region. And with it comes the dangerous magical creatures born from the pale mist. Living for extended periods in a high-concentration magical environment, nourished by abundant magic, these creatures either possess bodies far stronger than ordinary beings, or are naturally gifted with the ability to manipulate the laws of nature. They occupy the highest ecological niche in the entire forest. But equally, their ability to remain at the apex of the food chain relies on the vast base supporting them. Within this forest, perpetually shrouded in a thin mist, countless ordinary creatures exist, creatures not listed in any bestiary. Whoosh! A gentle breeze rustles, leaves swirling and falling. The brownish bark resembles a dried-up waterway, rough and covered in cracks and fissures. From afar, it seems like just another common oak branch in the forest. But if you are patient, if you observe more carefully, you will gradually discover the fleeting crimson snake tongue in the air, and the slender outline subtly extending across the surface of the trunk. This is a Rosalind sharp-nosed viper. The light brown mottled pattern on its fine scales, combined with the patience and slowness characteristic of cold-blooded animals, allows it to blend almost seamlessly with its environment. Its long, pointed, triangular head also naturally hints at the intense toxicity of this snake. It waits patiently. The mist forest never lacks prey. Its unique body structure capable of swallowing prey several times its size, its nearly 5-foot length, and the 2 sharp fangs beneath its skull, ready to inject venom at any moment, means its prey list includes not only frogs and lizards, but also some small and medium-sized mammals. And if it encounters creatures that are too large, the survival instinct ingrained in its blood will drive them away from this dangerous creature wielding deadly venom. Squeak! A long-eared mouse, its body covered in soft fur, carefully moves through the fallen leaves. Its clear, yet foolish, mouse eyes seem to foreshadow its fate. Approaching slowly. The sharp-nosed viper's cold, vertical pupils show no emotion, its neck is arched, muscles tense. Muscles brimming with explosive power beneath its scales allow it to inject its venom into its target in a fraction of a second, followed by constriction, and then the waiting for its prey's death. Tiny brown scales tremble slightly as the muscles swell. This is the prelude to its attack. Then, buzz a steel gray, sharp light flashes through the air. Accompanied by splinters of wood flying from the tree trunk, is the long-eared mouse fleeing in panic into the depths of the bushes. The sharp-nosed viper's body remains tense and arched, as it was a moment before the attack. But its head has been severed by a cold, sharp blade. Damn! Scared the shit out of me. With a lingering sense of fear, Xia Nan exerts a little more force with his right hand, pulling the decapitating long sword out of the tree trunk. This is his second day back in the mist forest. Unlike his expectations, the complex environment of the forest, filled with mist and countless similar trees, makes it difficult to discern direction, even with the professional compass and rudimentary map he bought from a general store. Adding to this, being alone, the slightest sound around him makes Xia Nan alert and cautious, proceeding slowly and warily. As a result, his progress is even slower than that of the previous team of incompetent fools. He hadn't realized it at the time, but now he thinks it was probably because Maji possessed some kind of directional exploration combat skill. Fortunately, the location of the firefly garlic vine in his memory isn't far from Higu town. After an afternoon and half a morning of wandering around, he's almost there. Digging a small pit in the ground, Xia Nan uses the tip of his sword to toss the snake's head into it with a look of disgust. Some random piece of knowledge from his past life tells him that even if a snake's head is cut off, it can still open and close its mouth and inject venom due to muscle memory. Therefore, to be safe, it's best to bury its head in a pit to avoid being bitten. In Xia Nan's opinion, the most dangerous things in the mist forest were, naturally, the bizarre and grotesque monsters, but if one were to speak of disgust, the various snakes and insects found everywhere along the path were undoubtedly the winners. Even with his antidote and insect repellent, a careless bite from one of these little creatures was no laughing matter. Standing still, he carefully scanned his surroundings. Confirming there were no abnormalities, Xia Nan relaxed slightly, took off his backpack, and rummaged through it for a piece of gauze. While resting and recovering his strength, he also carefully maintained his newly purchased long sword. Actually, according to Barn, the owner of Rock Hammer yesterday, unless he experienced a major battle, his sword only needed maintenance every 3 days. But since he had just gotten it, even though he knew that after a while, many difficult-to-clean usage marks would appear on the sword, he still couldn't help but want to keep it in its brand-new pristine state. The soft gauze gently wiped away the few stains on the sword's surface. Feeling the tough, slightly cool touch of the sword hilt, Xia Nan's thoughts drifted. Speaking of which, as an adventurer who often faced various battles, a suitable weapon was almost equivalent to his second life. Therefore, when choosing a weapon, he had to carefully confirm whether its feel and center of gravity matched his fighting habits. Xia Nan hadn't considered that much at the time, only buying the long sword with a mentality of picking up a bargain. Looking back now, while he couldn't say he was wrong, he should have considered it more carefully. Fortunately, after a day and a half of adjustment, Xia Nan could confirm that this decapitation longsword had a very good compatibility with him. It was heavier than a typical greatsword, but still within the range of his current strength. Its 4-foot blade and double edges allowed the spinning slash technique to be perfectly utilized. Even its iron-gray, understated blade suited his aesthetics. Now, Xia Nan even wished for a few more encounters, to cut down a few goblins to prove the sharpness of his sword. Bear goblins are out of the question, he joked to himself. Standing up, he put the slightly heavy pack back on his shoulders. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a snake corpse among the fallen leaves. As if suddenly remembering something, he took out his somewhat wrinkled adventurer's handbook from his bosom. 21. An adventurer's hands should be stained with blood. Hey, what's there to be squeamish about? Those are fragrant, shiny gold coins. 21.3 Regarding those reptiles, remember to take their gallbladders. These usually sell for a good price at herbal shops and alchemy stores. The specific price depends on their size and type. Some special types, such as the unicorn on the ice trace horned snake's head and the shed skin of a python, can also fetch a good price. Of course, all of the above only applies to ordinary creatures. For monsters. Right, I almost missed out on a few more gold coins. Xia Nan pulled out a dagger from his waist, and referring to the illustrations in the handbook, somewhat awkwardly cut open the viper's scaly body. Got it. On his hand, stained with mucus and blood, was a black, sac-like organ. A viper gallbladder of this size from the Mist Forest probably sells for 3 silver coins. Recalling the price list he had seen at the pharmacy, he guessed in his heart. In his past life, Xia Nan had heard someone ask a very interesting question. With the same monthly income of 5,000, why was the experience of living in the countryside and the city so different? Prices certainly varied, but in his opinion, the temptations from the surrounding environment were also a major reason. For him, when he had just transmigrated to this world, his mind only held the simple memories of his predecessor's 18 years spent with wheat stalks. 100 gold and 10 gold seemed to make no difference to him, both were huge sums. But when Xia Nan carried over 100 gold coins worth of loot, strolled around Higu town, and saw potions costing 500 gold and armor costing 4 figures, his understanding of this world underwent a clear change. At least, as he pressed against the writhing, twitching snake body, extracting the gallbladder from the mucus and blood. Besides disgust, what filled his heart was the joy of being able to sell a few more gold coins upon returning to town. Especially given that he only had 24 gold, 2 silver, and 7 copper left on him. Yes, Xia Nan, who once had over 130 gold coins, now had less than a fraction left. A 35 gold longsword and 10 gold leather armor were only part of the bill. The culprit responsible for such a drastic reduction in his savings was currently resting quietly in the safest and most convenient place, his pouch. 50 gold. A whole, unopened bottle, emitting a faint luminescence when shaken, a healing potion. Xia Nan couldn't resist. After completing all the necessary preparations before his outing, he used his remaining savings to add another trump card to his adventure. But he didn't regret it. Because he knew exactly what this healing potion could do. The unique luster of metal flashed before his eyes, the iron-grey blade reflected Xia Nan's image. His gaze focused, and translucent text appeared before him. Name, Xia Nan. Attributes, Strength, 6 Agility, 6 Constitution, 5 Intelligence, 5 Perception, 5 Charisma, 5 Specialization, Master of Cleaving Skills, Spin/LV5, Max, Equipment Items, Deadline, Sturdy Longsword, Healing Potion *1. This was Xia Nan's second adventure. But undoubtedly, compared to himself when he had just transmigrated to this world, he had undergone tremendous changes, both mentally and physically. If he were to return to the dark and bloody goblin cave from back then, he wouldn't necessarily achieve a complete victory, but at least when he dealt with those 4 goblin minions, Ga-Ji-Yu should not have completely lost his combat ability. Tossing the still-twitching snake corpse to the ground, Xia Nan looked calm as he pulled out his compass and map. This direction. As his destination drew nearer, the memories that had been shrouded in a mist like the forest air gradually became clearer. His pace quickened. After about 2 more hours, Xia Nan pushed aside the dense bushes before him, revealing a clearing. To be honest, this clearing wasn't very large, even including the gradually thickening vegetation at its edges. It was only about a quarter the size of a basketball court. But nestled within the towering trees of the Mist Forest, it stood out starkly. In the center of the clearing stood a dark oak tree, roughly the thickness of 2 people embracing. It wasn't tall, nor particularly majestic or sturdy. The only thing that distinguished it from the surrounding trees, at least from its outward appearance, were the clusters of pale white vines hanging from its branches. Xia Nan's eyes lit up. Memories from a few days ago, when he passed by, told him that these oddly colored vines emitted a faint glow like fireflies at night. Firefly garlic vine. He rejoiced inwardly. But he didn't rush to approach. A sudden clearing in a dense forest, strange glowing plants, and the potential for great rewards. Any adventurer with even a little common sense wouldn't rashly approach such a scene. Xia Nan, still a novice adventurer, constantly vigilant of his surroundings, was even more cautious. He gripped his long sword tightly, his semi-squatting body leaning slightly forward, maintaining the most efficient posture for exertion. With minimal movement, he spent a full 10 minutes circling the edge of the clearing. The grass, the treetops. Only after thoroughly checking for ambushes did he turn his gaze back to the oak tree in the clearing. His expression was hesitant. The forest was dense with trees, often obstructing vision and hindering the timely detection of potential dangers, but they could also serve as cover when necessary. If there were lurking enemies, his presence in the open would expose his entire position. After a moment's thought, Xia Nan finally made his decision. There was no point in continuing this stalemate. He had to take the initiative. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward, charging into the clearing. He stopped abruptly as he neared the vines. His long sword flashed horizontally, the iron-gray chill shimmering on the blade. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, whispering a soft shush. Xia Nan, having just finished his silent duel with the air, decisively sheathed his sword. No one had seen him, so there was no need for embarrassment. He then swiftly pulled out his dagger and harvested clumps of firefly garlic vine. Knowing the location was his secret, and unsure of the vine's growth pattern, he still opted for sustainable harvesting, leaving behind some immature leaves and branches. In just 5 minutes, 32 clumps of firefly garlic vine were carefully and quickly stuffed into his specially prepared backpack. Perfect. He tightened the rather weighty pack on his back, just about to leave, when he heard 2 sets of hurried footsteps from the right-hand side of the woods. Chapter 24. 5 seconds plop. Thick boots, stained with blood, landed heavily on the soft, damp meadow, splashing up tiny specks of mud. Damn it, why are there professionals here? A flat-headed man with a fierce countenance gasped for breath, his arms swinging violently like hammers, the dense bushes behind him rapidly receding. I shouldn't have trusted that old man's words. This job almost cost me my life. Big brother, what do we do now? Running alongside the fierce-looking man was a powerfully built man with rather dull features. Except now, besides dullness, his face also held a thick layer of terror. What do we do? Do you need me to tell you what we're doing? Running. That kid's background isn't simple. We can't stay in this Higu town. No, probably not even in the few towns near Neum. Buzz, a rapidly spinning arrow tore through the air, instantly embedding itself in the mud at the man's feet. From the shadows of the nearby woods, came the terrifying sound of something moving quickly. The 2 men instantly jolted, their already hurried steps becoming even more chaotic, as if some terrifying monster was about to devour them from behind. Creak. Grass and fallen leaves danced in the air. The fierce-looking man felt the annoying resistance of the seemingly ubiquitous bushes in front of him vanish in an instant. The sunlight, which should have been blocked by the canopy above, suddenly became intense. The view opened up abruptly. A clearing. Big brother, there's an ambush. The dull-featured man's terrified shout reached his ears. His gaze followed, and what met his eyes was a sharp-looking young man with black hair. Although the fierce-looking man vaguely felt a sense of familiarity, at this moment he couldn't care less. His blood surged, his eyes gleaming. The surging emotions brought on by the boundary between life and death made him make a decision in an instant. Damn it, just one, let's take him down. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. Xia Nan suddenly heard 2 hurried footsteps from the nearby woods. He stood up and turned his head. 2 men, covered in leaves and grass, burst out instantly. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The slightly pungent smell of firefly garlic vine filled his nostrils with each breath, and the rustling of branches swaying filled his ears. His brain worked rapidly. 0.1 second after seeing the 2 men appear, the first thought that flashed through Xia Nan's mind was run. The sudden clearing in the dense forest, the deliberately conspicuous and expensive plants, the lack of any unusual search results, and even the timing of his just completed firefly garlic vine harvest. All told him that the 2 men were ambushing him here deliberately. But then he realized that if he wanted to escape, the heavy backpack filled with firefly garlic vine, worth more than 30 gold coins, would have to be abandoned. Gain and risk, like an invisible scale, weighed heavily on both sides in his heart. 0.2 second. Is there a possibility of avoiding battle? A thought flashed through his mind. Verbal persuasion, or giving up some of the profits. No, that won't work. He was outnumbered, while the opponents were too. Before showing any strength, he had absolutely no bargaining power. And judging by the desperate efforts of the two men, they didn't seem like they were capable of negotiation. Therefore, 0.3 second, he felt the resistance of the sword leaving its sheath. The heavy backpack, which he had just treasured so much, worth dozens of gold coins, was now ruthlessly discarded. Battle intent surged. At this moment, Xia Nan had made his decision. 0.5 second. Xia Nan stood still, watching the two men quickly separate and run in different directions. Did they intend to flank him, launching a simultaneous attack? Reality wasn't a game. A cut from a blade wouldn't just deduct a sliver of health. Having your limbs severed would leave you crippled for life. A throat wound would truly kill you. Even with healing potions, they didn't possess the ability to regenerate limbs or revive the dead. Xia Nan didn't know what he was facing. Driven by his survival instinct, he frantically worked his brain, analyzing the situation for the impending battle. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Since ancient times, those who could simultaneously parry, or even counterattack, from multiple directions in a group battle were all master-level figures proficient in combat techniques. Even in the rather fantastical kung fu movies of his past life, the protagonists, when facing multiple attackers, usually split the battlefield and defeated them one by one. In an instant, Xia Nan had formulated a preliminary battle plan. He would turn the 1v2 into 2 1v1s. 0.7 seconds. A sharp gaze swept across. The flat-topped man on the left, with a ferocious face, wielded an iron sword, his expression focused, his movements swift, clearly a veteran. The man on the right, though more powerfully built, was noticeably slower, his face flushed and wooden, dragging a heavy double-headed hammer. Target locked. 1 second. The sword tip rose slightly, the cold touch of the hilt against his palm. Xia Nan took his first step forward. Facing 2 opponents, both wielding weapons capable of instantly killing him. He had to eliminate the first enemy with maximum speed. 3 more steps. The distance between him and the wooden-faced man instantly shortened. The iron-grey blade flashed in his peripheral vision. Within longsword range. His right foot slammed into the ground, the sole sinking into the mud. Spinning slash. A force, as if from the earth itself, surged up from his feet in an instant, gathering strength from his entire body like a river tide, finally transmitted to the hilt through his fingertips. The sharp, iron-grey light carved a crescent arc in the air. Master of cleaving plus 5% cleaving damage, decapitation longsword plus 5% decapitation damage, and his strength attribute, boosted to 6 by attribute points. Xia Nan unleashed the fastest strike since his arrival in this world. Swoosh. The heavy double-headed hammer was only halfway raised when the wooden-faced man's head spun off his shoulders. 3.5 seconds. Blood spurted from the empty neck like a fountain, a few drops splashing onto Xia Nan's face. But he felt no disgust. Because he felt the sharp wind from behind. No time to sheath his sword. Xia Nan, using the momentum from the spinning slash, spun half a circle as he pulled the blade back in front of him. Then, clang. Sparks flew. The silver blade slammed into the iron-grey blade of the decapitation longsword. More than 2 seconds had passed, enough time for the other enemy to close the distance. Thud. Behind him, the dull sound of a body hitting the ground. The 4-foot-long sword, which he had treasured just hours ago, meticulously wiping away any smudges, was now carelessly held across his chest by Xia Nan, blocking the attack. The sword tip flashed coldly. At this moment, he could clearly see the other man's pupils trembling slightly from his comrade's death, the tense facial muscles from gritting his teeth, even the flecks of foam at the corner of his mouth. 4 seconds. Force met force through the blades. Xia Nan was currently in a rigid state, his old strength spent, new strength yet to come. The opponent, too, felt the force transmitted through the blade, his arms numb and weak. The battle seemed to fall into a momentary stalemate. In this situation, The 1 point of agility provided by the maxed-out spinning slash proved effective. Xia Nan regained his balance a moment sooner. Then, a sudden, powerful kick. The vicious man, struck in the abdomen, grimaced in pain, his grip weakening. Xia Nan seized the opportunity, lightly retreating 2 steps, creating half a body-length distance between them. Then, spinning slash a steel grey, crescent-shaped sword arc flashed through the air, gone in an instant. Mingled with a viscous red and white liquid, a smoothly severed half-head, spun, and fell. Green leaves swirled nearby, gently drifting to the ground. From their appearance to the end of the fight, it took 5.25 seconds. Huff, huff, Xia Nan gasped, the underlayer of his leather armor soaked with sweat. 5 seconds, barely the time for a deep breath. Yet, it was enough time for an encounter to begin and end. His heart pounded violently, his head swimming slightly. The intense focus of battle slowly receded, returning to reality. He even felt that the intensity and pressure of this fight were no less than when he faced the bear goblin. The slightest deviation in judgment or action would have resulted in crippling injuries or even death. Thanks to his predecessor's relentless training, he had managed to level up spinning slash to max level immediately after transmigrating to this world, receiving rewards and boosting his overall strength to its current level. The thick smell of blood filled his nostrils. Standing there, Xia Nan looked at the 2 corpses lying side by side on the ground, a strange feeling in his heart. Who would have thought that just over 10 days ago, he was a miserable office worker, a salaryman who hadn't even killed a chicken? Now, he was a ruthless killer capable of taking down 2 adventurers in a single breath. Perhaps, he really did have some kind of combat talent. Drip. Warm, viscous blood dripped from the tip of his sword, staining a few blades of grass. Xia Nan suddenly remembered something. He quickly raised his decapitation long sword, pulled out a piece of gauze from his bosom, wiped the blood from its surface, and then carefully examined the blade, particularly the area that had blocked the enemy's strike. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. The 50% durability bonus on his attribute panel was indeed no joke. That strike had even sparked, yet on the sword, it only left a tiny, almost imperceptible scratch, easily removed with a thorough cleaning back in town. Good, good. Though still a little heartbroken, Xia Nan accepted the result. And cheerfully began to loot the battlefield. These second-hand leather armors can only be sold at half price, they're heavy, and not high-quality items. Carrying them would probably make it hard to even walk, forget it. The iron sword is decent, it seems well maintained, and with that warhammer, probably 15 gold. No need to take the food supplies, I have enough. The compass doesn't take up much space, I'll take it. Why are there 2 shovels? Heh. Xia Nan, with a nauseous yet pleased expression, rummaging through the corpses, suddenly raised an eyebrow. He had pulled a bulging money pouch from the waist of the vicious man. He opened the mouth and looked inside, TSK. A glittering expanse of gold. Heavier than the pouch I received from the Association for the Bounty, probably at least 50 gold. Xia Nan weighed the slightly heavy cloth bag in his hand, muttering to himself. Strange, did these 2 carry all their belongings on them? Of course, now that they were corpses, they couldn't answer his question. Xia Nan didn't care about such details. After carefully searching the bodies again to ensure nothing was missed, he repacked his backpack filled with firefly garlic vine and prepared to leave quickly. The smell of blood easily attracts danger, a lesson he learned from the rotten fish and shrimp team. A small gathering mission, a small profit of 80 gold. At this rate, I should be able to afford a decent set of medium armor soon. Leather armor is not bad, but the defense is still lacking. Just as Xia Nan was about to leave with his backpack on his back, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the direction the 2 men had charged from earlier, not far from Xia Nan's side. Xia Nan's heart leaped. No way, more of them. He made a swift decision. He'd just survived a desperate battle. While he hadn't suffered any injuries, the 2 consecutive uses of spinning slash had left his arms aching. His combat effectiveness was down. Under these circumstances, while he might be a bit reckless at times, he wasn't suicidal enough to be greedy. The moment the situation felt wrong, he'd ditch his backpack and the two scavenged weapons and run. He still had over 50 gold coins pilfered from the corpses. Even if he didn't get to take a single firefly garlic vine, he wouldn't be at a loss. Meanwhile, the several figures rapidly approaching through the bushes came into Xia Nan's view. Bang! Branches and leaves scattered. A chubby figure tumbled out of the bushes in a clumsy heap. Only then did he notice the sudden clearing, crouching down in a comical fighting stance. Following close behind were Xia Nan, a half-elf with a longbow and a vigilant expression, and a blonde girl, pale and visibly panicked. Oh, and Wood, the suspected professional, whose presence was minimal, shadowing the half-elf. Silver hair danced in the wind as Xia Nan gripped his bow, his other hand resting on his quiver, ready to draw and fire at a moment's notice. His silver-grey eyes narrowed slightly against the bright sun, scanning the clearing. The next second, he saw the two corpses, growing cold. His pupils dilated slightly. He looked at Xia Nan, the only one still standing, alert and wary. You. Chapter 25. Dissuasion. They're all dead. Larry, whose figure was slightly overweight, stared at the scene before him, his face filled with unbelievable astonishment. At this moment, he was naturally no longer the prodigal son he had been at the tavern. His luxurious and flamboyant robe, inconvenient for movement, had been replaced with a similarly brightly colored but significantly more streamlined close-fitting outfit. But perhaps due to the hasty purchase, without considering his slightly oversized physique, it looked a little too tight, as if he were wearing children's clothing. Dude, did you do all this? Larry's eyes were fixed on Xia Nan, who stood in the open space ahead, his hand gripping his sword hilt, his face full of vigilance. His tone still carried a strong sense of disbelief. Without waiting for Xia Nan to respond, he suddenly turned around, like a bystander joining the crowd on the street, exposing his unguarded back to Xia Nan. Doris, I told you, those were just bandits. Adventurers should be like this. Surprisingly, facing the carnage in the open space, the girl with golden hair and a slender figure, though her face had paled further, nodded slightly in agreement at Larry's words. Xia Nan even felt that she seemed subtly excited. Friend, it's a misunderstanding, we have no hostile intentions. On the other side, the half-elf Xia Nan had also initially figured out the situation, putting away his longbow, his hands outstretched in front of him, showing that he was not capable of attacking. Xia Nan wouldn't easily believe the promises of strangers. Moreover, the man with extremely low presence, whom he considered a suspected professional, was currently standing beside the half-elf, watching him vigilantly, showing no sign of lessening his hostility. He didn't respond much, only tightening his grip on his long sword, slowly backing away from the group. Noticing his gaze, Xia Nan paused, then seemed to realize something. Turning around, he addressed his guard, Wood, with a serious reprimand. Wood, he is not our enemy. The usually gentle and soft-spoken young master suddenly spoke in such a heavy tone. Even if Wood was reluctant, he still put away his two daggers, muttering, "That's not necessarily true." Seeing this, Xia Nan, who had retreated to the edge of the open space, putting a considerable distance between himself and the others, slightly raised his eyebrows. The mist forest was complex. Even the most experienced adventurers, if they carelessly plunged into it, would easily get lost. Their performance didn't seem fake, and he could retreat into the forest at any time, giving him some leeway. Perhaps he could listen to what this half-elf had to say. Meanwhile, seeing Xia Nan stop, Xia Nan also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, across the open space, he raised his voice to explain, "Friend, first, I must apologize. The day before yesterday, our team had just entered the mist forest when we were ambushed by the enemy. Fortunately, our team was strong enough, and we didn't fall for it. To find out who was behind them, my teammates and I deliberately let two of them escape. And then, this happened." Xia Nan glanced at the two corpses lying on the ground and added, "Friend, for inadvertently involving you, I apologize again on behalf of my teammates." Xia Nan's gaze swept over the group without a trace. The grass clinging to his hair from high-speed movement, the mud on his boots, even the bloodstains on his armor. Combined with the duo's previous performance, what they said had a degree of credibility. Thinking back, when those two charged at him, They did have a desperate, suicidal look on their faces. So they had mistaken him for the half-elf's accomplice? He had indeed suffered an undeserved disaster. But that's it. They acted so solemnly, just to keep him around to hear their apology. Xia Nan's expression remained unchanged, but he felt strangely odd inside. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke his first words since the group appeared. So? Meanwhile, he already had a plan in mind. Perhaps he had encountered the more amicable kind among adventurers? After all, if the other party were truly in cahoots with the duo from before, and wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't need to approach in two separate waves like this. 6 people attacking together directly, or even just sending that low presence guard, would have been enough for him to be unable to withstand. There was absolutely no need to waste words with him here. So, were they demanding he hand over the spoils he'd taken from the 2 earlier, or did they want compensation for disrupting their pursuit of the mastermind behind the scenes? Xia Nan guessed at the unfolding events in his heart, but the moment his "so" left his lips, it was as if a mute button had been pressed, the entire area falling instantly silent. Yeah, so? Hyan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Wood, like a shadow, never leaving his side, also twitched his lips. Although he was used to the young master's inherited, saintly-like pure nature from his mother, a nature that adhered to a vow of devotion. But when he encountered such a predicament, even his face showed some difficulty in maintaining composure. Fortunately, the silence didn't last long. Looking at Xia Nan ahead, wielding a steel-grey greatsword, a light bulb went off in Larry the fat man's head, and he leaned in, saying, "Hyan, didn't the new adventurer we recruited die at the hands of those bandits? Going back to Higu town to recruit, it'll take a whole day to go and return, or, young master, please reconsider." Before the half-elf Hyan could speak, Wood on the side had already spoken to dissuade him. This person's background is unclear, letting him join the team will likely add unnecessary risks. As a ranger who had already achieved a professional level, having stepped onto the path of shadows and secrecy, Wood observed very carefully. This young man with black hair seemed to be covered in blood, exceptionally gruesome, but judging by his movements, he probably didn't have a single scratch on him. The 2 corpses on the ground were intact, only their heads, the vital points, had suffered fatal injuries, the cuts smooth, clearly a single, decisive strike. And given the speed at which they arrived after discovering the incident, the window of opportunity left for the young man was only 6 or 7 seconds. To be able to end the battle in such a concise and efficient manner in such a short time. Even if the duo weren't particularly strong, only ordinary adventurers. The black-haired man before them, wielding a steel-grey decapitation greatsword, was far from as simple as his youthful appearance suggested. Coupled with the 2 seemingly coincidental encounters in Higu town, it made Wood even more suspicious of him. Under these circumstances, actively inviting him to join the team was undoubtedly planting a time bomb for themselves. Chapter 26 The Token Wood, we've wasted too much time in Higu town. Silver-white hair danced in the wind as Hyan softly addressed his most loyal guard. Like the long ears who dwelled in the towering, cloud-piercing forests, half-elves, despite the kindness instilled by their elders, occasionally displayed stubbornness. Mother always said, "The Waina River never stops flowing," elven proverb, "we can't delay any longer." As if hearing a key word, Wood, who had been about to firmly state his opinion, opened his mouth, then swallowed his words back down. Though usually unreliable, Larry's suggestion wasn't bad. Hyan weighed his options. He was still unappointed, his strength limited. He possessed several combat techniques learned from his mother, but they were all ranged attacks. Larry, outwardly frivolous, came from a wealthy family, having received private training from professional adventurers since childhood. He had some combat ability, but not much. Doris, let's not mention her, Wood was a true professional. Few creatures in the outer mist forest could threaten him, but based on past outings, even in the fiercest battles, he would only stay by his side. They still had a distance to their destination. Being in the mist forest, avoiding all combat was impossible. Therefore, their team needed a strong adventurer capable of close-quarters combat. Hyan looked across the open space at the alert black-haired youth. Pausing for a few seconds to gather his thoughts, He slowly spoke. As compensation for inadvertently involving you, I'll leave 30 gold coins. Normally, even the kindest person wouldn't go this far for a stranger. But to repair their team's image in the youth's eyes, and for the upcoming recruitment, Xia Nan, after careful consideration, chose this practical approach to show his sincerity. Then I wish to hire you for 70 gold coins, as a temporary member to assist our team with its current mission. Xia Nan, who had been internally debating whether to run off with the gold coins or hand over his spoils, froze. His first reaction was, 30 plus 70 is equal to 100 gold coins. No, no, no. Xia Nan dismissed the thought, judging the authenticity of the invitation. First, he possessed items worth nearly 80 gold coins, firefly garlic vine plus duo loot. Returning to Higu town would be a huge profit. He didn't need to risk it for 100 gold coins. As a lone adventurer, he had to consider the possibility of a deceptive invitation, a trap to lure him closer for an ambush. Second, Xia Nan found something off about these four people. Even the most bottom-tier adventurer teams, like the pathetic group he encountered before, had a configuration of frontline warrior, guard GU, plus ranged archer, Maji, plus assassin, Eruki. This group of four, the half-elf and his guard were normal enough, but what was the position of the overweight man, whose equipment didn't even fit, and who looked even newer than himself? Not to mention the pale-faced blonde woman at the back of the group. They looked less like an adventurer team and more like wealthy city folk on a countryside excursion. Xia Nan paused, then looked at them again with a strange expression. Could it be? He found the situation absurd, almost tricked onto a pirate ship. Forget 100 gold coins, I wouldn't join for 10,000. Though thinking this, his face remained impassive. He firmly shook his head at Xia Nan's offer. 100 gold. I'll give you 100 gold. Seeing Xia Nan's refusal, Larry, beside the half-elf, seemed to panic, raising his index finger and shouting. I said, not even for 10,000 gold. Xia Nan thought to himself. He silently shook his head again. Larry's face flushed crimson at the repeated refusals. He waved his arms, his mouth silently opening and closing, seemingly concocting a number that would be impossible to refuse. Slap, a slender, white hand with clearly defined knuckles rested on his shoulder. Forget it, Larry. Xia Nan's silver-grey eyes reflected Xia Nan's figure ahead, a figure that seemed poised to melt into the dense forest at any moment. No need to force it. Though the other hadn't spoken, the half-elf could sense the firm resolve in the young human's refusal. He retrieved a pouch from his backpack and tossed it a considerable distance to Xia Nan. 30 gold, keep it. Xia Nan was taken aback but remained vigilant. He used his sword tip to open the pouch, carefully examining its contents to ensure there were no tricks. Only then did he stow the pouch in his bosom. So honest. Even after confirming he wouldn't join the party, the 30 gold coins promised had been given. Was this simply his personality, or were all the elves in this world like this? Feeling the weight of the pouch, Xia Nan found himself regarding the other with a more favorable eye. Meanwhile, seeing Xia Nan's refusal, Wood, who had remained silent beside them, subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Master, the mist forest is too dangerous. I alone can hardly guarantee your safety. Perhaps we should return to Higu town to rest for a few days before making further plans. Our destination is only the outer perimeter. Aren't you a professional? What's there to be afraid of? Larry's mood wasn't good after being rejected twice by Xia Nan, and his words carried a hint of complaint. Wood merely gave him a cold glance and said nothing, causing Larry to instantly shrink his neck and shut his mouth as if plunged into an icy cellar. He was incredibly respectful towards Xia Nan, but Wood didn't feel the need to maintain any particular expression towards the others in the party. Besides, those people earlier didn't look like adventurers. Seeing that Xia Nan seemed swayed, Wood pressed on, I suspect it's something from Noom. He only got halfway through his sentence, but Xia Nan clearly understood his meaning, his expression instantly darkening. No, not yet, it's not time. They shouldn't do that yet. Xia Nan seemed to be comforting himself, muttering as he took out a jet-black token from his bosom. Wait. Xia Nan's voice suddenly cut through the air. He, who had been about to leave with over 100 gold coins, abruptly stopped. The half-elf's token, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with ancient symbols faintly etched on its surface, gave him an overwhelmingly strong sense of déjà vu at a single glance. That distinctive classical style, he had seen countless times in his memories. But these memories didn't come from his original self. They were, in the truest sense, from his past life. Chapter 27. Aesthetics. The formation of a culture is an extremely long and complex process. Historical background, social environment, even geographical location. Under the influence of multiple factors, every civilization, in every period of its history, has its unique cultural aesthetic presentation. The elaborate and opulent use of colors, lace sleeves, high-waisted pleated skirts, court balls under soothing string music, this is the Victorian style of 19th-century Europe. The rugged and wild, simple and direct natural colors, canine tooth necklaces, animal skin aprons, bonfires under baobab trees, this is the tribal style from the African savanna. Xia Nan, in his past life, was a native of the Central Plains, growing up amidst spring festival couplets and the sound of firecrackers. The overhanging eaves of old buildings by the roadside, the black and white ink paintings hanging on the walls of companies, even the blue and white patterns printed on the bottom of porcelain bowls during meals. As an ordinary person, born into a family's expectations, he had always strived for his future and livelihood, never actively paying attention to these scattered things. But over 32 years, the culture and aesthetics from a distant historical heritage, which had almost filled every corner of his sight, had quietly seeped into the depths of his blood, merging with his soul. Therefore, even with just a distant glance, Xia Nan keenly perceived the unique style of the jet-black token in Hyan's hand, different from this fantasy world. "Can I take a look at that piece of wood you're holding?" he called out to the half-elf, whose expression seemed somewhat surprised, with some hesitation. "Here." Seeing a possible turn of events, and hoping Xia Nan would join the team, Hyan didn't hesitate for a moment. As soon as the words fell, he threw the token over. Tap, catching it gently. With both hands, his fingertips felt the characteristic hardness mixed with flexibility of the wooden material. But the surface wasn't rough, it felt exceptionally smooth. Xia Nan carefully examined the palm-sized piece of wood in front of him. It was an oblong rectangle, thicker at the bottom, about half an inch thick, hollowed out at the bottom, with a circle of delicate and flowing cloud patterns carved around the edges in a grand yet simple style. It really is similar. His DNA stirred. This wooden token, in both style and shape, almost perfectly matched the exhibits he had seen in museums in his past life. But there was one thing. The most crucial point. That prevented him from confirming whether the token in his hand now, like himself, came from another world. The characters. Xia Nan could clearly see a square character meticulously drawn in a somewhat faded brownish-gold dye in the center of the rectangular block. He had handwritten that traditional and flowing script countless times in his past life. But he couldn't understand it. The characters before him were definitely not the pictographic characters he had learned and seen in his past life. Though so familiar. Upon closer inspection, they seemed strange. Similar yet different. And that was precisely why he couldn't make up his mind. I remember this world also has professions like martial monks, perhaps possessing a civilization similar to the Central Plains of my past life. His thoughts surged. Xia Nan only randomly guessed in his heart. Under the surge of emotions, the originally tense expression showed a hint of turmoil. On the other side, Hyan, who was constantly paying attention to him, naturally noticed the complex expression on his face. With a little thought, he knew it was related to the wooden token he had just thrown. He immediately seized the opportunity. The objective of our team's mission is actually to investigate the origin of this piece of wood. Based on the information we've gathered, we've roughly pinpointed the location where it was discovered, and we'll be there tomorrow. If you're interested, feel free to join us, and I can share some relevant information with you. Xia Nan's heart stirred. Ultimately, whether to join their team was just a matter of weighing the pros and cons. The 100 gold offered earlier was not enough compared to the potential risks, so he had decisively refused. But now, when one side of the scale added the chance to find out the origin of the wooden token in his hand, the situation had changed. To be fair, the four-person team wasn't so ridiculously ill-equipped as to be simply Suicide Squad material. While the fat man and the blonde girl behind him didn't seem particularly reliable, the half-elf and Wood, his suspected professional companion, were quite competent. Furthermore, their earlier conversation revealed that their mission destination was only the outer perimeter of the Mist Forest, reducing the risk considerably. Besides, well, he was just justifying his upcoming decision. "I still care too much," he muttered. A fantasy world, a mysterious token imbued with the aesthetics of his past life. If he didn't take this opportunity to figure out its origins, and missed the chance due to excessive caution, he felt he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Therefore, "I'm in." He withdrew his gaze from the wooden token in his hand. Xia Nan raised his head and addressed the half-elf. Circumstances dictate actions. Previously, Xia Nan had been somewhat disdainful of the half-elf's team due to their poor composition and the unprofessional performance of some members. But now that he was actually a member of the team, he found the environment wasn't as bad as he'd imagined. They looked like wealthy young masters from the city on a rural excursion, but along the way, they maintained a surprisingly orderly formation. They avoided making unnecessary noise, and kept their conversations to a minimum. Xia Nan even saw a few times when insects suddenly flew out of the roadside bushes, startling the blonde girl so badly that she almost jumped out of her skin, yet she still tightly covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Wood also displayed a high level of professionalism. Wandering at the front of the team, he would sometimes suddenly squat down, pick up a pinch of soil, sniff it twice, and then confirm that it was the territory of some magical creature, leading the team to detour. Or he would casually pick up a branch from the ground and sweep it through a seemingly unremarkable patch of dense grass, startling a dangerous venomous snake with vibrant patterns. He was more like an experienced adventurer than a mere bodyguard. It was a pity that he remained silent, barely responding. To anyone in the team except Hai and otherwise, Xia Nan might have been able to ask him for some adventuring tips. The most surprising thing was the half-elf, Haiyan, with her silver hair. Clearly the de facto leader of the team, and a ranged combatant primarily using a longbow. Yet, she consistently walked ahead of Xia Nan, deliberately exposing her back to him, to put him at ease. Xia Nan could feel the half-elf's friendliness and sincerity. Of course, this was ignoring Wood's occasional wary glances from the front of the team. Chapter 28, The Reason Bang. A single-handed hammer, gleaming with metallic luster, slammed down. With a dull thud of metal against flesh, the green serpent, which had just been coiled, its head raised in warning, instantly became a twitching mass of meat. "There are too many snakes in this forest." Larry, a chubby man in tight-fitting short clothes, shook off the blood splattered on his hammer with a disgusted expression, complaining. Several hours had passed since Xia Nan joined the squad. The mist forest, with its dense bushes and tall grasses, made their journey arduous, their stamina rapidly depleting. Facing potential encounters, Xia Nan and the others couldn't afford to exhaust all their energy on travel, they needed to maintain a certain fighting capacity. Therefore, they found a relatively safe spot to rest and recover. Xia Nan leaned against a tree trunk, sitting in the corner of the camp. His iron-grey decapitation long sword lay diagonally beside him, within easy reach. He dabbed a piece of gauze with water, wiping the leather armor on his body. In the recent deathmatch with the duo, he hadn't been injured, but enemy blood had splattered all over him. It wasn't about being a neat freak. The smell of blood easily attracted danger, and the stickiness was uncomfortable. Now that he had some free time, he took the opportunity to clean himself up. "Xia Nan, are there always this many snakes when you're on missions?" Larry casually asked, tossing the hammer-flattened serpent into the nearby bushes. As members of the same squad, they had naturally exchanged names. Xia Nan glanced up, forcibly suppressing the urge to gut the snake for its gall. Recalling his journey, he felt a little puzzled. There really do seem to be a lot of snakes along the way. When I was with the Stinky Fish and Shrimp Squad, I didn't see so many snakes in the forest. He thought this to himself, but didn't say anything. After all, this was only his second mission, and he wasn't much more familiar with the mist forest than Larry. He simply said, "Maybe this area is special. You know, the mist forest is full of strange things everywhere. You never know what you'll encounter." "Oh, strange." The ambiguous statement piqued Larry's interest. "Rare magical beasts? Or man-eating giant plants? My cousin told me that these large magical energy gathering points even have legendary ancient fortresses and dungeons." His voice rose slightly when discussing something interesting. The blonde girl beside him subtly pricked up her ears, seemingly eager to hear stories from this newly joined adventurer. However, the topic was clearly beyond Xia Nan's knowledge. Unsure how to respond, he just shrugged helplessly. "I'm just a newbie. I don't know much about what you're talking about." "Newbie? Your performance just now didn't look like that of a rookie. Why don't you ask Wood? His experience is clearly richer than mine." Xia Nan awkwardly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Larry shrank his neck, looking furtively to both sides. Then, remembering that Wood had already left the camp to scout ahead, he leaned closer and whispered, "Him? Besides Hyan, he looks like a corpse to everyone else. Who dares ask him anything? He can't squeeze out a sentence for half a day. If you ask him anything, he just gives you a cold stare. If it weren't for, Hyan deliberately coughed, interrupting Larry. Her expression was slightly helpless. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Wood is very competent." Xia Nan agreed with this. While he felt the guards' vigilance, it didn't hinder his recognition of their professionalism. Still preoccupied with the wooden plaque, he hadn't had a chance to ask about it earlier. Now that she had spoken, he asked about its origin. "This?" Larry readily took over the conversation. "I bought this last month when I was out shopping. At the time, according to Larry the Fat Man, the wooden plaque was originally found by an adventurer in the Mist Forest. He thought this oddly styled piece would fetch a good price, but not a single shop in Higu Town would take it. It was eventually sold at a low price to Noom, the owner of Griffin Department Store, and finally bought by Larry. I actually wanted to hire that adventurer to lead the way, but he refused point blank. I only managed to buy the location where he found the plaque for a few gold coins. Just you guys? Why didn't you bring any guards?" Xia Nan noticed the flaw, frowning. Even a rich kid on a countryside trip would bring a few personal guards. Judging from Larry's attire and behavior, he didn't seem short of money. Yet, he didn't bring a single personal guard. Xia Nan didn't understand. If it were him, he wouldn't even go himself. It's just the outer edge of the mist forest. He'd pay a few dozen professionals to do the job. It would be safer and greatly increase the chances of discovery. Larry just scratched his head sheepishly. "My dad never liked bank accounts. They're all spies." Secretly, he mumbled incoherently, his gaze subconsciously drifting towards the blonde girl resting nearby. "Tsk," Xia Nan scoffed, shaking his head, no longer curious. They'd come this far. Both he and Larry had made their choices. "So what's so special about this piece of wood that made you run all the way from Noom here?" For Xia Nan, the source of the plaque's appeal needed no further explanation. But what about these natives? They weren't archaeologists. Risking their lives to enter the monster-infested mist forest for an unknown plaque wasn't worth it. Larry remained silent. Hyan sighed softly, explaining, "I led the team." He looked up, his half-elf silver-grey eyes fixed on Xia Nan. "I can't say much, but I suspect this wooden plaque is related to the disappearance of a relative." Xia Nan frowned at this. Just as he was about to speak, a sound came from the tall grass beside the camp. Instantly standing up, he instinctively grabbed his nearby executioner's longsword, ready for battle. Then, Wood, clad in black leather armor, appeared before them. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally resting on the half-elf Hyan. "Master, we have a discovery." Chapter 29. The carriage. This was a dilapidated carriage abandoned in the bushes. Its body was made of a reddish-brown wood, hard in texture and warm in color. The clear varnish gave it an extra sheen. On both sides were open, circular window openings, currently half-opened. Through the sunlight filtering down from the canopy above, one could vaguely see the empty interior. The roof curved slightly like a ridge, with finely carved patterns on the wooden eaves extending to the left and right. However, the specific details of the images had been damaged and worn away by some external force, making them unrecognizable. "This is it." Hyan stood in a clearing some distance from the carriage, a hint of excitement in his expression. This simple yet refined traditional design style is exactly the same as that piece of wood. He clutched the jet black token in his hand, feeling as if he were one step closer to the truth. Xia Nan stood silently beside him, his expression calm. Yet, a wave of turmoil surged within him once more. His knowledge of history wasn't profound. Even the knowledge points he had painstakingly memorized from textbooks during his student days had mostly faded with the dull and weary years of his career. Therefore, based solely on a few design styles and material details, he couldn't determine the approximate age of an object. But even so, like the wooden token earlier, Xia Nan felt the strong zhongzhou characteristics of the carriage at a glance. "That's not right." As the few people in the team were lost in thought due to the appearance of the carriage, Larry, who was always outspoken, suddenly said, "How could there be a carriage in the mist forest? There are trees everywhere. How did it get in here?" His words instantly jolted everyone from their reveries. Larry was right. The mist forest was a gathering place for dangerous monsters. The ground was almost entirely covered with tough, tenacious thorns and bushes, not to mention the towering trees that were so dense they filled almost every corner of one's vision. In such an environment, even experienced adventurer teams could only proceed cautiously and with difficulty on foot. Even if there were such a skilled driver who managed to drive a carriage into the forest, the tremendous noise made by the carriage's passage would be enough to attract monsters from hundreds of yards away. And look. Hyan, gradually regaining his senses, also noticed the suspicious points, pointed with his finger and frowned. "There are no wool tracks on the ground nearby. It's as if this carriage simply appeared in the forest out of thin air." Wood, who had been silently guarding Hyan like a shadow since the beginning, suddenly added, "Normal wooden materials would quickly rot and decay under the corrosive magic-infused air of the mist forest. And this carriage's material isn't enchanted. There's little dust, and there are traces of use remaining, clearly indicating it was parked here recently. That shouldn't be possible. If it were from recently, how could there be no trace around it?" Hyan's brows furrowed deeper, his face filled with confusion. The inside of the carriage was empty, ruling out the possibility of hidden monsters. The surrounding bushes and tall grass had also been checked and confirmed to be safe. Everyone cautiously approached. Although it looked like it had been hit in the middle by a giant bear, the entire carriage was dilapidated. However, a few details still reflected its original exquisite and luxurious decoration. For example, the openwork lanterns hanging under the eaves on both sides, and the soft, smooth curtains inside the windows, embroidered with elegant patterns. "Ah!" A sharp cry, instantly lowered in volume, suddenly came from the side. Xia Nan, already nervous due to the high-pressure environment within the mist forest, couldn't help but flinch. Frowning, he looked over, and saw Doris, the golden-haired girl at the edge of the group, covering her mouth with one hand after accidentally making a sound, while pointing with the other hand towards the shadow under the carriage shaft. Scorpions. Larry shielded her behind him, intending to perform a classic hero saving the beauty act. He followed Doris's finger, and the fatty flesh on both sides of his cheeks trembled. Sa, like countless grains of sand falling on the ground. The first thing Xia Nan heard was a strange sound made up of countless sharp and tiny noises mixed together. Then, like a spring, a black stream gushed out from the bottom of the carriage. Thousands of finger-sized, pitch-black scorpions. Damn! Xia Nan felt a chill shoot from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He abruptly retreated, his long sword already across his chest. The half-elf reacted even faster, her silver hair fluttering as she retreated a few steps into the tall grass behind her, a perfectly reasonable move for an archer whose primary means of attack was ranged. Larry's reaction was somewhat unexpected. His face was pale with fright, and though his retreat was clumsy, almost tripping over a branch, he still protectively shielded Doris beside him, instead of fleeing. In the blink of an eye, only Wood remained on the field. Watching the lone figure in front of the carriage, Xia Nan gritted his teeth and moved forward again. Retreating was merely his first reaction, driven by survival instinct. Though a newcomer, the next second, realizing his position in the team, he pushed forward again. He wouldn't let his team down at a time like this. The cold, uneven feel of the sword hilt came from his palm. Yet, a tingling sensation still ran through him. He held a fine long sword he'd picked up from the blacksmith's shop, his backpack contained potent healing potions, and he wore expensive, sturdy leather armor. His stamina was full. Xia Nan was confident that even facing 20 goblins alone, he could hold his own. But facing the tide of black scorpions surging at his feet, he felt helpless. And just then, Wood suddenly raised his hand, signaling him to stay back. Then, from his belt pouch, he pulled out a palm-sized, brown earthenware jar. He threw it forcefully. Bang! The jar hit the ground and shattered instantly. Thick, glossy black liquid, mixed with murky dust, spilled and scattered. Then, a spark of fire. Whoosh! A surge of heat, the orange-red flames reflected in Xia Nan's pupils. Fierce flames erupted suddenly. In an instant, they engulfed the countless scorpions and the carriage. The swirling flames seemed to stir a primal fear in the insects. The swarm, which had been as dense as a tide, instantly scattered, breaking into countless streams, disappearing into the nearby bushes and grass. Crackle! Carapaces cracked under the high heat, the stench of burning flesh filling the air. Where did all these scorpions come from? I'm scared to death. Larry, his pale face covered in cold sweat, said fearfully. Hyan, the half-elf, also gradually emerged from the grass, a wooden arrow already narked on her bowstring, her expression grave. Xia Nan's heart pounded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly sheathed his sword, feeling grateful. It was good that there was a professional in the team, who even carried something like a Molotov cocktail. Otherwise, facing so many small insects, he really didn't know how he would have dealt with them. Glancing at the retreating swarm in front of him, Xia Nan looked thoughtful. He wondered if Higu Town sold such throwable items. He would get a few bottles when he got back. They might be surprisingly effective on future missions. If all else failed, he could refer to his increasingly hazy memories from his past life and try to make some himself. Bottle, alcohol, flammable cloth. What else was there? Xia Nan shook his head, dispelling the gradually diverging thoughts. He'd think about it later. Now wasn't the time to consider these things. His gaze followed the flames. Seeing the fire, after dispersing the swarm, continue to spread along the ground grass, growing stronger, his knowledge from his past life civilization, and the worldview shaped by the flood of information, instinctively made him resist this potential natural disaster that could consume a large area of forest. Without much thought, he subconsciously asked, "This fire, is it okay?" It was just a casual remark, not expecting a response. Unexpectedly, Wood, who had maintained a vigilant posture since Xia Nan joined the team, now acted unusually, answering seriously, "The mist forest is rich in magic. Any normal fire is unlikely to cause a large blaze. The flames, while seemingly spreading, are actually only burning the surrounding bushes and weeds. They won't even reach a single tree before dying out." Xia Nan's proactive approach in the face of danger seemed to have improved the guard's opinion of the half-elf. Of course, their interaction was brief, so that was all there was to it. Having said that, Wood didn't respond further. Instead, he approached the flames. He bent down, using his fingertips to control its tail, picking up a fleeing scorpion from the ground. He examined it, his brow furrowed. "What is it, Wood? Did you find something?" The acrid smell in the air made Hyan uncomfortable. He narked an arrow and asked, "Master, something isn't right here." The mist forest was vast and boundless. The abundant magic in the air made it a habitat for countless creatures. Even the most experienced adventurers wouldn't dare claim to be able to identify every magical beast within. Not to mention the numerous common animals with many subspecies thriving in specific environments. Therefore, Wood wasn't surprised by this unfamiliar scorpion he'd never seen before. But at this moment, looking at the black scorpion in his hand, its tail pinched, its claws raised in warning, he felt that the group of 5 had unknowingly been drawn into a massive vortex, sinking deeper and deeper. Wood suddenly turned, looking at Xia Nan, who was looking at him with concern. A moment of daze, it was like many years ago, the figure who rescued him from the slum filled with sewage and garbage. Those familiar silver-grey eyes, that same smooth, lustrous silver-white hair. He opened his mouth, countless words flowing through his heart. Ultimately, he only managed a dry, "Let's bypass this area, master. It's time to make camp." Night falls quickly in the forest. Sometimes, you think it's still early, that you can still travel while the sunlight filters through the gaps in the canopy. But in just a few steps, darkness might engulf you. Wood's judgment of timing was accurate. When Xia Nan and the others somewhat awkwardly set up their sleeping bags, piled up branches gathered from the forest, used flint to ignite them, and lit a bonfire. The sky, which had been incredibly bright, was already twilight. Crackle, the flames burned. Crystalline eyes reflected the orange-red firelight in front. Xia Nan sat by the bonfire, stroking a jet-black wooden token, his expression somewhat dazed. Wood had already set up warnings and traps around the campsite. Seeing Xia Nan's state, he hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Master, you know, the matriarch gave me a second life. The matriarch passed away when you were very young, but I served the Wycliffe family for many years. With all due respect, the wood in your hand isn't in the style of a high elf. The matriarch used to shut up." Xia Nan's emotions suddenly became agitated, his fingertips holding the token turning white from the force. But the next moment, he realized he shouldn't have reacted like that, and immediately calmed down. "Sorry." His tone was still calm and gentle, but Xia Nan's gaze was fixed on the fire. Wood said nothing more, his head bowed. As always, he sat in the half-elf's shadow. Silence descended, only the dull sound of the burning flames remained. Xia Nan sat on the other side, silently wiping his long sword, his pricked-up ears already lowered. He had no intention of interfering in other people's family matters. But since they were in the same team, and the other party didn't try to hide anything, it was understandable for him to learn a bit more. Moreover, Xia Nan was actually a little curious. Unlike the impetuous Larry, the half-elf was clearly more thoughtful, and judging from their interactions, he was of higher birth. Yet, he dared to venture so deep into the outer reaches of the mist forest with only one guard, even as a professional, searching for an unknown target, clearly hiding something. He dared to enter alone because he knew the location of the firefly vine was in the outermost periphery, essentially devoid of danger, and the round trip would only take a day and a half. He had even traversed the path beforehand. Added to this was the pressing time limit of the mission. He didn't hear anything revealing, so he stopped paying attention. Dusk descended heavily. Even the mist in the air seemed languid, drifting lazily. Doris appeared quite frightened by the scorpion. Larry's soft words of comfort beside her were indistinct. Xia Nan and Wood sat by the campfire, smoke swirling around them, the atmosphere silent. Xia Nan sat alone in a corner, leaning against a tree trunk, his eyes downcast, a steel-grey longsword cradled in his arms. A day filled with twists and turns seemed about to end. But like a post-credits scene in a movie, as an adventurer walking the razor's edge, you must always be prepared to greet those unexpected surprises. Chapter 30. Carapace Wood was professional. From the perspective of a guard or an adventurer, he was the most experienced member of the entire team. Even during a brief, impromptu rest along the journey, he would meticulously set up a complete system of warning traps in the surrounding area. But often, perhaps because he was too professional, his traps were overly meticulous and rigorous. When Xia Nan and the others noticed the warning, nervously preparing for battle, they often found that the trigger was just a few harmless forest creatures. Xia Nan, while sometimes feeling weary, didn't harbor much resentment. He didn't relax his vigilance like the fable of the boy who cried wolf, due to the frequent warnings. It was better to be tired than to die silently under the claws of some monster. The scene of the dwarf Eruki's head exploding under a goblin's attack was still vivid in his mind. Snap, jingle. At dusk, a faint sound of a breaking branch echoed from the dense bushes shrouded in mist, followed by a series of rapid and loud metallic chimes. Trap triggered. Xia Nan sprang to his feet, his hands gripping his decapitation long sword, his eyes fixed on the source of the sound while maintaining vigilance around him, fearing something might sneak up from behind. No slacking. The half-elf and his guard were the same. The moment the bell rang, Hyan picked up the wooden longbow at his feet, narked an arrow, the sharp arrowhead aimed at the swaying grass in the distance. Wood, who had been relatively visible in Xia Nan's sight, suddenly darkened, as if shrouded in a hazy shadow, his presence drastically reduced. In contrast, Larry and Doris reacted half a beat slower. After all, one was overweight, a rich young master, the other was thin and frail, frequently frightened. After a whole day in the misty forest, they were exhausted and weak. At least their attitude was serious. Even knowing that the trap was most likely triggered by a hare or deer, they still grabbed their weapons and assumed a fighting stance. Crackle. The campfire flickered, only the gentle crackling of burning firewood seemed to remain in the air. Night was approaching, and the pervasive mist seemed to thicken, making the dull twilight scattered within it appear particularly decadent and weak. Visibility was far worse than during the day. The environment was complex, and the few members of the squad didn't rush forward, but stood guard on the spot. Pitter-patter. Xia Nan leaned against a tree, his expression tense. His black pupils reflected the outline of the bushes and grass in the distance, his nostrils slightly flaring with each breath. This time, it seemed different. According to the previous trap triggers, those timid herbivores would usually flee in panic after being startled by the bell. Back at the camp, they would hear a series of short, fading footsteps, occasionally accompanied by a sharp, frightened cry. The current situation, however, was completely the opposite. After the bell was triggered, the movement in the grass paused for only a moment, then resumed. It even seemed to have detected the squad's position, moving straight towards them. The crisp sound of broken branches and stems, the strange footsteps of sharp objects hitting the ground, and even the unbearable noise of rough objects rubbing together. Like the increasingly intense and sharp background music before the exciting scenes in a horror movie, Xia Nan watched the swaying bushes in front of him, his heart beating faster and faster. Finally, accompanied by a shrill shriek characteristic of insects, as if about to shatter eardrums. 4 prostrate, ferocious figures appeared before everyone. Wave-like carapaces, rough and thick as rocks, covered their entire bodies, for thick and powerful chelicerae extended to both sides, with sharp spines all over the joints. Pea-sized compound eyes reflected a faint light, the split mouthparts slightly opened and closed during the shriek, and through the pale, sharp teeth gleaming with cold light, one could vaguely see the contracting esophagus and viscous saliva. Most striking were the feather-like antennae extending upwards from the sides of its head, and the fin-like tail that branched at the end, like a fish. Rust monsters. Wood's low growl, filled with astonishment, echoed in their ears. Damn it, how could they be here? Prepare for battle. The words had barely left his lips when a wooden arrow, tipped with a white feather, tore through the air, spinning through the thin mist. Hyan, an archer who had already completed his aiming the second the warning bell rang, launched the first attack for the squad after Wood confirmed the engagement. However, the excessively dim and blurry environment caused the half-elf's arrow to slightly miss its mark. Even though he had deliberately aimed for the rust monster's tiny eyes hidden beneath its thick carapace, he still failed to hit accurately. Ding! The metal arrowhead violently collided with the yellowish-brown chitinous carapace, scattering sparks in the twilight. Friction, then deflection. Only a dark brown scratch remained on the monster's rough carapace. The battle began instantly. 4 rust monsters, each about 5 feet tall, charged towards the squad with sharp screeches. Larry, being the closest, was the first target. Whether it was the courage given by the blonde girl behind him, or the embarrassment of his clumsy performance against the insect swarm earlier that day, the wealthy young master surprisingly displayed extraordinary bravery. He raised his hand hammer, ignoring the white, plump flesh exposed beneath his tight-fitting attire, and charged forward. The iron hammer, gleaming with metallic luster, slammed down towards the rust monster's short, narrow head. Bang! Ah! The sharp sound of hard objects colliding suddenly erupted in the woods, followed immediately by a scream filled with pain. Against the hard iron, the product of human ingenuity and craftsmanship, The rust monster's yellowish-brown chitinous carapace cracked into fine fissures almost instantly upon contact. But that was all. Because the next second, the violent recoil from the hammer traveled from his fingertips to his arm, even to his chest, numbing Larry's entire right side, as if he had lost all feeling in an instant. The iron hammer fell to the meadow. Larry grimaced in pain, staggering backward. But 2 legs were no match for 4 claws. Hiss! The ear-splitting screech almost created invisible waves in the air, its sharp mandibles opening and closing, the breath of death growing stronger. And at this critical moment, Doris, who had been hiding behind Larry, mustered all her strength and flung the other hand hammer. Clang! By sheer chance, the hammer struck the rust monster's vulnerable mandibles, causing its entire body to pause. Larry scrambled back, using all 4 limbs to retreat. Thick green saliva dripped from the rust monster's smashed mandibles, splattering onto the iron hammer. Zila. Accompanied by a pungent smoke, the metal hammer face, capable of shattering insect beast carapaces, softened and charred as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Careful. The rust monster's venom can corrode metal. Wood, who had already disappeared from sight, urgently warned. What? Xia Nan, who was holding his polished decapitation long sword, ready to rush forward to support, immediately slowed his steps. Chapter 31. Don't get distracted. Rust monsters, also known as subterranean scavengers and underground wanderers. Like other insects, they typically inhabit the countless deep and long caves of the Underdark. The dark and lightless environment has caused these insects' eyesight to gradually degenerate, covering this vulnerability under hard-shell protection. The feather-like antennae on either side of their heads, and the fin-like tail behind them, similarly covered in thick bristles, act like a cane, helping them move freely in the dark caverns. To some extent, these insects, which don't primarily feed on meat, are relatively docile by nature. If they receive sufficient food and good care, they can even be trained to be obedient pets, like cats and dogs. However, since they are given the suffix monster, rust monsters can sometimes exhibit extremely strong aggression. Rust monsters feed on metal. Iron, mithril, secret silver. They are indiscriminate, with the vast majority of metals on their menu. Their highly developed sensory abilities allow these peculiar monsters to detect the presence of delicious metals from miles away. Naturally, the armor and weapons of adventurers also belong to the category of delicious metals. According to the Adventurers Guild statistics, a large number of adventurers die from rust monster attacks every year while exploring the Underdark, even though they clearly know that they can save their lives by discarding their weapons and equipment. Like camels in the desert and herds of cattle migrating during the dry season on the grasslands, the unique feeding structure gives this insect-type monster an innate ability to find various mineral veins. Their highly corrosive saliva also helps them easily erode and soften the hard metals, making them easier to consume. As neighbors who also travel through various mineral veins, the dwarfs, known for their expertise in forging and mining, naturally loathe these monsters. Some clans even send professional pest control squads every year to eliminate these pests residing in the mines. Xia Nan, hailing from another world, has only encountered 1 dwarf since his arrival, Barn, the large bearded man from the Yanghammer blacksmith shop, who was several heads taller than him. But now, looking at the ferocious figure prostrate on the ground not far away, he couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. He glanced at the one-handed hammer on the meadow, almost completely corroded by the thick green saliva. He couldn't help but feel his mouth dry, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. His palm, tightly gripping the sword hilt, was already covered in sweat. At this moment, he really started to consider the possibility of fighting with the 2 daggers at his waist. This pressure really got me down, man. Hesitation lasted only a moment. Despite his inner turmoil, Xia Nan gripped his long sword and instinctively rushed forward to support. He had chosen a corner to rest, so he and Larry were almost separated by the entire camp. Even with the quickest reaction, he wasn't as fast as the wanderer sitting by the campfire in the center of the camp. He had only taken a few steps forward when the figure with extremely low presence appeared beside the first rust monster like a shadow. Tear. The air tore, and a cruciform sharp silver light burst forth. Xia Nan felt a blur in front of Wood, and then the surface of his 2 daggers was already stained with yellowish-green insect blood. Hiss! A sharp and shrill insect cry echoed through the woods. The thick shell of the rust monster, which only slightly shattered even when hit by a hammer, was split open as easily as thin paper under Wood's 2 daggers, each no longer than a palm. Insect blood splattered. The fin-like tail whipped out like a whip, but it only swung in vain, landing uselessly on the soft grass. Wood had already left his position. His ghostly light body leaped up, landing on the rust monster's carapace. His brows furrowed. Failing to deliver a fatal blow, the slash that had severely injured the rust monster seemed unsatisfactory to him. The Wanderer's combat technique, gutting strike, which could sever internal organs and bone cavities, had failed to achieve the desired result against a monster with a body structure different from humans. Immediately, his rich combat experience and knowledge of monsters allowed him to instantly realize the location of this large insect's vital point. Swish! His short dagger, swift as a viper, shot out, finding the gap between the rust monster's neck plates. The point pierced with deadly precision. Like a wasp's sting. A single, swift jab. The grating screech ceased abruptly. The rust monster's heavy, carapace-covered body, like a deactivated machine, thudded to the ground with a bang. Thus, 1 down, 3 to go. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Wood, having just withdrawn his dagger from the beast, sensed something. He looked up sharply. His pupils constricted. At some point, a bug, taking advantage of the chaos, had circled around and reached the other side of the camp. And that was precisely where Hyan was. "Master Hyan, watch out!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. Simultaneously, his body, perched atop the insect's carapace, blurred into a phantom, vanishing on the spot. Silver hair plastered to his cheeks with sweat, Hyan, who had retreated to the rear since the start of the battle, had his bowstring drawn taut, ready to provide support to any point of the fight. One's been dealt with by Wood, one's with Larry and Doris, one hasn't even charged into the camp yet. I need to wait. What about the last one? Hyan's mind raced, analyzing the situation. Suddenly, a jolt, and Wood's shout echoed through the air. No time to think, because the next second, a high-pitched shriek accompanied by a sour stench pressed in from behind. He spun around sharply. What met his eyes was the rust monster's menacing body, reared high. Its bone-white, razor-sharp mandibles opened and closed, brewing a deadly dose of viscous green venom. The arrival of death seemed to freeze time for Hyan. But then, the iron-grey arc of light bursting from the darkness beside him yanked Hyan back to reality. Spinning slash, the razor-sharp arc of the sword, like a fleeting crescent moon, was gone in an instant. Following the same gap between the plates, the cut was clean, half a bug brain spinning through the air. Plop! The heavy body fell to the ground with a thud, foul-smelling ichor spurting out like a fountain. He sheathed his sword. Xia Nan glanced at the blade, relieved to see only bug blood, no corrosive venom. He then noticed the half-elf, seemingly distracted by the surprise attack, his face smeared with green bug blood, looking dazed. He frowned and said, "Be careful, don't get distracted." Chapter 32, Venom Glands Huff. The fierce wind generated by Xia Nan's high-speed movement caused the black strands of hair on his forehead to wildly sway. A fleeting shadow flashed in his vision, and Wood, wielding 2 daggers, was already close at hand. "Master, are you all right?" His anxious and concerned gaze swept meticulously over the half-elf's body. Only after seeing that he had not suffered any external injuries did he finally relax. It was Wood's concern that clouded his judgment. Without any obstacles, everything that had just happened was clearly visible to him as he rushed over. He naturally knew that the rust monster hadn't even touched Hyan before its head was severed. But the urgency caused by his dereliction of duty, and the fear of what might have happened, still made him feel uncontrollably guilty. I'm fine," Wood reassured himself inwardly. Then, he turned his head and looked with utmost seriousness at Xia Nan, who stood beside them, holding a long sword, ready to continue supporting the others. He nodded sincerely and earnestly. The battle was urgent, and Wood wasn't exactly known for his eloquence. But at this moment, he had truly recognized the young man in the team, whom he had once doubted, but who had now proven his worth through his actions. Whoosh! The figure clad in black leather armor disappeared again like a phantom. Only then did Xia Nan, the half-elf who had just experienced a life-or-death crisis, finally come to his senses. Ha, ha! He breathed heavily, his originally fair face now covered in sweat. Sorry, thank you. Xia Nan stammered an apology to Xia Nan beside him. Xia Nan didn't even respond, already charging past the half-elf. On the one hand, in his view, even a few days ago, Xia Nan and the others were still strangers to him. But now, having joined the team, having become a member of the squad, even for the sake of those 100 gold coins, he should fulfill his responsibilities to the best of his ability. On the other hand, it was because one of the remaining 2 rust monsters had taken advantage of this moment and climbed in front of them. SSSS. A shrill, high-pitched shriek seemed to pierce the eardrums. The long, wavy, yellowish-brown carapace-covered fin tail waved in the air, each swing raising countless blades of grass. Unlike goblins whose combat effectiveness is determined by numbers, rust monsters, which rarely gather in large numbers, do not feel fear or anger at the death of their kin. These large insects, which usually roam the dark caves, seemed to be stimulated by something, exhibiting extremely strong aggression. Even though their metal weapons, corroded by venom, lay at their feet, they showed no interest, only frantically attacking the living creatures before them. With his iron-grey decapitation long sword held across his chest, Xia Nan didn't rush to attack, but instead circled the rust monster, his sword moving around its side. His brain worked at high speed. Everything that had happened since the start of the battle flashed through his mind. First, the greatest threat to him was the corrosive venom spewed from the rust monster's mouth. Whether it splashed on his body or accidentally got on his sword, he felt incredibly distressed and couldn't accept it. He had to be extra cautious. Secondly, the rust monster was covered in thick, solid carapace. Judging from Larry's single-handed hammer blow earlier, Xia Nan couldn't be sure if he could break through its armor with one strike. If he couldn't pierce the insect's defense instantly, if the blade didn't transmit force through flesh and blood, the subsequent recoil would leave him stiff. The margin for error was extremely low. Therefore, like wood before, finding a breakthrough point along the gaps in the rust monster's carapace was undoubtedly the best way to deal with this kind of insect monster. But a hint of hesitation flashed in Xia Nan's dark eyes. A few seconds ago, he had indeed used spinning slash to sever a rust monster's head. But at that time, he hadn't thought that much, only seeing his teammates in crisis, instinctively following Wood's method, and slashing down with his sword. Even without carefully aiming, the blade had already pierced the insect beast's carapace. Looking back now, was it coincidence, or some kind of combat talent? He wasn't sure. But he wouldn't let this highly uncertain illusion interfere with the battle for his life at hand. Bang! A powerful fin-like tail lashed down to the ground, splashing up countless mud spots. Xia Nan narrowly dodged it. His long sword swept, sparking against the yellowish-brown carapace. TSK, too bad, so close. Unlike the immobile toys on a table, after countless years of evolution and inheritance, the rust monster naturally knew the weaknesses of its body structure. The uneven thickness, the carapace undulating like waves, made the gaps between them extremely narrow and difficult to penetrate. Coupled with its constantly moving body, and the long tail behind it, swinging and whistling like an iron whip. Only someone like Wood, who had achieved the professional level of professional, possessing skills far surpassing ordinary people. Otherwise, in intense combat, it would be difficult to catch the insect's flaws. Unless, whoosh, a sharp tearing sound suddenly came from behind. Xia Nan's body froze, then immediately reacted. He leaped backward. Whether it was to gather strength or to retreat temporarily, he left ample space. Then, a wooden arrow with white feathers at the end, swirling with mist, buzzed past him. Xia Nan, the half-elf, who had regained his senses after the surprise attack, immediately provided support for his teammate. Unlike the previous rapid, straight shots, the arrow in Xia Nan's sight seemed significantly slower. But it was as if the half-elf had used some unique technique, causing the feathers to vibrate violently, causing the entire arrow to spin rapidly. Like the wake left by a plane traversing the sky, the wooden arrow pierced through, leaving a clear arrow path in the mist-filled air. Swish. Extremely precise. The metal arrowhead, with incredible accuracy, spun into the rust monster's eye, hidden under the carapace, a tiny target. And the arrow's powerful force even caused half of the monster's insect face to shatter and contort. SSS, a shrill insect cry echoed. The intense pain caused the rust monster to instinctively raise its body, shaking its head, as if trying to shake off the arrow embedded in its head. Now, Xia Nan didn't hesitate. His legs, already prepared for exertion, lunged forward. His slightly disadvantaged position prevented him from using the currently unsuitable spinning slash, instead instinctively thrusting his iron-grey longsword upward and diagonally. Swish. Insect blood splattered. Driven by his full strength, the blade almost instantly pierced the rust monster's relatively vulnerable lower jaw. Neck, spine, all the way up. Bang! The rust monster's heavy body, raised high, fell backward to the ground with the inertia of Xia Nan's thrust, making a dull thud. The insect head, adorned with the arrow, rolled onto the meadow. Its claws twitched unconsciously. Xia Nan didn't dare to slacken. The moment he confirmed the rust monster was dead, he exploded with even more ferocious strength than before. Stepping on the insect beast's abdomen, he forcefully pulled out the decapitating long sword embedded in its carapace. Then he carefully examined the blade. "Don't get on it, don't get on it," he prayed fervently in his heart. The opportunity was rare, he hadn't cared about the venom just now. He just struck. While he didn't regret it, he couldn't help but worry about the blade being corroded by the insect beast's saliva. Fortunately, although the blade had several more obvious scratches, and the blade surface was covered with dark green insect blood. But it ultimately avoided the rust monster's venom, the nemesis of metal equipment. Dodging, pausing, stabbing. Truly intense battles often decide the victor in a few seconds. When Xia Nan, panting, pulled his long sword from the insect beast, Wood, on the other end of the camp, had already dealt with the last rust monster. The battle was over. The rust monster attack came without warning. Had it been an ordinary, low-level adventuring party, facing the onslaught of 4 of these repulsive creatures, even if they didn't suffer a complete wipeout, the team would have been severely crippled. Fortunately, Xia Nan's party included an experienced professional. Not only did they have traps set up around the campsite, putting everyone on alert, but they also quickly and clearly identified the rust monster's danger, even taking the lead in swiftly eliminating one, revealing its weakness in the process. Coupled with the coordination of Xia Nan, Hai'an, and the others, the entire battle resulted in only Larry suffering a minor injury from accidentally getting some rust monster saliva on him while fleeing. The other 4 emerged unscathed. Zezele, Larry disgustedly flicked the venom clinging to his one-handed hammer onto the nearby meadow. This thing should still be usable. He mumbled, gazing at the hammerhead, severely warped and looking like it had been gnawed by rats due to the rust monster's corrosive saliva. His arm was already thickly wrapped in bandages. "Larry, what are you doing? Come help." Behind him, Doris, while packing their belongings, whispered urgently, "Coming." The commotion from the battle and the stench of insect blood made their current location unsafe. Before nightfall, they needed to find a new campsite. Meanwhile, Xia Nan stood before the corpse of a rust monster, his decapitation longsword already cleaned. He was frowning, meticulously searching through his adventurer's handbook. Rust monster, it's not here." Having just finished the battle, he certainly didn't want to abandon the spoils. From Xia Nan's relatively rudimentary adventurer's knowledge, such a large insect, with its incredibly tough chitinous carapace alone, should fetch a good price. However, given the circumstances, the carapaces were too heavy to carry back. Even if he buried them and marked the spot, planning to retrieve them on their return journey, they would most likely be dug up and eaten by the creatures with keen senses in the mist forest. Therefore, he wondered if there was anything on the rust monster that was easy to carry and valuable on the market, something he could collect. But his adventurer's handbook contained no record of this type of monster. "This is going to be difficult," he lamented inwardly. Just then, as if sensing Xia Nan's thoughts, Wood, clad in black leather armor, silently approached. Unlike his previous vigilance and silence, he proactively spoke, his tone calm. The most valuable part of a rust monster is the venom gland located in its upper left abdomen. Dark purple, about the size of a thumb, it's quite obvious. You'll find it with a little searching. The outer skin is quite tough, not easily broken, just put it in a cloth bag. But be careful not to put it with metal objects, it might get corroded. I'd advise against the carapace. Firstly, it's inconvenient to carry, and secondly, given the environment of the mist forest, this kind of thing rots quickly after death, unless you have protective materials. If you ever have the opportunity to go to a town near a dwarf settlement and encounter this insect again, you can also take its antennae. Just like cutting off a goblin's left ear, the dwarfs there will give you an extra bounty. This was the first time Xia Nan had heard would speak at such length. Understanding that he was being helped, he thanked him. Thank you. He drew his dagger from his waist, intending to collect the venom gland quickly. However, the half-elf Hyan had already walked over. Here, I've already extracted the venom glands from the other 3 insects for you. That should add up to a decent sum. His pale hands were stained with bright green insect blood, and in his palm were 3 dark purple oval organs. Xia Nan was taken aback. You consider it compensation for this mission, the half-elf said, putting the venom glands into a cloth bag and handing it to Xia Nan with a smile. After all, we agreed to stay in the outer reaches of the mist forest. There shouldn't be any significant risks. Encountering a rust monster, a creature of that caliber, and pretending it never happened isn't exactly realistic, Xia Nan stated. What's more, you saved me just now. We can discuss that after this mission, back in Neum. We'll talk then, Xia Nan interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. He wasn't one for demanding repayment for favors. His actions in the battle had been purely instinctive. They were teammates, and his situation hadn't been dire. He couldn't just stand by and watch the other person die. Therefore, he didn't particularly care about any supposed debt of gratitude. Instead, he was more interested in the 3 poison glands the other person had. I wonder how much they'll fetch back home, Xia Nan mused internally, his pre-trip funds dwindling to a mere 24 gold, 2 silver, and 7 copper pieces. Meanwhile, Wood, standing beside them, gazed at the rust monster's corpse on the grass. Even though the battle was over, his expression grew even more serious. These insects usually dwell in the caves of the Underdark. Why have so many suddenly appeared in the mist forest? Who drove these rust monsters from their habitat? Or is something here attracting them? Chapter 33, Conditions. The mist forest was vast and boundless. The air, thick with magic, nurtured countless creatures within its dense woods and thickets, a mysterious place. 4 rust monsters, 5 adventurers, a battle to the death, a tense and fierce struggle. Yet, within the entire forest, this was merely one of countless such events occurring every second, the cycle of predation and hunting, of life and death. The campfire flickered. The orange-red firelight seemed to melt into the night, transforming into a hazy mist that swirled around them, drifting gently in the air. After the battle, Xia Nan and the others quickly packed their belongings. Under Wood's command, they swiftly relocated their camp before the sun completely sank below the horizon. "OOF. Gently, gently." Larry's forehead was covered in sweat as Doris carefully helped him unwrap the makeshift bandages on his arm, hastily applied in their rush. Rust monster venom was the nemesis of metal equipment. Even a few drops, if left untreated, could corrode a large dent, like ants building a nest. On human flesh, its toxicity was much milder. It felt like a burn, a fiery pain, but not fatal. Despite Larry's exaggerated reaction, as if he'd suffered a grievous wound, Doris, though showing her displeasure with a mumbled complaint, carefully tended to his wound. In the center of the camp, the half-elf and his guard were quietly discussing the next day's itinerary. The atmosphere between them was no longer tense, their earlier argument seemed forgotten with the end of the battle. Xia Nan remained alone, leaning against a tree trunk beside the fire. However, he wasn't polishing his gleaming decapitation long sword. Instead, he was intently grilling jerky in front of him. After a day filled with twists and turns, He needed to replenish his energy through food. As a rookie adventurer, one of the most bottom tier, who hadn't even completed a few missions. Even with his modern worldview from his past life and his relatively affluent background, allowing him to spend a few extra coins on supplies. He only carried a stack of hardtack, several large pieces of smoked meat, 2 salty fish sticks, and other miscellaneous food enough for about 5 days. It wasn't that Xia Nan was stingy, but the Mist Forest's unique environment meant fresh food spoiled much faster than usual. He had only planned to gather some firefly vines and spend at most one night outside, so he simply purchased supplies from a general store based on the recommendations in the *Adventurer's Handbook star. Now, he thought he should have spent a few more silver coins to find other food to bring. Xia Nan used his dagger to cut the heated smoked meat into pieces and put it in his mouth. At least it's warm. He comforted himself, tasting the indescribable strange flavor. His mind involuntarily drifted back to the lavish meal he enjoyed a few days ago at the White Sparrow Tavern, costing him a massive 3 silver coins. That mushroom soup was really good. He subconsciously smacked his lips. Speaking of which, although he hadn't seen one yet, this world certainly had legitimate mags. Perhaps there were things like space rings or storage spells. If he could get his hands on similar items in the future, not only would supplies be easy to carry, but battle trophies like the rust monster carapace could also be easily brought back to town. Thinking this, Xia Nan suddenly chuckled to himself. He felt like the protagonist in the Emperor's Golden Hoe joke from his past life. Xia Nan, what are you thinking about? A deliberately lowered voice sounded in his ear. Xia Nan snapped back to attention, his gaze turning to see Larry, who had already changed his bandages, standing beside him. He was carrying a small basket. Here, this is for you. Before Xia Nan could reply, the basket was forcefully shoved into his arms. He glanced inside and saw a small glass bottle and several cloth-wrapped packages. Double Needle Bee Honey. I bought it from Elf's Leaf Bakery. It's quite famous. Try it. Larry pointed to the glass bottle containing the golden, viscous liquid, his animated expression like a salesman from a livestream in his past life. And these pieces of goat cheese, they're homemade by Doris and her family. They're delicious, especially with the jerky. The flavor. Oh, Xia Nan held the wooden basket, his expression slightly surprised, but he still nodded in thanks. Thank you. He had intended to chat with them a bit longer, perhaps discussing the mission. But Larry seemed to have only come to deliver the supplies. He simply left with a "when you get back to Neum, treat yourself to a few days in the city," before hurrying back under Doris's urging. Zezalay, under the searing flames, the cheese, sliced thinly with a dagger, half melted onto the reddish-brown jerky, releasing a milky aroma. The salty-sweet taste of the otherworldly cheese transformed the originally dry and bland jerky into something entirely different. Xia Nan's eyes lit up, his weary body and mind instantly feeling refreshed. He looked at Larry and Doris, who were whispering to each other in the distance, his gaze complex. When he first joined the team, he thought the two were just the cliché pursuer and pursued relationship from his past life. After all, with Larry's obsequious manner and Doris's indifferent attitude, it was hard not to think that way. But after spending the whole day together, Xia Nan discovered that while Larry always had a fawning demeanor, he wasn't completely spineless, and while Doris often seemed disdainful, she wasn't always so distant. I don't understand. He shook his head in confusion. Strange, isn't it? As if sensing Xia Nan's gaze, a smile appeared on the half-elf's face. He spoke. What if I told you they've actually grown up together? Childhood sweethearts. Xia Nan was even more puzzled, subconsciously asking, then why are they so awkward, right? Hyan watched the pair from afar, lowering his voice. The actual situation is quite complicated. Larry's father is a renowned merchant in Neum. Doris's parents, before opening their cheese shop, were the managers of Larry's household. That's how they knew each other since childhood, and after that, at this point, the half-elf seemed to realize his behavior was inappropriate, so he stopped, concluding, what happened after that is the stuff of stage plays. Xia Nan still didn't understand. But since Hyan didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. instead turning the conversation to the half-elf himself. "What about you? Why are you in the mist forest?" At these words, Hyan paused. His silver-grey eyes flickered, hesitating for a moment before letting out a long sigh, as if releasing something. He took out a jet-black wooden token from his pouch. His fingertip gently caressed its surface, murmuring, "When I was little, before bed, I would always pester my mother to tell me stories. Although it was always the same few, and she wasn't as lively as Aunt Polly. But, the evening breeze revealed the half-elf's long ears beneath his silver hair. Those stories all came from my mother's homeland. Mischievous flower sprites, treefolk guiding lost travelers, dreams woven from jade and green jade. Only on those nights, in my mother's gentle voice, could I forget the looks of others during the day, and not worry about myself." The silver-grey eyes of the elf reflected the flickering fire in front of him. Hyan suddenly turned, glancing at Wood, who seemed hesitant to speak. He sighed. "I know the shape of this token is different from the style of my mother's clan's heritage. But this is my last chance. I have to try. After this mission, regardless of the outcome, I probably won't be able to leave home again, will I?" "No, Master," Wood replied resolutely, but then seemed to remember something, a hint of hesitation and struggle in his expression, repeating in a murmur, "No." The casual question had plunged the team into silence. Xia Nan looked at the two of them, his mind racing, changing the subject. "Right. I've always wanted to know, Wood, you're a professional, aren't you? One who's actually achieved a professional level," he added. Wood's expression turned peculiar. "You don't know? I thought you'd figured it out already." "Haha, after all, this is only my second mission." Xia Nan scratched his head, chuckling. "I've never really interacted with professional adventurers before, so I'm a bit curious." "Second." The half-elf's ears perked up instantly, as if catching a keyword. "So what you told Larry about being a newbie was true?" Before Xia Nan could respond, Hyan's gaze, filled with astonishment, fell upon the iron-grey greatsword beside him. "That battle technique you just used doesn't seem like something a newbie would possess." Hearing the half-elf's surprise at his spinning slash, Xia Nan felt a little puzzled. "What's wrong? Battle techniques, aren't they something you all know?" Upon hearing this, Hyan looked as if he'd discovered a new continent, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wait, didn't your mentor teach you these things?" "Mentor? I never had a mentor." "Then where did you learn that battle technique?" Xia Nan saw no need to hide his past experiences. The half-page skillbook detailing the spinning slash training method had been fed to the old ox in the shed years ago, after his family had made no progress. He recounted how his predecessor obtained the skillbook, and the sudden changes after years of arduous training, to the two of them. "So, you practiced with half a piece of paper, swinging your sword for years. And you mastered it." Wood's face displayed an expression more vibrant than anything seen during the battle. Hyan, beside him, was speechless, simply staring at him with the eyes of someone looking at an alien, and not entirely wrongly, as Xia Nan was, in a way, an alien. By now, even with the slowest of reactions, seeing their expressions, Xia Nan realized something was amiss with this body. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker who had barely fought a few times. After transmigrating, he could immediately go toe-to-toe with various monsters. Although somewhat clumsy, every time he reviewed the battles, his instinctive choices were always correct and precise. Coupled with the spinning slash, which was almost maxed out, LV5, upon his arrival in this world. Could it be that this body, and his previous self, actually had some talent in combat? Seeing Xia Nan's reaction didn't seem fake, while still surprised, Wood quickly regained his composure and began to introduce the world's knowledge of battle techniques. According to Wood, due to the different professions and effect types, the number of battle techniques on the Afala continent was as numerous as the stars in the sky. However, neither the Adventurers Association nor other organizations had established a clear and defined ranking system for these techniques. They only roughly categorized them into 3 levels based on proficiency: beginner, proficient, and master. Even the distinction between beginner and proficient was extremely vague. "What about master?" Xia Nan frowned and asked. Wood, having let down his guard and accepted Xia Nan, smiled vividly and mysteriously. Compared to the first two, master-level battle techniques are actually the easiest to distinguish. Because once you hone a true battle technique to the master level, all your previous efforts will be rewarded in that instant. In short, the moment you master a battle technique, you will clearly feel a sudden surge in certain aspects of your physical attributes. Some battle techniques, upon mastery, will even grant you certain related special skills. Hearing this, Xia Nan immediately recalled the 2 attribute points and the Master of Cleaving expertise he gained a few days ago after leveling his spinning slash to LV5. So LV5 on the system panel corresponded to Master in the real world? Correspondingly, LV1-2 was Beginner, and LV3-4 was Proficient. Xia Nan understood, and couldn't help but ask, so, Master-level battle techniques are rare. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyan's eyes widened. Of course. Mastering a related battle technique is one of the prerequisites for obtaining professional levels. Professional levels. Xia Nan felt a surge of excitement, his breathing becoming heavy. And what else? What are the other conditions? How does one become a professional? Chapter 34. Professions. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since Xia Nan's car accident in his previous life and his subsequent arrival in this world. The only adventurers he's truly interacted with and had meaningful conversations with, besides the few present, are the hunter Maji from the Rotten Fish and Shrimp Squad. Even before tonight, he'd vaguely sensed the unusual power of the spinning slash from Maji's changed attitude after witnessing it and his own performance in battles against various monsters. But until now, Xia Nan had no clear understanding of his own strength level. Looking back, perhaps he should have stayed in town for a few more days to find some way to learn more about this. However, the Firefly Garlic Vine quest deadline loomed, and he clearly remembered their location. Those 30+ gold coins were practically in the bag. Should he really go for it? Fortunately, he met the half-elf and others during the quest and temporarily joined their team. Xia Nan seized the opportunity to absorb as much information as possible about his future development. So, what are the conditions for becoming a professional? The half-elf responded by holding up 3 fingers. 3 combat techniques. Hyan replied. 4 most basic professions in this world, mastering 3 relevant combat techniques and achieving mastery in one of them is sufficient for job advancement and gaining a professional level. Of course, some professional systems require special conditions for basic job advancement, but these are rare and hardly encountered. Combat techniques related to the profession? Xia Nan memorized the half-elf's words while pondering the implications. You mean? Exactly. The combat techniques themselves must correspond to the profession. Hyan nodded, taking out his wooden longbow from behind. He organized his thoughts before speaking slowly. For example, if I want to become a ranger in the future, I must first learn 3 combat techniques belonging to the ranger profession and achieve mastery in one of them. What if a person possesses 3 combat techniques from different professions? Xia Nan frowned, puzzled. For example, one technique from a warrior, and the other 2 from a cleric. Nothing happens, the half-elf shrugged. Just like when you achieve mastery in a technique, you'll clearly feel changes in your body when you gain a professional level. If the techniques don't match, even if you master all 3, you won't meet the job advancement conditions. They'll simply remain 3 independent techniques. The half-elf paused, hesitating for a moment before continuing slowly. Of course, if you're lucky enough, you might still gain a professional level, but the specific profession is uncertain. Xia Nan carefully digested the half-elf's words, remaining silent, gesturing for him to continue. He understood what Hyan was trying to say, but Hyan's explanation was hesitant and unclear. Wood, the guard sitting beside the half-elf, took over. On the Afala continent, the most common professions are few, such as warrior, rogue, barbarian. But the prevalence of these basic professions doesn't mean they are weaker. On the contrary, their widespread presence among adventurers across the continent is due to their broad applicability, clear advancement paths, and clearly defined combat technique categories. As mentioned earlier, the number of combat techniques in this world is as numerous as the stars in the sky. With such a vast number of combinations, while most won't produce any chemical reaction, a tiny fraction, seemingly unrelated, will strangely harmonize. If someone is lucky enough to encounter such a combination of techniques, Wood gently rotated the dagger in his hand, its blade gleaming, then job advancement is not impossible. But the specific profession obtained remains uncertain. Yes. Xia nodded in agreement. But the number of combat techniques under these rare job classifications is often quite small, and the number of advanced jobs available after transcendence is also limited, even accompanied by harsh conditions that require gradual exploration. Even based on the work of predecessors, a complete professional system has been constructed, but the secret recipes for these combat technique combinations are often held by major organizations or are the secret knowledge of a certain prominent family. For ordinary people like us, there's no need to overthink it, just stick to the common basic professions. After all, most of the big shots active in the newspapers these days also have these basic professions, and it doesn't affect their strength. Xia Nan readily accepted the advice from the experienced person without any objection. His former self came from an ordinary family and had absolutely no connection to professionals. He had just arrived in this other world, and his cheat code didn't seem to help with job selection, only allowing him to check the attributes of equipment and items. Choosing common yet clear-cut basic professions like warrior and rogue, at least for now, was his best option. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Only 3 combat techniques were needed to obtain a professional level, and he, with the help of his former self, had already completed the most difficult step, mastering 1 combat technique. This meant he only needed to master 2 more combat techniques belonging to the same profession as spinning slash, even if they were only LV1, to become a true professional. He subconsciously recalled Wood's ghostly, nimble, and overwhelming fighting style against the rust monster during the battle. Xia Nan felt his mouth go dry, as if a bright future was beckoning him. He couldn't help but ask further, then what about combat techniques? The Adventurer's Handbook doesn't mention where to learn them. Xia just grinned, his expression strange. Actually, there's a place. That's the easiest and most convenient to learn various combat techniques, and you've probably even been there. Where? The Adventurers Guild. Chapter 35. The Vicious Cycle. The Adventurers Guild. Xia Nan was taken aback by the half-elf's answer. How is that possible? I've been to the Higu Town Guild several times, practically turning the whole hall upside down, and I haven't seen anywhere selling skill book. Could it be? That's right. Xia nodded, raising an index finger and poking upwards. On the 2nd floor. Hearing this, Xia Nan became even more puzzled, recalling his conversation with the alchemist shop owner a few days ago when he submitted a quest at the guild. Isn't the 2nd floor of the guild only accessible to professionals? Yes. But how can I become a professional without combat skills? In Xia Nan's view, the answer was self-contradictory, seemingly a vicious cycle. The prerequisite for becoming a professional was to learn combat skills, which could be purchased on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Guild, but to get to the 2nd floor, one had to be a professional. To this, Wood, sitting beside the half-elf in black leather armor, offered a pointed remark. This world needs adventurers, but not that many. Xia Nan carefully pondered this sentence in his heart, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Seeing him seemingly getting stuck in a rut, Xia quickly interjected. There are, of course, other ways to obtain combat skills. According to the information provided by the half-elf, in the Servia Kingdom, there are several main ways to master combat skills. First, naturally, are the large organizations scattered throughout the kingdom. Whether it's the Temple Church, the Guild Alliance, or even the legions and armies directly under the kingdom, they all have their own well-established and clear advancement systems. Not only do they have various combat skills needed for basic professional jobs, but they also have a large reserve of advanced professions necessary for becoming transcendent. What you need to pay is loyalty and faith. Secondly, is hiring already established professionals to help master combat skills. The cost is a truly massive amount of gold coins, or other corresponding resources. This is also how the vast majority of nobles in the kingdom acquire combat skills. Finally, the most widespread, most frequent, and most suitable method for ordinary civilians with neither family background nor connections. Lottery. Even peasant families like his predecessor, who were completely without combat ability, could grab half a so-called skill book from a bard staying overnight using their lodging fees. Countless combat skill recipes are circulating throughout the vast lands of the Servia Kingdom. Just find a village elder, his house might have several books claiming to be passed down from his ancestors, the knight training secret, charging you a few copper coins, as if they've gotten a great bargain, excitedly boasting about his great-grandfather's glory. 99.9% of these combat skills, as numerous as toilet paper, are worthless junk of unknown origin. Even after years of practice, there will be no progress, wasting a lot of time while possibly damaging the body due to incorrect postures. Only a very small number of lucky individuals, upon obtaining a truly effective combat skill book by sheer luck, and after putting in a lot of hard and tedious training, have the chance to learn real combat skills and take the first step towards becoming a professional. Of course, these three are just the most common ways to obtain combat skills. In addition, traditional master-apprentice relationships, patronage from influential figures, treasure hunting in the wild, auction house transactions, slightly more reliable than street stalls, there are also many methods that require certain thresholds. This makes combat skills not uncommon, at least among adventurers, a group that needs to deal with various monsters and has certain channels and income. Hearing this, Xia Nan finally understood why the two were so surprised after learning about his predecessor's experiences. It seems that his predecessor not only had good talent but also excellent luck. He actually managed to learn from a half-page skill book. At the same time, he also had a general direction for his future path. Right. Haiyan, who had told Xia Nan everything he knew about professional advancement, seemed to have thought of something. I didn't mention it before, I thought you had a mentor guiding you, but now, the half-elf suddenly lowered his voice, cautiously glancing at the decapitation long sword in Xia Nan's hand. He cautiously asked, afraid of offending the other party, "That move you just used, it seems to be a warrior skill, right?" Xia Nan himself wasn't sure what profession the spinning slash belonged to, but he referenced the characteristics of various professional combat techniques described by Haiyan earlier. Hesitantly, he slowly said, "Probably." The half-page skill book didn't specify the skill's origin. Haiyan wasn't surprised by his answer. He nodded, his gaze turning to Wood beside him. Wood is a professional, but a rogue's skills don't match what you just showed. Unless you're willing to start over, abandoning everything you have now, Wood might be able to help you. But, to be honest, that would be a huge waste. The half-elf's gaze swept across the iron-grey blade of the long sword. Judging from your performance in the battle, that skill, even if it hasn't reached mastery, is not far off. Giving it up now would be a pity. He paused slightly, tilting his head up, his silver-grey eyes fixed on Xia Nan. He said sincerely, "You saved me in battle, so I should return the favor, and please don't refuse. Although I'll probably be unable to leave Neum for a while after returning, but over the years, I've saved quite a bit of money. If you're willing, with the help of my family, I can hire a reliable professional to train you in a warrior-type skill. It's not guaranteed to be useful, but," Xia Nan couldn't help but be moved by the half-elf's offer. He wasn't originally seeking any reward for saving Haiyan in battle, but now that the other party was offering such a return, it wouldn't be realistic for him to refuse. After a moment's thought, he nodded heavily, sincerely thanking him. "Then I'll leave it to you, thank you." Hearing this, the half-elf also visibly relaxed, a smile appearing on his face. "Good. Give me your address, and I'll write to you after I return to Neum and finish this task. But it might take a few days. I have some family matters to attend to after I get back, and it will also take time to find a suitable person." "No rush," Xia Nan replied seriously. "Take care of your own matters first. I'm in Higu town." Chapter 36. Wooden Tower. The amount of information Xia Nan gleaned from the half-elf and Wood tonight alone surpassed everything he'd learned in the previous days combined. Being in the wilderness, neither time nor space allowed him to truly begin training and learning new combat techniques. But now, he had a goal to strive for: learn 2 more combat techniques, and gain a professional level. Even if he didn't continue working as an adventurer in the future, the professional status would be like a technical certificate from his past life, allowing him to live comfortably in this world. Haiyan, the half-elf, had also agreed with Xia Nan that after the mission ended and they returned to Neum, she would try to help him find a suitable mentor to assist him in learning combat techniques. From a cold, pragmatic perspective, a favor exchanged for the channels and vast sums of money required to hire professionals, resources Xia Nan, newly arrived in this world, lacked. Although he hadn't considered it from this angle, undoubtedly, this exchange was not a loss for him. With the idea of absorbing as much relevant knowledge as possible, sitting by the campfire, Xia Nan asked the two about information related to profession, combat techniques, and adventurers, topics involving the world's supernatural forces. It wasn't until the moon was high and the mist grew thick that they reluctantly ended the conversation. This wasn't a cozy and safe tavern, they were still in the dangerous mist forest, and a long journey lay ahead tomorrow. So, they assigned someone to keep watch while the others rested early. Approaching the location where the wooden token was discovered. The next day, as soon as the sky began to lighten, the group packed their belongings, hurrying through the mist, and continued their advance into the forest. Unexpectedly, despite gradually venturing deeper into the outer reaches of the mist forest, where the frequency of dangerous encounters should have increased, they hadn't encountered a single monster all morning. The only thing remotely exciting was a black panther with golden eyes, about the size of a calf. Its body was pitch black, its fur glossy, its paws making no sound on the meadow. Without engaging in combat, it merely glanced at the group from afar, confirming they weren't prey it could hunt, before slowly retreating into the shadows of the forest. If it weren't for Wood's warning, Xia Nan and the others wouldn't have even noticed this minor incident. Wood later explained that the 4 rust monsters from yesterday had likely driven away the weaker creatures in the vicinity, allowing them to proceed so smoothly. Hiss. A long snake with pale yellow circular spots on its scales was driven from the grass by a battered one-handed hammer. Its slender body slithered, disappearing into the bushes in an instant. Another one. Did we stumble into a snake's nest? Larry wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering. His one-handed hammer, contaminated by the rust monster's venom, was no longer fit for combat, so he used it to drive away snakes and insects. However, the weight of the metal hammer seemed to have exhausted Larry, who was constantly wielding it. He was now breathing heavily. But he didn't suggest stopping to rest. Because compared to before, the entire team's speed had slowed considerably. It was as if the closer they got to an oasis, the more moist and fertile the sand became. Near a lake, the air grew thick with moisture. As the group approached their destination, strange things like the carriage appeared more and more frequently. Xia Nan alone had seen half a thatched hut, a collapsed mud brick house, and even a 5-story wooden tower. Although all were reduced to ruins, the remaining details clearly showed a strong Eastern style, consistent with the token and the carriage. Under Wood's guidance, they had carefully examined the ruins. While they found many traces of intelligent life, they didn't find any corpses. Similarly, these severely damaged buildings looked like lost relics, but the building materials were new, showing almost no signs of age. Crack. A branch snapped. Walking through the mist in the dense forest. Xia Nan's gaze was fixed ahead, his mind focused, alert to the dense bushes and tall grass around him. His left hand, hanging naturally at his side, held a smooth, cool, hard object. It was a shard of porcelain he'd found in the ruins. It was hard to imagine that he, having already transmigrated to this fantasy world, could still see such a thin-bodied, softly glazed traditional object. He himself had been quite surprised at the time, subconsciously picking it up from amidst the rubble. Feeling the gentle touch against his fingertips, he couldn't help but recall Wood's assessment of the towering wooden building, some 10 meters tall but mostly collapsed, that they had faced earlier. Based on the degree to which these wooden materials have been affected by the mist in the forest, this building must have been constructed in the mist forest only 1 or 2 months ago. Of course, considering the resources and manpower required, as well as the dangerous surrounding environment, I don't think anyone would actually settle here. These words were immediately challenged by Hyan and the others. After all, the building was right before their eyes. If no one lived there, what was the point of building it? Xia Nan had his own opinion on this. Unlike the others in the squad, who were all native-born inhabitants of this world, Xia Nan's body housed a soul from another world. And the knowledge and memories of his past life in modern society, along with the numerous familiar details in the ruins, allowed him to recognize the purpose of that towering wooden structure at a glance. It was an inn. He found this increasingly strange. An inn built deep within a forest teeming with dangerous monsters who would patronize it. Moreover, judging from the density of buildings along the way, even if those dilapidated huts and tile houses that had become ruins were all occupied, the population would absolutely not be able to support such a large-scale lodging establishment. Furthermore, in Xia Nan's view, anyone with even a little bit of urban planning sense wouldn't have created the scene he'd witnessed along the way, a jumble of dilapidated shacks in slums, interspersed every few steps with exquisite tile houses inhabited by dignitaries. One building after another, without any discernible pattern. It felt less like someone had deliberately built these structures deep in the forest to settle down, and more like an invisible hand, transcending the barriers of space and time, in another space-time with a completely different style from the current fantasy world, had casually picked a town, plucked a few buildings, and tossed them into the mist forest. Chapter 37. The Courtyard. This is it. Larry, his heavy breathing now even, said excitedly. The small team had ventured deeper into the forest. As the buildings became more frequent amongst the roadside undergrowth, they finally reached their destination. Is this where the adventurer found the wooden sign? Hyan, the half-elf, held her longbow, her silver-grey eyes carefully examining the surroundings, a deep curiosity etched on her face. It was a vast courtyard. Unlike the ruined remnants encountered along the way, the courtyard itself was remarkably intact, with most of its structures well preserved. This allowed Xia Nan to simultaneously compare it with his knowledge from his past life while carefully observing every detail of this building. The overall structure was symmetrical along the central axis of the courtyard gate, with houses neatly arranged on both sides, orderly and aesthetically pleasing, classic black tiles and white walls, the eaves of the roof as nimble and light as flying birds, the beams and pillars coated in black lacquer, adorned with exquisite cloud pattern carvings. The doors and windows used intricate and elaborate openwork structures, but the window paper originally pasted on them was severely damaged, with only a few scraps of paper remaining at the corners. It's exactly the same, Xia Nan murmured to himself. At the same time, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard, seemed to notice something odd, and paused. In his memory, the mansions of ancient dignitaries often had lotus ponds or pools, large or small. Whenever someone passed by, the koi carp in the pond would swim around to beg for food. This courtyard was no exception. High-arched double-sided bridges, winding and meandering small corridors, and even a classical stone pavilion extending straight to the heart of the lake. Everything seemed normal. That is, if you could ignore the lush bushes and tall grass beneath those pavilions and corridors. Forget lakes or ponds, there wasn't even a small pond in this entire courtyard. Although built only a few months ago, there were no traces of water under those arched bridges and lake pavilions. It was as if they were built on a meadow. Seeing this strange scene, Xia Nan became even more convinced of his previous thought. These buildings were definitely not from this world. Larry's surprised voice reached his ears. Following his gaze, Xia Nan's expression also showed a hint of strangeness. Clipping. On the upper left side of the rockery, the jagged, pale stones were strangely merged with the branches of a nearby oak tree. Grey, rough stones intertwined with emerald green leaves, interweaving in the pile, contrasting yet perfectly fitting together, as if they were born that way. Like the poorly made games of his past life, where models collided and rubbed against each other, causing bugs. Only now, in the real world, it looked even more natural. Like something from another world, carelessly and forcibly moved to this space, creating a bizarre sight. Meanwhile, the half-elf and Wood were not paying attention to these things. They were confirming the target of this mission. Master Wood, having repeatedly compared the architectural decorations countless times, slowly shook his head at the half-elf beside him. Confirmed. It's not the matriarchal tribe's style. Although elves, due to their living environment, different subspecies, and lifestyles, each clan had a unique style different from others. But one thing remained universally and unchangingly common: integration with nature. Whether it was green leaves and thorns, or fireflies, algae, and mushrooms, the elves' buildings were often closely integrated with their surrounding natural environment. The strikingly different houses, though they used various woods and tiles to an extraordinary degree, still had a fundamental difference from the style of the elves. Hyan's disappointment was evident. But that was all. She had already prepared herself mentally. The half-elf, having received confirmation from Wood, seemed to shed a burden, letting out a relieved sigh. He summoned Xia Nan, Larry, and the others nearby, his expression earnest. "Mission complete. I've obtained the results. We've been in the forest for so many days. If there are no objections, we can return now." Larry and Doris had grown up in towns. While not exactly pampered, they certainly hadn't endured hardship. After spending so many days in the Mist Forest, having seen adventurers and encountered monsters, the two were already satisfied. They naturally had no reason to object to Hyan's proposal to return. Xia Nan, however, didn't respond immediately, a hesitant look on his face. His reason for joining Hyan's team was secondary to the reward. His primary goal was to understand the origin of the wooden token in the half-elf's possession. As they delved deeper, familiar buildings kept appearing, the truth seemingly within reach. "Returning now." Noticing Xia Nan's hesitation, Hyan, mistaking it for concerns about payment, immediately added, "Don't worry, although the mission result is different from what I expected beforehand, your 100 gold will not be reduced." As soon as he finished speaking, Larry, standing beside him, patted his chest, looking generous. "I'll cover the reward. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead after encountering those rust monsters last night. 100 gold is nothing, I'd even pay 500. Concerning Xia Nan's biggest secret, his transmigration, he couldn't explain much. His eyes glanced towards the courtyard and the depths of the forest. He pondered. They were still in the outer reaches of the Mist Forest, but they were nearing the border. Further in, even with a professional in the team, safety couldn't be guaranteed. Based on the pattern of buildings encountered along the way, if he wanted to figure out the origin of the token, he had to delve deeper into the Mist Forest. With his current strength, it was too dangerous. "Perhaps, I'll come back later." His thoughts were fleeting. Facing their enthusiasm, Xia Nan no longer hesitated, nodding to Hyan and Larry, agreeing to return. Like tourists in various scenic spots in his past life, even if they weren't interested in the surrounding attractions, they would often buy some local souvenirs to prove they had been there. At the very least, they would take a few photos. Having experienced what might be their only Mist Forest journey in this life, Larry and Doris naturally wouldn't return empty-handed. Seeing that their return was decided, their eyes subconsciously searched the surroundings, looking for easily portable souvenirs. "Wow! This stone statue is well made, more refined than the craftsmen in the city," Larry exclaimed in surprise, unearthing a stone statue of a viper from some unknown corner. As thick as an arm, each scale was meticulously carved. The snake's body was coiled, its fangs slightly exposed, in a posture ready to strike. Lifelike. But Xia Nan frowned. This stone statue didn't seem to be in the style of Eastern civilization as he remembered. "Hey! Come here, everyone. There's another rust monster statue here. Exactly like the ones we encountered yesterday." Hearing this, seemingly recalling something, Wood, who had been standing behind Hyan, suddenly turned serious. His figure blurred, and the next second he was shielding the half-elf. He growled. Alert! Chapter 38, Petrification. The real world isn't a video game. Before a boss appears, there's no sudden cut scene, no sweeping vista, no soaring orchestral music to build anticipation for the coming battle. Battles begin and end abruptly. Often, like a hare under a hawk's talons, a mosquito in a tree frog's mouth, facing a stronger predator in nature, adventurers don't even know what danger they face before they become corpses. First, Larry, the closest. Wearing tight armor, sweat still on his face, he was half-turned, showing Doris, behind him, the exquisite statue he'd discovered. But then, the sudden loss of feeling from his back, and the terrified look on the blonde girl's face, made him realize something was wrong. Too late to turn around. Larry instinctively reached out, as if trying with all his might to push Doris away from danger. Unexpectedly, in the face of Larry's actions, the slender blonde girl, who seemed like a gust of wind could blow her down, showed courage unlike anything seen before. Instead of running away, She even took a step forward, her face pale but resolute, clutching Larry's hand tightly. Her body leaned back sharply, her slender arms trembling with effort, trying to pull him from danger. The two, awkward since the mission began, finally clarified their relationship under the pressure of life and death. But that was it. No matter how heartfelt and moving the love, in the face of such overwhelming power, it would eventually vanish like dust in the wind. A lifeless, pale gray spread from Larry's back at a visible speed, swallowing life and color along with it. His spine, chest, arms. In the space of a single breath. Larry and Doris remained locked in their mutual gaze and struggle, even the strands of hair fluttering beside the girl's cheek and the bulging veins in Larry's neck were clearly visible. But the two were now like the snake and scorpion sculptures on the ground, turned into two motionless, silent, pale stone statues. Next, the half-elf Hyan and his guard would. Even at a distance, they couldn't escape the assault of that unknown force. Almost as soon as the alert sounded, ding, a fragile object-shattering sound suddenly came from the half-elf. Then, a vibrant emerald green light, like a tender sprout after rain, burst from Hyan's waist, instantly enveloping his entire body. The air in front of him twisted and deformed, as if an invisible force was being blocked by the green light emanating from the half-elf. Just a moment. Hyan's face still held a bewildered expression. Only in the next second did he realize they had been attacked, and the magical item he was using for protection had been consumed. Wood was the only professional in the entire team. Even if he wasn't particularly outstanding, far from reaching the realm of supernatural. But the rogue's exceptionally high agility allowed him to react instantly. His figure blurred in an instant, the shadows beneath him shifting with his steps. He didn't dodge, nor did he block. Instead, in that instant, he gathered all his focus, concentrating all his attention. Like a hermit on the coast facing an incoming tide, his jaw clenched, his body tense, facing the invisible force surging through the air like a tide. His body stiffened sharply, then suddenly relaxed. The superior physical condition of a professional allowed him to forcibly withstand the erosion of this invisible force. He didn't have time to rejoice. The usually calm and collected rogue displayed an extremely clumsy posture. He turned sharply, rushing to protect the half-elf behind him. Run. Finally, Xia Nan, on the other side of the courtyard. Having already decided to go home and explore the ruins later, he didn't plan on taking any souvenirs. Unmoved by Larry's excited shouts, Xia Nan fell to the rear of the group. And it was precisely because of this that he witnessed almost everything that transpired: Larry and Doris's struggle and petrification, and the green light bursting from the half-elf. But like the ripples a dewdrop makes on water, or the subtle arc of a bird's wingbeat, those images, seemingly clear and detailed in your eyes, are in reality the most fleeting moments of time. Xia Nan felt he had reached his limit. Larry looked back, he stopped his approach. Wood went on alert, he instinctively reached back for his sword hilt. A green light flickered on high and the iron grey decapitation long sword was drawn from his back. And by the time the rogue's cry of run reached his ears, was processed by his brain into understandable information, transmitted through his nerves, muscles moved bones, and he took his first step. The formless power, already seemingly permeating the air like mist, arrived before him. Boom, the world seemed to be muted, the vibrant colors before his eyes gradually fading. It's hard to describe Xia Nan's feelings at this moment. It was like winter swimming in temperatures below -20 degrees Celsius. First came the instant icy coldness and stinging on the surface of his skin. The chilling river water seemed to want to seep into his bones through his pores. Then came numbness, the sensation in the areas affected by the cold gradually disappearing as if frozen, and immediately after, his body, sensing the danger, instinctively constricted its blood vessels, and the accelerated blood circulation brought waves of warmth surging through his body, resisting the external intrusion. The mastery-level spinning slash granted Xia Nan 2 precious attribute points, coupled with his 2 lifetimes of experience and relatively resilient willpower. Body and mind at this moment formed a wall to prevent the petrifying power from further eroding his body, allowing him to pass the life or death test. His mind flickered for a moment, and the colors before his eyes returned. His fingertips, knees, and even the toes of his boots were covered with a layer of pale gray. In his sight, Hyan was being escorted by Wood towards the woods outside the courtyard. The half-elf's face was filled with terror, his bloodless lips moving, shouting 2 words to Xia Nan, "Run." And only then did the culprit, who had nearly wiped out the entire squad in a breath, dragging its bloated and enormous body, taking the leisurely and relaxed steps of a predator, slowly emerge from the mist-shrouded woods behind the courtyard. Chapter 39. The lizard. It was a gigantic lizard, nearly 5 meters long. Its entire body was covered in rough, rock-like grayish-green scales, instantly conveying its formidable defense. 8 short, muscular legs supported its bulky and heavy body. Brown, crystal-like bone spurs extended from the top of its skull and nose to the tip of its tail. Its emerald vertical pupils flickered faintly, resembling ghostly flames in the misty air. A petrification lizard, a basilisk. Unlike the technology-based world of his past life, where supernatural powers were non-existent, in this world, for most creatures, judging their danger level simply by their size was usually sufficient. But in a fantasy world where dragons and magic truly existed, who knew if a flower elf, no bigger than a thumb, might be a high-level professional, possessing high-level spells capable of destroying a small town? Therefore, to differentiate these creatures of varying sizes and danger levels, a concept was introduced: challenge level. Generally speaking, a monster with a challenge level of 1, given adequate equipment, supplies, and rest. A well-structured team of 4 level 1 professionals could defeat it without casualties. Of course, this was only under ideal conditions, a cold rule designed to help players in his past life differentiate the strength levels of monsters. In reality, factors such as the monster's development, injuries, the surrounding environment, and its habits all significantly influenced its danger level and strength. Sometimes, for some intelligent monsters, one even had to consider their combat experience against human adventurers, and the equipment and items they possessed. Nevertheless, judging a monster's strength from its challenge level still provided some differentiation. For example, the rust monster the half-elf team encountered last night had a challenge level of 0.5, while the bear goblin that wiped out the rotten fish and shrimp team had a challenge level of exactly 1, slightly less than that. Using this as a reference, not far from Xia Nan, a petrification lizard was slowly lumbering closer. Its challenge level was 3. 4 professionals of level 3 or higher, with adequate preparation, could hunt it down without casualties. This massive monster, clad in thick scales, possessed an ability called petrification gaze from birth. From its emerald eyes, wherever its gaze fell, as long as the ability was activated, creatures within its line of sight would be affected by the petrification gaze. Only those with exceptionally strong physiques or unwavering willpower could avoid becoming statues. This extremely dangerous ability allowed them to dominate the arid regions they inhabited. With a sweep of its gaze, unsuspecting prey would become immobile statues. At this moment, the inherently lazy petrification lizard would slowly crawl forward, using its powerful jaws to crush the prey statue and swallow it whole. The secretions in its stomach would help it convert the food back to its original form for easier digestion. Undoubtedly. Regardless of the petrification lizard's current state, with Xia Nan's current strength approaching it meant death. Therefore, even though he hadn't engaged with the monster yet, just witnessing Larry and another person instantly petrified, and the half-elf and Wood fleeing without looking back, was enough to trigger a death alarm in his mind the moment he regained his senses. Turning around, he ran. The decapitation long sword, just drawn, was sheathed again, the trees on either side rapidly receding from his vision. Xia Nan swung his arms violently back and forth, his long legs rapidly striding across the leaf-strewn meadow in the woods. Huff, huff, he gasped for breath, his brain slightly dizzy from the rush of blood. Occasionally, he could hear the warning hisses of various snakes and insects from the bushes brushing past his legs. But he couldn't care less at this moment, only running deeper into the forest. And praying in his heart that the petrification lizard wouldn't chase after him. However, Xia Nan underestimated this greedy monster's desire for meat. Watching Xia Nan and the half-elf fleeing in 2 different directions, The petrified lizard's emerald eyes gleamed with an intelligence that belied its reptilian nature. The prey on one side, while one more in number, was demonstrably faster, its presence obscured by the dense forest, making it difficult to track. Coupled with the emerald glow that had just blocked its petrification gaze, this enormous grayish-green lizard almost instantly made its decision, driven by its hunting instincts. 8 legs, thick as stone pillars, bent and coiled with power. Bang! The massive, bloated body, in a moment of stark contrast, displayed an explosive power far exceeding its weighty appearance. Like a tank clad in stone armor. Tough, tenacious bushes and thorns, along with the snakes and scorpions fleeing in panic, were crushed to powder. The dense canopy swayed violently, the startled birds barely flapping their wings twice before turning to stone and plummeting to the ground. Trees were felled, grass flattened. Charging wildly, wood chips and grass seeds danced in the air. Xia Nan felt the ground tremble violently, a colossal sound like a passing train echoing behind him. His heart pounded. He didn't dare look back, only focusing on accelerating his pace. But the snapping of branches sounded like the approaching footsteps of death, growing ever clearer in his ears. Finally, a grayish-green blur flashed in his peripheral vision. A fierce gust of wind, carrying the stench of monstrous saliva, surged from behind him like a gale. A gaping maw capable of crushing iron stone snapped shut. Xia Nan's only magical item, the deadline ring, automatically activated deflection field neither light nor air. The ambient energy in the air was instantly condensed into a semi-transparent ochre-red shield, enveloping him. Crunching. The petrified lizard missed its bite due to the field's deflection, its powerful jaw snapping shut. A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed in the air. It was only defense. The deadline ring's deflection field had a 24-hour cooldown, potentially becoming a decisive trump card in a fiercely fought battle between evenly matched opponents. But now, facing such a disparity in combat strength, it only allowed Xia Nan to run a few more steps. The next second, the petrified lizard's tank-like body slammed directly into him. Chapter 40, Disappearance. At this moment, Xia Nan felt as if he had returned to that night before his transmigration. Under the effect of immense force, his toes left the ground, his body flung high into the air like a toy in a child's hand, the intense pain from his back, exceeding the limits of human endurance, vanished from his perception, replaced by a gradually blurring consciousness. Stars danced before his eyes, his internal organs felt like they had shifted positions, and the lush, verdant thicket before him seemed no longer to be there, but rather the blaring horn of a large truck, and the truck driver with his flushed face and reeking of alcohol. Fart. His lips parted, spewing out a shocking amount of blood, and the metallic tang of blood filling his nasal cavity instantly brought him back to reality. His body, covered in grass and leaves, spun and tumbled to the ground like a tattered sack. After a moment of stillness, intense pain surged through Xia Nan's body and mind like a tidal wave. He couldn't assess the extent of his injuries, but undoubtedly, the dizzying, stinging, burning, and numbing pain radiating from his entire body had completely robbed him of his ability to fight. Damn! 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 The rapidly deteriorating situation caused Xia Nan to instinctively curse in his heart. Remembering the healing potion in his waist pouch, he tried to reach for it, but his arm, lying limp on the meadow, refused to obey. The grayish petrification at his fingertips, due to his deteriorating condition, spread at a visible rate. Within a breath, it had already reached the first knuckle. Bang! Heavy footsteps echoed from the forest beyond his line of sight. The shadow cast by the massive body of the petrification lizard gradually enveloped Xia Nan on the ground. Am I going to die? At this moment, after the initial panic and resentment, he felt strangely calm. Flashing before his eyes were the rusty nail embedded in the skull of the dwarf Eruki, the crunching ankle held aloft by the bear goblin, and the broken wooden bow in Maji's arms. Even though he had never seriously considered the end of his transmigrator life, witnessing the fate of the motley crew of the Stinky Fish and Rotten Shrimp Squad, he seemed to have subconsciously prepared himself for everything. Whiz! A shrill cry, the sound of air being torn apart, suddenly rang out from the treetops nearby. A sharp arrow flashed with cold light, the mist swirling violently. The half-elf's signature white-feathered arrow vibrated and spun at high speed, a blur visible only as a fleeting shadow, heading straight for the petrification lizard. Ding! The aim was slightly off. Whether intentionally or not, the wooden arrow didn't strike the lizard's eyes, but landed on its thick, grayish-green scales, as hard as rock, on its side. Sparks flew, the rough, solid scales, with their defense comparable to steel, effortlessly blocked the arrow from piercing its flesh. Only a shallow white scratch remained. But because of this, the petrification lizard's attention was temporarily diverted from Xia Nan. Its neck, a mass of muscle and stone armor, slowly turned. The petrification lizard fixed its gaze on the direction from which the arrow came, a faint light flickering in its emerald eyes, petrification gaze cast invisibly. And at that very moment, in a blind spot beyond the petrification lizard's line of sight, shadows twisted, and a small, palm-sized brown earthenware jar was suddenly thrown. Bang! It struck the petrification lizard's skull, right on the tip of its nose. The thick, black, viscous oil and muddy dust, with just a spark, instantly exploded like a small bomb. Raw, in an instant, flames engulfed the petrification lizard's head. A pained roar echoed through the woods. Xia Nan naturally wouldn't fail to appreciate his teammates' efforts in coming to his aid, even at great risk. Even though his body was severely injured by the petrification lizard's attack. But the sudden calm he felt when facing death allowed him to regain his ability to think and react. Almost the second the sound of the half-elf's arrow reached his ears, Xia Nan, with immense willpower, gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain throughout his body, and forcibly controlled his already contorted arm. Trembling, he pulled out the vial of healing potion from his waist pouch, its fluorescence flickering as it swayed. He bit off the wooden stopper with his teeth. And drank. He drank half the bottle in one gulp. The liquid was icy cold, subtly sweet and fragrant. As it flowed down his esophagus and into his abdomen, it transformed into warm currents, stimulating his blood flow throughout his body. It was as if he were bathing in a hot spring. The pain throughout his body eased within a few breaths. He regained control of his body. A bluish-gray figure, engulfed in flames, flashed past the corner of his eye. Xia Nan had no time to wait for the healing potion to take full effect. As soon as he could move, he used his hands to push himself up from the ground. Then, without looking back, he continued running deeper into the dense forest. The wooden arrows, the firebombs, and the half-elves who attacked and then vanished, instinctively told Xia Nan that this wasn't a counterattack orchestrated by Hyan and Wood. It was simply a delaying tactic to buy him time to escape the petrification lizard's clutches. He had to seize the opportunity and put as much distance between them as possible. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. The sudden flames and the intense burning sensation in his nostrils caused the petrification lizard to instinctively shake its head like a wild bull. Although its face was relatively weaker, the tough, solid scales still played a significant role in its defense. 10 seconds. Or 20. The flames, which had been burning fiercely just moments ago, were extinguished as the surrounding trees and undergrowth were broken and crushed. Hot air puffed from its large nostrils. The two auras above the tree canopy had already disappeared. His senses only registered the rapidly receding figure in the distance ahead, stumbling but still maintaining a certain speed. As if mocked by its weak prey, the ferocious rage of a beast ignited in the heart of this brutal monster. It let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Then, like a tank, it once again charged recklessly towards the direction Xia Nan had fled. Bang! 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 The heavy, drum-like thud of footsteps echoed once more through the forest behind him. Xia Nan felt the ground tremble and the violent sounds of trees collapsing. He wanted to speed up, but his body had reached its limit. His pace slowed. The soft meadow beneath his feet felt like a swamp filled with mud, making each step increasingly difficult. Half a bottle of healing potion allowed him to temporarily recover from his severe injuries and regain some mobility. But to fully recover in such a short time was clearly beyond the capabilities of this small potion. After all, its name didn't bear prefixes like potent or extreme. He simply ran as hard as he could. Even as the mist in the air grew thicker, visibility rapidly decreased, and the trees in his line of sight became increasingly dense. He had clearly left the outer area of the mist forest. Beyond that, Xia Nan noticed something else. The direction he had chosen in his moment of crisis seemed to be the location of the otherworldly object he had hesitated over before deciding to return. The buildings, with their disparate styles, intertwined with the branches and shrubs, appeared with increasing frequency. Not just the once towering wooden tavern, but also a dilapidated temple with a half-hanging bronze bell, and a grand palace that had collapsed for the most part. He seemed to be gradually approaching the very center of it all. His intense focus seemed to accelerate the passage of time. He didn't know how long it had been. It was only when the warm currents from the healing potion gradually dissipated and he could no longer feel them that Xia Nan, under the influence of his depleted stamina, slowly slowed his pace. Huff, huff, huff. He gasped for breath, his consciousness and senses returning to his brain with each intake of air. Gone, gone. He subconsciously wondered. Just moments ago, while fleeing, he could still clearly feel the petrification lizard's even more ferocious pursuit fueled by rage. At the speed he perceived, there was even a moment when he felt that everything he had done was useless. But when did the petrification lizard's footsteps suddenly disappear? It wasn't that he had escaped its perception, causing it to unconsciously slow its pace to search for him. The sound of footsteps vanished abruptly, as if slammed on the brakes. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Xia Nan's face held the dazed look of strenuous exertion, his gaze sweeping his surroundings. The mist in the air had thickened considerably, dimming even the sunlight overhead. A sudden unease prickled at him. Where are the buildings? The ruined walls and debris, so prevalent moments ago, had vanished without a trace, not a single brick or tile remaining. Darkness. Silence. A strange illusion washed over Xia Nan. He felt as if he stood at the eye of a cataclysmic storm, a terrifyingly calm center in the midst of a raging hurricane, the eye of the storm. Instinctively, he turned, taking a cautious step forward. Buzz, without warning, utterly unexpected. The space around Xia Nan warped and blurred for a fleeting moment. The next second, he disappeared into the mist. Xia Nan. Xia Nan. A hushed voice called out from the deep, shadowy forest. Hyan crouched low, carefully navigating the trees. Beside him, Wood, his ever-present guard, moved like a shadow. Unlike their initial pristine appearance, both were now quite disheveled. Their clothes were covered in grass seeds and leaves, their hair plastered to their foreheads with sweat. Silver-grey eyes shimmered faintly in the darkness as Hyan meticulously searched for his companion. His elven blood granted him dark vision, allowing him to see with the clarity of day within a 60-foot radius, even in the dim light. Nothing. Wood remained silent, but equally diligent in his search. He remained vigilant, using his extensive experience to carefully examine the details of the surrounding forest floor. One possessed ranger combat skills and the blood of a child of nature, an elf. The other was a rogue, naturally adept at stealth and shadow work. They had easily escaped the petrification lizard's perception once they were out of its sight. This allowed them to launch a surprise attack while the petrification lizard was distracted, rescuing Xia Nan from its clutches. They then circled around, following the trail of disturbances to this location. Master, here. Wood seemed to have discovered something, bending down to alert the half-elf beside him. Before them, on the soft, damp meadow, a trail of footprints was clearly imprinted. The footprints were short and dense, with some crushed plant stems nearby, suggesting the owner was being pursued and was exhausted. Oddly, however, the trail abruptly ended, as if the owner had vanished into thin air. Hyan suddenly looked up, his gaze searching the dense canopy above. Master, this is deep within the mist forest. Wood hesitated, voicing his concern. Hyan remained unmoved. He glanced at the sky, which was growing noticeably darker, then back down at the abruptly ending footprints. Slowly and firmly, he stated, we'll search for another 2 hours. If we still haven't found him, we'll retreat to the outer perimeter. Understood. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Boom. Rough, grayish-green scales, like rock, slammed into a tree trunk. The thick, brown bark, capable of withstanding axe blows, was instantly pierced, the wood fibers tearing and revealing the pale, soft heartwood within. The petrification lizard, basilisk, was venting its rage on this innocent oak tree. Mud splattered. Massive roots, deeply embedded in the soil, were ripped up along with half a broken tree trunk, under the monster's force capable of crushing steel. It roared, ghostly green light flickering in its eyes. Some of the scales on its skull and the brown crystalline spines around it showed scorch marks. The petrification lizard could sense the human presence gradually fading from the distant forest ahead. It knew clearly that these weak creatures were no match for it. Even if they somehow survived the petrification gaze, a single claw swipe, or a casual bite, would be enough to turn these cunning prey into its dinner. But despite this, the petrification lizard had no intention of pursuing them. It merely remained on the outskirts of the increasingly dense buildings, futilely destroying the surrounding trees and bushes. As if an invisible boundary existed between it and those ruined structures, preventing it from taking even a single step closer. Until finally, after toppling dozens of tall trees, turning countless disturbed creatures into icy statues, the petrification lizard, with a surprisingly hesitant and wary look, glanced one last time in the direction Xia Nan had disappeared. It turned. Dragging its bulky body, it vanished into the mist and the depths of the forest. Chapter 41. Serpent A Step Forward. Xia Nan felt the temperature of the air around him plummet suddenly. Darkness fell before his eyes. The next second, the dense forest undergrowth, previously filled with moist mist, was replaced by a bare stone wall. Pain, dizziness. As if he had missed a step while descending stairs, the sudden panic caused his exhausted body to give way. He unconsciously let out a pained moan, collapsing onto the ground. With his last ounce of strength, he managed to lift his eyelids, scanning his surroundings. Seeing no immediate danger, he closed his eyes again, succumbing to the overwhelming fatigue and pain. He didn't know how long it had passed. A cold, slippery sensation came from his cheek. He could vaguely feel the muscles writhing beneath the hard scales. Xia Nan slowly opened his eyes. Holy shit! He leaped up, flinging the reddish-brown snake that had somehow crawled onto him to the ground. Iron-grey cold light flashed in the dim air. The snake's head was severed, its long body twitched and writhed. After using the tip of his sword to pick up the snake's head and toss it into a corner, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Nan leaned against the stone wall behind him, his hands gripping his decapitation sword tightly. Only now, after his chaotic escape and brief dizziness, did he have a chance to carefully observe his surroundings. This was an enclosed cave. There was nothing of note. Bare, grey stone walls filled almost every part of his vision. Occasionally, strange, bioluminescent fungi clung to the rock surface, they're transforming the otherwise pitch-black cave into its current dim state. For some reason, even without any obvious physical features, just looking at the dead grey stone wall, Xia Nan felt, deep down, a sense of unreality that clashed with the real world. It was as if a small piece of a mountain from another world had been forcibly embedded into this one. Similar to the carriages, wooden buildings, and courtyards he had seen along the way. And just moments ago, he was fiercely chasing a petrification lizard in the mist forest. In an instant, he seemed to have fallen into some kind of trap and been teleported here. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He didn't act rashly. After his senses returned, Xia Nan, having confirmed that his current location was temporarily safe, first checked his physical condition. His legs were the least injured, only a few scratches on the side of his lower legs from the thorns in the forest, ordinary abrasions that had already stopped bleeding. A stabbing pain came from his left side, near his chest and abdomen, more noticeable when he breathed, but still bearable, perhaps a broken rib. The worst was his right forearm. Enduring the pain, he lifted the padding under his leather armor, revealing a large, purplish-blue swelling near his right ulna, close to his wrist. He hadn't felt much pain during the escape due to his focus. Now, however, he felt waves of numbness, tingling, and throbbing emanating from it. Even extending his fingers and gripping his sword hilt felt incredibly difficult. He should remember that before this, he had drunk half a bottle of healing potion to recover his mobility. 1 dose, 25 gold. It pained him a little, but he didn't regret it. Without that life-saving potion, he wouldn't have even made it this far. He would have been turned to stone by the lizard and swallowed whole. For a life saved, 25 gold was nothing. He would have paid 2,500 gold. With a sigh in his heart, Xia Nan's hands didn't stop. He somewhat laboriously took out the medical kit he had bought before his departure from his backpack. Ordinary healing potions could save lives in a crisis and cure most minor injuries, relieving pain. But for injuries like broken bones, they had no immediate effect. The adventurer had to treat them himself. Rip. He awkwardly used the splint included in the kit to immobilize his forearm, then used his left hand to tightly wrap bandages around it, finally biting off the excess bandage with his teeth. According to the *Adventurer's Handbook *, for a forearm injury, one should ideally use a sling to suspend the arm, preventing further damage. Current conditions are limited, so this is all he can do. His fingers, slightly numb and swollen, twitched. Though faint grayish petrification marks remained on his fingertips, the healing potion had eased the symptoms, restoring some sensation. Xia Nan pondered. He seemed to recall seeing petrification antidotes in the alchemist's shop. He couldn't remember the price, but at least there was a chance of recovery. Higu Town also had a church, offering healing services to adventurers after quests. He could visit after returning. Speaking of which, during the fight with the rust monster, Xia Nan had saved a half-elf's life, incurring a debt of gratitude. They agreed the half-elf would help him contact a combat technique instructor in repayment. And during the chase, the half-elf had returned the favor, delaying the petrification lizard, giving Xia Nan precious escape time. In this back and forth, he actually owed the half-elf a favor. Therefore, if Hyan needed help in the future, and he was able to assist, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. Of course, this was contingent on him escaping this damned place. Xia Nan shook his head, dismissing irrelevant thoughts. After treating his injuries, he checked his equipment. Decapitation long sword largely untouched during the escape, thus intact, *deathline *ring deflection field was on its 24-hour cooldown, one less trump card, healing potion half a bottle remaining, leather armor ruined. Xia Nan sadly touched the custom-made leather armor, a massive 10 gold investment from the barn shop. The front looked fine, just a little blood and grass stains. But the back, impacted by the petrification lizard, was completely shattered, riddled with dents and cracks, unusable. This would be another significant expense upon returning to town. Sigh. He sighed, pulling the tattered leather armor back on. Standing up, he gazed into the depths of the cave. Though he'd escaped the petrification lizard's pursuit by being teleported here, it didn't mean safety. Without his teammates, he could only rely on himself. His chest rose and fell, his breathing gradually becoming calm and resolute. He moved sideways, slightly pressed against the wall, his iron-grey longsword in hand, inching forward along the only path in the cave. Crack. Heavy leather boots came down hard, crushing 2 thumb-sized black scorpions. A pale skull, devoid of flesh, was picked up from the ground by a hand stained with mud and blood. Xia Nan was now in a deep, long corridor. He didn't know how it was formed. The stone walls on either side were rough and uneven, showing no signs of artificial construction. However, unlike the open cave, the tunnel walls were lined with many pale bones. Approaching the wall, using the faint blue glow emitted by the fungi growing on it, he carefully examined the skull in his hand. Before his transmigration, Xia Nan, not being medically trained, would never have been able to calmly hold and examine the skull of a fellow human being. But after experiencing so many life or death crises, a simple bone was far below the threshold to evoke any emotional response. Human, another human. He thought. He had examined all the bones he could identify along the way, using his current knowledge. All were human. In another world, this might not be surprising. But he was currently in a fantasy world with dwarfs, elves, and numerous half-breeds. If a place was filled with the corpses of intelligent beings, unless it was a targeted massacre of a specific race, it would be impossible to find only humans. Combining the surreal and alien feeling of the cave itself, and the numerous strange structures he'd seen along the way, Xia Nan had a growing suspicion perhaps he had been teleported to another area, also from another world. Returning the skull to its place, he continued forward, step by step, under the dim light, carefully exploring. Then, a dead end. A wall of icy, obsidian darkness blocked his path, cutting off all escape. Xia Nan's expression remained calm, yet a flicker of turmoil danced in his dark eyes. This was the only path through the entire cavern. If the passage didn't lead to the outside, it meant that after barely escaping the pursuit of the monsters, he would truly die here. Xia Nan took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the countless negative thoughts swarming his mind. He stepped forward, his hands tracing the wall, searching for a hidden door or switch. The wall was completely black, not stone. It felt colder than stone, as if made of some kind of metal. Its smooth surface was covered in countless fine, plate-like textures. Running his hand against the grain even felt slightly abrasive. The threat of death forced Xia Nan to be meticulously thorough in his search. From top to bottom, left to right, he traced every single texture with his fingertips. Finally, as he crouched, exploring the bottom right corner of the black wall, a faint, extremely weak luminescence caught his attention. The same, deep blue, glow characteristic of the cave's fungal flora, but its source was a crack in the rock in the corner of the black wall. Could it be? Surprise flickered in Xia Nan's eyes. He quickly dropped to his knees, using his palms to pry apart the loose rocks. Where the gaps were too small, he drew the dagger from his waist, using all his strength to lever the stones free. About 20 minutes passed. In the corner of the black wall, a small hole, about half his height, appeared before Xia Nan. The deep blue light grew brighter. Alone, unconcerned with his posture, he used his hands and feet, following the light, and squeezed inside. Unexpectedly, the hole wasn't deep. After only a few steps, the narrow passage suddenly opened up. A vast space, large enough to create multiple echoes, appeared before him. Fungal colonies covered the surrounding walls, illuminating the entire space. Xia Nan, having crawled out of the small hole, instinctively turned to look at the black wall that had blocked the tunnel. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Sweat dripped from his forehead, leaving a small puddle on the cold ground. Xia Nan remained turned, his body frozen in place. Motionless. His gaze fixed on the direction he had come from. A black wall? No, it wasn't an artificial wall. The icy metallic feel, the fine, plate-like textures. It was a colossal snake's body, as thick as a train, large enough to fill the entire tunnel. It's hard to describe Xia Nan's experience at that moment. It's like waking up in the middle of the night, seeing, in the moonlight, a section of snake body on your bed. Your first reaction might be to jump up in alarm, but at the same time, your gaze would instinctively follow the snake's body, searching for its head, judging whether it had crawled into your bed or was simply winding around the bed. In the shock, Xia Nan's gaze instinctively followed the impossibly large snake's body upwards. The ground, the walls, the ceiling. Holy shit. He felt a chill run from his tailbone to the crown of his head, goosebumps erupting all over his body. A terrifying snake head, large enough to swallow a whole elephant, hung above him, its cold, ferocious vertical pupils fixed on him without blinking. The overwhelming pressure from the sheer size difference was almost enough to make him give up resisting with just a glance. He instinctively closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xia Nan stood stiffly in place, the stabbing pain in his chest and abdomen reminding him that he was still alive. Slowly, he opened his eyes. It was still the same enormous, shocking serpent. But it was also motionless. Gurgle. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Xia Nan vaguely sensed something was wrong. And his gaze continued to follow the long snake's body upwards. Sure enough, at the very top of the cave ceiling, a brown stone spike, from an unknown source, was pinned through the giant snake like a thumbtack. Right through its 7-inch vital point. The giant serpent's eyes, seemingly icy and ferocious, had long since lost their luster. Its train-like, massive body, like countless white bones outside the cave, had become a corpse with no possibility of rebirth. Xia Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he have the opportunity, and the ability, to carefully examine the serpent's appearance while still alive. Its body was a deep black, covered in icy, hard, ink-black scales like metal. The thick, long serpentine body coiled and climbed within the cave, making its exact length impossible to determine. Its facial scales were snow-white, without a trace of impurity, making its emerald green eyes, like jadeite, appear even more striking, their pupils deep and lifeless, and in the middle of its skull, suspended in mid-air, were several pure gold scales shimmering with a golden light, like ornaments adorning its head. For some reason, gazing at the terrifying serpent before him, Xia Nan's mind flashed back to the images of him cutting off goblin ears and extracting the venom glands of rust monsters. A daring, yet perfectly reasonable idea gradually brewed in his mind. As an adventurer, taking some trophies back should be perfectly normal, right? Happy New Year! Wishing you all happiness every day. Chapter 42, Serpent Scales Ding. A crisp metallic clang, accompanied by fleeting sparks in the icy air, echoed repeatedly through the cavern's open space. Spinning slash, a gunmetal grey arc of sword light whistled, instantly striking the scales that resembled black iron. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Xia Nan felt a numbing shock travel up the sword hilt, instantly paralyzing half his body. Immediately following was the excruciating pain beneath the bandage on his right hand. He sat on the ground for a long while, his back soaked in sweat, before he finally recovered. Leaning wearily against the stone wall, he gazed at the enormous serpentine body, thick as a train. He then looked up at the monstrous snake head above, its icy green eyes still fixed on him. He sighed involuntarily. Indeed, was I being too presumptuous? Driven by his whimsical ideas, Xia Nan had just launched into his grand loot collection plan. While he didn't know the exact species of this black serpent, its scales and gall bladder, if brought back to town, would likely fetch him a considerable sum. However, this enormous serpent, far exceeding the limits of human imagination, seemed to possess defensive capabilities comparable to the most advanced armored vehicles. Hacking, chopping, prying, drilling. Over the past few tens of minutes, Xia Nan had exhausted all his strength, trying countless methods. In the end, he even forced himself to use spinning slash, while enduring his injuries, yet still made no progress. He even suspected that those icy, smooth black scales could easily withstand bullets and explosives from the technological world. In this situation, Xia Nan's dagger and long sword were to the serpent's body like humanity facing the Trisolaran's water drop in a past-life science fiction novel, primitive and powerless. He also tried climbing the serpent's body, hoping to reach the point where the giant serpent's body was pinned to the cave ceiling by stone spikes. The scales there must have been breached. He might be able to find some fragments, or even a few drops of blood. This attempt also ended in failure. The scales appeared angular and distinctly plated, but the gaps between them were incredibly tight, making it impossible for his fingers to penetrate and find purchase while climbing. The edges of the scales were sharp, the slightest pressure would result in a bleeding wound. Furthermore, the giant serpent was suspended from the cave ceiling. Even if he managed to climb up, at that height, a fall would be instantly fatal, even with healing potions. Supporting himself with his still intact left arm, Xia Nan slowly rose, leaning against the stone wall, his long sword sheathed. Having seen numerous monster loot collection methods in the Adventurer's Handbook *, he knew exactly how many precious treasures such a large serpentine monster held. Unwilling to give up. His expression was complex, but he forced himself to look away. He couldn't dwell on it. No matter how much effort he put in, if it didn't work, it didn't work. I'll come back later, if I get the chance. Right now, the most important thing was to find the exit to this damned place. Xia Nan slowly exhaled, calming himself while regaining his composure. He carefully examined the open cave he was in. Unlike the previously dark and long passage, the bioluminescent fungi on the cave walls were exceptionally active, filling the space with their pale blue light. This allowed Xia Nan to observe the details that would normally be hidden in the darkness. There are many marks of friction and impact on both sides of the stone walls, likely left by this giant serpent during its life. Considering the serpent's size, the passage I came through wouldn't have been nearly large enough. Is there another exit, or is there some other reason? The human corpses I saw everywhere before are all gone now. Xia Nan's gaze suddenly stopped. His eyes fell on a corner of the deep cave. A pale gleam caught his eye. On closer inspection, it was a human skeleton slumped against the wall. Unlike the scattered bones he'd encountered before, this corpse, though also reduced to a skeleton, was relatively well preserved. The lower legs, pelvis, ribcage, skull. Even a few pieces of dark blue, tattered cloth remained, hinting at the style of a former robe. But the most striking feature was the jet-black scale piercing the corpse's chest cavity, passing straight through the spine and into the stone wall. What is this? Xia Nan's eyes lit up, a sudden feeling of unexpected discovery washing over him. "Excuse me," he whispered to the corpse before stepping forward. He used both hands to pull the scale from the stone wall. Holding it in his palm, he examined it closely. The scale was rhombus-shaped, roughly the length of a forearm. Its surface was dark, glossy, and icy to the touch, yet possessed both hardness and flexibility. Without a doubt, the rhombus-shaped scale in Xia Nan's hand was the steel-tough snake scale he had previously sought with all his might, to no avail. He recalled how even his severing longsword spinning slash hadn't left a single scratch on its surface, an incredible defense. A ripple of excitement stirred within Xia Nan. When he got back, he could perhaps ask the blacksmith in Higu town to use this scale as the primary material for crafting a piece of equipment. It should be rock hammer. I remember they offer custom services. To fully utilize its defensive capabilities, making it into armor or a shield would be best, but the size might be insufficient. And if it were a shield, he might need to find a way to learn the relevant techniques. Considering the sharpness of its edges, it might also be suitable for a small weapon. "I'll decide when I get back." Xia Nan shook his head. Carefully, he tucked the scale into the depths of his backpack. Then he suddenly found his cautious demeanor rather amusing. If he really encountered something, given the defensive strength this scale had just demonstrated, even if he were reduced to ashes, it probably wouldn't be affected. The unexpected discovery lifted his spirits. He was about to leave when he noticed something else. Beside the corpse lay a rusty wooden sword, covered in dust and bearing the marks of time. To be safe, Xia Nan held his breath, focusing his gaze on the wooden sword. Then, unexpectedly, a long string of translucent information appeared before his eyes. Chapter 43, Dewdrop's Green Pine Type, Wooden Sword Rarity, Rare, Blue, Effects, plus 15% damage against undead, Sunny Flame, plus 20% damage against serpents and scorpions, Sunny Flame. Description: a specially crafted wooden sword from an ancient sect. The rare material, formed under harsh conditions, grants it considerable power against certain types of creatures. Notes: since entering the sect, I have been blessed by my master's teachings and the support of my fellow disciples. I will always remember their kindness. Now, I hear that my hometown is suffering from a plague of serpents and scorpions, and the people are suffering. Though my strength is meager and my talent is limited, I dare not forget the kindness shown to me. Therefore, I humbly request my master's permission to descend the mountain and eliminate the demons to bring peace to the people. Li Haoran, inner disciple of Bamboo Spring View. Xia Nan's gaze paused, and a wave of surprise washed over him. It truly is an artifact from another world. This explained the wildly different architectural styles he'd encountered along the way, the cave he currently found himself in, and even the enormous black serpent within. While he didn't know the specifics, it was undeniable that these things originated from another world, drastically different from the fantasy world he now inhabited. They had somehow integrated into this space in a fragmented form. A sense of relief washed over Xia Nan. The attribute panel cheat he'd brought over from his previous life seemed limited to displaying equipment and item information, far less useful than the leveling and stat boosting systems he remembered. Yet, in this reality, it had provided invaluable assistance in every aspect. Whether it was the decapitation sword discarded in the blacksmith's corner, or the truth he'd uncovered through the panel's information. Without this cheat, he wouldn't just be struggling, he'd be completely lost. Let alone possessing this unremarkable-looking blue rare equipment, which appeared to be just an ordinary wooden sword. Xia Nan retrieved the remaining bandages from his backpack and carefully wiped the dust from the sword. The sword's form, previously hidden beneath the sand, gradually revealed itself. Approximately 3 feet long, a one-handed sword, shorter than the decapitation sword, made of dark brown ebony, with a smooth, soft texture. The hilt was seamlessly integrated with the blade, a simple, short, round design, devoid of unnecessary ornamentation. From its appearance alone, aside from the color and some stylistic details, it seemed no different from the wooden swords used for daily training. Only Xia Nan knew that this seemingly ordinary one-handed sword was, in this world, a bona fide enchanted weapon. He examined the blade closely, noticing few marks after wiping it, appearing almost brand new. He then pulled out the hemp rope he'd bought before leaving, and tied it, along with the decapitation sword, to his back. Looking at the pale skeleton leaning against the stone wall, Xia Nan paused, letting out a silent sigh. Although there were no other objects around the corpse to identify it, he could largely confirm, based on the panel's information, that this was Li Haoran, the name in the notes. Coupled with the enormous serpent corpse in the cave, the sudden surge of snakes and insects in the mist forest, and the plague of serpents and scorpions mentioned in his notes, he could roughly deduce the connection. However, this righteous warrior's remains had now arrived in this other world, along with his burial place. No one here knew him. Besides himself, probably no one would know his story. If he hadn't agreed to join the half-elf team, if he hadn't followed them deep into the mist forest, this man would likely remain here, forever accompanied by the serpent that killed him, silently resting in this stone cave. Even if some unlucky adventurer stumbled upon it in the future, they would likely only marvel at the size of the serpent and not give a second thought to the skeleton or the unremarkable wooden sword. His thoughts drifted. Finding a way out wasn't something that could be done in a moment, and there wasn't any immediate danger. Xia Nan paused, then bent down, straightening the skeleton, which had fallen over when he removed the scales, and laid it flat on the ground. The cave was surrounded on all sides by rock, making it difficult to dig. He gathered some stones and piled them on top of the skeleton until it was completely buried. He even pulled out the dagger from his waist, found a slightly longer stone, carved the other person's name on it, and inserted it into the center of the pile of stones. Conditions were limited. This was all he could do. Xia Nan wasn't clear about the customs of the world the other person was from, but it was similar to the ancient civilization of his previous life's country, so there should be a concept of peaceful burial. It was also a way to show his respect. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he took one last look at the pile of stones in the corner of the cave. Then he withdrew his gaze. Now, it was time to find a way out. Just as he was about to carefully feel his way around the edge of the cave, a burning sensation suddenly came from the wooden sword that had just been tied to Xia Nan's back. He was surprised, reached out to grasp the hilt, and drew it out. Then, as if guided by something, the tip of the sword pointed to the place where the skeleton had been leaning against. The stone wall suddenly blurred for a moment. Instinctively, Xia Nan held the wooden sword with his left hand and gently tapped its surface. Buzz! In an instant, the cold, ashen wall disappeared. In its place was a small, exquisite stone chamber. The Yulan Guangjun, which had only been growing in the crevices of the rocks, seemed to be consciously gathered at the top of the stone chamber. The condensed beam of light shone down from above like a spotlight. And in the center of the beam was a cone-shaped stone ridge, and a green vine climbing on it. At the end of the vine hung a delicate, small gourd. The gourd was golden yellow throughout, and its jade-like, clear surface shimmered with a dazzling fluorescence under the light. But all of this, everything before him, in Xia Nan's eyes now, it was all unimportant. The moment the stone chamber appeared, all his thoughts and attention were focused on the opening of the upside-down gourd, that drop of brilliant golden dew, hanging precariously. As if it were the source of all the illusions around it, the very center of all these otherworldly things. Ding! A sound like jade striking jade came from his ears, the dewdrops subtly vibrating, as if about to fall the next second. Xia Nan instinctively stepped forward, cupped his hands, and caught it. The dewdrops seeped into his skin. Boom! Countless phantoms twisted before his eyes, the stone walls, vines, and fluorescence fading in color like a tide. That familiar dizzying sensation again. The next second, Xia Nan was once again standing among the bushes and dense forest of the mist forest. In his vision, the translucent characters of the attribute panel scrolled across like a screen refresh. Chapter 44, Farewell Crackle. The dark green thorns, scorched by flames, curled and writhed as if possessed, black scorch marks spreading rapidly across their surface, trailing sparks. Wood forcefully withdrew the dagger. Plunged into the enemy's chest, his expression cold and weary. Before him lay several humanoid thorny monsters gradually being consumed by flames. They seemed to possess a kind of corrosive effect targeting plants, turning a large swathe of nearby grass into the same strange dark green. Rustle. The branches of a towering oak behind them swayed as a half-elf, wielding a longbow, gracefully descended. The two had just endured a fierce encounter. Their enemies were 5 dry needle monsters disguised as bushes. Honestly, these monsters weren't particularly strong, not even as strong as the rust monsters they'd encountered a few days ago. But in the mist forest, an environment rife with thorns and tall grass, their slight ability to manipulate plants made them exceptionally troublesome. In the end, Wood had to use his remaining few flame bombs to barely end the fight. And this was just one of the most common types of monsters encountered after leaving the outer perimeter of the mist forest. "Master, we should leave." Wood panted, his chest rising and falling noticeably. Even for a wanderer who had achieved a professional level, staying deep within the mist forest for an extended period wasn't easy, especially when he had to protect the half-elf. Hyan understood this perfectly. In such a dangerous area, searching for their missing companion aimlessly would only drag them both into further peril. They had to give up. A look of struggle flashed across his face. He nodded towards Wood and said, "Then let's retreat to the outer perimeter," and then, creak, before he could finish, a sudden sound erupted nearby, startling the birds and beasts in the woods. That seemed to be where Xia Nan was last seen. The two exchanged a knowing glance and then ran towards the source of the sound. As the crystal-clear dewdrops merged into his body, Xia Nan felt a cool, gentle stream flowing from his palm throughout his entire body. He felt as if he were floating amidst the clouds, light as a feather, his toes barely touching the ground. His muscles, nearly overloaded from strenuous exercise, recovered under the nourishment of the stream, becoming firmer and tougher without a sound. Even his heart seemed to beat more powerfully, his hot blood surging and flowing under the impetus of the stream, a sign of more vigorous vitality. The petrified residue on his fingertips turned into tiny specks of ash, blown away by the wind, revealing the undamaged fingertips beneath. The bones in his right forearm were corrected and restored by an invisible force within his body, the stabbing pain in his ribs was gone, and even the small wound on his lower leg, which had already stopped bleeding and begun to scab, was erased as if by an eraser, leaving only smooth skin. At the same time, a string of translucent characters flashed before Xia Nan's eyes. Constitution +3 perk, Copper Bone Iron Muscle, unlocked. Copper Bone Iron Muscle, category, perk effects, 10% physical damage reduction, 0.5% chance to negate physical damage taken. Description: having absorbed the essence of otherworldly plants, your body has become tougher, and you have gained a touch of the rule's blessing. Note: Grandpa. Xia Nan stood in the woods, gazing at his now restored right arm, a thoughtful expression on his face. He felt like he had pulled an all-nighter at work in his past life and then slept for 12 hours straight the next day. He felt incredibly relaxed, his fatigue and pain completely gone, replaced by abundant energy and overflowing stamina. It was arguably the peak of his physical condition since he had transmigrated to this world. So, what exactly was that? He recalled the dewdrops that had merged into his body, questioning in his heart. The otherworldly style was identical, yet unlike anything else, the dewdrop conveyed an inexpressible sense of reality. It felt as if it were the very root that brought countless surrounding structures into this world. As if to confirm his guess, after he absorbed the golden droplet, the cave he was in vanished like an illusion. Only the familiar trees and undergrowth of the mist forest remained before him. He subconsciously reached behind him to touch his wooden sword, feeling the hard texture at his fingertips. Xia Nan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Though still puzzled, the outcome was satisfactory. The dewdrop not only healed his injuries, providing a ridiculously high 3 points to his constitution attribute, but also granted him a defensive skill called Copper Bone Iron Muscle, the effect of which looked quite powerful on his attribute panel. He even found a blue, rare quality piece of equipment in the cave. His gains were undeniably significant. Now, his only concern was how to safely escape from the depths of the mist forest and return to Higu town. I wonder how Hyan is doing. With wood there, nothing should go wrong, Xia Nan mused, scanning his surroundings, trying to discern the direction. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the dense bushes beside him. He instantly drew his decapitation long sword, becoming alert. But then, when he discovered that the newcomers were the half-elf and wood, he relaxed. "How are you guys? Are you all right?" Xia Nan asked, looking at the two, whose bodies were covered in grass clippings, with faint signs of battle visible. "We're fine. That petrification lizard, for some reason, didn't chase us." Hyan's silver-grey eyes fixed on Xia Nan, his expression concerned yet slightly puzzled. "But you." To be fair, compared to the two who had just finished a battle and looked disheveled, Xia Nan didn't look much better either. His back leather armor was shattered, his pants had several cuts, he was covered in mud, even his hair was dusty, and several blood-stained bandages and splints were scattered on the ground beside him. One could easily believe he was a seriously wounded soldier fresh from the battlefield. Yet, Xia Nan didn't look weak or injured at all. His black eyes were bright and full of energy. Therefore, at a glance, the half-elf noticed the discrepancy. After all, he had witnessed Xia Nan being directly hit in the chest by the petrification lizard, only managing to escape with the help of healing potions. His words became hesitant. "Oh." Noticing the other's gaze, Xia Nan's expression faltered, realizing the half-elf's discovery. It happened so suddenly, he had just escaped from the cave and hadn't had time to conceal the changes in his body, nor had he thought of a plausible explanation. Although Wood, beside Hyan, didn't speak, from the way he glanced at the wooden sword behind Xia Nan and the unscathed skin beneath his damaged clothes, it was clear he had also noticed something amiss. After a moment's thought, he mentally organized his words. Xia Nan omitted some details, such as the dewdrop and the giant serpent, which might cause trouble for the others, and then, half-truthfully, recounted his experience to the two before him. Unexpectedly, after hearing his explanation, neither the half-elf nor Wood showed the surprised expression he had imagined. They even, with the exemplary conduct of adventurers, didn't ask much about the wooden sword he carried on his back. "You might have entered a secret realm," Wood stroked his chin, slowly speaking. "Secret realm?" Xia Nan questioned the unfamiliar term. "Yes." Wood nodded, explaining. "You should be a native of the Servia Kingdom, right?" "Yes." "Then you should have heard the story of the double feather chain. Double feather chain." Xia Nan frowned, searching through the memories left by his former self. Then, he finally recalled the story he had heard countless times from the old man at the head of the village when he was a child. The legendary wandering poet who traveled the world, even visiting other realms. "That's right." The wanderer nodded slightly. "But what does that have to do with the so-called secret realm?" "The connection. What if I told you that the abyssal hells and celestial heavens mentioned in the story of the double feather chain are real?" Wood suddenly looked up, staring at Xia Nan. "The material plane we inhabit is merely a layer, a space sandwiched between others. Around it exist numerous realms, varying greatly in size and scale. These spaces overlap and intermingle. The barriers between realms aren't stable. Given certain conditions, space will undergo a phenomenon akin to folding and contraction." The wanderer's gaze swept over the mist swirling gently around the group. "For instance, an area of extremely high magical concentration." Digesting the information, Xia Nan followed Wood's line of thought. "You mean the secret realm I entered was created by the high concentration of magic within the mist forest?" "Correct." Wood glanced at the wooden sword on Xia Nan's back. These naturally formed secret realms, due to their unique properties, usually harbor powerful monsters and may contain precious treasures. On this continent, the number of such spaces isn't insignificant. Even though they're not easily discovered and mostly born in the wilds teeming with monsters, every year brings rumors of some lucky adventurer stumbling upon one. Even some powerful spellcasters, through their ability to warp spacetime, can create their own secret realm spaces. Small ones might be warehouse-sized, while larger ones, at this point, would suddenly look up at the sky hidden beneath the canopy, lowering his voice. You should know that, to a certain extent, a god realm is also a kind of secret realm. With that, the group fell into a simultaneous silence. Xia Nan carefully compared the characteristics of the secret realm space described by Wood with the cave he had just entered. He frowned involuntarily. It feels somewhat different, he mused to himself. Unexpectedly, Wood, who had just been explaining the worldview to Xia Nan, now showed a conflicted and confused expression. Something's wrong. Wood suddenly took 2 steps forward, approaching Xia Nan. He bent down to carefully examine his footprints, then stamped his foot on the ground. If it were truly a secret realm, why couldn't we two enter it earlier? If it had already closed before we arrived, you absolutely wouldn't have been able to get out. Moreover, a secret realm is ultimately just a folded space. In most cases, it doesn't have the ability to affect the surrounding terrain. The various buildings we saw along the way don't seem like something a secret realm could create. Wood stood there, becoming more and more confused. Xia Nan could almost see the faint wisps of smoke rising from above his head. And just as the Wanderer had said, he himself had a subtle feeling that the vanished cave might share some similarities with the world's secret realms, but its essence was a completely different thing. Just then, the half-elf, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Xia Nan, I hope I'm not offending you. This is considered taboo among adventurers, but, his words were hesitant, but his grass-stained face showed a hint of hope. Were there no elven artifacts in the cave? Xia Nan was taken aback. He then began to meticulously and comprehensively recall everything he had seen from the moment he entered the cave until he was teleported out. Then, he slowly shook his head and answered solemnly, no, not particularly disappointed, the half-elf was already prepared. He simply clapped his hands to his guard. Now we really should go, Wood. This place is indeed unsafe. Compared to the twists and turns and dangers of their journey there, the three's return journey was exceptionally calm. Not only did they not encounter any dangerous monsters, even those annoying snakes and scorpions were much fewer, no longer concentrated in one area. Xia Nan suspected it was the effect of the cave space disappearing after he absorbed the dewdrop. Compared to the 2 days of their journey there, which required frequent stops for rest, searching for their target, and dealing with battles. On their return journey, they only spent 1 day to reach the outer edge of the mist forest. Looking at the twinkling lights of Higu town on the distant horizon, and the few houses with lights nearby, the half-elf visibly relaxed, stopped, and turned to bid farewell to Xia Nan. This time, I owe you one. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten this far. We won't be returning to Higu town. Wood and I have a carriage stored at the way station. If you have the chance, you're welcome to visit Neum. Regarding Larry and Doris, Hyan's expression faltered, his face obscured by the shadows of the night, making it impossible to discern his exact emotions. After I return to Neum, I will personally explain everything to their parents. Xia Nan was surprised by the sudden farewell. He had expected the two to return to Higu town with him for a few days of rest before heading back. But since they had already spoken, he didn't try to persuade them to stay. He tentatively offered, if you need anything, just send a letter. I might be able to help. The two had saved him once when he faced the petrification lizard. Throughout the journey, he had subtly gathered that something difficult had happened in the half-elf's family. Within his capabilities, Xia Nan didn't mind lending a hand. Hyan gently refused, pulling a jet black card from his bosom. This crystal card contains 70 gold. Added to the previous 30 gold, that's your payment for this mission. Also, after I return to the city, I will start looking for a suitable combat technique instructor for you, but it might take some time. I will contact you by letter. Night enveloped them. The half-elf, with his characteristic silver-grey eyes, smiled and waved at Xia Nan. His shadow-like bodyguard also nodded slightly. May the stars light your path, and may the forest bless you. Farewell, my friend. Chapter 45 Chaputin. The nights on the Afala continent, at least for the vast majority of humans living on it, are tranquil and dangerous. Except for some large cities with sufficient defenses and strong fortifications, bustle and prosperity are rarely associated with human settlements under the night sky. After all, no one can guarantee that those hungry, nocturnal monsters roaming the wilderness won't be attracted by the lights in your home. Of course, for Higu Town, especially the street where the Adventurers Guild is located, it's a different story. Wow! Ha ha ha. Another drink. Another drink. Where's my rat meat platter? Why hasn't it arrived yet? The warm, bright lights seemed to blur slightly in the hazy atmosphere of alcohol and food aromas. The sparkling liquor swaying and splashing from the cups, the orange-red flames rising and swirling in the fireplace, even the green, sweaty young waiter weaving through the patrons. The White Sparrow Tavern at night was almost another world. Bang! A wooden chair overturned as a large, bearded barbarian, his upper body bare, revealing his muscular physique, leaped onto a table. Ignoring the food stains on his boots, amidst the cheers of those around him, he clutched a wooden goblet, awkwardly swaying his scarred body, performing a tribal dance. Beside him, a similarly enthusiastic bard, leaning back, legs crossed, elegantly strummed his lute to accompany him. At the next table, a dwarf with a reddish-brown braided beard gritted his teeth, his steel-like arms bulging with blood, engaged in an arm-wrestling match with a stout human. The onlookers behind them occasionally shouted and cheered, causing both men to flush, afraid of losing face before these onlookers who loved to watch the fun. In the tavern hall, behind the bar, Chaputin meticulously polished a goblet. His fingertips pressed against the soft cloth, moving from the bottom up along the curve of the glass, carefully removing stains and fingerprints. Then he reached into the interior, using his wrist to rotate and clean every corner. He didn't raise his head, facing the clamor beyond the bar, meticulous and earnest, as if caressing a lover's hand. Only occasionally, when the barbarian's boots heavily struck the table with his dance steps, or when the dwarf who won the arm-wrestling match excitedly slammed his large hand on the table. His two drooping mustaches trembled imperceptibly. This scene had occurred almost every night since the White Sparrow Tavern was established. As the owner of the tavern, Chaputin knew this well and was used to it. Running a tavern, it's not easy, but it's not that complicated either. First, you need to investigate the operating conditions of local competitors, as well as the identity and spending power of your main customers, and then choose a good location. On this point, Chaputin believed he had done well. The White Sparrow Tavern's excellent location next to the Adventurers Guild, and its wide selection of drinks and food, ranging from expensive status symbols to cheap value for money options. This ensured that both professionals whose single piece of equipment was worth a year's income, and low-level adventurers who made a living hunting goblins, could spend a relatively pleasant evening at the tavern. Secondly, you have to get along with those closely related to the tavern. From the town's law enforcement officers and high-level adventurers to the sanitation workers responsible for garbage collection. Gold paves the way. Otherwise, who knows if a poisonous monster's corpse might suddenly appear in your kitchen one day, or if a drunken adventurer might tear down your tavern. Finally, the most important point, and the one Chaputin most hoped young people wanting to enter this business would know: don't spoil the mood when adventurers, having just gone through a dangerous and tiring day, desperately need alcohol and social interaction to vent their energy. Otherwise, the annual deficit and the huge expenses on healing potions will tell you why. Of course, for some adventurers' overly exuberant and uncontrollable extreme behavior, his annual 3-figure management fee wasn't paid in vain. Someone would help him solve it. Gently placing the polished goblet back into the wooden cabinet. Ignoring the increasingly loud noise in the hall, Chaputin took out a new cloth and wiped the bar top, pondering. Ms. Edwina of the Greengrass Cauldron seems to have new potions on the market recently. I should send over 2 bottles of lava Psi sometime. Mr. Flan's son's birthday is next month. I heard he's hired a professional for special training. A well-crafted one-handed sword would be a nice birthday gift. Creak, the sluggish sound of a wooden door's hinges rubbing, accompanied by a chilling night wind seeping through the crack, pulled Chaputin back to reality. He subconsciously looked up. What met his eyes was a tall young man with black hair. His neatly cut short hair was slightly disheveled by the evening wind outside. His lips were thin and clear, and his narrow but not short black eyes were like the deep night outside the wooden door. His facial features, at a glance, gave a sharp and cold feeling. He seemed to have just returned from an adventure. One could clearly see cracks in his leather armor, and there were even traces of blood on his clothes near his arms. He carried 2 weapons. One long and one short, on his back. The long one vaguely revealed a steel-grey blade beneath its sheath, while the short one was tightly wrapped in bandages, making it impossible to discern its appearance. A dual wielder. Chaputin thought to himself. It was strange. Both the time and the young man's attire suggested he had just finished a mission. But the young man himself didn't have the fatigue and hardship that Chaputin associated with adventurers after long journeys and countless battles. On the contrary, he was full of energy and in excellent condition. As if he had been resting in town for many days. Did he rest during the day and travel at night? That shouldn't be possible. The mist forest is so dangerous, how could anyone dare to travel at night? After a little thought, he found it incomprehensible. Chaputin stopped racking his brain. Having run a tavern for many years, he had seen all kinds of strange people. And the countless stories circulating among his patrons had taught him one thing about adventurers: don't be nosy. However, just because he understood this didn't mean everyone else did. The young man with the short black hair had clearly attracted some attention. He had just walked into the tavern and reached the bar. A drunken figure, clutching a glass, swayed over. "Kid, new in town?" Chapter 46 Interlude. Xia Nan frowned, his dark eyes scrutinizing the inebriated man before him, who clearly looked ready for a fight. He knew that alcohol affected certain areas of the human brain, leading to aggressive and irrational behavior. Although he had only recently arrived in this world and his strength wasn't particularly formidable, he was prepared to deal with any potential aggression from the stranger. He subconsciously assessed the enemy's combat capabilities. Severe intoxication, no possibility of disguise. Unstable footing, whether I retreat or attack, I can exploit this. Against a humanoid opponent, a decapitation sword is more suitable, but the blade length might be inconvenient at this distance. I need to create some space. Judging from his build and attire. Meanwhile, Chaputin watched the 2 men fall into an unsettling silence. A bad feeling crept into his heart. He recognized the man who was somewhat delirious from drink. Bernie, the town's notorious drunkard. A legitimate adventurer who survived on bounty rewards, he spent almost every moment in Higu town's various taverns. Only occasionally, when he ran out of money, would he accompany his former team on a couple of missions to earn enough for more drinks, before returning to his tavern-dwelling lifestyle. His drinking habits were terrible. In the half-year since he arrived in Higu town, Chaputin's White Sparrow Tavern alone had thrown out the drunken troublemaker 3 times. It was only because Bernie was a decent person when sober that Chaputin hadn't blacklisted him. As for the black-haired youth, Chaputin suddenly noticed that the young man had subtly lowered his body, clearly assuming a combat stance, his hands even slightly raised, as if ready to grip his sword hilt. No, no, no. Behind them, 2 middle-aged men in adventurer's attire hurried forward. They restrained Bernie, whose alcohol-soaked breath suggested he was about to collapse, and chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry, he's drunk. We were just joining in the fun and lost sight of him for a moment." Turning to Chaputin behind the bar, they patted their chests and loudly declared, "This round's on us, friend." They then apologized to Xia Nan before dragging Bernie back to their seats. It wasn't because they sensed Xia Nan's strength. These seasoned, low-level adventurers might betray their closest companions for a priceless piece of equipment during a mission. But that was because the scales were tipped by sufficient profit. Their survival through countless missions meant they weren't the kind of fools who let their emotions dictate their actions. Avoiding a minor incident that could easily be prevented, only to gain an unknown enemy of uncertain strength. Even a fool would know what to choose. They were all in the same line of work. Who knew where they might meet again, and in what state? With 2 companions present, Bernie couldn't possibly clash with Xia Nan. Of course, to assume these few were good people would be a grave mistake. After all, if a significant enough profit appeared before them, they wouldn't hesitate to act. The imagined confrontation didn't happen, The tavern's little incident ended there. Xia Nan was surprised but didn't dwell on it. With someone offering to pay, he readily accepted. One number 3 set meal, he told the tavern owner. He'd been eating rations in the forest for days, and it was unbearable. To be honest, one night he even dreamt of returning to his past life and feasting at his favorite restaurant. Now that the mission was finally over, he deserved a proper reward. It was just that the time was inconvenient. Most shops on the street were already closed, leaving no place to deal with his spoils. Otherwise, according to the *Adventurer's Handbook *, going through all the shops would take half a day. Zezele, steam rose, the aroma of food filling his nostrils. It was the usual stew, mushroom soup, and white bread combination. He soaked his bread in the mushroom soup. One bite. The soft dough instantly melted into a creamy, milky flavor in his mouth, intertwining with the sweet and savory taste of the mushroom soup before being swallowed. Xia Nan narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. This is how a human should live, he mused to himself. Meanwhile, Chaputin, the tavern owner, placed a glass of what looked like rather expensive liquor on the table. This one's on the White Sparrow Tavern, he said, addressing Xia Nan's questioning gaze. Thank you. There was no reason to refuse. Xia Nan nodded his thanks. The glass landed on the table, the crystalline liquid gently swaying. He ate his dinner, his thoughts wandering, his eyes vaguely unfocused. He had returned to Higu town late, with no place to process his spoils, so he planned to rest at the White Sparrow for the night. The bandages wrapped around his green pine wooden sword were a precaution, to prevent anyone from noticing anything unusual. He would observe for a few days, then find a blacksmith to custom-make a scabbard. It should be much more convenient. The liquor went down, leaving a fiery sensation on his tongue. Yet his body showed no reaction. Xia Nan guessed it was the effect of his now impressive 8 points in constitution. Before, the single point of strength and agility from his maxed-out spinning slash had felt like he'd been given a new body, drastically increasing his combat prowess. Now, after absorbing the dewdrop, the additional 3 points in constitution were a significant boost. After a whole day's journey, even Wood, who had already attained a professional level, was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling. Xia Nan, however, felt completely at ease, as if he had only taken a stroll. While the dewdrop had replenished the stamina he'd expended along the way, it was still proof of Xia Nan's enhanced endurance. On the other hand, although not as visually apparent as the surging health bar in a game, the increase in constitution would allow Xia Nan to withstand more damage in combat. He hadn't tested it yet, but he was certain that he could now repeatedly cast spinning slash in a short period without affecting his physical capabilities. The previous predicament of his arms going numb after several swings was a thing of the past. Thinking further, the increase in constitution also meant enhanced physical resistance. If he were to return to the mist forest now, and let that petrification lizard ram into him from behind again, Xia Nan suddenly shivered, a dull ache seeming to emanate from his back. Death is certainly not an option, but let's not risk it. Chapter 47, dealing with the spoils. The inn's accommodations, while nowhere near the star-rated hotels of his past life, were undoubtedly far superior to sleeping rough in the wilderness. At least he didn't have to worry about being woken up halfway through his sleep by a companion responsible for watch duty, only to then have to fight a surprise monster attack, disheveled and bleary-eyed. Xia Nan slept soundly for the first time in a long time. But he didn't oversleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, he forced himself out of bed with sheer willpower. For an adventurer, the first day after a mission is often the busiest. Turning in quests, dealing with spoils, repairing equipment. Countless things needing immediate attention piled up in Xia Nan's mind like a checklist. Even if it took a whole day to handle these matters, he was willing to do it. Because only then, after a hard day's work, could he enjoy his hard-earned vacation with a bulging wallet and a deep sense of accomplishment, completely free of burden. After a quick wash, he left the inn. Xia Nan, carrying his rather heavy backpack, came to the Adventurers Guild in Higu town. It was still the same treehouse-style building with its distinct mist forest style, and it was still bustling. Even though he had woken up as early as possible, When he stepped onto the dark brown oak floor at the entrance of the guild, his eyes were already met with a crowd of adventurers of all shapes and sizes. Some, like himself, carried bulging packs, looking like they had come early to turn in quests. Others gathered in groups of 3 or 5 below the quest board, whispering occasionally. Xia Nan even saw a half-orc, over 2 meters tall and extremely muscular, slowly strolling in from a distant street, carrying a gruesome-looking monster head. His mud-caked body showed clear signs of battle, and blood still dripped from the severed neck of the head in his hand. He had clearly just finished a fierce battle. The strong smell of blood on him, mixed with the stench of someone who hadn't bathed in the wilderness for days, caused the passing adventurers to frown and dodge. But Xia Nan observed that the half-orc showed no sign of anger at the disgusted reactions of those around him. Instead, he looked completely relaxed and content. His calm demeanor was like that of an angler who had finally caught a big fish, eager to take a roundabout route home, showing off his catch to the whole town. Xia Nan even suspected that if someone approached the half-orc now and asked about the monster's name or the battle process, the half-orc would laugh so hard that his prominent fangs would disappear into his mouth. In the end, the half-orc failed to enter the Adventurers Guild. He was politely asked to leave by the staff who had rushed over as soon as he reached the entrance, and told to clean himself up before returning. But he still had a blissful expression, clearly having achieved his goal. Xia Nan withdrew his gaze. He felt that the somewhat oppressive mood he had been carrying from spending a long time in the mist forest was eased by this comical scene. Ding! The clear bell sound brought him back to reality, as he saw the adventurer ahead of him leave the counter with a money pouch. He composed himself and walked to the counter. It was still the same short-haired girl, looking listless and with her head down, as if she was about to fall asleep any second. Quest number. A listless voice came from the girl. 387H, Firefly Garlic Vine Collection Quest. Silence. The girl didn't reply, but simply operated something under the counter with her hands. Then she slowly spoke again. Number, 387H, quest timed out. The poster did not choose to extend the reward, and it has been withdrawn. As expected. Although Xia Nan was prepared for this, he still felt a pang of disappointment. Normally, 3 days would have been more than enough time for him to make a round trip between Higu town and the outskirts of the Mist Forest. The quest time was very generous. But who could have imagined that he would encounter a half-elf squad during his adventure and accept their commission to venture deeper into the forest? Although he received 100 gold and many spoils as a result, the initial Firefly Garlic Vine Collection quest had already timed out. He rushed back to the town last night, intending to turn in his quest as soon as possible, but the Adventurers Guild was already closed when he arrived, forcing him to come back now. Understood, thank you. Xia Nan nodded slightly to the girl in front of him, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, she raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, adding, Ms. Edwina's new antidote is said to be quite effective, and a second batch is being prepared. You could try asking at her shop. There might still be a chance. Hearing this, Xia Nan was momentarily stunned, then pondered in his heart. As far as he knew, Firefly Garlic Vine wasn't a common plant. Even if she no longer urgently needed it and the price wasn't as high, selling it at the market price should still fetch a decent sum. The girl's suggestion gave him a second option. He couldn't help but express his gratitude. Thank you for the tip. After a moment's thought, he took out a gleaming silver coin from his pocket, covering it with his fingertip, and silently placed it on the counter. Whoosh! In an instant, the silver coin vanished from sight. The girl, who had seemed somewhat listless, suddenly sat up straight, her half-closed eyelids lifting, revealing the demeanor of a diligent employee. She muttered to herself, Ms. Edwina enjoys drinking, the stronger the better. I should bring her a couple of bottles sometime, maybe I'll get a discount on my purchases. Her brows rose slightly. Xia Nan silently nodded, turning away from the counter. Tap. Sturdy leather boots struck the cobblestone streets of Higu town, producing a somewhat muffled sound. Xia Nan carried the strong liquor lava sai, which he had just purchased from the White Sparrow Tavern for 2 silver coins. Standing on the bustling street, he looked towards the herbal shop in front of him. The shop was small, only half the size of the rock hammer. But its design was exceptionally exquisite. It seemed to mimic the Adventurers Guild style, close to the mist forest. The small house was built from dark oak from the forest, but was adorned with numerous vines and greenery. If the guild was a giant treehouse, then the shop before him was like a large bush found anywhere in the forest. A vertical sign stood in front of the shop, depicting a slightly tilted small iron pot with a green viscous liquid being stirred with a ladle. Next to it, the words greengrass cauldron were written in the common tongue. Organizing his thoughts, Xia Nan cleared his throat. He pushed open the door. Ding dong. A light and pleasant bell chimed in his ears. A rich, slightly sweet scent of herbs filled the air, mingling with the warm air inside. The interior was equally small and exquisite. A brown wooden counter divided the space in two, with shelves on either side displaying numerous bottles and jars. The items seemed similar to those in the alchemist's shop at the guild, but at much lower prices. There were no healing potions, but many unknown tonic patches. Behind the counter, a slightly plump woman with curly hair was diligently stirring a cauldron. She occasionally scooped up the potion with a ladle, seemingly checking its consistency. Hearing the door open, she calmly and gently said, "Sorry, please wait a moment, I'll be right with you." Xia Nan wasn't in a hurry. He gently placed the lava sai on the counter and waited patiently. After about 2 more minutes, as the white smoke rising from the cauldron became more intense, the woman stopped stirring, took out the ladle, and carefully covered the pot. She took out a handkerchief from her waist and wiped her hands. Edwina turned around, just about to greet the customer. Then she spotted the bottle of liquor with the White Sparrow Tavern label on the counter. Her eyes lit up. Turning to Xia Nan, her tone softened slightly, she asked, "Welcome to Greengrass Cauldron, what can I do for you?" Having already prepared his words, Xia Nan replied, "It's like this, I accepted a quest from the guild to collect firefly garlic vines some time ago, but by the time I got back to Higu town, the deadline had passed. I heard from the guild staff that you might still need firefly garlic vine, so I thought I'd try my luck." He glanced at the lava sai on the counter. "I happened to enjoy a fine wine at the inn last night, so I brought a bottle along today. I hope it suits your taste." "Of course," Edwina smiled gently, taking the bottle. "You're thoughtful. I actually need an extra batch of firefly garlic vines. I was planning to bother you at the Adventurers Guild in a couple of days. If you have any extra, I can buy them at the bounty price." Hearing this, Xia Nan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He took off the backpack containing the firefly garlic vines and handed it to her. There are 32 clusters of firefly garlic vines in total, totaling 32 gold coins. Please accept them." Edwina handed Xia Nan a money pouch with a greengrass cauldron imprinted on its surface. Feeling the weight in his palm, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly in satisfaction. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Xia Nan took out a small cloth bag from his waist, its surface faintly stained with green liquid. "This is," Edwina's rimless glasses, perched on her nose, reflected the sunlight from the window. A hint of surprise appeared on her plump, round face. "Rust monster? You went to the Underdark?" She carefully picked up the deep purple venom gland, placing it under the sunlight for close observation. Faced with the shopkeeper's question, Xia Nan didn't answer, only silently winking at her. "Oh, sorry." Aware of her slip, Edwina apologized with a smile, returning the now inspected venom gland to the bag. "After all, this thing is quite dangerous for ordinary adventurers, and it's not very common here. I'll give you the market price, 6 gold for one, 4 glands total 24 gold. How does that sound?" "Good." Unsure of the exact market price, but since she had offered it, Xia Nan didn't haggle, readily agreeing. His small treasury swelled again by a large amount. The task completed, it was already morning. The sun was strong. Xia Nan walked down the street with his backpack, pondering, "Next, I'll deal with these compasses and other small items." Before encountering the half-elf and others, he had fought 2 unlucky adventurers in the clearing where he found the firefly garlic vines. Besides the money pouch containing what seemed to be their entire savings, 53 gold and 6 silver, he hadn't brought back their heavier weapons and armor. But there were some small things that disappeared into his backpack. They should be able to fetch enough for a few meals. Unlike last time when he had peacock stones of unknown price needing appraisal, Xia Nan didn't obtain any loot with uncertain prices this time. Therefore, instead of the rigorous but stingy fairy wind, he chose the more cost-effective Cuckoo Noir's general store. The shop owner, Cuckoo Noir, was a cheerful dwarf who enthusiastically introduced his services as soon as Xia Nan entered. And, just as the Adventurer's Handbook mentioned, his prices were quite fair. Just a few small items, adding up to 3 gold and 7 silver. It was originally 6 silver and 5 copper, but Cuckoo Noir rounded it up for him. No wonder his business skills are average, yet he's still listed in the handbook. He's truly honest. Xia Nan thought to himself. By then, most of the loot he needed to sell had been disposed of that morning. His small treasury, severely depleted after his first mission due to equipment purchases, had swelled to an unprecedented level. From the 2 adventurers, 57 gold and 3 silver firefly. Garlic vines and rust monster venom glands, 56 gold reward from the half-elf mission, 100 gold adding to his original 20-odd gold savings. Xia Nan's current savings had reached an astonishing 236 gold, 2 silver, and 7 copper. Although it was still only enough to buy half a bottle of glowing resistance potion, or 1/7 of a set of heavy plate armor. He was already very satisfied. After all, this was just the savings accumulated from 2 missions. Xia Nan was even considering buying a full bottle of healing potion for emergencies. Right. Recalling the information he had obtained from Wood and the half-elf during the previous mission. After completing the transaction, Xia Nan didn't leave the shop immediately. He scanned the shelves of the general store with a strong sense of purpose. Customer, is there anything I can help you with? Seeing this, Cuckoo Noir enthusiastically asked. Xia Nan hesitated for a moment, then glanced back at the empty doorway. Leaning closer, with a hint of probing, he said, "Do you sell battle techniques here?" Of course. The moment the words left his mouth, the dwarf, whose height barely reached Xia Nan's thigh, immediately thumped his chest and announced loudly. He suddenly ducked under the counter, producing the sound of heavy objects shifting. Then, bang! A large cardboard box, its surface covered in dust, was thrown heavily onto the counter by Cuckoo Noir, who was standing on tiptoe. Cough, cough. Choked by the dust swirling in the air, he coughed and said, "Battle techniques, cough, they're all in there. £1 for 3 copper, buy £10 and I'll give you a 30% discount." Chapter 48, Relief, Avery Rose Combo, Heavy Dance Flash Step Slash, Royal Cross. Xia Nan stared at the skill books in his hand, his wide eyes seeming to discern something from the dust-covered covers. "No, where's my cheat code? Come on, do something." He focused all his attention, concentrating all his energy. But the familiar translucent characters did not appear before his eyes as they had in the past. Even after being in this world for so many days, he had basically confirmed that his attribute panel cheat code only worked on changes to weapons, equipment, and his own specialized attributes. But when he came to the general store with the idea of finding a bargain, attempting to use his cheat code to find a few usable combat techniques, he found nothing. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Perhaps it's because these are all substandard goods, so I can't see the attributes. He comforted himself with this thought. The air in the general store fell silent. To the side, Cuckoo Noir, who had been very thoughtfully pretending to be busy with his own affairs while observing Xia Nan from the corner of his eye for a long time, showed a hint of hesitation on his neatly groomed face. His emerald green eyes glanced towards the empty doorway of the general store. Seeing that there was no one around, he thought the following words shouldn't offend the black-haired young man in front of him. After mentally organizing his words, he slowly spoke. "Sir, judging by your attire, you should be a respected adventurer. No offense intended, but, considering the prices I've given, you should also guess that the quality of these cheap goods is indeed uneven. If you just want to take them back for reference, as a pastime, buying a few is perfectly fine. But if you really want to find the kind of combat techniques required for a professional's prerequisites, even with the best luck, it's quite difficult." He seemed to think he was being too blunt. The gnome Cuckoo Noir nervously touched the button on his waistcoat, adding, I'm mainly worried about you getting injured. After all, many of the training methods in these skill books are not very orthodox. If you don't mind, I can give you a few, but please don't practice them as real combat techniques. Xia Nan naturally didn't have any strange feelings about the shopkeeper's warning. He simply shook his head with a smile, politely refusing while indicating that he was fine. In the past few days, he had already learned about the world's knowledge of combat techniques from Wood and the half-elf. Unable to accurately discern their authenticity, the vast number of so-called combat techniques circulating on the market were 99.99% traps that wasted adventurers' time and energy. The cost of trial and error was too high. A few months or half a year could easily be wasted. Without other opportunities or the help of relevant professionals, relying solely on a skill book bought from a roadside general store to master a formal combat technique was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Xia Nan asked Kukunua about the price partly to test whether his cheat code would work, and partly to see if he could get lucky. Now, he had his answer. But leaving without buying anything seemed a bit of a waste. After thinking for a moment, Xia Nan squatted down and picked out 2 skill books from the cardboard box. He held the spines and shook them in the air, brushing off the dust. Just these 2, how much? No need, sir. Consider them a gift from me. It's fine. He didn't want to owe this kind of favor, nor did he want to take advantage of a few copper coins. Xia Nan stuffed the copper coins into Kukunua's bosom and walked straight out of the general store. The experience of countless novels he had read in his previous life, where the protagonist found bargains, instinctively made him avoid those skill books with flashy names and thicknesses exceeding half a finger joint. He chose the 2 thinnest and simplest looking ones, forward thrust, and parry and overhead cleave. He casually stuffed them into his backpack. Xia Nan looked at the bustling and lively streets ahead, pondering, well, next, I should go to the blacksmith's. Rock Hammer, a highly rated smithy in Higu town. Even featured in the Adventurer's Handbook naturally wasn't lacking in business. When Xia Nan arrived at the door with his backpack, the shop owner, Barn Steelbeard, was attending to a kind-faced, plainly dressed middle-aged man. The man held a 2-handed spear, his gaze tracing from the haft to the spearhead, meticulously inspecting it. He occasionally swung it, seemingly assessing its feel and weight. After haggling with Barn for a while, he reluctantly counted out 4 gold coins and some loose silver and copper coins from his pouch, presenting them with both hands. Of course, despite the pained expression on his face after the transaction, the hint of joy in his eyes revealed his satisfaction with the spear. Passing Xia Nan, he even nodded apologetically, seemingly for delaying him. Treating him as a passerby, Xia Nan returned the nod, paying him no further mind and heading straight for Barn, the owner of Rock Hammer. Hey! With just a glance, the burly man, who boasted of dwarven blood yet stood a head taller than a bear goblin, recognized Xia Nan. However, his focus was on something else entirely, something beyond the changes in Xia Nan's appearance. That mission of yours must have been pretty dangerous. Barn eyed Xia Nan's bloodstained, tattered leather armor, commenting pointedly. After all, he had personally sold the armor to him not long ago. A high-quality piece for 10 gold coins, now reduced to this state, it was impossible for him not to notice. I did run into a tough customer. Thanks to your armor, though, or I'm afraid I wouldn't be here. Xia Nan didn't reveal any specifics, simply laughing it off. As if this comment struck a chord, Barn's hearty laughter echoed through the smithy. Ha ha ha, that's good to hear. It's probably unusable now. Take it off, I'll give you 3 silver coins. His expression was one of relief and immense satisfaction. For an ambitious smith, selling his creations for high prices might prove others' recognition of his skill. But what truly moved him was this kind of feedback, the practical test in actual combat, from the buyer. Even if a meticulously crafted piece of equipment had become scrap metal, as long as it had fulfilled its purpose, allowing its owner to stand safely before him, it brought Barn more joy than selling goods worth hundreds, even thousands of gold coins. Chapter 49, Selection. Xia Nan was somewhat surprised by the craftsman's reaction. Given the battle-worn appearance of his leather armor, it wouldn't even be considered by a roadside general store, let alone be accepted for a discounted buyback. He had expected to treat it as scrap, but it turned out he could sell it at Rockhammer, a shop known for its high-end products. Naturally, he couldn't refuse. He immediately took it off and handed it to Barn in front of him. Speaking of which, this leather armor was worth its 10 gold price. Facing the impact of the petrification lizard, although it was broken and torn on the spot, it undoubtedly helped Xia Nan reduce a significant amount of damage. If his former self had been cheap and bought some shoddy, inexpensive goods, he probably wouldn't have lived to see the support of the half-elves, and would have been killed by the petrification lizard directly. 3 silver coins were added to his purse. Barn, his steel-grey beard hanging down to his chest, grinned and put the leather armor behind the counter. From the corner of his eye, a flash of iron-grey cold light caught his attention. He looked up, glanced at the decapitation sword behind Xia Nan, and tentatively asked, "This sword, how is it?" To this, Xia Nan didn't hesitate, stating directly, "Very good. It's sharp and durable, much better than the weapon I used before." While speaking, he also observed the other party's expression, trying to avoid revealing his cheat in his words, subtly hinting, "I don't know if it's because of the grey steel inside, but I feel this sword is more resilient than other weapons. If you still remember the details of the forging process, you might be able to develop a good product." Hearing this, Barn's deep and hearty laughter echoed once again in the smithy. His large, fan-like hand patted Xia Nan's shoulder forcefully. "Ha ha ha, you're too kind. But be careful, don't let this weapon cause you trouble in battle." He clearly didn't understand the implication in Xia Nan's words. "Our smithy only makes high-quality goods. Equipment with uncertain quality details is impossible to mass-produce. Moreover, even if I did unintentionally create a fairly good piece," Barn's eyes glazed over slightly, as if recalling the scene of forging the decapitation sword, "that was just an unexpected low-probability event, it can't be replicated." Having said that, Xia Nan didn't say anything more. He nodded. He drew the green pine wooden sword from behind and handed it to the other party. "I need you to customize a scabbard for me. The price is negotiable." Barn took it with both hands, his gaze examining the sword, but he didn't ask why the other party wanted a custom scabbard for a wooden sword. He just flipped it over while muttering to himself, Dark brown wooden material, the toughness doesn't seem like ordinary wood, is it iron oak from Ivilius? Or Q Liu from Ronxue Lake? No, the color shouldn't be that dark." As he spoke, he took out measuring tools from the storage cabinet behind the counter and asked without looking up, "Any specific requirements?" Xia Nan pondered for a moment. "Make it durable, the color shouldn't be too conspicuous, and the style should be simple and low-key. The scabbard itself, as a tool for storing weapons, may not have much presence in battle. But a suitable scabbard is extremely important for adventurers. Besides the commonly known functions of protecting the blade, preventing rust and moisture, it can also affect the adventurer's drawing speed to some extent, and maintain the balance of the center of gravity during daily activities and combat." Xia Nan had heard a few drunkards bragging in a tavern that high-level professionals with amazing wealth would even spend a lot of money to hire professional spellcasters to enchant scabbards to give them functions such as automatic maintenance and faster drawing speed. Of course, that was still too far away for him now, no need to think about it. Barn came from a dwarven clan, and his professional skills were among the best in Higu town. In about 10 minutes, he had measured all the data. He handed the wooden sword back to Xia Nan and said in a deep voice, "Although the sword style is a bit uncommon, it's not difficult to make just the scabbard. I plan to use rock carbon steel, the color is similar to the sword, it won't be very conspicuous, and its inherent moisture-proof ability is also good, suitable for this type of wooden weapon. You can pick it up in 3 days. Labor and materials, custom orders are a bit more expensive. 10 gold. Deal." Xia Nan nodded. The same price as his previous leather armor, and a necessary expense. Saving money in this area was playing with his life. Putting his wooden sword back, Xia Nan's gaze fell upon the various armors displayed on the rack beside him. Having commissioned the green pine scabbard, his next step was to buy himself a new set of armor. Feeling the weight of the coin purse at his waist, he made a silent decision, prepared for a significant expenditure. The battle with the petrification lizard, and the extremely high-pressure environment of the Mist Forest had taught him a valuable lesson. To survive long-term and safely as an adventurer, completing mission after mission, his margin for error had to increase. High offense, low defense might be an option for those professionals with sufficiently high killing power. But for a low-level adventurer who hadn't even mastered a few basic combat techniques, sacrificing defensive capabilities to increase combat power was undoubtedly a trap that significantly increased the probability of death. Therefore, Xia Nan intended to purchase armor that wouldn't significantly affect his agility while offering a certain level of defense. He had made this decision long before his first visit to Rock Hammer, when he bought that 10 gold leather armor. His gaze moved past the light armor, light enough but lacking in defense, and the heavy armor, strong in defense but limited in agility. He arrived at the middle of the rack. Chainmail shirt, medium armor, metal rings meticulously interwoven with leather, covered with a layer of supple cloth for decoration. Scale armor, medium armor, also leather-lined, with overlapping fish scale-like metal plates, and included leg guards. Both were priced at 50 gold. The former offered better defense against slashing attacks, was easier to maintain, and was quieter during movement, but its weight distribution was uneven, requiring sufficient muscle strength to support, and it had poor defense against blunt force trauma. The latter had better piercing resistance, performing well against bows and spears, with greater coverage, but higher maintenance costs and significantly more weight. Clearly, while both armors were the same price, they each had their own advantages and disadvantages. Xia Nan needed to choose the one that best suited him, based on his specific circumstances and practical needs. Chapter 50. Shield. Xia Nan was extremely cautious about his armor choice. After all, even with the physical damage reduction from his copper bone iron muscle specialization, his current physical strength was still limited. If he took a direct hit, even a slightly sharper weapon wielded with a little more force could potentially overwhelm him. A suitable suit of armor was practically a second life for a low-level adventurer. Therefore, the moment he realized he couldn't choose between the two suits of medium armor, Xia Nan proactively asked Barn, the blacksmith shop owner next to him, about the advantages and disadvantages of the two sets of equipment, and asked for his advice. Well, first, you need to consider the weight. Barn stroked his chest beard and said to Xia Nan, although they are the same type, the scale armor is considerably heavier. Defensive performance is important, but it shouldn't affect your normal movement. Xia Nan readily agreed. After receiving the blacksmith's approval, he took both sets of armor and tried them on. There was no impact. With his current physical condition, the weight of the medium armor felt only slightly heavier than the leather armor he bought before his second mission. It was far from affecting his daily activities. Then, you have to consider your actual situation, Barn reminded him. If you mainly take on guild bounty missions, targeting various bandits and robbers as a bounty hunter, I would recommend the scale armor. After all, it has a wide coverage area and can effectively block attacks from bows and spears, making it particularly useful in combat against intelligent creatures. Saying this, the tall, burly man glanced at the decapitation sword behind Xia Nan. But if you usually make a living hunting monsters in the Mist Forest, the chainmail shirt is obviously more suitable. It makes less noise when moving, making it less likely to attract the attention of monsters, and its relatively simple structure makes maintenance easy. Even if you stay in the forest for 10 or 15 days, you don't have to worry about its defensive strength dropping significantly. After Barn's explanation, Xia Nan, who had been somewhat hesitant, immediately made up his mind. Compared to fighting cunning bandits who used various traps and insidious tools, he preferred dealing with the one-hit kill green-skinned goblins in the Mist Forest. I'll take the chainmail shirt. Without any packaging, he had already sold his old, tattered leather armor. After paying the gold coins, he put on the chainmail shirt. Feeling the weight of the metal against his skin, Xia Nan felt a sense of security welling up in his heart. Without dodging, if I forcibly traded blows head-on, I wonder how many hits I could withstand from a boar goblin, he mused. Having upgraded his armor, Xia Nan didn't leave the rock hammer. He still had one more important matter to resolve. This is. Barn's eyes fell upon the dark scales, reflecting a faint light under the sun, and a look of surprise appeared on his rough face. Years of forging experience allowed him to instantly recognize it as the scale of some kind of monster, but ding! A delicate, small hammer gently struck the surface of the scale, producing a crisp metallic sound. Even without thorough testing, his rough hands, which had touched countless forging materials, could feel the amazing hardness and toughness of the scale. "Where did you?" Barnes subconsciously looked up at the young black-haired man in front of him, opened his mouth, then suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He swallowed the question he was about to ask. In their line of work, especially when the customer was an adventurer, it was best to say as little as possible. "What do you think? If I use this scale as the main material, can you forge a piece of equipment?" Xia Nan's face remained impassive as he calmly asked. He naturally hadn't forgotten the snake scale he found in the cave. In a way, it held even higher priority in his mind than the scabbard or armor. After all, back then, he had used all his strength, even using spinning slash, and still hadn't been able to leave a single mark on that huge snake. The unbelievably exaggerated defensive capabilities of the snake scale had Xia Nan contemplating its use almost immediately upon returning to Higu town. He wanted to commission a custom piece of equipment. "Just a moment, let me study this." Barn, entering his professional domain, instantly became serious. Suppressing his curiosity, he held the snake scale, squinting under the sunlight filtering through the shop door. Perhaps it could be embedded in the center of a breastplate, providing crucial protection. Even with plate armor, this would improve performance while reducing weight. But that seems like a waste of such a magnificent material. Or should I cut it up and make scale armor? The edges are quite sharp. Suitable for a dagger or short sword. No, no, no. Too wasteful. Suddenly, gazing at the long rhombus shape of the scale, wide at the ends and narrow in the middle, Barnes' eyes lit up. With the characteristic enthusiasm of a craftsman, he asked, "An arm shield? What about an arm shield?" He quickly moved to a shelf, pulling out a delicately crafted metal round shield gleaming with silver light. "Something like this. Of course, if this scale is the main material, the arm shield won't be round, and the color will be different." Xia Nan was immediately intrigued. He had some understanding of arm shields. Essentially, a small shield worn on the arm. Small and lightweight, even with his current main weapon, the decapitation sword, which required 2 hands, it wouldn't significantly hinder combat. Only when defense was needed would he raise the arm shield on his outer arm, leaving his other hand free to attack. This would also alleviate the awkwardness of having to use his sword to block attacks. In short, given the long rhombus structure of the snake scale and his fighting style, making it into an arm shield seemed the best option. "Okay, an arm shield then," he nodded to Barn. However, Barnes' expression seemed somewhat regretful. "It's a pity. The guild has a lot of orders lately, and many materials are already depleted. Otherwise, given the strength of this scale, after a thorough inspection, I might be able to craft a magical item." "A magical item?" Xia Nan was startled, then quickly realized. "It's fine, I can wait. How much will it cost?" Chapter 51, Polite Refusal. Barn, realizing he'd inadvertently spoken too much, quickly clamped his mouth shut. Facing Xia Nan's inquiry about the price, a hesitant expression flickered across his face, his thick, dwarven beard bristling. Then, politely but subtly, he shifted his gaze from the black-haired youth to a full-body heavy plate armor at the back of the shelf, marked with a price tag of 1,500 gold. He spoke slowly. "Actually, I suggest we first do some simple processing on this scale, creating a temporary arm shield while preserving its integrity as the main material. This way, you can use it immediately, and later, when you have the resources, you can easily separate the scale from the arm shield to create a stronger, advanced piece of equipment. What do you think?" Barnes' words were carefully chosen. Xia Nan understood. In short, it was 4 words: no money, no deal. As a normal person, he wouldn't feel insulted and resort to violence over such tactful words. Objectively, his current savings might be a considerable sum for ordinary people in this world, enough for many years of expenses. But for adventurers with supernatural powers, it was only enough to buy a few potions. It wasn't a complete waste. At least he learned from Barnes' reaction that magical equipment with special effects, like his own, dead line, and green pine, of green quality or higher, were priced similarly to, or even higher than, the 1500 gold full-body armor. Then let's make a transitional arm shield, one that preserves the integrity of the main material. How much will that cost? After the interruption, Xia Nan, who had previously felt his small treasury was quite substantial, felt uncertain. His tone softened. Fortunately, the price of ordinary, enchanted equipment was still within the income range of low-level adventurers. Barn examined the snake scale, considering the potential costs, and said, even though it's temporary, we can't use cheap auxiliary materials. Combat equipment must guarantee strength. The shape of this scale is unique, and it's a custom order. The shop doesn't have the corresponding molds, so the labor cost might be a little higher. In total, it would be 35 gold. I'll give you a small discount. Xia Nan breathed a sigh of relief. It was slightly more expensive than expected, but still within his acceptable range. He nodded in agreement and paid a deposit. Afterwards, Barn professionally discussed the specifics of the arm shield with him and measured his arm. Perhaps feeling that his earlier remarks about magical equipment were inappropriate, and considering the customer had just spent nearly 100 gold in the shop, the Rockhammer shopkeeper, who enjoyed an excellent reputation in the Adventurer's Handbook, hesitated while measuring Xia Nan's arm. He spoke slowly. I have a batch of goods to deliver to Karanfor. The journey from Higu town there and back takes about 4 or 5 days. The caravan is currently resting in town and is recruiting guards. If you're free, help out, and I can reduce the labor cost and give you another discount. By the time you return, the arm shield will be almost finished. What do you think? Xia Nan didn't agree. In his opinion, as a low-level adventurer who hadn't even obtained a professional level, he should be slaying goblins and taking on classic errand tasks. But he had just returned from the Mist Forest, hadn't even had a few decent meals, and going out on another mission felt too rushed. He had initially thought it would be a simple task of gathering herbs on the outskirts, but the half-elves dragged him through the forest for many days, almost costing him his life. Going out again, under the guise of caravan guard, who knows what he might encounter. He had finally escaped the 996 blessing of his previous life and come to another world. Couldn't he enjoy a few days of leisure? Moreover, Xia Nan was still waiting for a reply from the half-elf. He had to wait until he confirmed when the battle technique instructor the half-elf was contacting would be free and able to come to Higu town. Only then would he make further plans. In the meantime, Xia Nan pondered whether he could practice the 2 suspect battle techniques he had. If he could actually learn a technique or 2, adding that to the proper battle technique taught by the professional later, and his already maxed out, spinning slash, he would truly meet all 3 conditions to become a professional. Thinking this, Xia Nan refused the offer. Barn didn't get angry, but just patted him on the shoulder, smiling. It's all right, the caravan will be staying in town for many days anyway. If you change your mind later, you can come find me again. Wearing a brand new chainmail shirt, Xia Nan carried his twin swords and walked out of the blacksmith's shop. By now, the spoils from this mission were basically dealt with. The copper bone iron muscle, proficiency, and the 3 points of constitution, these implicit improvements need not be mentioned. Equipment-wise, the wooden sword, green pine, which had damage bonuses against undead and serpents and scorpions, and the sturdy chainmail he was wearing, had also raised his combat power to a new level. His originally empty wallet, after a round of spending at the blacksmith's shop, now held over 140 gold, a huge sum. Even if he ate and slept all day, doing absolutely nothing, he could still live comfortably in an inn for over half a year. Standing on the street, Xia Nan felt his previously burdened heart, along with the lighter backpack after dealing with the spoils, lighten considerably. A whole day of busy work was finally over. Let's rest for a few days, Xia Nan thought to himself. If possible, he could look for places selling incendiary grenades or similar throwable items. Wood's oil powder bomb against the scorpion swarm during the previous mission was still fresh in his memory. Such items could prove incredibly effective in future adventures. He would practice the 2 battle techniques, and not neglect spinning slash. Although it was already maxed out, Who knew if this world had a breakthrough or advancement system? More practice couldn't hurt. He didn't need to worry about supplies, he could purchase them before his next mission. The sky gradually darkened. In the depths of the purplish-red sunset, the smoke from the town's chimneys rose gently. Xia Nan let out a long breath. Dinner, mushroom soup again, I guess. Tell you what, it's actually quite delicious. Chapter 52, Letter 15 days later. The woodland near Higu town. A morning breeze, carrying a hint of chill, swept through the oak trees. The branches swayed, and the lush green leaves rubbed against each other, producing a soft shushing sound. Leaves drifted down, twirling and dancing. *TCH**, a dark brown gleam of light suddenly burst forth from somewhere beneath the trees, fleeting in an instant. Extremely precise. The leaves, floating uncertainly under the influence of invisible air currents, were still spinning in the air a second ago. The next second, they were pinned straight to the rough tree trunk by a warm yet sharp sword point. *whoosh*, the powerful force transmitted from the sword caused the tall oak tree to seem as if it had suffered a heavy blow. The tree trunk trembled violently, shaking down countless leaves. Xia Nan pulled the sword point from the trunk with force. He casually flicked the sword in a flourish, sheathing the wooden sword behind him. It had been another 15 days since he finished his mission and returned to Higu town. In a way, these days were the most relaxing and enjoyable period since he had crossed over to this world. He didn't have to worry about being hit on the head with a wooden stick by green-skinned rats that appeared from nowhere while sleeping. He didn't have to fear turning into a stone statue while walking. He ate and drank at the inn every day. While not exactly a feast every meal, it was far more comfortable than living in the wild. Of course, he hadn't retired yet. Xia Nan couldn't possibly become completely slack. While relaxing, he was also proceeding with his previously formulated plans in an orderly manner. First, the green pine scabbard he had commissioned from the blacksmith was complete. Made of rock carbon steel, it was grey-black throughout, simple and understated. While fitting the sword, it also effectively concealed its wooden material. Every detail perfectly matched his previous requirements. Xia Nan was very satisfied with it. It's worth mentioning that during this period of familiarization, he had gained a certain understanding of this only blue equipment he possessed. In terms of sharpness, green pine was slightly inferior to the executioner's longsword, only at the level of ordinary metal weapons. Its durability wasn't particularly outstanding either. Although he hadn't conducted high-intensity tests for fear of damaging the sword, the feeling after use was only slightly better than ordinary standard weapons. It seemed that the reason why green pine could reach the blue rare quality on the attribute panel was clearly because of its 2 damage modifiers against undead creatures and serpent and scorpion-type enemies. In other situations, Xia Nan still used the executioner's long sword as his main weapon. Then, there were the 2 combat techniques. How to put it? While not completely fruitless, the progress was far from satisfactory. His talent was good, as proven in both impromptu combat and combat technique training. He picked up the forward thrust and parry and overhead cleave very quickly. In just half a day, he had mastered the training methods recorded on the thin sheets of paper. But strangely, unlike the feeling he remembered from his predecessor's practice of spinning slash, where it had almost become muscle memory, with each strike as precise and stable as a machine. When training these 2 combat techniques, Xia Nan always felt something was off. Either the force was short and lacked explosive power, or his center of gravity was unstable, and his body trembled. New problems arose with each training session. The key was that he couldn't find a suitable way to solve them. He had finally corrected his original shortcomings through a lot of practice, but new problems emerged, rendering all previous practice useless. It was like plugging holes, one after another, never ending. This made Xia Nan suspect that these 2 seemingly simple combat techniques were actually defective goods circulating in the market. He wasn't sure. After all, his predecessor had also practiced spinning slash day and night for many years before reaching near max level. Let's practice more diligently for a while, Xia Nan thought to himself. If it's still like this after a while, I'll try 2 more. He finished a morning of training. Xia Nan didn't return to the inn immediately, instead turning a corner and heading towards the rock hammer blacksmith shop. Ding! The metal hammer head slammed onto the glowing molten steel. Muscles, thick as knotted vines, bulged and throbbed, sweat flying like sparks in the air. Sizzle, thick smoke rose as the red-hot metal was plunged into water, emitting a harsh clang. The entire process was completed. The powerfully built man finally caught his breath. "You're here." His gaze fell upon Xia Nan, who was observing him from beside the shelves. Barn casually picked up a rag to wipe the sweat from his brow, placing the hammer on the anvil. "Your arm shield should be ready in about 7 or 8 days. Sorry, I've got quite a lot of orders. All the customers paid good money, so it's not easy to jump the queue." No worries. Take your time, I'm not in a hurry." He hadn't intended to rush him. Barn had previously told him that the serpent scale arm shield was unlike a scabbard. Its unique shape meant no mold could be used, requiring custom crafting, which would significantly slow down the production. Xia Nan had only come to check on the progress and confirm the timeline. Now that Barn had given him a rough estimate, he didn't linger, simply said his goodbyes, and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Barn called out to him before he could leave. "How are you thinking about the caravan guard job?" Barn took a long gulp of water, asking, "We're leaving in a few days. If you want to join, 1 word, and I'll get you in. Of course, no pressure if you're busy, it's up to you." Xia Nan hesitated slightly. "The day after tomorrow. I'll give you a definite answer the day after tomorrow." So many days had passed, and the caravan guard positions were almost filled. 1 more or 1 less wouldn't make a difference. He hadn't intended to keep Barn waiting on purpose. After all, the most important thing was that the half-elf hadn't replied yet. Xia Nan wasn't sure when the professional High-End contacted would arrive in Higu town. Without a definite time, he was afraid of missing them, so he didn't dare leave town easily. Now, half a month had passed. If he hadn't received a reply in 3 days, he would simply refuse the caravan guard job and patiently wait in Higu town. This way, he wouldn't delay the caravan's work, and he would only lose a few gold coins, which was perfectly acceptable. Leaving the blacksmith shop, it was already noon. Xia Nan returned to the White Wagtail Inn, intending to have lunch, perhaps a nap, and then resume training in the afternoon. It was still the classic combination of mushroom soup, stew, and white bread. However, the portions were significantly larger than before. He had paid extra for the larger portions. The enhancement of his physical fitness had increased his appetite. He took a large piece of stew with his white bread. The rich salty aroma filled his mouth, the juicy, tender meat easily chewed and swallowed, turning into a warm current providing energy to his strengthened body. Although Xia Nan didn't have a clear understanding of his current physical strength, but it was certain that after absorbing that drop of golden dew, the 3-point increase in constitution had given his body a comprehensive enhancement. Yes, comprehensive. Even though the strength and agility attributes on his status panel remained at 6 points, the maximum reached after leveling up Spinning Slash. But he could clearly feel that after returning to town this time, his explosive power and muscle strength had increased. Obviously, the various attributes on the golden finger panel weren't as independently distinct as in a game. In the real world, an increase in a single attribute should represent a more complex change for the entire body. For example, if one day, Xia Nan's strength attribute suddenly increased by 1 point, correspondingly, his muscle explosive power would also increase to a certain extent. And the increase in muscle explosive power would also mean that he could achieve a faster movement speed. In a way, could this also be considered an enhancement of his agility attribute? In a fantasy world similar to a medieval setting, without the scientific testing methods of modern society, Xia Nan could only rely on his own experiences to vaguely guess at the changes in his body. Creak. The frothy, crystalline ale swirled gently. A wooden mug was pushed before Xia Nan. "Your ale," the tavern owner, Chaputin, reminded him. Xia Nan, chewing his food, nodded slightly. Snap. A snow-white envelope, held between Chaputin's fingers, was placed on the table and slid across. "Delivered this morning. It has your name on it." Yours. Xia Nan's eyes lit up. He swallowed his food hastily. Yes, yes. Thank you. He took the envelope, his gaze sweeping over its surface. There was no extra decoration, only the recipient's address and Xia Nan's name in the lower right corner. The pattern on the sealing wax was a kite-shaped shield adorned with silk and tassels. Should be the Han family crest. Xia Nan guessed inwardly. Just as he was about to open the envelope, a commotion erupted from the tavern hall. He frowned and looked over. Two familiar figures met his gaze. Bernie. He had learned the drunkard's name from the tavern owner and patrons after Bernie nearly drew his sword upon their first meeting in town. Lately, Bernie seemed to be short of money, running errands with his team and rarely seen. Xia Nan hadn't bothered to look for trouble. Now, he was causing a ruckus again. The man arguing with him, a kind-faced, plainly dressed middle-aged man, looked familiar as well. I think I met him the day I commissioned a scabbard from the blacksmith. Xia Nan mused. The situation escalated. Perhaps seeing the newcomer, Bernie, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, leaned in and muttered something unintelligible. The plain man eating the cheapest meal on the menu's face fell. But he didn't reply, merely burying his head and eating faster, seemingly unwilling to confront Bernie. Bernie, however, showed no sign of backing down, his mood rising as he loudly spouted crude village slang. His alcohol-numbed nerves made it hard to maintain his balance. He gesticulated wildly, slipped, and fell backward. His arm instinctively sought support, slamming onto the next table. Bang! Food and ale spilled across the floor. Xia Nan instantly looked away. Because he clearly saw, the moment Bernie overturned the table, the thin young man sitting nearby, who had been watching the commotion while drinking, his figure suddenly twisted, as if teleporting away. Not a drop of the spilled ale touched him. A professional. Xia Nan affirmed in his heart. Bang! Bernie, limbs contorted, unconscious and severely injured, was thrown into the street like a dead pig. The thin young man politely asked the surrounding patrons for Bernie's team's name, left a few silver coins, and strolled out of the tavern. The plain, kind-faced middle-aged man, after finishing the last of his food, also hurried away. The drunkard had finally angered someone he shouldn't have. Xia Nan shook his head. If Bernie's teammates hadn't been there that night, he might have dealt with him himself, and a professional wouldn't have needed to intervene. He drained the last of his ale. Ignoring the commotion in the tavern hall, he returned to his room and opened the half-elf's letter. Long time no see, Xia Nan. First, I must apologize for taking so long to reply. It wasn't procrastination, but family matters kept me occupied until today. Since our last meeting, and until I write this letter, nearly half a month has passed. I don't know if you're still in Higu town, or if you've embarked on a new adventure. Regarding the martial arts instructor's commission, I managed to contact a veteran professional through family connections. He will arrive in Higu town at the latest by mid-Lai Ryu, Lizi, and will stay for a short time. You can learn combat techniques from him then. Details are in the letter attachment. No need to reply, I may have difficulty receiving it. I also wish you to become a professional soon. May the stars shine upon you. Your friend, Han. Xia Nan's gaze swept over the end of the letter, the flowing and rhythmic signature of the half-elf. He pondered. As the other party said, the professional wouldn't arrive in Higu town until the middle of Lai Ryu at the earliest. But it was still early in the flowering season. Referring to the calendar of this continent, a whole Xia Chao Jiua lay between. Nearly 70 days. He had plenty of time. To be honest, the 2 consecutive adventures in the Mist Forest, that dangerous and high-pressure environment, made Xia Nan feel a subtle aversion deep down. He didn't want to go back in for a while. Under these circumstances, finding a job as a caravan guard, taking a break, and strolling around the neighboring town for a few days was a good choice. Not only could he earn some pocket money to cover his daily expenses, but he could also experience the local customs and culture of this world. And most importantly, the key point that changed his mind was the bottleneck he had encountered in his combat technique training these days. He recalled that his predecessor had spent countless days and nights, many years, to train spinning slash to LV4, 98-100. But he had only just arrived in this world, and in a few days, he had filled the 2 most difficult points of proficiency before reaching max level. What was the difference between the two, and what did it mean? Xia Nan had a faint idea in his mind. Taking this opportunity, he intended to verify his guess. Chapter 53 Tim Karen 4. A small town near Higu Town. Indistinguishable from the countless nameless, small human settlements within the Servia Kingdom. The river is shallow, far from navigable, only suitable for the townswomen to wash clothes and dump wastewater. It doesn't produce any rare specialties, and no large-scale mines have been discovered nearby to support the town's economy. Furthermore, due to its proximity to the mist forest, the wilderness around the town has a higher density of monsters than other areas, making the passage of merchant caravans exceptionally dangerous. To some extent, if Higu Town weren't surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, making it easily defensible, and located further from the mist forest, Karen 4 would be exactly as it is now. Fortunately, it's precisely because of the existence of Higu Town, an adventuring stronghold with an adventurers' guild, providing the kingdom's province with a large amount of taxes every year, that Karen 4, like a satellite city surrounding it, can survive by leeching off its success, being called a town instead of a village. It hasn't completely fallen into decay. The distance between it and Higu Town is only 4 or 5 days' journey, and the relatively flat terrain around it makes it a temporary resting place for many adventurers and merchant caravans. It can be said without reservation that 70% of Karen 4's annual tax revenue comes from the generous adventurers passing through the town. But on the other hand, it's like a sweet drink that is delicious but subtly affects one's health. Those adventurers who walk on the edge of a knife, whose substantial income comes with enormous risks, and who need to vent their stress in various ways after each mission. While giving the town a bright future, they also breed countless vices in the shadows. At the end of a seemingly deserted street on the west side of Karen 4 is a small tavern called Full Bag of Gold. The simple and unadorned name, along with the image of a money bag filled with gold coins on the sign, expresses the tavern owner's good wishes while subtly revealing its dual function. Click, click. In the air filled with alcohol and hormones, is the crisp sound of shaking dice cups. The slightly yellowish, soft light, accompanied by the warmth of the burning fireplace, is like a winter morning's duvet, making one unconsciously immerse oneself in it. The tavern hall, which should be spacious and bright, has become narrow and cramped due to the dense crowd in front of the gambling tables. But it has also become a place of fervent excitement. Unlike Neum, a large city with nobles and intellectuals everywhere, Karen 4 lacks expensive, large-scale racetracks requiring huge sums of money for construction and maintenance. Few people have the patience to play a game of dragon chess, with its intriguing and complex rules. These lower-class adventurers simply use the simplest and most direct way to vent their greed in endless stimulation and gambling. 4, 5, 2. Tim stared intently at the dice on the table in front of him, his sweat-drenched face showing a focus he hadn't displayed even when facing that were-creature hunter in the wilderness years ago. 11, F***CK. Without any attempt to lower his voice, the curse filled with dissatisfaction melted into the surrounding gambler's clamor like a drop of water into the sea. His own coins were mercilessly taken away. Tim touched his somewhat depleted wallet, his expression hesitant. As a former adventurer, the high-risk, high-reward work allowed him to accumulate a considerable fortune in just over a decade. Even now, without any income, he could live a comfortable life in Karen 4 with this money, even spend his old age in peace. However, the income far exceeding that of ordinary civilians during his adventuring days, and the bad habits formed under high-pressure conditions, had made him accustomed to spending lavishly and indulging in a drunken life in taverns. In just a few years, the savings that could have supported a large family comfortably were squandered. Now, he is not much richer than an ordinary porter in the city. Hey, finished. My turn. Behind him, gamblers impatiently urged him from the queue waiting for a table. Tim turned sharply, his reddened eyes revealing the fierce look he had only shown when fighting monsters. What's the rush? Get lost. The angry shouts vanished instantly, replaced by the retreating figure of his opponent, shrinking away to find another table. A mumbled complaint could still be faintly heard, just a pauper, pretending to be something he's not, even. Perhaps the words stung Tim, whose already sensitive spirit was frayed by his current financial struggles. Or maybe the glittering gold and silver coins on the opposite side of the table were simply too tempting. He gritted his teeth, a gambler's manic flush spreading across his face. Bang! His meager wallet slammed onto the table. Spit, a mouthful of alcohol-tinged saliva landed on the stone brick floor. The night's chill wind made Tim instinctively tighten his worn coat. His wallet was now completely empty. Fuck, I should have chased that hand. Otherwise, I'd have broken even by now. He replayed the scene at the table, filled with bitter regret. As if one more chance would allow him to recoup his losses. His legs moved mechanically, traversing a familiar path. In a daze, he found himself at his doorstep. It was a 2-story house, even boasting a small garden in the back. The location was quite good, only a few minutes' drive from the town center. It was thanks to Tim's past work as an adventurer that he could afford such a house in middle age. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. His lips moved slightly, a sudden awareness of dryness in his mouth. He pushed open the door. The first thing that caught his eye was a small, adorable figure. "Daddy, you're back." Accompanied by a silvery, childish voice, Beth rushed into Tim's arms. Her small head nuzzled against his collar, a child's deep affection for their parent. Tim gently stroked his daughter's smooth, golden hair, carefully lifting her into his arms. Then, as if remembering something, his expression turned remorseful, filled with apology. "I'm sorry, Beth. Daddy forgot your favorite pancakes. We'll get them tomorrow, okay?" "It's okay, Daddy." A flicker of disappointment crossed the girl's face, but she quickly worried that her father was angry, shaking her head cheerfully and understandingly. "Thump, Beth. Come eat." A steaming plate was placed on the table, emitting a cold clang. A woman with fair skin and a bun hairstyle untied her apron while calling to the girl. Her gaze didn't even glance at Tim, who was holding their daughter, as if he didn't exist. The guilty man simply chuckled nervously and walked towards the dining table. "Coming," he said. At the dinner table, the golden-haired girl chattered animatedly to her mother about the friends she made that day and what happened. The woman with the bun patiently and attentively listened, occasionally asking detailed questions. Tim remained silent, his head bowed, silently sipping his broth. Again. Suddenly, the gentle tone the wife used while chatting with their daughter turned cold and curt. He knew she was asking about his gambling. He paused with his spoon. Tim lowered his head, nodding imperceptibly. There was no scolding. Tim only heard a faint sigh from across the table. "My parents miss Beth. I'm planning to take her back to the countryside for a while." Tim abruptly looked up, his expression stunned. No, I'll make money. Just a little capital. Just a little. I can definitely turn it around." His wife simply stared coldly at his promise. Without a word. Tim felt increasingly anxious. Adventuring. Yes. I can still take on quests. Things will get better. They will. I promise. The atmosphere at the dinner table fell silent. After a long while, his wife sighed again, pulling out a bulging pouch from her somewhat worn clothes. She gently placed it on the table. "This is a little money I saved from doing laundry these past few weeks. Whether it's maintaining equipment, continuing my old line of work, or getting a new outfit and finding a job, forget it, whatever you want. I'll wash the dishes." His wife slowly got up, gathered the dishes from the table, and walked into the kitchen. Tim stared at the money pouch in front of him, silent for a long time. Suddenly, his clothes were gently tugged. He turned his head. It was Beth, who had remained silent since earlier, sensing the cold atmosphere at the dinner table. She raised her little head, looking sensible, and cautiously said, "Daddy, we don't need to buy pancakes tomorrow. Beth doesn't like them." The next day, at the break of dawn, Tim left home early, carrying the money pouch his wife had left him. As a former adventurer with experience fighting numerous monsters, even without venturing into the mist forest, in this town with little danger, there was plenty of work he could do. However, after years of indolence, the sharpness he once possessed honed through battles bathed in the blood of monsters, had long been dulled. Even after using the money his wife had saved to buy a decent outfit. The weariness that clung to him, and the reputation that had spread throughout the relevant circles, led to Tim being repeatedly rejected. As dusk approached, the sky grew dark. Tim walked home alone, his expression weary. He knew that with his current circumstances, finding a well-paying job wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't happen overnight. But, recalling the cold faces of those who had rejected him, Tim gritted his teeth, secretly cursing, putting on airs in front of me. 10 years ago, money, it's just money. Back then, a single mission would net me more than 10 gold. He was lost in his fantasy, but his legs seemed to possess a kind of muscle memory, obedient to the deepest desires of his heart. Step by step. When Tim realized it, he was already standing before that familiar door. Warm, bright light, accompanied by the intoxicating aroma of alcohol and the sounds of revelry, flowed from the crack in the door. His expression was dazed, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. Subconsciously raising his hands, he slowly pushed open the door. The house was clean and tidy, but the sparse furnishings made it look somewhat impoverished. Through the window, his wife looked at the sky, which had completely darkened outside. On the street in the distance, the figure that should have returned home long ago, as always, was absent. She lowered her head, no longer sighing. She simply packed her bags silently. "Beth, are your clothes all packed?" "All packed, Mommy. But Daddy, go to sleep, we'll leave at dawn tomorrow. Grandpa and Grandma miss you." Okay." Bang. The door of the 2-story building was flung open. Tim's face was flushed with the excitement of the night, and he returned home, basking in the bright sunlight. He was carrying a bag of exquisitely packaged pancakes. "Ha ha ha, Beth, look what Daddy brought you." The small figure that would always come running to greet him with a smile was no longer there, and there was no sound of spatulas in the kitchen. Only his loud, excited voice echoed in the empty house. He seemed to realize something. The paper bag fell to the ground. He called out, opening every door in the house, even checking the closet carefully. His excited expression gradually froze. Only after the sun set again, sitting in the messy living room, did Tim finally recover from that unbearable emptiness. A look of determination, unseen for many years, appeared on his face. Clang! A dusty, old wooden chest was hauled from the basement to the living room. He struggled to find the keyhole in the dust, inserted the key, turned it, and opened the chest. Inside, a set of half-plate armor, showing signs of rust, and 2 dulled metal daggers lay revealed. He gently touched them, feeling the familiar cool touch of their surfaces. Tim then patted the bulging money pouch in his bosom, a source of considerable unease. He muttered to himself, "This money isn't enough for a new set of equipment, but it's more than enough to get these old friends of mine serviced at the blacksmith's. I wonder how the captain and the others are doing." Knock knock knock. A knock suddenly sounded on the door. Tim's face showed disbelief. He hastily rose and rushed to the door. Even when he stumbled, he scrambled to his feet in a clumsy rush. Creak. The wooden door swung open from the inside. Tim's initially surprised expression froze. Looking at the familiar figure outside, he instinctively said, "Captain?" Before him stood a middle-aged man, also no longer young. But compared to the dejected Tim, the man was remarkably spirited. He had a fierce demeanor, a sturdy build, and even wore a well-maintained suit of armor. "Captain, what brings you here?" Tim forced a smile, stepping aside. "Come in." However, the former captain of his adventurers' squad remained motionless, merely frowning at him and coldly saying, "We got a new recruit recently, not enough space, so I went to Higu town and had your name removed from the team roster. You're not doing this anymore anyway, right?" The man pulled a money pouch from his backpack and tossed it to Tim. "I have a mission, so I won't disturb you. See you again sometime." Bang! The door slowly closed. Tim sat alone at the dining table. Dim light filtered through the window behind him, softly falling on him. His face, impassive to the point of being terrifying, was shrouded in shadow, its expression unclear. He simply stared at the table before him, at the half-worn armor, still dusted. His fingertips twitched slightly. Pawnshop, the armor and 2 daggers were unceremoniously thrown onto the counter. In exchange, a money pouch, its interior gleaming with gold. Tavern, Tim's face flushed red, he roared, his bloodshot eyes reflecting the shaking dice cup. It seemed as if even his soul was being pushed onto the gambling table. Late night, Tim, reeking of alcohol, stumbled along the empty streets. He muttered incoherently, it was unclear what he was saying. Bang! A strong force hit him from the front, sending Tim sprawling to the ground. #%%, curse word. He mumbled a curse, his alcohol-fogged head spinning as he saw a burly figure striding away. Struggling to his feet, he was about to confront the other person. But his hand, reaching for the ground, encountered a strange texture. It was a thin book bound in strange leather. The cover was blank. Only a white human skull was imprinted in the corner. End, Chapter 54, The Caravan Evening. The molten gold, orange-red sunset slowly sank below the horizon, painting the drifting clouds with a layer of twilight, like an oil painting adorning the heavens. The golden wheat fields swayed gently under the fading light, their rustling a subtle yet grand symphony rippling like water. Dusty, sturdy wooden wheels creaked, splashing up small specks of mud, leaving deep ruts in the soft meadow. Xia Nan sat outside the wagon, his back against the piled-up cargo. On both sides of the road, the idyllic scenery of the countryside at sunset quickly receded in the bumpy ride. Feeling the gentle breeze on his cheeks, he lazily narrowed his eyes. It was his second day since leaving the tavern. After confirming that the professional contacted by Hai and wouldn't pass through Higu town for at least another 70 days, leaving him ample time, and also to confirm certain suspicions in his heart, he accepted the commission of Barn, the owner of the Rock Hammer, joining the caravan from Higu town to Karanfor as a bodyguard. To be honest, this 4 or 5 day round trip, objectively, was work Xia Nan needed to diligently complete. And he did indeed prepare seriously and diligently fulfill his duties. But from another perspective, for him, having twice entered the mist forest in the dozens of days since his arrival, these few days away from monster-infested areas were a mini-vacation. Unlike the vast array of entertainment in modern society, in Higu town, Xia Nan, besides eating, sleeping, and training his combat skills, at most drank a few drinks and chatted with adventurers at the inn. A day or two was fine, but over a longer period, while bearable, it was inevitably a bit monotonous. Now! Creak, the gradually slowing wheels, under the weight of the cargo in the wagon, emitted a jarring, grating sound, pulling Xia Nan back from his wandering thoughts. The guard-posts didn't speak, and there was no sign of disorder in the caravan. Most likely, nothing was wrong. But he still swiftly jumped off the wagon, unconcerned about the wet mud on his boots. Looking left and right. Footsteps came from the front of the caravan. Appearing before him was the honest man Xia Nan had met twice before in Higu town, the one who remained silent in the face of drunkard Bernie's provocation. Also the captain of the caravan he was currently with, Jeff. From the steady, unhurried pace of the other man, it was clear that the caravan's stop wasn't due to any accident. And that was indeed the case. The plainly dressed middle-aged man, seeing Xia Nan had already dismounted, scratched his head and said honestly, "Mr. Xia Nan, we'll stop here for today. Dinner is being prepared, it's a stew made by Mr. Alton, if you don't mind, you can have some later. Although we're close to Karanfor, we'll need a few of you to help with the night watch. Rest assured, that's our duty." Hearing this, Xia Nan smiled and nodded. But he felt a little strange. Alton? Stew? Recalling the events of the past 2 days, his expression remained unchanged, but in his mind, he was already considering whether to make do with his own rations. The caravan wasn't large, even with Xia Nan and the other temporarily hired guards, there were only about a dozen people. And just like the 2 children and their mother he encountered on his return journey after his first mission. On this continent, there was an invisible barrier between ordinary civilians and adventurers. During the 2-day journey, the number of times the caravan members had proactively interacted with Xia Nan could be counted on one hand. Even during rest and meals, it was often the adventurers in one group, and the others in another. Only occasionally would the caravan captain, Jeff, bring some snacks, and incidentally discuss the subsequent itinerary. Tonight was the same. Xia Nan and the other adventurers sat around the campfire. Not far from them, several wagons were deliberately parked haphazardly by the roadside. This arrangement doesn't obstruct the Night Watch adventurers' vision, and allows them to use the sturdy vehicle as cover in case of danger. Naturally, several simple warning traps were set up after they confirmed their stop for rest. The Night Watch order had also been internally confirmed. Xia Nan was responsible for the second half of the night, needing to rest early to conserve his energy. Right now, he was spreading honey, specially bought from the general store before departure, onto the already warm jerky in his hand. In front of him, several adventurers were chatting casually. "Hey, did you hear? Some strangely shaped buildings were recently discovered in the mist forest. Maybe they're remnants of some ancient ruins? Didn't the association already send high-level adventurers to check it out? They didn't find anything." I thought there were hidden realms or dimensional rifts. Even if there were, would it be our turn? That's true. By the way, do you know about Bernie's thing? Of course, I was there at the time. That scene. On the other side, Xia Nan remained silent, seemingly concentrating on preparing the food, but secretly pricked up his ears. From their mention of strangely shaped buildings, he could roughly guess. They were discussing the otherworldly objects he had encountered with the half-elf group. The dilapidated ruins extended almost from the depths of the mist forest to the outskirts, impossible to escape the eyes of the adventurers who roamed the forest daily. However, they didn't find anything. Speaking of which, the half-elf and Wood had also mentioned that even though they had arrived at the place where he disappeared, they weren't transported into the cave. Now that even high-level professionals haven't discovered any secrets there, doesn't that mean that there's something special about his existence, that he can somehow connect with the cave that might be a hidden realm? And the biggest difference between him and the natives of this world is dong, dong. Heavy, slow footsteps came from behind. Xia Nan subconsciously turned around. What met his eyes was a large iron pot, swaying precariously, with steaming hot soup splashing out from the sides. Under the dim light, the pot seemed to be under some kind of magic, floating in mid-air, wobbling as it slowly approached them. But if you looked closer, you could see a pair of exquisite high-top leather boots embroidered with four-leaf clover patterns directly beneath the pot. "Stew's here. Help me, I can't hold it anymore." Chapter 55 Alton Clang. A metallic pot bottom collided with small stones in the mud, emitting a crisp sound. A cast iron pot, emanating the aroma of food, landed heavily on the grass. "Eat up. I've been simmering this for ages, it's gotta be delicious." Appearing before Xia Nan was a small person, barely reaching his waist. A pair of light brown eyes gleamed slightly under the twilight sky, his skin was fair and rosy, and a pointed soft hat adorned with feathers sat atop his brown, curly hair. His attire was the simple and neat style of an adventurer, but the color combination was strikingly bright. Upon closer inspection, one could see delicate decorations such as four-leaf clover patterns on his shoes. Alton, a halfling, and one of Xia Nan's companions on this mission. Unlike the dwarfs he had seen, who seemed to be flattened and stretched horizontally, sturdy like tree stumps, nor were they like the large-headed, light-bodied gnomes. Halflings, while equally short, only reach 3 or 4 feet tall when fully grown. But their body proportions are more similar to humans. Their limbs also have brownish-red fur, like small animals. However, the Alton before him seemed to be a lightfoot halfling of their race. This resulted in significantly less fur all over his body. The furry parts were probably only his legs. After all, he was wearing thick linen trousers, so Xia Nan could only guess. Carrots, honey, and even a bit of my secret pepper from the village. "You've definitely never tasted anything like this." Alton held the pot lid in one hand and the other on his hip, a smug look on his beaming face. Xia Nan quickly took a couple of bites of the jerky in his hand, feigning a nearly full stomach, recalling the information he had gathered about halflings from various places during this time. Compared to dwarfs, who have numerous subspecies such as hill dwarfs, mountain dwarfs, and grey dwarfs, due to various factors such as living environment and ancestral clan The halflings on the Afala continent are mainly divided into two types, strong-heart halflings and lightfoot halflings. The former have thicker fur and are slightly stockier. Fond of comfortable home lives, they often choose to settle down in one place and live there for a long time. Harmonious neighborly relations, a warm fireplace, and a freshly baked walnut pie are what strong-heart halflings strive for. In contrast, lightfoot halflings are more enthusiastic about traveling. They don't deliberately pursue any particular goal, but simply enjoy the interesting things they encounter along the way. In most cases, only the lightfoot type are willing to leave their communities and become adventurers who travel between various missions. It is worth mentioning that, compared to the love-hate relationships between the various subspecies of the major races on the continent, lightfoot and strong-heart halflings have a very good relationship. Although they sometimes have conflicts due to their different pursuits, with their family-like way of getting along, it's just like the everyday squabbles between siblings, nothing serious. He couldn't escape it. When Alton looked at Xia Nan with his sparkling eyes, with a look of immense expectation and longing for approval, he still agreed to try a bite. The taste was unexpectedly good. The diverse seasonings blended together, somehow neutralizing the conflicting flavors, leaving only a mild and comfortable aroma in the orange-red broth. Coupled with the perfectly proportioned, tender stewed meat, and the carrot slices that had absorbed the soup. With a look of surprise, Xia Nan gave Alton a thumbs up, praising him. "It's really good, not much worse than the food in the tavern." And to Xia Nan's praise, Alton, true to his race's characteristics, maximized the emotional value. Laughing happily and heartily, "Ha ha ha, thank you. It's not that good though." He then ladled 2 more spoonfuls into Xia Nan's bowl. It wasn't that Xia Nan had any prejudice against Alton, but in the past 2 days, the other party's personality had been a bit too pronounced. Like most lightfoot halflings, he was easygoing and open-minded, full of curiosity about everything he encountered on his travels, and eager to try new things. Whether it was the specifics of the wagon wheel's mechanism or the daily cost of fodder for the pack animals, he had enthusiastically chatted with almost everyone in the caravan, from front to back. He tried driving the wagon and had even learned some trapping techniques from a relatively amiable adventurer, but the results were often less than satisfactory. He was even a little superstitious. Xia Nan witnessed Alton doff his hat to an inconspicuous bush by the roadside. According to him, this was a tribute to one of their halfling deities, the nature goddess Scylla Perilla, who holds dominion over agriculture and climate. In short, although he seemed a bit odd at times, Alton, at least for now, seemed like a decent fellow. Gulp, his Adam's apple bobbed. Xia Nan spooned 2 mouthfuls of stew into his mouth, casually chatting with Alton beside him. "So, you worship your race's agricultural goddess?" Afala continent boasted numerous deities, with various pantheons intricately interwoven, and overlapping domains were not uncommon. The halflings alone were blessed by 7 deities governing different aspects. They were known as the Her Silver pantheon. Her Silver was the halfling's self-designation, originating from rural slang before spreading across the continent. Xia Nan was therefore curious about how the halflings themselves viewed these deities, as close as parents yet difficult to approach. Unexpectedly, Alton shook his head at Xia Nan's question. The halflings' close-knit, family-like community led them to treat the deities protecting their race as family members. In this context, expecting the halflings to offer the same devout service as outside priests was inappropriate. "So, you..." Just as Xia Nan thought the other had no deity of faith, like himself. Alton suddenly smiled slightly. He took a coin with a metallic sheen from his pouch. Ding! With a flick of his finger, the coin leaped high. Rotating, falling. Alton opened his fingers, and in his palm, the coin landed heads up. Revealing the engraved image, a woman with long hair, her face blurry, yet a faint smile playing on her lips. Smiling Lady, Tamola, the luck goddess who wields the power of fate. Chapter 56, The Smiling Lady Tamola? Xia Nan was rather surprised by the halfling's faith. He couldn't help but recall the various occult knowledge he'd frantically crammed recently. In his impression, compared to the God of Justice and Imperfection, TYR, who possessed numerous knightly orders dedicated to eradicating all injustice, or the Bloodskull cult, lurking in the depths of gloom, worshipping the god of murder, Baal, whose every appearance was accompanied by bloodshed and storm. The Smiling Lady was remarkably low-key. She was neither keen on spreading her doctrines nor fond of flaunting so-called miracles in public. In the Servia Kingdom, you rarely saw large temples dedicated to Timola, not even small shrines the size of a birdcage were commonly found. Only the most devout, those who implemented the Goddess of Fortune's doctrines into their daily words and actions, had the chance to undergo trials and become priests in the relevant field. But on the other hand, due to the unique nature of the power she wielded, Timola possessed a ridiculously large number of casual believers across the continent. Merchants, sailors, gamblers, even many adventurers were followers of this goddess. Even if they never mentioned it, or even didn't know her specific functions and sacred emblem. It didn't affect them murmuring Timola's name in their hearts when facing a suddenly discovered chest, or a dice cup about to be revealed, praying for good luck. What was novel was that the Smiling Lady never stinted on her power. Idle gamblers, aggressively adventurous merchants, those who dared to place their important matters on the other side of the scales, letting luck decide the outcome, often attracted Timola's gaze. Therefore, one often heard tales of how some lucky lad won a fortune at the casino, or a small merchant happened to make a big deal. Even if the gold coins won were quickly squandered by the extravagant gambler, and the merchant suffered consecutive losses in subsequent businesses. In short, those who could still call themselves followers of Timola in situations unrelated to profit clearly genuinely believed in this inherently detached goddess. And after explaining his faith, the halfling before him spoke no more. His lack of missionary zeal was indeed characteristic of a follower of the Goddess of Fortune. However, Xia Nan ate the stew in his bowl, his peripheral vision observing Alton beside him. He saw the other sometimes excitedly studying the spoon in his hand, as if curious about its forging process, sometimes hastily rising because of a night owl flying overhead, superstitiously shaking his soft hat 3 times in his hand. His expression was somewhat strange. He had once heard from an elderly drunkard in an inn about the secrets of the halfling race. Like the protagonists in poems and novels who never die before the story ends. These curious, cheerful little people seemed to be naturally favored by the Goddess of Fortune. Falling off a cliff and being caught by a branch on their trousers, encountering monsters and unexpectedly receiving help from passing adventurers. Under normal circumstances, halflings would attribute their good luck to their mother goddess, Udala, not the Smiling Lady outside the her silver god system. Therefore, a halfling who believes in the Goddess of Fortune is reasonable but rare. Finding that Xia Nan's bowl of stew was empty, Alton, who had finally calmed down, immediately got up and served him 2 more spoonfuls. A smile bloomed on his face, seemingly particularly pleased by Xia Nan's approval of his cooking. "Thank you." Taking the wooden bowl from the halfling, Xia Nan thanked him. But his heart couldn't help but ponder. He worked as an adventurer, dealing with all kinds of monsters every day. It could be said that he was dancing on a tightrope. Although he wasn't fond of these deities on this continent, the Goddess of Fortune, perhaps he could show a little faith. So, he used the topic to ask the halfling relevant questions. Of course, his words were very restrained and cautious. Even a casual remark had to be turned over twice in his mind before being spoken. After all, in this world, gods truly existed. If he accidentally said something offensive, and it happened to be heard by Timola. If she just moved her hand and reduced his luck by a few points, that would be the end of his life. However, the halfling's answer left Xia Nan somewhat disappointed. Of course, Alton waved the soup ladle in his hand, a broad smile still plastered across his face. There's no god in this world who would refuse an extra follower. So, what exactly is needed? A ritual, or some kind of sacrificial offering? Alton scratched his head from under his pointed soft hat. I don't think so. If you feel yourself to be a follower of the lady, then you are. I mean, I just suddenly received the lady's divine revelation in a dream one night. Seeing Xia Nan's increasingly rigid expression, the halfling quickly added. Perhaps you could try picking a 4-leaf clover and placing it under your pillow while you sleep. It might work. Xia Nan shook his head. He already understood in his heart that for a goddess with Tamola's personality, unless one's faith was supremely devout, or one was naturally favored by the goddess like the halfling before him, it would be impossible to establish a tangible connection. Disbelief remained disbelief. Even if he prayed to her 3,000 times every night before bed, the chances of gaining Tamola's attention might be higher if he went to a casino and gambled away his 100-odd gold coins all at once. He stopped dwelling on it. Xia Nan continued to sip the uniquely flavored stew, casually chatting with Alton. The halfling's boundless enthusiasm ensured the conversation never flagged. Often, Xia Nan would only mention something in passing, and Alton would spill forth countless topics like a torrent of beans. In just a few tens of minutes, Xia Nan even learned what spices Alton's mother used in her cooking, and what time the old man next door watered his plants every morning. It was quite exaggerated. Fortunately, before he completely lost himself in the halfling's endless stream of conversation, as boundless as the stars in the sky, the caravan leader, Jeff, that simple-hearted man, carrying a large bowl of stew, arrived at the adventurers' temporary camp. He came to discuss the next day's itinerary and subsequent arrangements. At the latest, tomorrow morning, we'll reach Carenfor. If you all have time, I'll find a tavern and treat everyone to a meal, as a reward for your hard work along the way. Actually, if we're in a hurry, we could travel overnight. After all, we're quite close to the town now, and there shouldn't be any danger. But to be safe, we should still, ding-ling-ling, trap triggered. The urgent, sharp ringing instantly cut off Jeff's words. Chapter 57, A Refreshing Victory. Ding-ling-ling. A sharp ring pierced the night. A wooden bowl tumbled to the ground, spilling half-finished orange stew across the meadow. Buzz accompanied by the crisp sound of metal vibrating, a steel-grey gleam flashed through the air, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The next second, Xia Nan already held the decapitation long sword. Alton, beside him, reacted just as swiftly. A moment ago, he was cheerfully sharing stories of his homeland with Xia Nan. The instant the bell rang, his expression froze. His legs blurred into motion. In a series of nimble leaps and dodges, he was already atop the roadside carriage. While observing the direction of the sound, he produced a miniature, exquisite lute. Halfling's cheerful and lively nature didn't mean they were fools to be bullied. A strong sense of responsibility made these small folk display courage and determination far exceeding their size when protecting their friends and villages. Their compact, unburdened physique granted them agility beyond the ordinary, and stealth capabilities similar to wanderers. In fact, the mere fact that a light-footed halfling like Alton was allowed to leave the community's extended family as an adventurer already proved his capabilities. The reactions of the other adventurers weren't far behind. A clatter of pots and pans followed, and in a matter of seconds, the guards had their weapons drawn, standing in their prearranged formation. Only then, when the adventurers were fully prepared for battle, did a chaotic uproar erupt from the caravan's camp. Goblins, 23, no subspecies detected. Quickly adjusting the lute strings, the halfling calmly and precisely reported his findings. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Nan felt the tension visibly ease among the surrounding adventurers. Thank goodness, it's just goblins. It made sense. In a location so close to a town, the only creatures daring to attack a human caravan, besides some monsters driven to hunger and lacking threat perception, were these brainless green-skinned brutes. Kerry, Wilson, prepare. A guard, seemingly the leader, shouted to two adventurers with longbows on their backs. Their actions were swift, suggesting frequent collaboration. The two archers, using both hands and feet, quickly climbed onto a wagon prepositioned by the roadside, securing a high ground. Then they aimed at the shadowy figures of goblins rapidly approaching in the darkness. They drew their bows, notched their arrows. Whoosh! Arrows tipped with feathers transformed into slender, blurred outlines, disappearing into the darkness. Two dark figures fell. Continue. The adventurer shouted again. The sound of arrows piercing the air echoed once more, but this time, several caravan drivers joined the attack. Their clothes were disheveled, some even stained with mud and grass, clearly having stumbled on their way. Holding crossbows, they squinted, aiming at the approaching figures. This time, 3 goblins fell. However, this was largely due to the 2 professional archers, as one arrow had pierced the chests of 2 green-skinned rats simultaneously. Night visibility was poor, and inexperienced civilians lacked both the strength and accuracy of adventurers who frequently battled in the mist forest. Accompanied by shrill screams, the rapid approach of many footsteps became increasingly clear. The adventurer in charge glanced at the cargo on the carriage behind him, hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jeff, the caravan captain, whose hands gripped a long spear tightly. He finally made up his mind, raising his one-handed sword high, and shouting to everyone around him, "Don't let these beasts approach the caravan. Brothers, charge!" As one of the frontline fighters, Xia Nan couldn't possibly lag behind. With a stride, he charged forward. At the same time, his gaze swept across his surroundings as he sprinted. Confirming the absence of ambushes on both flanks, and with teammates providing rear support and vigilance, Xia Nan felt a slight sense of relief. *wumdong*, a high-pitched, vibrant lute sound suddenly echoed through the air, thick with tension. It wasn't complex, seemingly just a series of soaring notes, repeatedly played. Yet, it seemed to contain a peculiar rhythm, subtly drawing one in. His muscle strength didn't increase, nor did his awareness sharpen. The notes were like intangible illusions in the air, seeping into his flesh and bones through his pores. It created an illusion of being more battle-ready. His body felt lighter, the power in his arms more abundant. Xia Nan's forward charge accelerated. He suddenly recalled the halfling's lute, glimpsed moments ago, and their light, brightly colored attire. Bard! The thought flashed through his mind. In the blink of an eye, he reached the front lines. Around him, the roars of his teammates in combat mingled with the sharp clang of metal. Xia Nan focused, shutting out the surrounding noise. Directly ahead, 4 goblins, brandishing clubs, lunged at him, claws outstretched. His sword tip touched the ground. His constitution, boosted to 8 points after absorbing dew, meant he didn't need to worry about the battle technique affecting his physical functions. He simply lunged forward. His boots sank into the soft mud beneath the meadow. And as the brown, damp soil swallowed his heels, it seemed to surge with power from the earth's depth. A powerful force surged from his feet, gathering the strength usually hidden deep within his muscles, concentrating it in an instant. The force traveled from his palm to the hilt, driving the blade with the precise movements honed into muscle memory through countless practices. Spinning slash, *whoosh*, in the firelight, a sharp, iron-gray arc tore through the night. Xia Nan felt 4 slight resistances on his blade. Flesh like paper, bones like kindling. The sharp blade, empowered by the surge of strength, sliced through the goblins before they could even scream in pain. A fountain of foul-smelling blood, carrying severed limbs and organs, arced into the air. Crimson blood, splattered from the blade, flew across the ground with the force of the strike. The stray hairs on his forehead whipped wildly, and the metallic tang of blood filling his nostrils made Xia Nan frown slightly. But a strange sense of exhilaration surged through him. It was like a butcher expertly dismembering a pig carcass on a chopping block, releasing the unspoken pressure that had built up within him from battling bear goblins, petrification lizards, and even that giant snake that was dead but still unbreakable. With the death of the 4 green-skinned brutes, that pressure vanished in an instant. Only one thought filled Xia Nan's mind, so satisfying. Chapter 58, Experiment lacking elite individuals, the goblins might rely on their sheer numbers to boost morale and charge at the enemy. However, once they perceive a significant disparity in strength and encounter a strong and resolute counterattack, their combat effectiveness plummets. Right now, Xia Nan's exaggerated feat of 4 with 1 swing clearly terrified those vile and cowardly green-skinned bastards. He even saw a goblin lagging behind the group, arriving late, and upon witnessing the gruesome fate of its 4 brethren ahead. Its body, which had been charging with bared teeth and claws, stopped abruptly as if slammed on the brakes, leaving 2 pathetic footprints on the soft meadow. It abruptly turned, throwing its wooden club aside, and fled in terror, wailing. The memories of the goblin cave from his initial arrival were still fresh. Xia Nan couldn't possibly let these disgusting vermin escape. He strode forward, his iron-grey decapitation longsword raised high at an angle, ready to end the creature's short life with a single downward stroke. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He paused, lowering his raised sword to his side, the tip pointing forward. His arms bent, assuming a power-gathering stance. As if a machine executing a preset program, Xia Nan's originally fluid posture became stiff and awkward. His right leg stepped forward. Forward thrust. A cold gleam flashed, and the resistance of the blade entering flesh came through the hilt. Without a doubt, the terrified fleeing goblin was pierced through the chest and abdomen by the sword tip. The enemy had completely lost its combat ability. However, Xia Nan wasn't satisfied, his brow furrowed. Even with his high talent, in just half a month, this was all he could achieve. And using such clumsy, unskilled combat techniques in high-intensity battles would undoubtedly be suicidal. This was merely to prove his hypothesis. The semi-transparent characters of proficiency +1 he expected did not appear, and Xia Nan couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. He casually delivered a finishing blow, killing the goblin that was still twitching and struggling on the ground. His gaze shifted to the side. 2 goblins were crouching low, skirting the edge of the battlefield, seemingly trying to sneak around to the rear and attack the civilians in the caravan. However, they seemed too focused and hadn't noticed that the battle on this side was over. Without hesitation, and without concealing his movements, Xia Nan quickly approached. Facing the 2 goblins who turned around in panic, the decapitation longsword slashed down in an instant. The sharp blade easily tore through flesh. The goblin's small body was split in 2. Meanwhile, the other green-skinned rat, which he had deliberately left alive, in its terror, swung its club at Xia Nan. Their morale had already plummeted, the attack was purely a survival instinct. The falling club was light and weak, lacking any force. But Xia Nan remained exceptionally focused, his eyes fixed on the club covered in dust and blood. He lowered his wrist, angling the sword tip downwards. Dong! A dull sound echoed in the air. The club weakly struck the blade, and the resulting recoil caused the goblin's thin arm to tremble violently. Block and uppercut. Xia Nan's hands, gripping the hilt, suddenly exerted force, and the moment he blocked the attack. He stepped forward, and delivered an uppercut. Blood splattered. Half a goblin head, spraying a viscous mixture of red and white, flew and rolled onto the ground. The attribute panel remained unchanged. Take it slow, Xia Nan sighed inwardly. Firstly, through the last 2 points of proficiency gained from the spinning slash, it's clear that, on the level of combat techniques, he possesses a far superior improvement speed compared to his previous self. However, the specific reason remains unclear without further experimentation. He can only blindly guess that it's due to the convenience provided by the attribute panel, or perhaps because actual combat significantly increases the efficiency of proficiency acquisition compared to regular training. The reason he used those 2 unskilled suspected combat techniques was to see if he could accelerate their training progress through actual combat. As for the results, they are self-evident. Perhaps the sample size was too small to achieve a qualitative change. Xia Nan mused to himself. His gaze, however, drifted towards other parts of the battlefield, where the goblins were retreating steadily under the adventurer's counterattack. The battle came suddenly and ended quickly. From the moment Xia Nan unleashed his spinning slash, less than 10 minutes passed before the grassy area beside the caravan returned to calm. It's worth mentioning that, as if it were some kind of unspoken rule among the adventurers, not a single goblin escaped their blades. 23 of them, all dead. One even managed to reach the edge of the nearby woods, about to disappear into the dense bushes. But a fast adventurer caught up to it, bringing its head back. The repulsive habits of these green-skinned rodents might be one reason. But Xia Nan felt it was more likely that the adventurers in the team didn't want to miss out on their 3 silver and 7 copper bounty. Cleaning the battlefield. These goblins, armed with nothing but rags and sticks, weren't worth fighting over. As usual, they cut off the left ears, saving them to exchange for bounty at the guild. Huff, huff, Jeff panted heavily, his long spear propped against the ground, his simple linen clothes stained with goblin blood. This honest and simple man, who wouldn't even retort when provoked by drunkards, Faced with the goblins attacking the caravan, he acted unusually brave and fearless. He seemed like a different person, gritting his teeth at the front of the line, charging even faster than Xia Nan. If it weren't for his somewhat clumsy fighting skills, some might believe he was a savage from somewhere. Watching everyone preparing to clean up the battlefield, Jeff hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. Everyone, we're planning to rest for 2 days in Carenfor, but there's no adventurers guild there. Considering the return journey, carrying these trophies might be inconvenient. If you don't mind, the bounty for these goblins can be added to your escort fee. I'll settle the accounts with you all when we return to Higu town. It was currently the flowering season, one of the hottest months of the year. A few days would be enough for the goblins' ears to rot and stink. However, for the sake of the bounty, the adventurers usually didn't care. With the caravan leader making such a suggestion, the escorts were naturally happy to save some effort, and they cheered. Sheathing the dagger he had in his hand, Xia Nan looked at Jeff with some surprise. In the tavern, he only ordered the cheapest meal, and his clothes were coarse linen patched with rough cloth. Yet, he was generous enough to spend nearly a double-digit amount of gold coins to subsidize the accompanying adventurers. You deserve to make money. Chapter 59, Favored. Wow, amazing. That swordsmanship just now. Alton, the halfling, cradled his exquisitely miniature lute, his eyes wide as he looked at Xia Nan. As an adventurer aiming for the bard profession, even without officially obtaining a professional level, his fighting style leaned towards staying at the back of the team, using his music to aid his companions. Therefore, standing on the rear carriage, he had witnessed the entire battle. It was nothing, Xia Nan smiled, nodding in response. Your music was a great help. It wasn't empty flattery. The halfling's music had indeed enhanced his combat capabilities to a certain extent. Even without it, those 4 goblins would have been a one-sword affair, but he did feel a change in his body. Really? No, ha ha ha. Alton immediately laughed, his eyebrows dancing with joy. Most halflings are like this, a simple compliment eliciting a huge response, they are easily satisfied. No wonder they have such a good reputation on the Afala continent. Meanwhile, despite his naturally enthusiastic and curious nature, Alton knew his limits and didn't ask Xia Nan about sensitive topics like his combat techniques or weapons. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, the halfling quickly put down his lute, suppressing his smile, and turned towards the direction where the night owl had flown. His 10 fingers intertwined, his hands crossed before his chest like 2 short swords, bowing slightly. Seeing the difference in his actions, Xia Nan couldn't help but ask, "Are you praying to the goddess of fortune?" "No," Alton's smile returned after the bow, "it's Mr. Arvarin. Quickly searching his memory. Another deity of the halfling Hisilva pantheon. The god of vigilance and war, Arvarin. Xia Nan was even more puzzled. It's not strange for halflings to pay respects to their own pantheon's deities. But, smiling lady, isn't she needed? He asked cautiously, with a hint of probing. Unexpectedly, the halfling didn't mind, casually replying while checking the lute strings, "She doesn't care about these things." Tsk. Xia Nan silently clicked his tongue. Come to think of it, in the entire kingdom, there are few temples or shrines dedicated to her. This being clearly wouldn't care about these insignificant, optional rituals. The distance to Carenfor was now very close. Apart from goblins, there were basically no other dangers in the nearby wilderness. The group hastily dealt with the corpses of these green-skinned rodents, walked a short distance, and rested again. They continued to eat. Battles that could happen at any moment were commonplace for adventurers. Even though they had just cut down goblins, their clothes stained with dirty, smelly blood, they sat by the campfire chatting as usual. One of them even had a piece of goblin intestine removed from his back by someone else, casually throwing it into the fire, while munching on jerky. Xia Nan sat alone in the corner of the camp, wiping his long sword with gauze. It seemed no different from before. But he sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere of the camp. Except for himself and the halfling, the other adventurers were either in small teams or had previously collaborated. Naturally, they were somewhat wary of him, a stranger. It wasn't hostility, but he could feel the distance and indifference coming from them. He welcomed the quiet. However, with the end of the battle, this situation had subtly changed. Perhaps Xia Nan's maxed-out spinning slash was too eye-catching, or perhaps the battle proved his reliability. Several people in the team had a noticeably better attitude towards him. The adventurer who had led the battle even came over, lowering his posture to talk to him. Xia Nan wasn't particularly concerned, but seeing the other's reaction, he engaged in a bit of social pleasantries, exchanging a few greetings. Crackle. Sparks burst. Orange-red flames danced gently against the night. Xia Nan sat on a cushion, his eyes reflecting the firelight. In his past life, he had been perpetually weary from work, and even his hard-earned days off were spent lounging at home. Now, gazing at the campfire, its form constantly shifting in the evening breeze, feeling the gentle warmth on his skin, it was as if his entire being sank into it. He could simply stare at the swirling flames and remain there all night. From the edge of his hearing, he caught snippets of Jeff and the halfling's conversation. "Captain, you pushed yourself too hard back there," Alton said lightly. "It's not like we hired you, we can handle these things ourselves." "How can that be? This caravan might not be much to you, you can earn enough by taking on a few more missions. But for me, it's something I've been saving for most of my life." Jeff's gaze was firm as he replied earnestly. "Just these few carriages?" Hee. Hearing this, the honest and simple man showed a bashful smile. "My 2 children are studying at the new academy, the tuition alone is a considerable expense each year. Gotta make money. And what about the future?" The halfling, as always, pursued the topic with intense curiosity. "What do you plan for them after they grow up? Will they inherit your caravan, or become adventurers?" No, not adventurers." Jeff instinctively waved his hands repeatedly, his expression resistant, then realizing the halfling's identity, he stopped abruptly. "Sorry, I didn't mean it that way." Alton didn't mind, simply smiling and gesturing for him to continue. "Jamie, according to his academy teacher, shows a talent for linguistics, maybe a common tongue teacher. Liliana told me before that she wants to open a tailor shop. I've saved quite a bit of money over the years, just a little bit short." Then, Jeff seemed to suddenly remember something. A hopeful expression on his simple face, he asked Alton, "I heard you worship the smiling lady?" "Yes." "Then, if I pray to the goddess, will she bless me?" "That depends on what you pray for." "Hey." Jeff scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "Just to make more money, and for my family's health and safety. You know, in our line of work, we travel all over the place, and we always encounter." "She will." Alton's expression was serious and sincere, each word carefully delivered. "The smiling lady favors the brave, and also those who strive to live well." Chapter 60, Invitation. Compared to the bustling prosperity of Higu town, far exceeding that of ordinary towns, Karanfor was considerably quieter. Whether it was the number of pedestrians on the road or the density of shops and buildings on both sides, it was far inferior. Even the ratio of adventurers to ordinary people on the streets reached 3 to 7, or even 2 to 8. Out of 10 people, only 2 or 3 could clearly be identified as adventurers. And it should be noted that Karanfor was already the human settlement with the highest proportion of adventurers in the surrounding area, besides Higu town. Xia Nan found this quite unexpected. This was because, since his arrival in this world, he had been constantly traveling between Higu town and Mist Forest, and he didn't have an accurate understanding of the situation. It now seemed that the number of adventurers in this world was far less than he had imagined. Following the caravan to a hotel on the west side of Karanfor. After everyone had settled into their rooms, Jeff, the caravan leader, didn't break his word and treated everyone in the caravan to a sumptuous lunch. Honestly, the taste was mediocre. It couldn't compare to the luxurious set meal at the White Sparrow Tavern, not even to the halfling's stew. But since it was someone else's treat, he didn't have to pay. Overall, Xia Nan was quite satisfied with the meal. It's worth mentioning that, unlike the water and broth they had on the road, many alcoholic beverages appeared on their table after arriving in Karanfor. Still on a mission, and for safety's sake, Xia Nan didn't drink freely like the other adventurers. He only took a few sips, just to satisfy his taste buds. With his high 8-point constitution, these few sips were essentially no different from water. After a satisfying but not overly alcoholic lunch, sitting at the dinner table, Xia Nan considered whether to go back to his room to rest and take a nap, or to take advantage of the early hour and find a secluded place to practice his combat techniques. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned his head. He saw the halfling Alton, his eyes wide open, staring at him without blinking. "Staying in the hotel is too boring, let's go out and find some fun, how about it?" As a light-footed halfling who yearned for travel, his innate curiosity made it impossible for him to stay in one place for a long time. And his profession as a bard also led him to collect local poems and anecdotes whenever he arrived in a new area. After several days of travel, and even having fought side by side, he and Xia Nan had developed a bit of a friendship. So he took the initiative to invite him. Xia Nan didn't immediately agree, but instead asked, "Find some fun? Where to?" Alton seemed to have a destination in mind already. He took out a copper coin engraved with the head of the goddess of fortune from his waist pouch, held it in his hand, and tossed it gently. "I heard that there's a tavern near the hotel called Full Bag of Gold. It seems quite interesting." Full Bag of Gold? Xia Nan frowned slightly. During lunch, he had heard several adventurers at the table mention this tavern, and he had a general idea of what went on inside. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. He had worked so hard to save up this little bit of gold, and he wouldn't waste it in such a place. He was about to refuse, but as he opened his mouth, he suddenly saw in the halfling's hand the coin that was constantly being tossed, falling, and spinning in the air. As if he had thought of something, his eyes lit up. "Ah! Let's go take a look." The two, full of enthusiasm, hadn't even reached the hotel door before they stopped. They saw Captain Jeff standing in front of the hotel, chatting with a strong, blond man. Seeing Xia Nan and the other approaching, he beckoned them over with a smile. "What a coincidence. I was planning to introduce you later, but it's perfect timing now." Jeff turned slightly, his gaze falling on the man beside him. "Ingram, Carenfor's best, police officer, law enforcement officer, and an old friend of mine." "Oh, you flatter me." The other man was very humble, waving his hands repeatedly. "I'm just an ordinary townsman, not as good as you say." Xia Nan glanced at them, observing their appearance. Golden, shoulder-length hair neatly combed back from their ears, sharp and well-defined features, a handsome face. Clad in a clean, well-maintained set of standard armor, a polished metal warhammer hanging from their waist. These two are the adventurers tasked with guarding the caravan. They're incredibly skilled. Thanks to them, I'm standing here safe and sound. Hearing this, they nodded to the two with a friendly and gentle demeanor. "Oh, thank you both so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to repay Jeff's brother for that meal he owes me." "Ha ha ha, you're still thinking about that, huh?" The caravan had escaped the dangerous wilderness, and Jeff was clearly in a good mood. Facing the teasing, he laughed heartily, slapping Ingram on the shoulder. The impact of his hand against the metal armor produced a dull thud. Ingram didn't mind at all, responding with a hearty laugh as if they were old acquaintances. It was just a chance encounter, and Xia Nan and his companion didn't want to interrupt their reunion. After a brief exchange, they said their goodbyes and parted ways. Walking out the door, they could still faintly hear Jeff and the talking. "Come on, I'm free today. Let me treat you to a good meal." "Hey, no need, Jeff's brother, I was just joking. We've known each other for so many years, why are you being so polite? Come on, come on. Really, no need. I've already eaten. I might believe others, but everyone knows you can't rest before you finish work. I'll just cook something simple to fill my stomach when I get back, really no need to spend money. Don't worry about it, this time The sky was overcast. Heavy, grayish-black leaden clouds piled silently in the heavens, and a cold wind carrying thick moisture blew around the street corner, swirling up several crumpled pieces of waste paper. Xia Nan scanned the deserted street beside him, then looked at the Full Bag of Gold tavern ahead, its door closed, its sign depicting a money bag. "Is this the place?" Beside him, the halfling hopped on his toes. He tossed the lucky coin one last time. It spun, it fell, He clasped it in his palm. Then he slipped the copper coin into a hidden pocket in his clothing. Yes. Let's go in. Alton went straight ahead and pushed open the door. The chilly atmosphere of the street vanished, replaced by the warm air and soft light of the fireplace. And lurking within the clatter of dice, hidden amidst the boisterous crowd, driven by human desire, frenzy and madness. Chapter 61. The ritual. The space inside the full bag of gold wasn't large, probably about the size of the White Sparrow Tavern. But in comparison, the latter felt considerably more spacious. The reason, of course, was the numerous card tables in the full bag of gold tavern's hall, which filled almost every available space. Excited cheers and desperate cries mingled in the air, thick with the smell of alcohol. Xia Nan cautiously guarded his pockets, navigating the throng of gamblers in the hall with difficulty. The halfling beside him had already vanished from his sight. The halfling's height, barely reaching his waist, was instantly swallowed by the crowd in this scene. Xia Nan wasn't worried about the halfling's safety. The tavern was this size. Anyone entering or leaving, any commotion, was practically visible. Moreover, the halfling, like himself, was an adventurer, with guaranteed strength. In a way, the halfling's racial characteristics might even make them more successful here than himself. Slap. On a nearby card table, a uniquely patterned card depicting 2 winter wolves was thrown onto the surface. Almost simultaneously, the gamblers crowded around, their eyes bloodshot as they stared at the table. Erupted in a cacophony of excited or regretful noises. Xia Nan frowned, glancing at it before quickly averting his gaze. This world, too, had things like playing cards. However, the patterns and numbers on the cards were completely different from his past life. And the various rules of play varied significantly depending on the region. He didn't understand the specifics. Rashly joining a table would likely see him lose his trousers. He had only come with the halfling to take a look. The majority of his assets were in the Higu town bank, and most of the money he carried was in the inn. He only had 7 silver and 3 copper coins on him in the tavern. He heard the sound of dice rapidly rotating and colliding within a shaker. He followed the sound. He saw a croupier in a bartender's uniform violently shaking a dice cup. He took a step. Compared to the complex rules of card games, dice games were much simpler. Although there were many extended rules, and the laws of physics in the 2 worlds were certainly different, the most basic mathematical theorems remained the same. Odd or even, a quick and simple game, was undoubtedly the most popular in a tavern of the full bag of gold's caliber. But as he approached the card table, before he could even squeeze through the crowd in front of him, in his line of sight, Alton, who had disappeared since entering the tavern, was already seated at the card table. A large pile of coins lay beside him. Xia Nan was surprised by the speed of his actions and was about to greet him, when he saw the halfling, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding gamblers, suddenly push all the coins forward. All in. Ah. Drip, drip, drip. Clear, cold raindrops fell like threads, forming puddles of varying sizes on the uneven road. Xia Nan stood in front of the tavern, looking up at the violently colliding and merging clouds in the sky, showing no signs of weakening or fading. It's going to pour. Beside him, the halfling Alton tossed a lucky coin in his hand, smiling brightly. Xia Nan didn't reply, just looked at him with a strange expression. His mind replayed the scene he had witnessed 2 hours ago. Strange, too strange. The halfling at the card table was still the optimistic, cheerful, smiling image he remembered. But his actions were even more ferocious than the most frenzied gamblers. Every hand, he went all in. And the results matched his status as a follower of the goddess of fortune. He either won or drew, never losing a single hand. In the end, not only Xia Nan, but even the gamblers around him who had never known the halfling before, were dumbfounded. Xia Nan had originally wanted to join in, but something felt off. So he went over and asked a couple of questions. After receiving Alton's negative reply, he decisively abandoned the idea, only observing from the sidelines. Over the past 2 hours in the White Sparrow Tavern, Xia Nan had practically witnessed the halfling's pile of coins grow taller and taller. Even the dealer's expression had gradually changed. He even faintly heard some arguing and commotion coming from the rooms at the back of the tavern. If it weren't for the two sharp swords at the halfling's back, someone would have come to intervene long ago. Xia Nan had already mentally prepared contingency plans. Until half a minute ago. Alton once again pushed the mountain-like pile of coins towards the table. He thought the halfling would, as before, see through the outcome and win everything. But the halfling lost for the first time. And because he had bet everything, all his previous winnings, including his initial stake, were gone in a single round. He was left with only the lucky coin he was now tossing in his hand. Yet, Alton showed no sign of disappointment. He chuckled and laughed, as if he had only lost a pile of ordinary stones by the roadside. Xia Nan remembered that when the two left, a middle-aged man who seemed to be a tavern manager had approached and invited the halfling for a private discussion, which was politely declined. Xia Nan looked at Alton, who was squatting by the roadside, happily and curiously studying a puddle on the ground. He lightly pressed his right hand against his pocket, feeling the hard texture of 7 silver and 3 copper coins inside. He suddenly felt his mouth dry. He licked his lips and said, "Just now, was it intentional?" "Where?" "The last round." "Yes, and no." The halfling lightly poked the surface of the water, creating more ripples in the puddle already filled with them by the relentless rain. "What do you mean?" "Luck is conserved." Alton suddenly stood up, extending his left hand out from under the eaves. The fine rain fell, splashing water. A crystal-clear raindrop landed on the halfling's fingertip, then, under the force of gravity, split into 2, sliding down to the left and right. As everyone knows, the smiling Lady Luck, a symbol of good fortune, has a sister whose domain is the complete opposite. Fortune and misfortune are essentially the same thing. With his water-stained hand, he gently held the brass coin. He tossed it again. You can't win forever, nor can you lose every round. The rain fell densely, dotting the surface of the spinning coin. The tiny rain droplets that splashed reflected the dim and gloomy light in the air. Vaguely, Xia Nan seemed to see. The long-haired woman engraved on the obverse of the coin, her face momentarily clear under the faint light. Sudden enlightenment. For Alton, his actions in the tavern might have been merely a casual act driven by interest. But on the other hand, the halfling's series of actions subtly conformed to the teachings of the goddess of fortune, Tamola. It wasn't gambling. It was a ritual. End, Chapter 62. The Thief. The rain intensified. What had begun as a light drizzle, like fine threads, gradually thickened. Deep within the gathering, oppressive leaden clouds, a low rumble of thunder brewed. Xia Nan and the halfling walked back to the inn. Lacking rain gear, they sheltered under the eaves of buildings along the road. Where there was no cover, they didn't rush, walking at their own pace. For Xia Nan, he was already soaked, and his armor was meticulously maintained before bed. A little more rain or a little less made no difference. With his 8 points in constitution, unless he was afflicted by a disease curse or weakness aura, a little rain wouldn't cause him to catch a cold. As for Alton, Xia Nan only hoped the halfling would keep his distance when splashing through puddles, avoiding spraying muddy water on him. Right. Looking at the halfling, who seemed to be enjoying the cool rain, Xia Nan recalled the halfling's words at the tavern entrance. You mentioned the goddess of fortune's sister. She is. Mid-sentence, Alton suddenly turned, raising a finger to his lips. Sure. Don't mention her. She's not as easygoing as the smiling lady. Xia Nan's heart immediately tightened, and he fell silent. On this vast continent, a place most people would never see the edges of in a lifetime, resided numerous deities from different pantheons and races. They might differ significantly in divine power and domains, but they shared one thing in common: lives so long as to nearly span the history of a race. In this context, the relationships between deities became incredibly complex and chaotic over their immeasurable lifespans. Even the most seasoned historians could hardly know the full story of an ancient deity, what events they had experienced, and which other deities they had dealings with. Therefore, only the most superficial and inconsequential information about the relationships between deities circulated on the continent. For example, the famous Sisters of Fate, the Smiling Lady, Tamola, who governs fortune, and her sister, the Calamity Maiden, Benshaba, the embodiment of misfortune. Unlike her sister's easygoing nature, even a bit childish, the Calamity Maiden's public image was notoriously harsh and petty. To the point that in most formal occasions in the Servia Kingdom, when speakers needed to thank certain entities, they would always include this capricious lady. Otherwise, she would feel disrespected and would readily unleash misfortune upon everyone present. Hoping to learn more about the world's deities, Xia Nan certainly didn't want to get on the bad side of this ill-tempered being who wielded the power of fate. Ha ha ha, no need to be so serious. Seeing Xia Nan's solemn expression, the halfling laughed and reassured him. Given her personality, with so many people praying every day, even the most devout fanatics aren't guaranteed a response. You didn't even mention her name. Don't worry, you won't be noticed. Besides, I'm here. Alton tossed his lucky coin, a smug look on his face. Xia Nan felt slightly relieved but couldn't help but inwardly grumble. From what he understood about the relationship between Tamola and Benshaba, if he inadvertently offended her, and with the goddess of fortune's follower beside him, the divine punishment would likely be doubled, or even worse. Whoosh! A flash of silver caught his eye. Xia Nan looked up, seeing a completely silver robin flitting through the fine rain under the dark clouds. Just as he felt puzzled, he heard hurried footsteps ahead. A small figure, seemingly seeking shelter from the rain, hurried past, bending low. Their face was obscured by a hood, only showing thin, frail legs beneath an ill-fitting coarse cloth coat. Xia Nan, thinking the person was just a passerby seeking shelter from the rain, subconsciously stepped aside to make way. However, the small figure seemed not to notice the two people in front of it, colliding directly with Alton, who was walking at the front. Halflings are short in stature, but their race grants them agility beyond the norm. With a slight turn of his body, he deflected the impact from the front. He even kindly gave a helping hand to prevent the other from falling. Clearly, he hadn't expected Alton to be able to resolve the force of their collision so easily. After the collision, the small figure, leaning against Alton, suddenly shifted its center of gravity, as if about to slip at any second. And it was because of this that the other's youthful, gaunt face was revealed, and a hand reaching towards Alton's meager purse at his waist. A thief! Xia Nan instantly reacted, his right hand already reaching for the hilt of the decapitation long sword on his back. Alton reacted even faster. Upon realizing that the other party was not a passerby, but a pickpocket targeting him, his left hand, which had been supporting the other's arm, changed from support to a grip. His right leg stepped forward, tripping the thief, while simultaneously applying force with his hands. Bang! The thief, locked in a stalemate with the halfling, was instantly thrown to the ground. Mud and water splashed everywhere. Good heavens, they're stealing right in front of me. Xia Nan weighed the two long swords on his back, looking somewhat puzzled. Never mind the halfling, even he himself, judging by his attire, clearly looked like an adventurer. The other party didn't seem to possess any professional combat skills in the rogue direction either. Was their head really that hard? Or was there another conspiracy? He drew his sword and stepped forward. The thief's actions were unexpected. Easily tripped by the halfling, he showed no intention of resisting after being exposed. He simply followed Alton's force, rolling violently on the ground twice, his coarse linen clothes covered in mud. Then, using his hands and feet, he turned and fled in disgrace. Xia Nan watched the thief's back, impossible to let this pickpocket escape so easily. He took 2 quick steps forward, then abruptly stopped. It wasn't that he had discovered something suspicious and given up the chase, but because a large, strong hand suddenly emerged from the street corner at the end of the street. In a single motion, it grabbed the thief's collar like iron. The thief's feet left the ground, the thin figure lifted like a chick. A blond man in a city guard uniform then appeared before them. "Joey, what are you doing again?" A low growl, suppressing anger, came from the rain. Chapter 63, Order. I'm truly sorry you had to encounter this upon arriving in town. Ingram, the Carenfor sheriff, sincerely apologized to the two in front of him. Joey, the thief he was holding, had given up struggling after realizing escape was impossible, and now hung his head in silence. Compared to his appearance at the inn entrance, the sheriff still wore his armor, but his neatly combed blonde hair was now soaked by the rain. "I can compensate for any losses." There was no pretense in Ingram's words, his expression was serious and sincere, as if he'd take off his uniform if asked. Alton simply shook his head, glancing at Joey, the silent thief in the sheriff's grasp. "It's all right, he didn't steal anything. Besides, I lost all my money at full bag of gold. Even if this kid had succeeded, he'd only find an empty sack." Hearing this, Joey, who had been hanging his head, looked up in disbelief at the halfling, then cast a regretful glance at Xia Nan. He seemed to regret choosing the wrong target. Xia Nan remained calm, his expression unreadable. The 7 silver and 3 copper fortune in his pocket felt slightly uncomfortable. Unlike the others, Ingram thought they were complaining about full bag of gold, a seemingly ordinary tavern that was actually a gambling den. Embarrassment flickered across Ingram's face. He forced a stiff smile and stammered, "About full bag of gold. I don't have much leverage. The adventurer, his boss has some connections in town, so, haha, I didn't mean that." Alton found the sudden change in expression from the previously stern sheriff amusing, and a smile returned to his face. "Let's leave it at that." The halfling waved his hand, indicating that Joey should be dealt with. Xia Nan stood silently beside him. This incident had little to do with him, and since Alton had said so, he wouldn't interfere. In his view, it was merely a minor setback during the mission. He was more interested in Ingram himself. He'd only caught a glimpse of him at the inn entrance and hadn't had a chance to observe him closely. Now, it seemed, something was odd. Unlike other law enforcement officers he'd seen in Higu Town and Karanfor, Ingram's equipment was noticeably superior. The thick, form-fitting plate armor and the uniquely styled one-handed warhammer were unlike those of ordinary guards. With a small shield, he'd almost look like a high-level adventurer. Even the undergarment beneath his armor was a striking yellow-orange cloth. His gaze suddenly paused. Xia Nan suddenly saw, embroidered on the inside of the sheriff's cuff, a golden sun emblem. Unaware of Xia Nan's observation, the sheriff visibly relaxed after the halfling's reply. He pleaded earnestly, "I still want to apologize. If you encounter any trouble in town and I can help, please don't hesitate to ask." The matter was settled, and they hadn't suffered any losses. Alton wasn't the type to look up to someone just because of their position as sheriff. He listlessly shook his head, bid farewell, and left with Xia Nan. As soon as they were gone, Ingram frowned and looked at the thin thief. "Joey, how many times have I told you to come to me if you're having trouble? Why are you still doing this?" Faced with the sheriff's question, Joey, who had been silent, raised his head and shouted, "I need money." "Need money? Isn't Kraft short-handed? He's been hiring for days, why didn't you go?" "He said I'm too weak to carry things." "What about old Harvey?" Ingram's voice involuntarily grew louder as he saw Joey's defiance. "I personally took you there, didn't I? What excuse do you have now?" "I listened." "I did what you said, worked under that old geezer for 2 months. What kind of language is that? His at least didn't pay." Joey pouted, his eyes slightly reddened, his face drenched in rain. "Worked for 2 months, didn't get a single copper." The constable's words were cut short. He was speechless. He opened his mouth, then didn't know what to say. After a long while, he sighed again. Releasing Joey's collar, he slowly said, "I'll talk to Harvey about this." After a moment's thought, he took a slightly shrunken money pouch from behind and tossed it to Joey. "Use this for now. Don't do this again." Joey didn't reply, took the pouch, and disappeared into the depths of the rain without looking back. Pitter-patter. Nearby, the hurried sound of footsteps splashing through water approached. 2 men in guard uniforms, their faces serious, quickened their pace, then slowed down as they neared the constable. "Sir, something else happened." "What do you mean?" "We found a prostitute's body in a small alleyway on the south side of town, just like the sailor before." Hearing this, Ingram's expression suddenly darkened. He turned sharply, his one-handed hammer on his thigh colliding with his leather armor, making a slight clinking sound. "Left arm again?" "No, this time it's the entire right leg." Boom! Lightning flashed. The thunder, brewing in the dark clouds all day, roared and exploded. The already heavy rain, intensified by the thunder, became violent and chaotic. For a moment, the whole town was shrouded in a gloomy rain curtain. The light was dim, cold rain slid down his cheeks, his head slightly lowered, the shadow cast by his high-nosed bridge obscured the constable's expression. Only in the increasingly noisy rainfall, a vague male voice could be heard. "Take me there." Boom. The storm raged with thunder. Xia Nan hid under the eaves of a roadside building, still feeling the occasional large raindrops, whipped by the wind, stinging his face. Beside him, the halfling Alton remained in high spirits despite the downpour. His bright eyes twinkled, seemingly lost in thought. That constable just now, having already walked away, Xia Nan finally couldn't suppress the confusion in his heart, and asked Alton. "I saw a sun symbol on his cuff. It looks familiar. Is it a manatter?" The halfling suddenly spoke. As if already knowing Xia Nan's question, he didn't turn around, only tiptoed, looking towards the east side of the town through the heavy rain curtain. There, above countless grey, low buildings, a towering spire, shimmering with golden light, seemed to faintly appear. Guardian of the eternal sun god of contract and order, a manatter. Chapter 64. On-shelf remarks. Tomorrow is the day the book goes on sale. First and foremost, my deepest gratitude goes to everyone who has read this far. Without your comments, continued readership, and monthly tickets, I absolutely, positively would not have persevered to this point. Therefore, I once again sincerely, earnestly, and solemnly thank you all. Thank you to my editor, Chunxiang, for providing me with much helpful advice on the plot and setting. To be honest, the performance of this book so far is the best of any I've written, and I cherish it greatly. I meticulously craft each plot segment, even carefully considering every word and phrase, steadily and slowly pushing forward, afraid of any potential plot hole, afraid of accidentally ruining the story. Looking back now, although flaws still abound, it has, more or less, gone smoothly. Previously, I saw many readers in the comment section guessing if I was someone's alt account, or some kind of extraterrestrial demon. I did write 2 books before, but their performance was rather mediocre. In comparison, that account was more like my alt account, laughs. Over these years of writing, although my achievements have been underwhelming, I've still gained a few insignificant little insights. I've reached the same conclusion as a favorite author of mine: keep writing, don't stop. No matter how the results turn out later, keep writing. No matter how many negative reviews there are, no matter if I'm feeling discouraged today, keep writing. No matter how much I'm stuck, even if I squeeze out every last drop of brain power, keep writing. Write, 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 don't stop. I hope I can do it. Tomorrow is the on-shelf day, and normally, I should be doing a massive update. But as you can see from my update times, I'm an old deadline warrior. I code and release every day, without a single chapter of stockpiled content. Often, I'll pull an all-nighter, barely managing to squeeze out 2 chapters before reaching my limit. After finishing, I'm completely exhausted, as if my brain has been emptied. I sit in front of the computer, not wanting to do anything, just staring blankly for hours. I don't know if I'm really that tired, or if something's wrong with me. Therefore, I especially envy, even admire, those who can write 6K, 8K, or even 10,000 words a day. That's amazing. Compared to my pathetic speed, they seem like aliens. But since it's going on sale, I can't be too stingy. So from now until tomorrow's end, I will utilize all my free time to keep writing, while ensuring quality, until I'm completely exhausted, unable to squeeze out a single word, or until what I write becomes garbage. I will try to update as many chapters as possible. But please don't have too high expectations. After all, no hope, no disappointment, crossed out. In short, I will try my best. And if you have the means, monthly tickets, etc., are entirely up to you. Please also kindly click to subscribe. Although with my ability, I might pathetically earn less than the cost of a single drink in a whole month. But this is really important to me. Finally, thank you all again for your support. My gratitude. Chapter 65. Rainy night. The rain poured down in torrents. Howling winds, interwoven with the booming thunder that illuminated the night sky, swirled and spun above. Plop! A pair of worn-out leather shoes, soaked through after an unknown amount of time, landed heavily in a roadside puddle. Immediately, countless dirty splashes, mixed with dark, muddy specks, erupted. Joey huddled tightly in his burlap coat, large enough to resemble a cloak, enveloping his body. His head hung low, his cheeks hidden beneath the hood. His feet, however, never stopped. He didn't need to look up to find his way, moving like a sewer rat, expertly navigating the intricate alleyways. Using the occasional moonlight filtering through the rain mist, and his fairly good eyesight, he could clearly perceive that as he ventured deeper, the originally hard, solid stone brick floor gradually transformed into a rough, soft gravel road, then finally into muddy dirt. In his peripheral vision, the neat brick houses that had been lit with warm lights along the roadside also changed, becoming dilapidated wooden huts with only blurry outlines in the darkness, and small shacks groaning and swaying in the wind and rain. He didn't stop. His home wasn't here. He recalled many years ago, Joey had a relatively safe place to live. But after his parents died, it became his uncle and aunt's love nest, and he became an outsider. There was nothing to reminisce about. He didn't know how long it had been. Until the night under the raging storm became even darker, and the few lights in the town gradually extinguished. The two slender legs that had been moving continuously over the puddles finally stopped, sinking deeply into the mud. Before him stood a yellowish-brown small tent patched in various places. Home. Carelessly wiping the mud off his shoes on a nearby stone, Joey lifted the tent flap and quickly entered. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although the tent roof was dented by accumulated water, thankfully the material was quite durable and didn't leak. A long-absent joy welled up in his heart. He moved a stool from the corner, stood on it, tiptoed, and gently pushed upwards on the dent with his right hand, allowing the accumulated rainwater to slide down from both ends of the tent. His fingertips felt a wet, thick, icy coolness. Speaking of which, this tent was a gift from Ingram. It was said to be from a retired adventurer who apparently needed money urgently, and Joey got it at a bargain. He couldn't help but recall the constable's frowning reprimand. Joey curled his lip. Although it was mostly useless, he knew the other party had been helping him. To a certain extent, he often took advantage of their relationship. He pulled out a piece of black bread he had bought that afternoon. The originally brick-like hard crust, moistened by the rain, was colder but slightly softer, making it easier to eat. Hiding the shriveled money pouch from Ingram, which he kept close to his body, in the corner of the tent, Joey skillfully started a fire. In an old stove he dragged out from somewhere. He wasn't a fool. The two adventurers he encountered today, one was a short, silly-looking dwarf who liked to giggle, seeming easy to deceive. The other, however, was somewhat frightening, with a stern face, cold and aloof, carrying two long swords on his back, looking intimidating. In the past, he would have run away as fast as he could. The reason he dared to approach them was because he knew Ingram was nearby. Even if he was caught red-handed, as long as he wasn't killed on the spot, making a little noise would bring Ingram to his rescue. Unfortunately, not only was he caught red-handed, but he also accidentally chose a penniless gambler who had just lost all his money at the casino. Thinking of this, Joey gnawed on his black bread and muttered, "Damn gambler." In the humid air, sparks flickered, the fire struggling to ignite, burning weakly and listlessly. Feeling the warmth emanating from the stove, a thoughtful expression appeared on Joey's face. Next month is the annual Midsummer Festival, and the market should be bustling soon. I'll go and try my luck then, maybe I'll meet some rich fat sheep from out of town. Thump. A dull thud of footsteps outside the tent abruptly jolted Joey from his reverie. "Who's there?" he hissed, his voice low. No answer. But the footsteps, distinct even amidst the torrential rain, drew closer. Joey instinctively drew a rusty short dagger wrapped in tattered cloth from his waist, his hands clenching tight. "Who is it? Speak." Still no answer. The footsteps suddenly stopped. Sitting in the corner of the tent, swaying with the wind, the faint orange glow of the fire illuminating the scene. A large, imposing figure stood silently outside the tent flap. Bang! Bang! A large hand, calloused and weathered, slammed on the table. Let me tell you, when I faced that cave bear, I didn't even blink. One swift slide tackle, the adventurer, reeking of alcohol and flushed red, had one foot propped on a chair, boasting loudly. Ha ha ha, weren't you saying you circled around to the side and pierced its spine with a dagger? How come the story changed after a few days? Someone nearby teased. Hey, you don't understand. That cave bear. Xia Nan sat at the table, a half-empty glass of water before him. Feeling the warmth spreading through his body as his stomach filled, he comfortably narrowed his eyes. Alton, the halfling beside him, listened with amusement to the adventurer's tall tales. He even occasionally plucked a few strings on his lute, providing musical accompaniment to the adventurer's narrative. Hey, have you heard? Carenfour's been having some strange happenings lately. Apparently tired of the cave bear with its 100 different ways of dying, an adventurer at the table suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. What could happen in this tiny town? Maybe 2 people died, tops. A teammate scoffed, unfazed. As adventurers, they were used to life and death. A simple murder case held less appeal than a goblin on the roadside. Hold on, let me tell you. According to my friend who's a guard in town, the victim's entire arm bone was removed. There weren't any external wounds, just a mass of rotting flesh. Boom, thunder crashed outside, and the halfling, perfectly timed, pulled a high note on his lute, creating a suitably chilling sound. The storyteller shuddered. Then, rather embarrassed, he looked at Alton. Dude, you didn't have to, knock knock knock. A rapid knocking interrupted him. The noisy room fell silent. All eyes turned to the wooden door, which trembled slightly with each knock. First chapter released, more tonight. Thanks to ZZ Zachary for the patron donation. There will be extra chapters, but it might take a few days. Chapter 66, The Cloak Creak. A sound of agonizing stiffness accompanied the slow opening of the wooden door. Damp and cold air, carrying a faint metallic rust, poured in through the crack. Golden, shoulder-length hair, thoroughly soaked by the downpour, and standard-issue short plate armor, still dripping wet, came into view. Sorry to disturb you. Ingram, Carenfour's police chief, gazed at the pairs of eyes looking at him in the dining hall, his voice low. His faintly reddened eyes swept lightly across the messy table, pausing on Xia Nan and Alton. If you would, please come out for a moment. The door wasn't fully closed, but left ajar about a quarter of the way. This allowed both those inside and outside to roughly observe each other's movements. It was just that the sound might not be clear. But it was quite obvious that after Xia Nan and Alton left the room, the adventurers in the dining hall seemed to resume their previous boisterous chatter. The overall volume, however, was considerably lower. Occasionally, a few undisguised glances could be seen directed towards the doorway. My apologies, gentlemen. It's late, and I hate to bother you. Ingram stood before the door, flanked by 2 equally serious guards. First, I must state that I don't suspect either of you. This is merely to inquire about some specific details. Xia Nan, observing the police chief's inexplicable words, didn't answer, only frowning and nodding to signal the other to continue. Joey is dead. Sweat mixed with raindrops trickled down his sharply defined cheekbones. Ingram turned his gaze downward, his bright blue eyes reflecting the halfling Alton's figure. His voice was slow and slightly hoarse. Just tonight. The name was vaguely familiar. With a little recollection, he connected it to the young pickpocket they'd encountered that afternoon, the one whose attempt at theft had failed. Given what happened today, even though I understand you two have nothing to do with Joey's death, but it's my duty. Please understand. Xia Nan crossed his arms, understanding the situation from the other's explanation. Joey, the thief, had attempted to pickpocket Alton that afternoon. Though ultimately unsuccessful, it had brought him into contact with the 2 of them. Now, with the thief's sudden death, the police chief, having witnessed the scene firsthand, naturally had to come and inquire. Xia Nan didn't mind. After all, he and the halfling had stayed with the adventurers in their carriage since returning to the inn before dark. Anyone could vouch for them. Alton, however, seemed rather excited. The abruptly interrupted dinner, coupled with the murder nearby, ignited the halfling's naturally enthusiastic and curious nature like a flame. Of course, this was predicated on the police chief not spending too much time here. Otherwise, repetitive and boring questions, and an unprogressing case, would quickly extinguish the flame in the halfling's heart. Both the halfling and Xia Nan had airtight alibis. And before arriving, the police chief seemed to have already confirmed that the two were unrelated to the case. Therefore, the questioning ended quickly, within just over 10 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. If there are any further developments, please contact me. Ingram said sincerely to Xia Nan and Alton, his gaze glancing towards the half-open door to the dining hall behind them. As he spoke his farewells, he raised his right hand, wiping the water droplets, gradually falling from his forehead with his sleeve. Xia Nan's gaze followed, catching a glimpse of the inside of his sleeve. The golden sun emblem, so conspicuous that afternoon, was now completely soaked. Under the somewhat dim light of the inn corridor, the sun emblem appeared wilted and distorted. Seeing the police chief about to leave, the halfling, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "I heard there have been strange murders in town lately, with the bones removed from the victims' bodies. Was that the case with the thief?" At this, the police chief fell silent. After a moment, he nodded slowly and said, "Yes, the same case had already occurred in town before your carriage arrived in Carenfor. That's one of the main reasons I have no doubt about the two of you. That's all then. I should be going. I wish you good luck with your mission." With that, Ingram vanished down the corridor with his two guards. Xia Nan and Alton had just returned to their room. Jeff, the captain who had been waiting by the door since the city guard's arrival, immediately approached with a worried expression. "How did it go? Anything wrong?" "I know, Ingram." "Well, if there's a misunderstanding, should I help mediate?" Xia Nan shook his head, indicating it wasn't a big deal. Glancing at the halfling beside him, who looked unconcerned, he proactively recounted their afternoon's encounter on the way back. As soon as he finished, a red-faced, drunken adventurer slammed his fist on the table indignantly. "What does this have to do with you guys? You were with us at the inn all night. I think, burp, this city guard is just making trouble. Seeing we're newcomers, easy targets, he's flexing his authority." Another equally inebriated adventurer chimed in. "When the little guy and Xia Nan left, wasn't that city guard with the thief? I say, maybe it was one of them who did it. He's drunk, he's drunk." A still sober companion quickly pulled his teammate back, fearing he might say something they couldn't recover from. Jeff sat at the table, looking rather embarrassed. On one hand were his longtime friends, on the other, the adventurers he had painstakingly befriended and escorted with his caravan. He couldn't offend either. He simply lowered his head and ate. Back at their seats, Xia Nan couldn't help but recall the case Ingram had mentioned. He noticed the halfling's lack of interest after receiving the city guard's confirmation. He asked, "You know something, don't you?" Alton, though appearing childlike, was a lightfoot halfling pursuing the barred path, having undoubtedly traveled extensively. He had seen far more people and things than Xia Nan. His expression clearly indicated a discovery. And just as Xia Nan suspected, the halfling shrugged in response to his question. He stirred the sticky beans in his bowl listlessly with his spoon, casually saying, "What else could it be? Cultists. Those lunatics are everywhere on this continent, like cockroaches. They hide in corners, popping out to disgust you whenever they feel like it." He pulled out his lucky coin from his pocket, flipping it lightly. "You can't catch them all. Boring." The coin, gleaming brassy under the light, spun and landed. Xia Nan's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. Then, for the first time, he saw the reverse side of the coin in the halfling's palm, a cloak, floating in mid-air. To be continued. Chapter 67, Heat Flow Late Night. Inside the inn, a room bathed in the warm glow of a lamp. Jeff sat at his desk, his posture ramrod straight, yet his right hand holding the pen looked somewhat awkward. A sheet of letter paper lay on the desk, the handwriting crooked and uneven. Not proficient, but every stroke was written with exceptional care. Because this was a letter to his family. "My dearest Daisy, last month's caravan earnings have been sent back. I wonder if you've received them. Jamie has a sweetheart, It's perfectly normal, he's at that age. When he has the time, let him bring the young lady home, you can help vet her. Liliana mentioned last time that she wanted me to bring back some local specialties. I asked many people in Higu town, but couldn't find anything suitable. Finally, in a shop called Greengrass Cauldron, I bought what they said was a scented candle made from local plants. The friendly shopkeeper also gave me 2 small bottles of perfume. Looks like I'll have to patronize them a few more times. I've read your last letter. I miss you too, Daisy. But the caravan's income is important, at least for now, I can't stop. I hope you understand. Your loving husband, Jeff. Boom, the sudden thunderclap outside made the simple man, shouldering the responsibility of his family, involuntarily shudder. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the window, only to see a pitch-black darkness. At my age, I'm still getting scared by thunder. Jeff chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. He carefully folded the letter paper neatly and tucked it into an envelope. He got up and walked towards the bed. He had to get up early tomorrow to buy supplies for the market. There was a lot to do. He needed to get some sleep. Xia Nan wasn't sure where his physical condition stood compared to his fellow adventurers. Because the only thing his cheat panel could display in detail was his 6 basic attributes. But judging by his current constitution of 8, it was far beyond that of ordinary people. As for the specific manifestations, it wasn't just about superior stamina, eating more, or not getting drunk easily. After he was teleported out of the mountain cave that seemed to be a secret realm, he gradually felt the changes in his body in daily life. For example, originally, he needed 8 or 9 hours of sleep to barely recover the energy he had expended the previous day. Now Xia Nan only needed 6 hours of rest. He would fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, and wake up the next day feeling refreshed and incredibly relaxed. In the wilderness, where shift work and night watches were common, this was undoubtedly a true adventurer's sacred body. It perfectly solved the problem of insufficient sleep. But in the town, it became a burden that urgently needed to be changed. He couldn't sleep too early. If he followed the work and rest schedule of ordinary people in this world, rising with the sun and resting at sunset, when he woke up after sleeping early, it would still be the pitch-black early morning. It wasn't convenient to do anything. Therefore, during his rest in Higu town, Xia Nan developed the habit of finding a place to practice his combat techniques for a few hours before bed. Now, on his first night in Karanfor, the adventurers in the caravan were unusually excited, staying up at the tavern until late at night before finally winding down. Xia Nan also gave himself a temporary break, sitting at the table, absorbing the useful and credible parts from the adventurers' diverse topics, firmly committing them to memory. It wasn't until late at night that he fell asleep amidst the intermittent snoring from the next room. The room was silent, the only sound was the white noise of raindrops against the window. Xia Nan lay in bed, stretching as usual. He sat up sleepily. Then he froze. It's not dawn yet. He looked out the window, pitch black. He subconsciously estimated the time based on his physical condition. It seemed to be the darkest hour before dawn. He felt a strange sense of unease. His gradually awakening consciousness alerted him to the culprit that had prematurely roused him from his regular sleep. A surge of heat, rippling and swirling through the air. His gaze followed the heat, settling on the cabinet beside his bed. There, his decapitation longsword and the wooden sword, green pine, lay crossed. A suspicion stirred within him. He took a few steps forward and gently grasped the wooden sword's hilt. As I suspected, Xia Nan felt a surge of warmth, tinged with warning, flow from the hilt into his palm. He drew the sword. The air around the blade condensed into countless tiny water droplets due to the extreme temperature difference. From the outside, it looked as if wisps of white mist were emanating from the scabbard as Xia Nan drew the sword. Instant alert. His brain, just roused from sleep, whirred into action. The blue rare quality wooden sword was, under normal circumstances, just a slightly more durable ordinary one-handed sword. But when facing undead creatures and serpentine enemies, it possessed a 15% to 20% solar flare damage bonus. Xia Nan's expression turned serious. He clearly understood what was happening. His mind recalled the incident mentioned by the before bed. He instantly reacted. He donned the chainmail shirt beside his bed with the utmost speed. Simultaneously, he used his free hand to strike the wall beside him, making as much noise as possible. He warned the adventurers in the surrounding rooms, "Something's up, everyone wake up." Faced with the danger that might be, or already was, upon them, Xia Nan didn't choose to investigate alone. His first reaction was to call for help. Green Pine had never reacted like this since he obtained it. He wasn't sure exactly what was going on. But to be safe, more people were always better. He woke up all the adventurers and guards in the inn, even if it turned out to be a false alarm, he would only be grumbled at. After all, in the wilderness, the night watch often disturbed the entire camp because of some passing wild animals. The adventurers were used to it. But if a real danger occurred, his actions would maximize his chances of survival. Those adventurers he woke could also provide assistance. The quickest to react was Alton from the next room. He hadn't been drinking heavily either. By the time Xia Nan was fully equipped and holding his wooden sword, the short halfling was fully armed, carrying his exquisite lute, and bursting into the room. "What's going on?" Alton's eyes quickly scanned the room. "No time to explain, come with me." The situation was urgent, the wooden sword growing hotter in his hand. Xia Nan had no time to explain, and the next second he was already striding towards the door. Though puzzled, the halfling instinctively trusted this new friend. The two practically rushed out of the room, one after the other. "I'm completely drained, nothing left. Guys. Even as I write this, I can feel the back of my head throbbing. I really can't write anymore. See you tomorrow, everyone." Chapter 68, Flame Sword. The adventurers reacted swiftly. Even though most were lost in a dream, steeped in the aroma of intoxicating wine. As Xia Nan burst from the room with the halfling, countless rustling fabrics and clanging metals echoed from the rooms lining the corridor. The sword hilt grew hotter in his hand, his heartbeat quickening in tandem. An inexplicable sense of urgency sharpened Xia Nan's focus. His gaze swept the empty corridor, searching for any hidden clues. He lightly swung the wooden sword in front of him, carefully sensing the change in the hilt's temperature. Suddenly, he paused. His eyes fell upon a room in the middle of the corridor, to the south, a door unnervingly silent amidst the surrounding commotion. This is Jeff's room. He clearly remembered that Jeff, like himself, had barely touched the wine last night, and his complexion showed no signs of intoxication when they parted ways. Moreover, judging by the man's performance over the past 2 days, he would never be so careless in the face of his warning. Something's wrong, his thoughts flashed, his legs already moving the instant his gaze settled. Without hesitation. Bang! Wood splintered. The door flew open under the force of his kick. There. Night was deep, the only light in the room emanating from a dimly burning oil lamp on the bedside table. But it was precisely this dim light that allowed Xia Nan to see the captain of the caravan, Jeff, lying on the bed, his face pale and contorted in agony. As if trapped in a nightmare, his white lips were pressed into a thin line, his eyes tightly closed, sweat soaking the pillow beneath his neck. But what was even more horrifying was Jeff's left leg was raised high by a hand emerging from the darkness, metatarsals, fibula. Pale bones, gleaming coldly, silently separated from the flesh, slowly creeping upwards, past the knee and onto the thigh. Standing by the bed was a gaunt, down-and-out man. He wore a tattered, dirt-encrusted scale armor, his left hand holding Jeff's leg bone, his right clutching a short knife visibly coated in rust. Most striking were his eyes, almost entirely filled with whites, and his pale, bluish skin, like decaying wood, unlike that of a living person. The shocking scene instantly reminded Xia Nan of the strange occurrences recently reported in Karenfor, mentioned by the adventurers at dinner. His expression darkened. He raised his blade slightly, his palm burning. His thick boots landed heavily on the wooden floor, scattering dust. A vibrant, soaring melody of a string instrument had begun playing behind him. The next second, Xia Nan charged towards the man. Often hidden, many times even the deceased themselves were unaware, their skeletons already stripped, dead in their sleep. The gaunt man clearly hadn't anticipated that his seemingly perfect operation, carried out under the cover of the heavy rain and dark clouds, would be so abruptly discovered by the young man before him. The rust-stained short sword in his hand slashed down, severing Jeff's left leg below the knee. Strangely, despite the dull blade, the process of cutting through bone and flesh was remarkably smooth. The wound was incredibly clean, as if some invisible force was at work, even preventing blood from flowing out. On the bed, Jeff, with his severed leg, remained in the same silent, agonizing struggle, seemingly oblivious to the changes in his body. Meanwhile, Xia Nan, rushing forward amidst the surging music, had already brought the enemy within his range. Bang! His right leg stepped forward, crushing a small dent into the floorboards. He raised his sword, twisting his wrist. There was no holding back. From the start, it was all out. Spinning slash, whirring. The sound that filled his ears was the sharper, more concise whistling of the wooden sword compared to metal. The temperature, surging due to his proximity to the target, caused countless tiny water droplets to condense in the air around the blade. As if back in the mist forest, stirring the fog. The dark brown blade transformed into a curved streak of black light, whizzing past. Having just severed Jeff's lower leg, left hand still clutching the bone, the slender man could only awkwardly raise his weapon to defend himself. Clang! Sparks flew. A short, rusty sword spun, embedding itself in the ceiling. Normally just a common weapon, the wooden sword, green pine, facing this evil creature imbued with undead power, finally revealed its might as a blue-quality weapon. The scalding blade, swirling with water mist, upon contact with the rusted metal, suddenly erupted with fiery red heat at its edge. No possibility of resistance. The rusty sword was sliced through. Its dilapidated surface, though still possessing an inner layer of metallic scales, offered no defense. In stark contrast, the dark brown wooden sword, flashing fiery red light, sliced through the metallic scales as smoothly as cutting tofu. Through the burning heat of the sword hilt, Xia Nan could clearly feel the blade's initial resistance followed by effortless penetration. Sizzle *R. Completely unprepared for the power of the wooden sword, green pine. Disbelief was etched on the slender man's face. Then, the intense white smoke rising from the wound, like a searing burn, caused him to cry out in agony. Finding the sword tip deep within the opponent's body, without hesitation, Xia Nan shifted his stance. He twisted his grip on the hilt, leaning his body forward. In an instant, he changed from a downward slash to a thrust for maximum impact. He exerted force, intending to completely pierce the man, whose skin was pale as death, through the chest. But unexpectedly, despite the searing pain, the opponent retained a sliver of consciousness. Wailing in agony, his lips moved, exhaling a thick, grayish-white fog. It seemed to contain some dark and profound light, deepening the already dim room. As it swayed and writhed, it exuded a dangerous aura. Trailing a long plume of smoke, it lunged towards Xia Nan's face. His force halted. He stopped. Instinctively withdrawing the wooden sword from the opponent's body, he swung it upwards at the fog. Whum! As if encountering a natural enemy, the fog dissipated instantly under the scorching heat of the sword's flame. With a flick of the blade, countless tiny particles of smoke vanished into the air. The slender man's sudden counterattack stalled Xia Nan's advance. Knowing he was no match. When he looked again, the man had escaped to the window. Behind him, he heard the hurried footsteps of adventurers arriving. The man glanced back at the group one last time, clutching his chest wound, and leaped out. Xia Nan had no intention of letting him escape, especially with the adventurers now in the room. Several people, each armed with a sword, cautiously pursued him to the window. But they only saw a darkness washed by the drizzling rain. On the distant horizon, the dawn broke, casting a faint light. Chapter 69. The undead Xia Nan's clash with the gaunt man was incredibly brief. The opponent retreated almost instantly, making a split-second decision after realizing he was outmatched. He released a fog to buy time, seizing the opportunity to escape. By the time the adventurers who had come to his aid burst through the door, the man had already reached the window. Just as he had silently infiltrated Jeff's room, evading the perception of the numerous adventurers in the inn. He seemed to possess some kind of concealment ability, vanishing without a trace once he was out of sight. The battle ended, and the halfling who had provided Xia Nan with musical encouragement entered the room along with the other adventurers. The miniature lute on his back still vibrated with lingering resonance. Instead of joining the others in chasing towards the window, Alton went straight to the bed. He took a small glass vial containing a grey liquid from his bosom. The amount of potion in the vial was only 1/5, or even less. Shaking it, he poured the entire contents into the captain's mouth. Perhaps due to the potent effects of the medicine, or perhaps because the gaunt man had retreated, the cleanly severed wound on Jeff's left leg, which had been sustained by an unseen force, began to bleed profusely. The halfling expertly produced a medical kit, disinfecting, stanching the bleeding, and wrapping the wound with bandages. In just a few minutes, he efficiently completed the emergency treatment. Jeff's originally pale and pained expression gradually subsided. His chest, rising and falling with each breath, also relaxed. But his eyes remained closed. What the hell was that? An adventurer, whose clothes were disheveled, gazed out the window at the night fading into the morning light, asking fearfully. If the target of that stealth attack had been him, he probably would have been lying on the bed just like Jeff, completely unaware, unable to do anything. Tim, it was Tim. Suddenly, an adventurer who had arrived at the room first and thus had seen the man's face clearly, shouted. Tim! The unfamiliar name that suddenly came out of his mouth made Xia Nan frown. Yes. The adventurer looked thoughtful, seemingly comparing the two images in his mind before nodding again with certainty. Although his skin is somehow different now, and he looks much older. But it's definitely him. I used to play cards with him often, all-nighters, I wouldn't mistake him. As he spoke, this adventurer seemed to recall more details about Tim. Tim was also an adventurer, quite strong, though not quite at the professional level, but far stronger than us. Low-level guys. Halfway through, he suddenly glanced at Xia Nan, who had already sheathed his sword and was looking at him intently, and subconsciously swallowed. He was an adventurer for many years, he must have saved a lot of money, and retired after getting married. But I heard, things haven't been going well for him lately. His wife and daughter were forced to move out of the city. Seeming afraid that others would suspect why he knew so much, the adventurer added, I heard it from a few of my friends who frequent the Golden Sack Inn. Then, has this Tim shown any strange behavior recently? Ignoring the squabbles between the others, Xia Nan pressed. Strange, not really. Hearing this, the other man just pondered, shaking his head. I haven't seen him in Carenfor for a long time. I thought he'd gone back to adventuring, taking on jobs outside. I never expected. Keeping this information in mind, Xia Nan silently recalled the scene from the battle. The pale, bluish, lifeless complexion, the dead grey, unfocused eyes, plus the sudden effectiveness of the wooden sword, green pine. It seems this Tim has become some kind of undead creature. He mused in his heart. Remembering the scene he had seen upon entering the room, he turned to Alton by the bed and asked, How's Jeff? Is he all right? The halfling's actions had been quite skillful, clearly indicating experience in such matters. He didn't give a definite answer. Alton simply stroked his smooth chin, his gaze fixed on the blood-stained bandage on Jeff's left leg. Shaking his head, he said, Hard to say. It seems something is still lodged in the wound. While not corrosive, it's unusually stubborn, as if it's fused with the flesh, preventing the injury from healing. He looked up at Xia Nan, a slight smile appearing on his face. But it's not a big problem, just find a church. Any priest can handle this kind of minor thing. But our old Jeff, if he's unwilling to pay for treatment, he'll only be able to spend the rest of his life running a tailor shop with his daughter. Hearing this, Xia Nan also relaxed. It's good that it's nothing serious. Although they had only known each other for a few days, this honest and simple man had made a good impression on him. It would be too unfair for him to die silently, leaving behind his wife and children. He turned around and glanced at the sky. The sun was slowly rising. Xia Nan asked the halfling in front of him, I remember you mentioned before that there's a church in Carenfor, shall we? Halfway through his sentence, a hurried footstep sounded outside. Ingram rushed in with 2 guards. This highly responsible police officer clearly hadn't slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot, and his handsome face, wet from the rain, was haggard. Jeff. Seeing the team captain lying unconscious on the bed, Ingram's pace quickened. But upon reaching the bedside, he seemed hesitant. He wanted to check the situation but was afraid that his movements might worsen the injury. He looked at Xia Nan and the others with a pleading gaze. What happened to him? What happened here? Awakened from his sleep and seeing that the matter was settled, an adventurer yawned and recounted the entire incident. Snap. A warm hand grasped Xia Nan's arm tightly. Ingram said gratefully, Thank you. If it weren't for you, my old friend would have." He gestured to the 2 guards behind him to go downstairs and see if they could find any trace of Tim. Uncomfortable with the contact, Xia Nan subtly pulled away from his grasp. "No need, it was a coincidence." "How can you say that?" "I stayed up all night." Before the police officer could finish, the halfling interrupted him. He pointed to the golden sun emblem on the inside of his sleeve. "You must be a follower of a Manata, take us to the church." "Oh, right. The police officer finally reacted, subconsciously tightening his sleeve, and went out to find a stretcher. Chapter 70. The priest. The dawn light was faint. The footsteps gradually rising on the streets, along with the thin plumes of smoke rising from the chimneys, awakened Carenfor, a border town located in the southeastern part of the Servia kingdom, from its slumber. The howling storm and thunder of the night, accompanied by the dissipating clouds under the shining dawn, gradually subsided. Xia Nan walked down the street, carrying 2 swords on his back. The air, carrying the scent of earth after the rain, was moist and fresh, filling his nostrils with each breath. It further invigorated his already high spirits. Whoosh! A faint yet distinct sound of wings came from above. Looking up, a robin, entirely silver-white, flew swiftly and nimbly across the sky. It landed on a slightly raised eaves nearby, leisurely preening its feathers with its beak. Seeming to notice Xia Nan's gaze, it stopped its movements and looked at him blankly. It tilted its head. "Xia Nan, we're here." A halfling's voice came from beside him. He instantly snapped back to attention, his gaze turning to the other side of the street. It was a magnificent and grand cathedral. The grayish-white exterior walls were constructed from smooth, flat stone bricks. The flying buttresses on both sides, while complex, revealed a sense of orderly beauty. The towering spire stood tall under the sky, scattering a soft, eye-catching radiance under the morning sun. Xia Nan was amazed by the cathedral's splendor. But at the same time, gazing at the grand and enormous building before him, a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Their current location was already the center of Carenfor. The houses lining the roads were clean and tidy, with independent houses and large shops everywhere. But compared to this cathedral, they seemed dusty and worn. It gave him the impression of a suburban area in a small 5th-tier city in his past life, where a modern glass skyscraper suddenly stood on a street littered with messy utility poles and dilapidated signs. It was as if all the nutrients of the surrounding area, even the entire town, had been absorbed and gathered here. It was out of place. "This cathedral is quite something," Xia Nan commented with a somewhat inexplicable tone. "Isn't it always like this?" The halfling seemed unfazed. "Not every deity is as unassuming as the lady. Building such a place as grand as possible is also beneficial for them to harvest, collect faith." The constable showed no obvious reaction to Alton's potentially offensive words. He pretended not to hear, walking ahead, carrying Jeff's stretcher with the guards. Several people entered the cathedral. Compared to its magnificent exterior, the interior structure and decoration, while equally beautiful and elegant, showed a greater degree of refinement. Heavy walls supported the arched ceiling above. Ornate columns carved with exquisite reliefs descended from both sides. The reddish-brown prayer benches were arranged longitudinally, spotless and clean. The smooth stone floor reflected the warm morning light, as if a golden glow was spread across the ground. The most striking feature, however, was the huge stained glass window located in the cathedral's narthex, directly facing the main entrance. Gorgeous yet not cluttered colors shimmered with a dreamy luster under the glow of the dome, causing anyone who just entered the cathedral to unconsciously cast their gaze upon the window, a figure with a blurred face and silver hair. He held a heavy law book in his left hand and a simple scale in his right. Deep within the golden sun radiating endless brilliance behind him, the vague outline of a castle could be faintly seen. Amanata, the sun god of contract and order. Various highly symbolic symbols of authority allowed Xia Nan to instantly recognize the identity of the figure in the stained glass window. Keeping the image firmly in his mind, he followed the velvet carpet between the prayer benches forward. What came into view was a kind-faced middle-aged man. His bright yellow and red robe was eye-catching, and the sacred emblem of the golden sun hung on his chest, suspended by a scarlet ribbon. His overall appearance resembled a judge more than a priest. His eyes were closed, his head slightly raised, his lips moving as if in prayer. He was not affected by the footsteps coming from the entrance. He was devout and focused. Only after a few minutes, when the prayer ended, did he slowly open his eyes. A calm gaze swept across the group, finally settling on Ingram at the front with a questioning look. The constable quickly stepped forward, stopping at the steps beside the altar. His hands hanging naturally at his sides, he lowered his head. "Sir, a townsperson suspected of being infected with necromantic power attacked the towns in last night. A merchant who was staying there, also a friend of mine, was thus eroded by negative energy, and I hope to receive the healing of the holy light." Hearing this, the priest-like man remained calm, his gaze moving past the constable to rest on Jeff on the stretcher. He nodded slightly, "Very well." He then looked at Xia Nan and the other beside him, his tone gentle. "These two are. They are adventurers traveling with the merchant," Ingram replied. "Thanks to them, a tragedy was averted last night." Hearing this, a smile of approval appeared on the priest's kind face, and he slowly spoke. "The light of the Lord will protect you, brave travelers." Xia Nan nodded in response. But his mind couldn't help but ponder. Undoubtedly, the amiable middle-aged man before him was the priest of this sun god church. Judging by his appearance, he was about 40 years old. Considering the existence of supernatural powers in this world, and his holding such a special position, he should be even older. On the other hand, judging from the way he communicated with the constable, their relationship, perhaps, superior and subordinate. While pondering, the priest had already descended from the altar and come before them. He held a staff made of reddish-brown wood in his right hand, with a yellow crystal the size of a baby's fist embedded at the top. With a glance, Ingram understood and bent down to unwrap the bandages from Jeff's wound. In an instant, with the pale bone fragments and gruesome flesh exposed, a strong smell of blood filled the air. The priest's expression didn't change at all, he simply gently raised his staff towards Jeff's broken leg. A bright and gentle light rose softly from the yellow crystal at the top of the staff. Almost instantly, the granulation tissue of Jeff's broken leg twitched and intertwined, and the wound healed at a visible speed. Xia Nan stood aside, outwardly calm, but inwardly stirred. "Wow, this effect is far superior to healing potions." His gaze subconsciously fell on the amiable middle-aged man, secretly guessing, "A professional?" Chapter 71, Radiance. In this world where magic and divine arts coexist, limb regeneration is not a particularly arduous task for spellcasters with even a slight degree of proficiency in the relevant field. Some exceptionally powerful beings, or those closely associated with the realm of the dead, can even directly pull the souls of the deceased from the outer planes back into the material plane, allowing them to be reborn. Of course, this requires a sufficient price. Xia Nan wasn't sure what level of power the priest who worshipped the sun god possessed. He only witnessed Jeff's gruesome wound, severed below the knee, bathed in holy light, scabbing over in a matter of seconds. But his lost left leg did not regrow. As for the reason, he could only guess that the gold wasn't sufficient, or the priest's power hadn't reached the level where he could casually restore injuries. From the priest's perspective, for a wounded stranger, even a friend of the constable, it wouldn't be reasonable to expend excessive energy on healing them. Ingram, who had expected the negative energy entangled in Jeff's flesh to be dispelled by the holy light, had just breathed a sigh of relief at the wound's healing, when he suddenly noticed the puzzled expression on the priest's face. "Sir, is something wrong?" he asked anxiously. The priest tapped his staff lightly on the ground, his brow furrowed. His eyes fixed on Jeff on the stretcher, he slowly spoke. "There's more to it than just simple necromantic energy on him. Some deeper, darker energy is also residing within." Hearing this, the constable's expression became even more anxious, and he pressed further. "Then my friend, rest assured, bathed in the Lord's holy light, he will be in no mortal danger. However, what the lingering negative energy will bring, no one knows. Isn't there a way to eradicate it?" Ingram gazed worriedly at Jeff on the ground. "Find the culprit, the one whose mind was taken by the undead, that might eliminate the effects." Xia Nan couldn't help but recall Tim, whom he had repelled last night. He mused, "His strength is completely within my capabilities, but after last night, he shouldn't reappear anytime soon. Finding him again will be troublesome." His eyes moved, suddenly noticing the halfling beside him, who had remained silent since entering the church. Now, faced with the priest's explanation, a clear look of confusion was on his face. His lips moved, as if he wanted to ask the priest something, but ultimately swallowed his words. "Ooh." As the atmosphere fell silent, a pained murmur suddenly came from the stretcher. "Jeff." The constable's expression brightened, and he involuntarily called out. Where am I?" Jeff propped himself up on his hands, instinctively trying to stand. He suddenly felt emptiness beneath his feet, unable to put any weight on them. He looked down involuntarily. My leg." His breathing, which had gradually calmed down under the holy light's healing, once again became rapid. His pupils constricted, his emotions surged, and an unnatural flush appeared on his face. A warm, firm pressure suddenly came from his shoulder. Ingram knelt down, clasped his hands firmly on the other's shoulders, and said in a deep voice, "Look at me, Jeff, look at me, calm down." A man who had spent half his life on carriages, had seen countless life and death. To a certain extent, perhaps many years ago, he had already prepared himself to die on some mission. Therefore, he accepted the injury to his left leg quickly. He didn't even need anyone to console him, and he laughed at himself. "Daisy and the others always complain in their letters that I don't go home. This is perfect now. After all these years, I should rest. Haha, I wonder if I'll get a new nickname, One-Legged Jeff. Faced with his friend's reaction, Ingram felt particularly self-reproachful. He clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with regret. "My fault. I saw you just this morning. If only I'd noticed something then." "Hey." The middle-aged man, missing his left leg, interrupted, clapping the other man on the shoulder. "No need. For those of us in this line of work, being able to retire with our lives intact is already incredibly lucky. Right, I also need to thank." Jeff seemed to remember something and looked gratefully at Xia Nan and the others nearby. Waving his hand, not wanting the conversation to continue down that path, Xia Nan asked, "Last night, what did you feel?" "What I felt," Jeff pondered, recalling. "It was like a nightmare. But there weren't any clear dream images. It was just like my consciousness was extracted from my body, unable to perceive any external changes. It wasn't useful information. Jeff was just an ordinary person, completely defenseless against the erosion of necromantic power. Fortunately, after the healing of the priest's holy light, his most serious injuries were alleviated. Furthermore, due to his acquaintance with the old police chief, he rarely received the priest's approval to recuperate in the church, utilizing the special environment here to suppress the residual negative energy in his wounds. Under the guidance of relevant personnel, Xia Nan and the halfling helped send Jeff to the adjacent side chapel. For a moment, only the police chief and the priest remained in the grand, empty cathedral. Click. The air was quiet, only the faint sound of a cane tapping the floor. The priest turned, ascended the steps, and slowly walked to the edge of the altar. "How much longer?" The tone was still the same calm and gentle one. Ingram withdrew his gaze from the doorway where the others had left. He took 2 steps forward, bent his knees, and knelt on one knee. The warhammer hanging from his waist lightly struck the stone brick floor. Soon, before the next full moon, he should be able to complete the ritual. The priest didn't reply. He simply gazed at the enormous stained glass window that almost filled the entire wall. After a long while, he spoke. Once you've taken this step, go to Mengchong City. There is the place closest to the Lord. Ingram instantly looked up, complex emotions flashing in his bright blue eyes. Then he quickly lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Yes." Silence once again fell upon the church. A beam of morning light shone down from the dome, illuminating countless tiny dust motes in the air, and also falling on Ingram kneeling on one knee. His soft, shoulder-length hair fell from his ear to his cheek. The light plate armor representing his status as a police chief reflected a metallic sheen, and the golden sun emblem on his cuffs seemed to faintly shimmer. He bathed in the light, but his lowered head cast his face in shadow, making it indistinct. The kind-faced priest stood high on the steps, closing his eyes once more. On the magnificent, variegated stained glass window. Before him, a silver-haired man with a blurred face still held aloft his scales and law book. Illuminated by the radiant glow. Chapter 72 The Case Amanata, wielder of order and contract, the ancient sun god. Often, those with shallow theological knowledge misjudge Amanata's alignment due to the sun's symbolism of life force and warm hope. They mistakenly believe Amanata to be a benevolent deity like the Lord of Dawn, Losander, or the god of justice, Turner. This is incorrect. Like the red sun rising over the horizon, Amanata doesn't deliberately bestow its light on anyone. It simply follows the rules governing the world since its creation, ensuring the sun rises each day. Promises are kept, laws are upheld, order prevails. This is Amanata's doctrine. Therefore, Amanata's followers often act as witnesses at contract signings or supervisors of oaths. Unless it's a major festival like Midsummer's Day or the Shield Festival, you rarely see Amanata's followers aiding the poor in slums like the practitioners of the blind monarch's doctrine. In large cities, the sun god's church is frequented by wealthy merchants and nobles. Of course, due to the nature of Amanata's divine office, farmers often pray for sunny weather. However, these simple, hard-working people rarely devoutly believe in a single deity. During droughts, they pray to the Lord of Water, Istija, to temper his capricious nature and send rain. During harvest, they offer their devotion to the Great Mother and Grain Goddess, Shangtia, who fosters growth. Back-breaking labor and heavy taxes leave farmers little time to clean themselves and attend a full service at the sun god's church. Since that gloomy evening many years ago, Amanata has been subtly separated from the most numerous population group on the continent, the farmers. The consequences for a deity reliant on widespread faith are easily imagined. Heavy boots, caked with mud from the roadside, landed on the pristine grey-white brick, emitting a dull thud. Xia Nan took a deep breath. The pervasive, unknown, profound fragrance and the quiet, solemn atmosphere calmed him. The two of them, guided by a nun, had settled Jeff in the church. His position as a police officer made the church safer than the outside, allowing them to use divine power to suppress the residual negative energy within Jeff. Alton, the halfling, was unusually subdued, appearing bored. Walking down the spacious, clean corridor of the church, he idly tossed a coin, his eyes distant, lost in thought. Seeing no one around, Xia Nan organized his thoughts and quietly asked his companion, "Your expression seemed off when the priest was treating Jeff earlier. Is something wrong?" Alton shook his head, not concealing anything, and said frankly, "Due to their faith, the sun god's priests wield some of the most potent divine light on the continent for dispelling necromantic power." This was why Alton was so confident that Jeff could be completely healed. However, the kind-faced priest had explicitly stated his inability to eradicate the negative energy. Based on Alton's understanding, there were only two reasons. First, as the priest said, Jeff's affliction isn't simply necromantic energy, but a higher level of negative energy. Second, the halfling paused mid-sentence. His gaze moved past the tossed coin to the golden sun sigil on the corridor wall, reflecting the morning light. Hesitation flickered across his face. "What is it?" Xia Nan pressed. Before Alton could answer, footsteps echoed from the corner of the corridor. Xia Nan instantly closed his mouth. It was Ingram. He was still dressed as a peacekeeper, but his golden, shoulder-length hair, soaked by last night's rain and looking particularly disheveled, seemed to have been tidied up during this time. "How is Jeff doing?" Ingram strode quickly towards the two of them. "He's all right," Xia Nan nodded slightly in response. "He was just discussing with us whether selling the caravan and adding his savings would be enough for retirement. He shouldn't have to worry." "That's good." The peacekeeper breathed a slight sigh of relief, then his expression darkened, and he said solemnly, "This is my dereliction of duty. I failed to catch the killer in time. Now that Jeff is in this state, your mission has been interrupted, and I—" Before he could finish, another urgent sound of footsteps came from behind him. A guard breathlessly ran over. Standing at attention and saluting, he gasped, "Sir, there's a situation." It wasn't the discovery of Tim, who had become an undead creature, but another possibly related, equally strange case. "Last night, I had a few drinks at the Full Bag Golden Tavern on my way home." The speaker was a slightly overweight, bald man. "Sir, you know I don't usually go to such places, but time is limited, let's hurry," Ingram urged calmly. Yes. The bald man nodded repeatedly, continuing, "I didn't pay attention to the time that day. When I came out of the tavern, it was already dark. Afraid my family would worry, I decided to take the shortcut past the cemetery to go home. Then I heard strange noises coming from inside, like whistles. There were also creaking sounds. I mustered my courage and peeked inside. In the grove of tombs, many shadowy figures were standing. I broke out in a cold sweat and ran home. I came to report to you as soon as I woke up today." "All right, I understand." A guard behind him recorded the details of the case. Ingram looked serious, and patted the bald man on the shoulder. "Go back now, we'll handle the rest." Xia Nan stood aside, listening silently. His expression remained unchanged, but he had a faint guess in his heart. Cemetery, figures, creaking, he almost instantly associated it with the most common type of undead creature. But could it be related to Tim? Chapter 73, The cemetery near summer, the sun blazed fiercely. The traces left by the torrential rain that had poured down all night melted away under the sunlight within a morning. Only the occasional roof tile blown off the streets by the gale, and the grass sheds collapsed by the rainwater by the roadside, faintly revealed the tragic scene of last night. A silver-white robin gently fluttered its wings, flying over the dense and dilapidated houses, revealing the chaotic cemetery behind it, where countless tombstones stood. Achoo! The halfling sneezed violently, rubbed his goosebump-covered arm, and complained, "Is this the place? Don't you guys manage it at all?" In the past, the reason why people felt a chilling atmosphere in cemeteries was largely because cemeteries were often built in open, remote areas, lacking vegetation and tall buildings, allowing cold air to circulate unimpeded, as well as psychological factors in special environments. But in this world, the sudden drop in temperature within the cemetery could very well be due to the negative energy permeating the air. In many densely populated large cities, there would even be relevant churches and specialized municipal organizations that regularly inspected and maintained nearby cemeteries to prevent certain adverse situations from occurring. Carenfor was only a small town on the border of the kingdom, and the only church in town worshipped a man-eater, so naturally, it didn't have such conditions. Alton's nagging caused a slight embarrassment to appear on the handsome and three-dimensional face of the sheriff. He didn't know how to answer, so he pretended not to hear and looked around, searching for any suspicious traces. Xia Nan didn't care much about this. In contrast, he was more concerned about the wooden sword, green pine, which had started to heat up slightly after he entered the cemetery gate. He couldn't help but feel alert. At the same time, he was even more satisfied with his blue-quality weapon. Even though he rarely used it, carrying it was equivalent to carrying a sensor radar for undead and snake-like monsters. Very useful. In the future, when his strength gradually increased and the sword's strength couldn't keep up, he might be able to use its characteristics to make some convenient sensing accessories. I wonder if its solar damage can. Hey! The halfling's voice interrupted Xia Nan's daydreams. "Isn't there anyone around who is slightly familiar with the situation here?" he asked the sheriff. Yes. Seeing that the other party was no longer paying attention to the cemetery's maintenance issues, Ingram relaxed slightly and nodded. I remember a gravedigger who has been working for many years. He was already in town when I arrived. Saying so, he identified the direction and led the two of them towards the depths of the cemetery. This was a small wooden house that looked extremely dilapidated. Cobwebs covered the eaves, and a thick layer of dust covered the windowsills. Only from the footprints on the muddy ground in front of the door and the scattered garbage by the roadside could one see some traces of human life. Knock, knock, knock. Ingram's burly body stood on the steps in front of the door, gently knocking on the door. Who? From inside the house, a rather impatient male voice came. Accompanied by the sound of moving chairs and tables and the friction of the floor, slow and dragging footsteps gradually approached. Creak, the wooden door slowly opened from the inside. An old man in his 70s or 80s, with white hair and a thin frame, appeared behind the door. What? Suddenly catching sight of the sheriff in front of him, the gravedigger's originally gloomy and irritable face suddenly paused. A stiff smile appeared on his face. Respected Mr. Ingram, what can I do for you? Without any pleasantries. The sheriff got straight to the point. There have been reports that unclean things have been seen in the cemetery. You're the gravedigger. Did you notice anything last night? Xia Nan clearly noticed that when Ingram stated his purpose, the old man's already bloodless face became even paler. Something? No, nothing. As if he had been hit on a sore spot, the gravedigger suddenly raised his voice and trembled as he replied. I went to bed very early last night, very early, and I know nothing. Xia Nan stood to the side, his lips twitching slightly. The gravedigger's guilty demeanor was evident even to someone with no interrogation experience like himself. Ingram, having served as in Carenfor for many years, also noticed the man's abnormality. His gaze subconsciously followed the old man's half-open wooden door, peering into the room. Bang, and just as he looked, it seemed to strike a nerve. As if in some kind of stress response, the night watchman suddenly threw open the door. The outward swinging door slammed into and the thin body ducked, slipping out like an eel. Looking at Xia Nan and the halfling blocking his path, a fierce light flashed in his cloudy eyes. He drew a dagger flashing with cold light from his waist and stabbed fiercely. The unfamiliar environment of the graveyard and the warm wooden sword on his back kept Xia Nan vigilant. He reacted almost instantly. Dong. The short dagger struck the wooden sword, emitting a dull thud. Xia Nan frowned slightly. The night watchman's attack was slow, and his strength was weaker than even a goblin's. He truly seemed like an ordinary old man. And because of the hot sword, he subconsciously drew green pine, facing the night watchman's attack. Although the temperature of the hilt further increased, it did not emit the flames of yang damage as it had last night. A thought flashed through his mind. Since the other party had already attacked him, there was no possibility of holding back. The combat techniques he had diligently practiced for many days were far from reaching the level of actual techniques, but they had given Xia Nan several more defensive skills. He pressed and twisted his wrist, gripping the hilt, feeling the friction between the sword and the dagger. Suddenly upward. Block and overhand chop. Swish, a short, sharp tearing sound rang out in his ears. The pitch-black sword light was fleeting. Ah! The withered hand holding the dagger, along with half of the forearm, flew up, highlighted by the bright red blood. The intense pain of the severed limb almost caused the night watchman to faint on the spot. His body swayed, as if he would fall the next second. But he maintained his balance amidst the shaking. His remaining left hand trembled as he pulled a bone whistle from his bosom. He blew hard. Beep, a shrill whistle instantly spread throughout the graveyard. Xia Nan raised his sword to pursue, but saw the night watchman forcefully throw the bone whistle to the ground in front of him. The pale bone whistle landed on the damp, soft black soil, stained with a few specks of mud. Vibration. A vibration came from below. Bang, mud and stones flew up. A jagged bone hand, reflecting a cold, sinister light, suddenly emerged from the ground. 5 fingers closed together, gripping the bone whistle tightly in its palm. Chapter 74. Child's Play. Whoosh, a shrill whistle sliced through the air, a cold wind whipping through the bleak, somber graveyard. The already low temperature plummeted further. A hazy, grayish-white luminescence, like mist, gradually materialized in the air. It was a clear sign of intensely concentrated necromantic energy. Click-clack, click-clack, a chilling sound of bone grinding against bone echoed from the depths of the earth, accompanied by tremors in the dusty ground. Like sprouts bursting through the soil, clods of earth and stones tumbled down, revealing startlingly pale figures to the onlookers. In mere seconds, nearly 30 skeletons of varying sizes clambered out of the graves surrounding the hut. Their deep, empty sockets stared silently at the group before the door. Xia Nan, despite his mental preparation and experience with numerous surprise encounters, still felt a prickle of unease and a sense of foreboding. Unlike the dangerous and frenzied monsters in the mist forest, these stark white skeletons, gleaming coldly, lacked flesh and blood, incapable of roars or howls. They simply watched silently. Shrouded in the grey deathly aura of the air, they advanced step by step, the clatter of bones a constant accompaniment. The intangible pressure was even heavier than facing twice the number of goblins. Anyone with slightly weaker mental fortitude would have dropped their weapons and fled. Xia Nan breathed slowly, exhaling a plume of white smoke in the frigid air. The sword hilt in his palm grew hotter. Behind him, a soaring, vibrant melody from a lute filled the air. In an instant, the previously silent and tense atmosphere was swept away. Morale boosted. Xia Nan took a swift step forward, closing the distance while carefully observing the enemy's form. Compared to the skeletal undead that had surrounded them and were steadily closing in, this skeleton, emerging from the earth beneath the gravekeeper's bone whistle, seemed to be a more elite individual. Its thick frame was significantly larger, nearly 2 meters tall, its bones were even paler, and a grayish-white light faintly clung to its joints, reinforcing its structure and preventing it from falling apart. It wore a tattered piece of leather armor, a small round shield on its left forearm, and a rusty, cracked one-handed sword in its bony right hand. It looked like an adventurer. Having never encountered such an enemy before, unsure of its strength, Xia Nan dared not be careless. His gaze swept across the battlefield, mentally calculating the combat distance. He found a position where he was outside the reach of the opponent's blade, yet only a step away from launching an attack. He slowed his pace, adopting a safer defensive stance, moving cautiously to find an opportunity. Unexpectedly, the adventurer skeleton, whose entrance was quite dramatic, almost with its own background music, reacted half a beat slower. As if still adapting to the material plane, by the time Xia Nan had moved to the side, it swung its rusty sword at the air with a delayed reaction. Bang! The cracked blade plunged into the earth. It didn't break. But the recoil caused the skeleton's arm, gripping the hilt, to tremble violently. Xia Nan could clearly see bone fragments falling from the ulna. His previously sharp, battle-focused gaze turned strangely curious. His movements, however, didn't stop. Combat instinct made him seize the opportunity presented by the opponent's attack. His right arm bent, gathering power, his left foot stepping forward. Spinning slash. Stirring the mist, the dark brown wooden sword transformed into a sharp arc of light. A bright, fiery glow flashed through the air. The seemingly strong and powerful pale bones offered no defense against the blazing sword. Like paper, they were instantly cleaved and severed. The smooth, swift strike even Xia Nan hadn't reacted to. The next second, the skeleton was split at the waist, like a broken toy, falling to the ground. That's it. Looking at the half-skeleton before him, like an overturned turtle, unable to turn over, only its face pressed to the ground, wildly flailing its sword blade. Xia Nan suddenly felt he might have been overly cautious. Come to think of it, Level 5 maxed-out spinning slash had already surpassed the combat capabilities of ordinary low-level adventurers, and the blue-quality wooden sword in his hand, with its damage bonus against undead creatures, was almost overpowered against undead like Tim and these skeleton grunts. A touch would wound, a graze on a vital point meant death. One sword per skeleton, faster than chopping vegetables. With a casual finishing blow, he split the adventurer skeleton's head in two. Then he severed its right arm, which held a one-handed sword. seeing that the opponent seemed to be completely dead and no longer moving. Xia Nan took a few steps back, his gaze turning to the other side of the battlefield. The lute music that had been echoing in the air had stopped at some point. For a halfling's small stature, the slightly heavy lute lay quietly on the ground. Most schools of bards, before achieving professional levels, or even those true professionals whose abilities are still far from the boundaries of the arcane, rarely could solely rely on instruments to sustain a full battle. They often needed the help of teammates and would carry handy weapons. When necessary, they would fight personally like assassins or warriors. Alton, as a nimble halfling, would travel throughout the corners of the Afala continent for the rest of his life, naturally possessing considerable combat ability. He was seen wielding 2 exquisite miniature scimitars, nimbly darting beneath the skeletons. His weasel-like swift and small form made it impossible for those slow and stiff skeletons to catch him. Often, they had only just taken a few steps forward before their leg bones were severed, causing them to fall to the ground in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Ingram, the Carenfor city guard, finally, for the first time, displayed his combat prowess before Xia Nan. Clang! The one-handed hammer, shimmering with golden light, slammed into a skeleton's forehead. Like miniature explosives, the hammer face flashed with a golden glow. Looking again, half the skeleton's head had vanished. The holy light, equally lethal to undead, made the city guard's enemy-killing speed not much different from Xia Nan, who possessed the wooden sword Green Pine. Often, one hammer blow would render the skeleton before him combat incapable. Another swift hammer blow, and it would be completely dead. His fighting style was as sturdy as his burly physique. He basically didn't dodge much, charging into the pile of skeletons and unleashing a flurry of hammer blows. Even when skeletons got close, they could only scratch light white marks on the surface of his light plate armor. Xia Nan felt a hint of envy. This standard-issue equipment must be officially provided, no need to pay for it yourself. Maybe even the maintenance fees are reimbursed. TSK. I wonder if Higu town is still short of city guards. Chapter 75. The metacarpal crack. A thick boot, caked in mud, came down hard. The fragile skull instantly shattered, like a dust-filled ball of yarn, spraying countless tiny grey specks into the surrounding air. Xia Nan casually flicked his sword, sheathing the no longer glowing wooden blade. Compared to their initially terrifying appearance, these dozens of skeletons were surprisingly weak. Some didn't even need them to lift a finger. They crawled out of the ground already missing half an arm or an entire leg. They'd stumble a couple of steps, fall, and never get back up. Xia Nan even felt he didn't need his teammates. With his wooden sword and the stamina granted by his powerful physique, he could easily handle them alone. The only pity was that the gravedigger, whose arm he'd severed, had blown his bone whistle and escaped while they were distracted. He'd wanted to chase after him, but Ingram stopped him, brimming with confidence, as if he had a plan. So he stayed and waited. The halfling had already shouldered his lute again. He was now facing a sparse bush beside the wooden hut, tiptoeing and making superstitious, strange gestures. Probably praying to some deity in their pantheon. He withdrew his gaze. Xia Nan looked at the pile of bone fragments before him, a throbbing pain in his temples. The danger level of the enemy, to a certain extent, also determined the amount of loot he'd receive. Just like those goblins wrapped in only scraps of cloth. Even worse, in fact. From nearly 30 skeletons, the only items that could be considered spoils of war were a few pieces of equipment from the skeleton that seemed to be an elite adventurer. The condition was terrible. It must have been buried in the earth for years. The leather armor was almost completely rotted, including the lining. The small round shield had a hole in it like a window, allowing a view of the scenery beyond. The rust on the sword's blade had more cracks than wrinkles on the village elder's face. Even the most honest general stores frequented by adventurers wouldn't take it. Then, he seemed to remember something. Xia Nan suddenly crouched down and used his dagger to pry open the 5 fingers of the elite skeleton's clenched left hand. His brow furrowed slightly. The bone whistle thrown there by the gravedigger had completely fused with the skeleton's palm. It looked like a single, outwardly protruding, deformed, twisted bone. The appearance was very poor. He was pondering how to deal with it when he suddenly heard light footsteps. Having just finished a battle, the halfling seemed to be in a good mood. He hummed a little tune as he approached. Glancing at the bones beneath Xia Nan, he said, "Keep it, this thing is quite rare. Just keep the metacarpal, you might be able to make a small fortune." Xia Nan's eyes lit up. "How so?" "I don't know exactly how to explain it." Alton adjusted his slightly disheveled hair under his soft hat. "It's roughly some kind of crystallization? Tumor? Cyst? Of negative energy within the undead body? Something like that. When you get back to Higu town, whether it's a herbalist or a general store, they'll buy it." The halfling took off his lute and pulled out a clean piece of gauze from his pocket, carefully wiping the dirt from the instrument. "Based on the size of this bone, the market price should be good. If you find a buyer in desperate need, the price could easily increase several times." "But..." Mid-sentence, Alton suddenly looked up, his expression serious as he looked at Xia Nan. "I don't recommend you hold on to it for a long time, waiting for a better price." "Why?" "Think about it, what kind of people would have an urgent need for this kind of thing?" Hearing this, Xia Nan couldn't help but glance at the pale, stark skeleton in front of him, his heart suddenly chilled. "I suggest you sell it as soon as possible. Those people deal with dark necromantic power all the time, and it affects their personalities. It's best to have as little contact with them as possible." Xia Nan nodded in agreement. On the other side, the constable approached. His gaze swept over the wooden sword on Xia Nan's back, a handsome smile blooming on his face. "Not bad, my friend. Not far from obtaining a professional level, are you?" Xia Nan raised an eyebrow slightly, not directly responding. He simply looked at the other's waist, at the one-handed warhammer that swayed gently with the constable's movements, feigning confusion. "Aren't you a professional? I thought only after taking a profession could one use holy light." "Ha ha ha." Ingram laughed heartily, his expression carefree, just a little bit short. And just then, the halfling who was polishing a lute nearby, suddenly blurted out, "Not a holy night." Ingram's face froze for a moment, then quickly recovered. He waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "That's something I can't tell you, it involves the church." Alton seemed to have only asked casually, and seeing the other's response, lowered his head again, adjusting the strings of his lute. "Ah. No. I'll tell you everything." The atmosphere seemed to freeze because of the halfling's words, yet a rather pitiful wail could be vaguely heard in the air. Xia Nan looked in the direction of the sound. He saw two guards, flanking the gravedigger who had just escaped, walking towards them. His gaze involuntarily turned to the constable beside him. "The graveyard only has 2 exits, to get out you can only go through there." Sensing Xia Nan's gaze, Ingram said with a smile, "I had already arranged for guards to be stationed there before I came, he can't escape." Compared to his previous gloomy and sullen appearance, the gravedigger now seemed like a different person. His right arm, severed by Xia Nan, was crudely bandaged, with blood constantly seeping from the bandage onto the ground. His dry white hair was matted with sweat, clinging messily to his cheeks. Almost the moment the guards released him, he knelt to the ground. He wailed and begged for mercy. "Sir, Ingram sir, please spare me. I really haven't harmed anyone. That book, I only used corpses from the graveyard." His overwhelming panic made his voice tremble and his words jumbled, making it difficult to understand what he was saying. Only a few disjointed words were heard. The constable frowned. "Book? What book?" Yes. Not a book, it's a gift from the merciful Lord to his most devout servant." The gravedigger raised his head, his dull, lifeless eyes fixed on Ingram in front of him, a strange flush appearing on his pale face. Then, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, he carefully took out a strangely textured leather-bound book from his bosom. Holding it with his remaining hand, he offered it to everyone present. Xia Nan stood to the side, only vaguely seeing on the corner of the book cover a human skull, white in color. Chapter 76. Short poem. Many gods exist on the Afala continent, their domains often overlapping. Unless one has received higher education or has a keen interest in relevant theological knowledge, it's generally difficult for the average person to name each deity and their corresponding divine office. Therefore, to distinguish different gods in the simplest and clearest way, facilitating the direction and transmission of faith and enhancing their influence, holy symbols were created. Like the bloody nine-tailed whip of the painful maiden Laureata, and the 3 split lightning bolts of Storm Master Talos. Each deity possesses a holy symbol that, to a certain extent, manifests their authority. The white human skull imprinted on the cover of the strange leather book represents the Bone Lord, the Reaper, the King of the Dead. Melka. The halfling muttered, a hint of disgust in his eyes. As a member of the Dark Gods, a powerful deity wielding authority over the dead, decay, and twilight, among other things. Melka is vicious and cruel, delighting in spreading fear to every corner of the continent. Almost every adult has experienced at least one nightmare involving a skeleton wielding a scythe, wearing a dark hood, or undead in a desolate wasteland. This leads his followers to often engage in extreme and cruel acts, making people respect and fear death, thereby strengthening the church's influence. The gloomy and perverse doctrine, the mind-corrupting power of the undead, makes him the master worshipped by numerous cultists. Clearly, the gravedigger before them is one of them. I've spent my life in the graveyard, witnessing countless dead depart for his divine kingdom, and on that moonless night, the most merciful and powerful Lord left a gift for his most devout servant. A fervent look filled the gravedigger's withered and gaunt face, as if even his broken right hand no longer hurt. Only this book, the police officer asked, frowning. And a bone whistle imbued with divine power. The gravedigger's gaze suddenly shifted to the deformed and twisted metacarpal bone in Xia Nan's hand. Hearing this, Xia Nan, though outwardly calm, felt a tremor run through him. Really? He thought it was just ordinary loot, its origins were so significant. As if sensing his thoughts, Alton beside him tiptoed, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Relax, this old man's skill isn't even that of a low-level cultist. No need for torture. He confessed everything with just a little pressure. He's hardly devout, so how could he receive a gift bestowed by the god himself? Just keep it, sell it in the city later. It's no big deal. As soon as he finished speaking, the gravedigger became agitated. How dare you? How dare you scorn my faith in the Lord? His face flushed red, his body leaning forward as if he would attack the halfling if he spoke another word. Shut up. Ingram rebuked. 2 guards promptly grabbed his shoulders. The gravedigger immediately lowered his head, behaving like a quail. See, I told you so. The halfling smirked at Xia Nan, looking as if he had expected this. On the other side, Ingram, standing before the gravedigger, unabashedly flipped through the leather book. Believing in the sun god Amanata, the sacred light surging within him made him unconcerned about this ordinary undead power. His hand suddenly stopped. Using his fingertips to hold the spine, he turned the book towards the gravedigger. Why are these pages torn out? Sir, I really don't know. I found it on the ground at the door when I heard a knock on the door that night, and it was already like this. His voice became weak and trembling again, his thin body shaking once more. The grip of the guards on his shoulders tightened, the blood-soaked bandage on his broken right hand reminding him not to be evasive, so he spoke plainly in a pleading tone. The oddly textured leather book, with its missing pages, seemed to contain the most crucial parts. The remaining pages contained a disjointed, rhythmless short poem, written in a faint, blurry script. Pale moonlight, maiden lies still, a harlot envies her beauty, takes the ring, a staggering sailor sheds his shoes, a pickpocket steals the bracelet in the night, a merchant's scale holds her anklet, a gambler's fingertips stained with greed, the pendant rolls silently. A decrepit elder cloaked in twilight shears her long hair. A pagan in the wilderness digs new earth, buries her with his hands, sinks into darkness, sleeps eternally. The poem was simplistic, devoid of any profound meaning. But the intensely suggestive nature of the verses instantly triggered Ingram, whose mind was fully immersed in the case. Harlot, sailor, thief, merchant. Weren't these precisely the identities of the victims who had been attacked consecutively in recent times? Even the ornaments mentioned in the poem corresponded one-to-one with the body parts the victims had lost. So, Tim is following this order. A guard asked after hearing the magistrate's thoughts. Not necessarily, Ingram mused, but it's certain he'll target the remaining categories in the poem next. First, gamblers. The Full Sack Tavern saw a constant flow of people, each patron, to some extent, fitting this description. He couldn't possibly protect everyone who visited the tavern, stationing a few guards nearby was his limit. Troublesome. Then, pagans. Even more difficult to handle. On this continent teeming with countless deities, any beggar on the street might be a devotee of some god. Impossible to pinpoint the target. As for the last, the decrepit elder cloaked in twilight. There's one right there. Xia Nan glanced towards the gravedigger, casually remarking. Twilight, fitting the gravedigger's identity, and his contact with necromantic power, decrepit, having had half his arm chopped off by himself, perfectly fitting, elder, self-explanatory. Hearing Xia Nan's explanation, the magistrate paused, looking at him in surprise. He hadn't expected him to identify a matching subject so quickly. After a slight hesitation, he still spoke. You're right, he does fit the description in the poem. But, I have someone else in mind. Chapter 77, Fungi Karen 4, Outskirts. A robin hovered in the sky, its silvery white feathers seemingly merging with the dappled light in the air. Is this the place? Xia Nan looked at the somewhat dilapidated wooden house in front of him and asked. Behind him, the accompanying guard nodded in confirmation. Yes, sir. He and the halfling had left the cemetery, bringing a team of guards, and arrived at the residence of the person Ingram described, who matched the description in the poem. As for our dedicated constable, he was escorting the gravedigger to the church with the protection of the priest, under the watchful eyes of God. It was almost the safest place in all of Carenfor. After delivering the gravedigger for confinement, he immediately came to meet the two. There was nothing strange about the place. Unlike the gravedigger's house in the cemetery, the wooden house in front of them, while appearing old, was kept clean. The small flower bed in front of the door was lush and green, dotted with various brightly colored unknown flowers, full of life. In an inconspicuous corner by the wall, a cluster of brown mushrooms stubbornly squeezed their way through. After all, it had rained heavily yesterday, and it was a humid season. Xia Nan didn't think much of it and followed the halfling to the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently knocked. Coming, a hoarse and low voice, accompanied by muffled footsteps, came from behind the door. Creak, the dark wooden door opened slightly with the creaking of its rusty hinges. What met their eyes was a thin and wizened old man. He was clearly much older than the gravedigger, his body seemingly bent under the weight of time, stooped and hunched. In his youth, he was said to be a rather unremarkable adventurer, until during a mission, he was blinded in his left eye by a crazed axe-billed bird. He then stayed in Carenfor, becoming one of the few gravediggers in town, responsible for moving corpses and digging graves. Old Blind Eye, this is what people now call him. You, what do you want? The old man looked at the two in front of him and slowly asked. His slow gaze moved, falling on Xia Nan. For some reason, although the sunlight behind them was intense, and the light inside the house wasn't dim, when the old man opened the door, Xia Nan inexplicably felt a cold wind, accompanied by a strange and unpleasant smell, pouring out from the house. The wrinkles covering his face and the dense old age spots gave him the feeling of the rough, dark oak bark enveloped in mist deep within the misty forest. That grey eye, pierced by a hideous scar, was filled with death, yet it seemed like a black hole, swallowing Xia Nan's consciousness whole. A strange and bizarre feeling grew wildly in his heart like weeds. At this moment, he suddenly felt like the mushroom growing at the foot of the wall. The light and tiny spores germinated in the moist soil, the hyphae intertwined and interwoven, forming a solid body extending outwards, finally breaking through the soil layer, becoming Xia Nan, Xia Nan. A shaking force came from his arm, like a blurry call across water, pulling Xia Nan back to reality. Consciousness returned to his body. He suddenly froze. He didn't know when, but he had already entered the wooden house. He was now sitting with the halfling on a soft sofa by the fireplace. 2 cups of steaming tea were on the table in front of them. What's wrong? You've been absent-minded since just now? Alton looked at him questioningly. Xia Nan didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the opposite side, on the old man, whose hunched body was looking at him with equally questioning eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds. He suddenly shook his head and rubbed his cheeks vigorously. Nothing, I was just a little absent-minded. Was it an illusion? Xia Nan wasn't sure. But no matter what, this place, or rather, the old blind eye opposite him, definitely had a problem. How long has it been since we came in? 2 hours, right? What's wrong with you? You're really out of it. The halfling's answer only fueled his growing unease. He abruptly stood, pulling Alton, who was lounging comfortably on the sofa, to his feet. Where's Ingram? Something's wrong, isn't it? I think we should check the church. What do you mean? The halfling was utterly bewildered. You were silent a moment ago, and now this. Seeing his unusual determination, the halfling offered no resistance, leaping lightly from the sofa, his toes barely touching the ground. The hot water in the teacup on the table, and Xia Nan's heart, both trembled twice. That old blind eye was quite a character. He told stories I'd never heard before. I wonder what kind of adventurer he was in his youth. Let's wait a couple of days, then. Hey, are you even listening to me? The halfling stared at Xia Nan, whose posture was stiff, a hint of complaint in his voice. Let's go, let's go. Xia Nan quickened his pace, practically dragging the halfling towards the door. What's wrong with you today? You're acting so strange. Before he could speak, Xia Nan felt a surge of heat from the wooden sword behind him. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous commotion erupted outside. It was the pained cries and enraged roars of the guards on duty. Without another word, the two burst from the room. The warm air inside vanished in an instant, replaced by a biting cold wind carrying a heavy weight of negative energy. Limp fingers, severed at the wrist, fell to the ground. Crimson blood dripped silently from the broken, rusty sword. Pale, bluish skin, lifeless, ash-grey eyes filled with whites. Tim stood in the mud before the door, silently watching the two figures rush past. In the center of his worn scale armor, one could still faintly see the mark where the wooden sword had pierced him, but the wound had already healed, revealing the dry, rough skin beneath. At his feet lay several guards' corpses. How is that possible? I didn't hear a thing inside. Alton hastily picked up his lute, his expression astonished. Xia Nan, however, already charged towards Tim with his sword drawn. Strangely, though the enemy was right before him, the usual surge of battle lust was absent. He only felt a sense of relief as he moved further away from the wooden house. Behind him, the lute's vibrant music swelled. Tim, who had been standing still, suddenly sheathed his sword and fled. Unlike his ghostly movements that blended seamlessly with the night, in the bright daylight, his speed, while faster than a normal person's, was easily within Xia Nan and Alton's reach. Swish, 3 figures vanished down the road with incredible speed. Inside the house, the teacup sat quietly on the table, wisps of steam rising. A dry, thin hand grasped the handle. He raised the cup, blew on the tea. A gentle sip. Chapter 78, Pink Light Sasha. Footsteps like rain, the dense foliage slapping against his body with each high-speed movement, causing a slight stinging sensation on his skin. Xia Nan swiftly moved through the bushes, the halfling slightly behind him. Ahead, Tim, completely undead, moved stiffly, like a marionette, far less fluid than a normal human. He was simply using his physical strength to propel his body, each step leaving deep imprints on the soft ground. Coupled with the bright, scorching sunlight overhead, his legs felt as if they were submerged in water compared to that night. His overall speed slowed by more than half a beat. In Xia Nan's line of sight, the distance between them was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A flash of silver light caught his peripheral vision. That Robin again? The thought flashed through his mind. How many times is this now? Since arriving in Carenfor, he had noticed this robin with its peculiar silver feathers no less than 3 times. It was as if something he didn't know existed on him, invisibly attracting this strangely behaving bird. Patter, the sound of wings suddenly echoed in the air. The robin's wings fluttered as it slowed, its tiny claws landing on a nearby tree branch. At the same time, Tim, who was about to be overtaken by Xia Nan and the others, also stopped. Instantly collecting his thoughts. Slowing his pace, maintaining a distance from the enemy. Xia Nan gripped the hot sword hilt, his eyes fixed on the opponent. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as if he had seen something. The environment where they were currently located was a quiet forest on the outskirts of Karanfor. While not as dense as the mist forest, making it difficult to discern directions, it was still filled with numerous bushes and grass. This meant that those walking in the woods needed to be very close to barely see what was hidden beneath the vegetation ahead. As Tim stopped and turned, the pale bones in front of him were also starkly revealed to the two of them. Left arm, right leg, right hand, left foot. Like some vicious and cruel ritual. Bones of different sizes from different bodies, arranged neatly in a standard human structure. Only the crucial head and spine were missing to complete a human form. Xia Nan looked at the muddy ground below the bones, where some obscure patterns were faintly etched. He couldn't help but recall the events of the past few days, the disappearance of the victim's limb bones, the dead pickpocket, Jeff's severed left leg, the short poem in the leather-bound book. All the details and clues were connected at this moment. Hot air rose from the wooden sword's surface, and the water droplets condensed due to the temperature difference made the surrounding air faintly blurry and distorted. He suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on the undead in front of him. Battle intent surged. He was ready for battle. Only 1 second, 2 seconds. Tim, since stopping, had remained motionless. His rusty blade pointed to the ground, his head bowed. The eyes that still held a trace of life were now completely filled with pale death. What's going on? Xia Nan was puzzled, but he didn't dare to rush forward, fearing some kind of ambush. For a moment, the scene fell into a silent, rigid state. Only the robin perched on the tree branch was leisurely preening its feathers. Gada! The soft sound of a broken branch, and the unmistakable sound of footsteps, came from the bushes. Soft, golden shoulder-length hair scattered, reflecting the sunlight, the leaves rustling against the metal plate armor. Holding something vaguely in his hand, Ingram's burly figure gradually emerged from the dappled shade. Careful. Behind him, the halfling held his lute tightly, his palms slightly white from the force. His light brown eyes were full of alertness, as he warned in a low voice. He didn't need to say anything more. Xia Nan had already secretly prepared for defense the moment he spotted the sheriff. After all, the timing and location of the sheriff's appearance were far too coincidental. Let alone the guards they brought, they had all died at Tim's hands. No one could report the direction of their pursuit to Ingram. Even if Ingram was lucky enough to find the right path and rush over, his speed couldn't possibly be this fast. Unless... Tick-tock. A strong smell of blood suddenly filled his nostrils with each breath. Xia Nan frowned. As Ingram slowly emerged from the woods, the still damp bloodstains on his sheriff's uniform were exposed to their view. Dry, white hair clung to his fingertips, scarlet blood dripping onto the ground. On his withered, gaunt face, fear and panic lingered. His eyes were vacant. The gravedigger's head, held by his hair, dangled in Ingram's hand. The sheriff's face no longer held its former friendliness and approachability. Nor was he wildly insane. He simply looked at the two of them calmly, without a ripple. He didn't explain his purpose, nor did he indulge in emotional release due to his impending success. He didn't say a word. His bright blue eyes swept across the scene. Under Xia Nan and Alton's gaze, he raised his hand, as if casually adjusting his attire. Reaching towards his sleeve. His fingertip pressed against the golden sun emblem on the inside of his sleeve. A gentle squeeze. Buzz, the blood-stained sleeve tore into tattered fragments. A one-time spell, contained within the sacred light of the sun god Amanata, burst forth. Free-floating magic particles, under the influence of invisible gravity, arranged and combined in a specific and regular manner, gathering like fireflies in an instant. The pale pink magical glow flickered, seemingly possessing a certain sentience, following the user's will, locking onto its target. Then, trailing long fiery tails, they transformed into two miniature meteor-like orbs, swaying and undulating. They descended amidst a shriek of magic. There was no time to react. Even though he had prepared for defense the moment he saw Ingram. His tense muscles and ambiguous posture allowed Xia Nan to instantly adapt to the changing situation, whether to attack or retreat. But when those flickering pink lights reflected in his pupils, there was no chance of escape. Wham! The magic particle-constructed orbs sliced through the air, lightly falling into Xia Nan's body. As if sinking into a mire, the pink glow rapidly spread, enveloping and covering him. His heart still beat, his breathing remained steady, but his body, as if time had stopped, was frozen in place. Second ring, Charm Control, Human Petrification Technique Chapter 79, Renegade Night Pink iridescent light flickered, gradually dissipating magic particles transforming into sparkling points of light, fading in the air. Ingram shifted his gaze from the two individuals in the forest ahead, controlled by the Human Petrification Technique. Without the physical enhancements provided by occupational levels, if they hadn't been able to resist the erosion of magic from the start, it would be difficult to break free in a short time. He didn't mind the blood and gore staining his fingertips. He bent down, cupping his hands, and placed the gravedigger's head neatly on top of the skeleton, in the position of the skull. The old man wasn't a necromancer, and there were no spells in the ritual book he'd given him. An ordinary person, killed with one hammer blow. The guards who had escorted him took a little more effort. But compared to himself, who was close to his job advancement, they were still far behind. 2 hammers, or 3? It didn't matter. Phew. The wind stirred the fallen leaves. The flesh on the gravedigger's skull melted and dissolved like mud. The bones trembled, as if some invisible force was brewing and accumulating above the rune array, trying to piece the bones together. Hold on. The police officer murmured. His blood-stained hand already gripped the iron handle of the spiked hammer at his waist. Asterisk bang, asterisk asterisk swish asterisk, metal whistled through the air. Flesh and bone splattered like fruit juice under the hammer's impact. Tim, already completely undead and unconscious, fell backward onto the ground. His shoulder was empty. The police officer's expression remained calm, his eyes even holding a hint of disgust. Using his family's safety and his own future as a gamble, carelessly placing them on the other side of the scales. Ignoring the foreseeable huge risks, for the sake of a little pathetic fluke, actively walking into the vortex of danger. Unworthy of sympathy. Just thinking that he was breathing the same air as such people made him feel sick. Hopefully, there will be fewer people like this in Mengchong City. Golden holy light surged on his palm. Puff. Fingers imbued with holy light, under the power of the sun god, eroded the flesh already completely corrupted by undead aura. He inserted them into the corpse's back without hesitation. His thick, strong forearm muscles suddenly exerted force. He pulled sharply. Creak. A grinding sound of bone and flesh separating echoed through the woods, making one's teeth ache. Ingram's handsome, three-dimensional, fair face was splattered with a few drops of blood. In his right hand was Tim's entire spine. His cheek felt slightly itchy from the dripping blood, and he subconsciously wiped it with his free left hand, staining half his face red. He didn't care. He bent down again, and according to the human body structure, placed the vertebrae vertically in the center of the skeleton. Almost complete. The flowing wind in the air suddenly intensified, causing even the scattered white bones on the ground to tremble violently. Almost there. Ingram straightened up, but his peripheral vision subconsciously caught sight of the skeleton's right hand, which was noticeably thinner and smaller than a normal person's. Only one step away from the success of the plan, chaotic thoughts mixed with fragmented images surfaced in his mind. A garbage-filled alley, a large and strong figure deliberately knocking down a down-and-out drunkard in front of him, leaving a few pages of leather books on the ground, a hotel room lit up, a man in a police officer's uniform rushing with guards, with undead aura figures wriggling in the shadows by the roadside, a vast, gloomy cemetery, a blond man gently placing the leather book and bone whistle on the steps at the entrance of the small house. And that night of howling rain and thunder, standing before a patched-up makeshift tent, clutching his cold single-handed hammer. Joey. Ingram's eyes suddenly paused. A complex expression suddenly appeared on his face, which had been calm until now. Quickly suppressed. He could clearly recall the terrified, bloodless face, the thin frame trembling from the cold, as he tore through the tattered tent flap. Lord, forgive me. He was swift, the other likely didn't feel much pain. May your next life be in a good home. May you not struggle to fill your belly like this one. May you not be like me, a grotesquely twisted frame, constructed from disparate human bones, vibrated violently. Ingram straightened, walking towards the edge of the woods, towards the small figure enveloped in pink light. A halfling, and a heretic. The pages he'd torn from the leather-bound book clearly stated, the more devout the heretic's faith, the better the ritual's effect. 2 days prior, when he first encountered the short fellow, he hadn't paid him much mind, hadn't considered him a target. After all, the relationship between halflings and their gods was hardly describable as devout. But unexpectedly, the halfling worshipped the goddess of fortune, Tamola, and based on the scene described by his informant, the one with the bag full of gold, this was clearly no ordinary believer. Then there's no other way. He drew a dagger from his waist, raising it slightly, aiming for the soft, vulnerable nape. The bones were complete. The final step of the ritual was to fill the runes on the array with heretical blood. Then, his long-prepared plan would finally be complete. Holy Strike, Divine Perception, and Swarm Generation, discovered 2 years ago under a cultist's bed. 3 combat techniques and skills, plus the final step, orchestrate a deathrite sacrifice and personally kill the summoned creature. He would then gain a professional level, truly becoming a professional. Becoming a variant of the Holy Warrior class, Renegade Knight. Honestly, he didn't know much about this class itself. If it weren't for the priest in the church, who generously told him about the Renegade Knight, after he handed over the Swarm Generation, he wouldn't have even heard of this Holy Warrior variant. Even after learning the path to professional advancement from the priest, Ingram initially didn't intend to take the job. After all, compared to the clearly defined and widely applicable Holy Warrior, the advancement path of the Renegade Knight wasn't so easy to find. Until that night, when the priest made a promise concerning Mengchong City. Upon successful advancement, he would receive a letter of introduction from the priest to take up a position in Mengchong City. And Mengchong City was practically the closest place on Afala continent to the Lord. How could he refuse? The cold touch of metal was familiar in his palm. He gripped the dagger tightly, the short blade slicing towards the halfling's neck. But at that moment, a faint yet distinct sound came from beside him. His gaze shifted to the other side, where the black-haired youth, also held in place by the human petrification technique, the body enveloped in pink light seemed to be trembling slightly. Chapter 80, Robin for Xia Nan. The world around him froze the moment the pink iridescent light reflected in his eyes. Unlike the basilisk's petrification gaze he had faced before, where he could clearly feel the chilling energy seeping into his flesh and bones from his pores, and stubbornly resisting its petrifying effects with his will and body, the pink orb Ingram released seemed to have a similar effect, immobilizing someone. But in Xia Nan's perception, it was almost 2 completely different things compared to the petrification gaze. He didn't even know how to resist this energy. The pink light flashed before his eyes, and the next second, he completely lost the ability to move. His vision remained unaffected, he could clearly see everything happening before him. His consciousness was also active, countless thoughts flooding his mind. But physically, while he could clearly feel the coolness of the breeze on his skin, the brush of the bushes against his trousers, he couldn't move a single finger. His soul and body seemed to be separated at that moment. Xia Nan practically watched as the officer smashed Tim's head with a hammer, then expressionlessly pulled the man's spine out of his back and meticulously placed it in the magic array. Then, with a blood-stained, cold face, clutching the metal-cold hammer in his hand, he walked towards Xia Nan. He thought he was doomed. But unexpectedly, the pink iridescent light that he couldn't resist, after completely merging into his body and forming a pink layer on his skin, suddenly changed its perception mode, as if shifting from illusion to reality. Xia Nan could now feel the restraint on his skin. It seems possible. The attribute points granted by his specialization and his secret realm adventure gave him a significantly higher physical constitution than other low-level adventurers who hadn't obtained professional levels. With unwavering will, he strained every muscle in his body. The pink iridescent restraint around him trembled slightly. 10 seconds, no, just 5 seconds. Give me 5 more seconds, and I can break free. Xia Nan's deduction was accurate. The human petrification technique, a genuine second circle spell, bound by holy light and stored in his sleeve, lacked the support of the caster's magical power and was a one-time consumable. With his current physical condition, 5 seconds might be enough for him to break free. Of course, this was assuming no external interference. 5, 4, 3. Crack. A branch on the ground was mercilessly crushed. The shadow of a burly figure, cast by the sunlight, fell over his face. When Xia Nan counted down to the 3rd second in his heart, Ingram had already arrived before him. Without a word, without any desire for communication, he simply raised his hammer high, aiming for the head, and slammed it down. The expected sound of blood and bone shattering didn't occur, nor did the hammer handle transmit the resistance of piercing flesh. A reddish-brown translucent shield suddenly appeared in the air, a split second before the hammer landed on Xia Nan's head. It was the effect of the only magical item on Xia Nan, the dead line ring, deflection field. As if stepping into thin air, the hammer slid down the reddish-brown shield, its original force silently dissipated by the field. Golden hair danced in the wind, Ingram's expression stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that the opponent, having lost mobility under the human petrification technique, would still manage to evade his blow. Magical item. He had no time to think, no chance to strike again. Because the moment the force field disappeared, the pink magical particles on the black-haired youth's skin also dissipated. *Shushla*, the sharp, black light dragged trailing motes of fading light, whistling towards them amidst a flurry of thin, high-pitched sword sounds. Head snapping up, feet retreating rapidly. Tap, tap, tap. 3 footprints were imprinted on the damp, soft ground. Strands of golden hair, severed by the sword wind, drifted down gently. Lowering his head, Xia Nan glanced at the deep gash on the breastplate of his armor. Ingram lifted his head, his azure eyes fixed on Xia Nan, who had just broken free from the human petrification technique. His expression was slightly grave. In his impression, this adventurer with sharp features possessed fairly proficient combat skills. The wooden sword in his hand seemed to be some kind of enchanted weapon, with damage bonuses against undead creatures. But that was about it. He wasn't some seasoned, experienced adventurer. His armor and equipment looked ordinary, and his extremely deceptive appearance, a face barely 20 years old, didn't help. Compared to himself, he was far behind. He just hadn't expected that the other party, who looked so young and whose attire didn't suggest a wealthy background, would carry life-saving defensive magic items. And being able to break free from the second circle human petrification technique so quickly also meant that his physical fitness was far stronger than he had imagined. Where did he come from again? Ingram muttered to himself. In his line of sight, Xia Nan, who had just regained his mobility, was not in a hurry to attack. His dark eyes moved, sweeping over the halfling still under control not far behind the officer. He then casually glanced at the relatively spacious area around them. His eyes were fixed on Ingram, alert to the officer's every move. Simultaneously, his movements were extremely fast. The cold-handled green pine wooden sword was sheathed in an instant, the iron-grey sharp light fleeting in the air. In the blink of an eye, the executioner's longsword was firmly grasped in his palm. In the nearby woods, a silver robin perched quietly on a tree branch, its bird-like eyes reflecting the 2 armed figures facing each other on the field. It cocked its head, bang. Mud splattered from its feet. Ingram was the first to launch an attack. His strong body suddenly revealed an explosive power far exceeding the norm. The nearly 10-meter distance between them was easily crossed in a few large strides. His mace reflected the sunlight filtering through the trees, smashing down from above. Ding! Sparks flew. The iron-grey blade firmly blocked the hammer blow. Xia Nan felt his forearms numb from the recoil that followed, and without hesitation, he mustered all his strength, pushing the blade forward. The officer, who had leaned forward after exerting force, was unexpectedly pushed back 2 steps. Creating space. Asterisk spinning slash, asterisk shush asterisk a sharp, iron-grey arc of light flashed through the air. The sudden overwhelming sense of danger made Ingram instinctively move aside. Screech. Like fingernails scraping across a chalkboard, a sharp, grating sound echoed through the woods. Another gash appeared on the officer's standard-issue plate armor, extending downwards, leaving a bleeding wound near his thigh. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of clashing metal rang out densely across the field. And almost simultaneously, it ceased. Xia Nan's chest rose and fell slightly. After the fierce exchange, his physical strength remained abundant. Compared to his body, it was his mind that was weary. Since his arrival in this world, his maxed-out spinning slash had been almost invincible against low-level monsters and low-tier adventurers. No creature could gain an advantage under his blade. But the few exchanges with Ingram were exceptionally awkward. Except for the initial spinning slash, he hadn't even had a chance to use his most proficient skill. The officer seemed to deliberately maintain a tricky position during the fight, so that if Xia Nan used his skill recklessly, the brief moment of vulnerability after the attack would leave his shoulder, a vital area, completely exposed. A momentary lapse, enough for the gleaming iron hammer to fall upon his forehead. Meanwhile, Ingram, sweat beading on his brow, had lost his composure. A throbbing pain emanated from the wound on his thigh. He stared at the black-haired youth before him, his gaze lingering on the iron-grey longsword in the other's hand. A knot of unease tightened in his chest. He had only witnessed Xia Nan fighting skeletons before, his attention entirely captivated by the enchanted wooden sword, thus failing to gauge the opponent's true combat prowess. He hadn't underestimated Xia Nan, but neither had he taken him too seriously. But after a few exchanges, he felt the full extent of Xia Nan's tenacity. Seemingly aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his dual longswords, Xia Nan maintained a wary distance throughout the fight, his flashing blade and sharp wind making it impossible to close in. Often, what seemed like a simple slash felt like it could escalate into a highly dangerous technique in the next second. He was unable to seize the initiative, forced into a purely defensive posture. This won't do. Ingram glanced at the violently shaking skeleton beside him, a golden light illuminating the surface of his spiked hammer. His burly frame blurred, his entire body surging towards Xia Nan. He seemed to have learned from the previous fight, his positioning exceptionally cunning. It prevented Xia Nan from using the spinning slash to force him back. His brain raced, guided by combat instinct. Xia Nan swiftly sidestepped, maintaining his offensive stance while dodging the hammer blows. His wrist flipped, changing the sword's trajectory from a slash to a thrust. A forward step. *TCH*. Ingram's left elbow was instantly pierced by the blade, blood spurting forth. Simultaneously, the spiked hammer in his right hand grazed Xia Nan's abdomen. *Bang*. The golden holy light exploded like a small bomb. Xia Nan felt a searing heat in his abdomen, his body propelled backward. His eyes instinctively glanced down, the outer layer of his chainmail shirt had turned to ash, the metal rings within glowing red and smoking. A burning pain shot through his grazed abdomen. Without pause. Even with his left arm, bleeding and limp at his side after the longsword's thrust, Ingram's face showed no pain or fear. His lips moved, a guttural, incomprehensible incantation echoing in the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Using blood as a lure, countless insects swarmed from the bushes and grass, their wings fluttering as they lunged at Xia Nan. The first image that flashed through his mind was from days ago, in the mist forest, facing the tide of scorpions like black water, and throwing that oil bomb. His left hand quickly reached for his waist pouch, pulling out a palm-sized brown jar. With force, he threw it forward. *Boom*. A jet-black, oily liquid, accompanied by a spray of muddy dust, erupted in a blaze of fire, engulfing countless tiny insects in a raging inferno. Since the second mission, he had been captivated by Wood's throwing weapon. During their 15-day rest in River Valley Town, he had bought 3 jars from a general store, carefully storing them in his waist pouch for emergencies. Now, facing a similar situation, it was time to put them to use. Crackle. Fire erupted. Without the fog of the mist forest to suppress it, The scorching flames spread rapidly through the woods. Several sparks even landed near the ritual array's center, rapidly approaching the pale skeleton within. Ingram's expression darkened, a fierce glint in his eyes. Ignoring the burning pain under his feet, he charged forward through the flames, his powerful body tearing through the scorching wind. The iron-gray blade reflected an orange glow in the surrounding fire. The sharp edge pointed forward, his dark eyes reflecting the burly figure ahead. Xia Nan took a deep breath. He moved his feet, faster and faster. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. Flames, twisting and climbing with the speed of his movement, fragments of leaves sparking and dancing in the air, the blinding golden light of the mace, like the sun itself, and the silver robin that suddenly took flight from the treetop. Twang! The sharp, shrill sound of a snapped string rang out suddenly through the woods. Burn marks marred the edge of his clothing. At some point, the halfling had broken free from the human petrification technique, the searing heat of the flames finally overcoming it. At his feet lay the lute, its strings severed. Alton stood amidst the flames. His eyelids drooped, his expression devout, his lips moving as if in silent prayer. Then, slowly raising his head, he tossed his brass lucky coin once more towards the sky. It spun, it tumbled, the images of the woman and the cloak on either side of the coin alternating in rapid succession. Bathed in the light of the flames, punctuated by sunlight filtering through the gaps in the canopy, the robin flew past. The coin landed face up, the blurry face of the long-haired woman, a faint silver light shimmering. It fell, landing in the halfling's palm, his fingers closing around it tightly. Shush accompanied by the abrupt halt of footsteps and a roar, came the dull thud of blade-piercing flesh. Chapter 81. The light bather Xia Nan's battle with Ingram entered a fever pitch after he threw the firebombs at the swarm. The rapidly spreading fire in the woods, the violently beating heart, and the short, urgent breaths. It was as if even his will was ignited. Having gradually ascertained each other's strength in the continuous exchange, the two no longer possessed their initial caution. The battle had reached this point, facing such a powerful enemy, aiming for an unscathed victory was unrealistic. To exert all strength, using every means, even at the cost of serious injury, to put the other to death. The boundary between life and death lay on a razor's edge. Whoosh! A scorching hot wind swept across his cheek, the fiery red landscape rapidly receding on either side. In his dark eyes, the golden holy light was reflected. Xia Nan gripped his sword hilt tightly, the blood-stained iron-grey blade flashing a sharp, cold light under the firelight. Utilizing the length advantage of his long sword, the tip pierced the gap between the police officer's breastplate and neck, a space undefended by the blade. The fairly thick fabric was instantly pierced, followed by skin, muscle, cartilage. Meanwhile, as the two drew closer and their positions overlapped diagonally, Xia Nan himself also entered Ingram's attack range. The single-handed mace, blazing with blinding golden light and accumulating scorching holy power, swung diagonally upwards, aiming for Xia Nan's unguarded abdomen, strained from the attack. The originally loose uniform sleeves were torn by Ingram's blood-engorged arm muscles. The air was ripped apart, emitting a terrifying, shrill wail. Even with chainmail protection, the impact of such a terrifying hammer blow to the softest part of the human body, the abdomen, needed no explanation as to its painful consequences. Exchanging serious injury for the enemy's death was merely the ideal outcome. The greater possibility was mutual annihilation. His jaw clenched. Xia Nan had already mentally prepared himself to forcibly withstand the damage using his physique and expertise. However, a sound like a snapping string suddenly reached his ears. Zhen. Despite his intense focus and full attention on the battle. At this moment, he strangely heard it. From the other side of the battlefield, a subtle yet distinct sound, the light clinking of a coin spinning and flipping in the air. In his peripheral vision, a silver robin flew through the treetops, and the gleam of light on the coin's surface. As if some invisible thread, accompanied by the flipping coin, connected his body to that silver light in an instant. That was the gaze of the goddess of fortune, Tamola. This powerful deity, high above, seated in her divine realm. Amidst the prayers of her most devout followers, using holy symbols and emblems as a medium, she cast her gaze upon the material plane. Without consuming divine power, nor needing to descend a saintly avatar. With half of the fate divine office, wielding the arcane power over the luck domain. The kind, capricious, and bright lady simply smiled and winked. The scales of fate silently tilted to one side. A near negligible probability was subtly increased, turning the impossible into possible, illusion into reality. As his thoughts raced, Xia Nan felt a sudden hard, thick sensation all over his body, as if an invisible barrier had formed on the surface of his skin. Without needing explanation, the thought flashed through his mind instinctively. Copper bone iron muscle, 0.5% chance to negate all physical damage received. The next second, the mace, blazing with golden light, carrying Ingram's full strength, slammed into his abdomen with a whistling wind. The metal hammer face and chainmail links collided violently. There was no sound at all. Despite using all his strength, the mace merely landed lightly on him. As if all the force was transferred and dissipated in an instant by the invisible membrane on the surface of Xia Nan's skin. It was a feeling of extreme contrast that made one dizzy and nauseous. He could even clearly see the brief surprise and astonishment on Ingram's face, which was flushed from exertion. Immediately, the holy light accumulating on the surface of the warhammer exploded. Xia Nan only felt a searing pain in his abdomen, and the brilliant light bursting below his line of sight made him involuntarily squint his eyes. Forcing himself to endure the unspeakable pain, he leaned forward sharply, his hands gripping the sword hilt tightly, as if he were pressing his entire body's weight onto the blade. He stepped forward, charging. Bang kai! Wood chips flew. The iron-grey sword tip, pierced through flesh and stained with blood, was inserted straight into the wood fibers. The metal plate armor collided with the rough tree bark, emitting a dull sound. The decapitation long sword pierced through from the base of the neck, nailing Ingram to the tree trunk. Crackle, raging flames consumed the shrubs and long grass in the woods, and sparks and ashes filled the murky air. Overhead, a silver robin flew leisurely past, disappearing into the clouds in the sky. In his abdomen, the golden holy light gradually weakened with the death of its owner, finally disappearing completely as the warhammer, now only its iron handle remaining, fell to the ground. Xia Nan still held the sword hilt, his arm trembling slightly from the aftermath of the battle. Before his eyes, familiar translucent characters flashed. Light Bather category, expertise effect, light resistance plus 5% introduction. Under the gaze of the goddess of fate, you, who fought against the sacred radiance, luckily obtained a slight resistance to radiant damage. Remarks: light is the shadow of darkness. Breach swearer, defiler of light, prince of obscure flame, Letitia. Xia Nan only glanced at it, not having time to savor it, before the intense burning pain surging from his abdomen scattered his attention. The panel faded and dissipated into the air. His whole body slumped to the ground. Looking down, he saw that his abdominal chainmail was largely red, revealing molten traces. And the flesh beneath the armor felt a burning pain. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he sat on the ground gasping for breath. His mind recalled the information from the Adventurer's Handbook regarding the treatment of such injuries, simultaneously judging the specific extent of his current injuries. If it really couldn't be helped, he was afraid that the remaining half bottle of healing potion couldn't be spared. Tap tap tap. Compared to Xia Nan, who was somewhat embarrassed. After the battle, Alton didn't suffer any injuries. Only his trousers were singed by the flames, with some scorch marks on the surface. He trotted over lightly, his steps small and nimble. His gaze scanned Xia Nan's body, seemingly assessing the injury. Then he bent down, his fingers grasping the lower edge of the chainmail. He pulled it up forcefully. Hiss under the high-temperature burn, the flesh of the wound was almost stuck to the metal armor. The excruciating pain of the forced separation made Xia Nan involuntarily gasp. He gritted his teeth and forcibly endured it, otherwise, he was afraid he would cry out in pain on the spot. Alton didn't look at Xia Nan's expression. After helping him remove the damaged chainmail shirt, he turned around and rummaged in his waist bag. Then he took out a small bottle of green ointment. He dabbed some on his fingertips and applied it forcefully to the wound. Xia Nan forced a stiff expression, his pale lips tightly pressed together, his eyes dazed by the intense pain. Fortunately, soon, as the ointment was applied evenly, its medicinal effect gradually took effect. A cool stream, even somewhat chilling, swallowed up most of the burning pain, lingering and swirling in the burned flesh. The halfling moved swiftly, taking out a roll of bandage and skillfully bandaging his wound. Xia Nan's eyes looked at the small figure in front of him, recalling the silver light he had glimpsed from the corner of his eye during the battle, and the coin in the other's hand. With some caution, he tentatively asked, "Just now, were you praying to the goddess?" After all, the damage reduction effect of copper bone iron muscle only had a 0.5% chance of occurring. Since he obtained this expertise, it had never been triggered. Extremely unstable, it couldn't be considered a trump card. He didn't rely on it during normal battles, only considering it a possible surprise. But unexpectedly, this effect triggered at the most crucial moment of his fight with the police officer. Recalling the halfling's strange movements during the battle, and his own feelings, he couldn't help but harbor some suspicions. Yes. Alton showed no intention of concealing anything. As soon as Xia Nan finished speaking, he nodded in confirmation. "The lady is very kind to me. Last night I even shared my experiences in Karenfor with her, but you woke me up halfway through." The halfling's face was beaming, as if chatting about everyday matters with someone. Hearing this, Xia Nan's heart skipped a beat, and his tone became more cautious. "She isn't angry, is she?" "Of course not." The halfling didn't look up, wrapping the bandage around Xia Nan's waist again and again. "Didn't I say, the lady is very nice? If she were really angry, she wouldn't have helped you just now." Saying this, he raised his head and winked at him playfully. "Don't worry, even if she's a little upset, I can just go to the casino again." The image of the halfling's unrestrained and ferocious demeanor at the poker table flashed before his eyes. Xia Nan couldn't help but click his tongue. At the same time, he subconsciously considered how many times his 100+ gold coins would allow him to go all in at the tavern. "All right." The halfling bit through the bandage with his teeth, stood up, hands on hips, looked at the bandage neatly wrapped around Xia Nan's wound, and nodded in satisfaction. He smiled proudly, shaking the small bottle in his hand towards Xia Nan. "It's a good thing I brought the burn ointment Aunt Mary forced on me before I left. It came in handy." Before Xia Nan could reply, the surrounding flames seemed to suddenly remind him of something. His originally smug expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "My lute." Then he quickly turned around and ran back in the direction he came from. Gently touching the bandage, feeling the cool air flowing beneath it, Xia Nan's eyes fell into thought. With Alton's help, the damage reduction effect of copper bone iron muscle had saved him from a powerful blunt blow that should have severely injured him. Otherwise, with Ingram's strength just now, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured, and even a healing potion would only have been able to temporarily alleviate it. Now, only needing to withstand wholly light damage, his injuries were undoubtedly much lighter. With his physique, plus the halfling's burn ointment, he would probably heal within 10 days. Propping himself up with his right hand, Xia Nan painfully got to his feet. He put the chainmail, still emitting heat, back on, and looked down at the various melt marks on the armor's surface. 50 gold. He muttered to himself, his heartache visible. "I wonder if the rock hammer shop can repair it, or maybe I'll have to buy a new one." Then he drew his wooden sword, green pine, from his back, and hacked and stabbed at the skeleton in the center of the clearing, within the magic circle, which was already imbued with necromantic energy and violently trembling, smashing it to pieces. He then used his foot to completely destroy the runes etched on the ground. Only when the shattered bones ceased to move did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. In his current state, he couldn't withstand another high-intensity battle. Turning around, he returned to the place where the battle had ended. Enduring the stabbing pain from his abdominal wound, he exerted his arm strength and pulled the greatsword from the tree trunk. He briefly examined the surface of the blade, seeing no obvious cracks, before sheathing it again. In front of him, the police officer, nailed to the tree by the greatsword, lay face down on the muddy ground. Motionless, clearly already dead. Xia Nan knelt down, turned the body over, and stripped off the light plate armor. There are a few obvious scratches on the surface. But it doesn't affect its usability. Although it's standard-issue armor provided by the police officer's position, the specific style isn't particularly obvious, making it difficult to identify the wearer solely by the equipment itself. He'll take it back to lay low for a while, and after a period of time, taking out the armor should be no problem. To be safe, he might also ask a blacksmith to modify the plate armor. That hand hammer is a pity though. The holy light that exploded at the end almost completely melted and dissolved the entire hammerhead, leaving only the bare handle. It's not worth selling. Xia Nan didn't hesitate, his hands carefully searching the corpse for any possible loot. Unfortunately, he found nothing but a pouch containing 12 gold, 6 silver, and 2 copper coins. It made sense. Even he knew to deposit most of his gold in the bank. Not being a spellcaster with access to storage magic, a common police officer in a border town, even with church backing, certainly couldn't afford storage magic items. Naturally, he wouldn't carry his entire fortune on his person. Footsteps approached. Phew, glad I wasn't burned. A halfling's cheerful face showed relief. A lute with a broken string clutched in his arms. How about you? Any gains? Just these two. Xia Nan showed the other the plate armor and the money pouch, shrugging. He, I told you, luck is conserved. Right. Alton strapped his lute back on, his gaze falling on Xia Nan. You'll be staying in Higu town for a while longer, right? Xia Nan nodded in question. Then we probably won't see each other for a long time. The halfling cheerfully shook his head, reaching into his pouch and tossing something towards him. A parting gift. Xia Nan caught it, feeling a cool, hard surface in his palm. He looked down. Before his eyes was a brass coin, bearing the indistinct face of a goddess. You. He suddenly looked up, only to see the halfling pull out another identical coin from somewhere. He tossed it in his hand. Fortune favors the brave. Alton's face beamed, the coin reflecting the flames in his fingertips. The lady herself told me so. Xia Nan subconsciously lowered his gaze, staring at the coin in his hand. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a string of translucent characters appeared in his vision. The most striking were several words he had never seen before, words that stole his breath: level, epic, pink. Chapter 82, The Story Karen for, the Church. Sacred beams of light illuminated countless motes of dust, cascading from the vaulted ceiling of the hall. Magnificent stained glass windows depicting the images of saints refracted dappled colors in the air. Holy, tranquil. A priest, dressed in a judge-like robe, stood upon the altar. His eyes were lowered, his lips moving. The golden solar sacred emblem, suspended from crimson silk on his chest, glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Sir, the negative energy within the merchant has dissipated. From the steps below, a nun, similarly attired in solemn garb, softly reported. The priest slowly opened his eyes, his kind face showed no ripple of emotion. He gently raised his head, his aged yet serene pupils reflecting the figure of the Lord he devoutly believed in, depicted on the stained glass window. Let him go. His steady, even voice echoed softly within the spacious hall. Yes. The nun's light footsteps faded at the end of the side aisle. The air seemed to regain its silence. Cough, cough, a hacking cough, raspy with age, abruptly broke the stillness within the church. In the overlapping boundary of the majestic columns and bright light, the only patch of shadow in the entire hall. A thin, elderly figure struggled to rise from the cold bench. His face, etched with wrinkles and age spots like rough bark, held a strange smile. Failed. His lips, devoid of blood and covered in dead skin, moved slightly, his hoarse, low voice resonating in the air. The merciful and great Lord spreads his light upon the world, sacred rules cannot be violated, and order must be followed. Hair. A vaguely meaningful, jarring laugh pierced the silence. The old man, with only one cloudy eye left, looked towards the compassionate priest bathed in holy light on the altar. His eyes held only mockery. 3 days later, Higu Town. White Sparrow Tavern. The crackling fireplace, the clinking of raised glasses, and the clamor of people amidst the aroma of food. Everything seemed the same as before. Friends. Jeff, the caravan leader, held a wooden cup filled with shimmering liquor in his right hand, clearing his throat. Remember when I first came to Higu town, I was just a greenhorn who hadn't even touched a woman's hand. I dreamed of becoming a famous adventurer, then. Returning home with enough gold to fill a whole warehouse, eating white bread every meal, and occasionally having some meat soup. Unfortunately, on my first mission, I peed my pants when I saw 3 goblins that weren't even as big as stray dogs. A wave of good-natured laughter swept through the tavern. Jeff leaned on his wooden cane with his other hand, his alcohol-flushed face turning crimson. Over the years, I've led my caravan all over the place, and while the dangers I've faced certainly aren't comparable to yours, they weren't few either. A few times, I almost lost my life. Every time I come back and sit here, I tell myself this is the last time, that I'll retire after one more score. But every time, I can't help myself. 1 trip, 2 trips. After all, who can resist the allure of shiny gold coins? But this time is different. Seemingly too drunk, Jeff swayed slightly. The makeshift prosthetic leg below his knee-length amputation tapped against the floorboards, making a wooden thud. Your good old Jeff is officially retiring after today. We're all poor souls who live with our heads on the line, so I won't say anything depressing. I wish everyone here could earn enough gold to fill an entire warehouse. Cheers. The already lively tavern became even more boisterous in an instant. Although Jeff wasn't an adventurer, he was kind and often hired adventurers from the guild as bodyguards. Over the years, he had built a bit of a reputation among lower-level adventurers. Seeing him retire peacefully in this state, even if some harbored resentment, they maintained basic decorum. Nothing unpleasant happened. Xia Nan sat in a corner of the tavern, a half-empty bowl of cream of mushroom soup in front of him, beside a finished plate of stew. He recalled the events of the past few days, a puzzled expression on his face. After nailing Ingram to a tree, he hadn't intended to return to Carenfor, he'd planned to run. After all, the police officer and the priest suspected of being a professional within the Sun God Church were closely connected. If the priest had sanctioned the officer's actions, returning would be suicide. But unexpectedly, the death of a police officer hadn't caused a ripple in Carenfor. Everything continued as usual, operating in a regular and silent manner. Even Jeff, who had been recuperating at the church, had successfully rejoined his caravan. And even now, 3 days later, he hadn't heard any information related to the incident. Was it really just Ingram acting alone, unrelated to the church? But the sudden disappearance of a key police officer in town, how could there be no reaction? Xia Nan found it strange. It was like touching the tip of an iceberg, vaguely seeing a massive outline hidden beneath the surface, causing him to recoil in fear. With his current strength, it was best not to get involved. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by the soft sound of a wooden prosthetic leg hitting the floor, Jeff, reeking of alcohol, stumbled over. Before Xia Nan could speak, Jeff raised his head and drained his drink. Though I've said it many times, but, burp. If it weren't for the 2 of you that night, forget retirement, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have made it back to Higu town. A serious expression suddenly appeared in his alcohol-blurred eyes. My abilities are limited, I can't help with adventurer matters. But if you ever come to Neum, find me. Having decided to retire, his hard-earned caravan was put up for sale. He'd already found a buyer, perhaps due to Jeff's good reputation, the offer was quite good. Enough for him to return to Neum and open a small tailor shop with his family. The income wouldn't be as high as before, but it would be safe and stable. Combined with his years of savings, with some frugality and avoiding excessive spending, Jeff should be able to enjoy a decent retirement. You're not going to get that leg treated? Xia Nan glanced at the prosthetic on Jeff's left leg and asked. Where's the money? It's too expensive. Jeff laughed freely, swirling his drink. Anyway, I'm not going to be running with the caravan anymore, I'll just live in the city, so it doesn't matter whether I get it treated or not. Xia Nan nodded slightly, respecting his decision, saying nothing more. But a thought stirred within him. If he didn't possess the attribute panel cheat, and didn't have decent physical talent allowing him to see a clear path upwards, Like Jeff, saving up for a few years, finding a safe place to open a small shop, seemed like a good life. No. The thought was instantly extinguished. In his vision, the skin around Jeff's severed limb was like dead wood, the ashen grey of lifeless flesh. The severed bone and flesh, at a single glance, conveyed the phantom pain within. He couldn't help but recall the terrifying scene from a few nights ago, the undead Tim pulling Jeff's lower leg bone from his muscles while he slept. Unlike the technologically advanced civilization of his past life, this fantasy world, while possessing perhaps even more advanced supernatural powers, lacked a powerful official organization capable of widely controlling high-level professionals. To a certain extent, law was almost meaningless against certain powerful beings in the evil factions. On this premise, if he were just an ordinary person, or a slightly above-average adventurer, he might be able to live a peaceful and stable life. But he might also die one day simply because a passing high-level professional was in a bad mood, perishing in the aftermath of their outburst. And if he were caught up in a conspiracy like the one Ingram had planned, he might not even know why he died. Even if, as Xia Nan had once dreamed, he accumulated a large fortune, retired to the countryside, and lived a simple and happy life with his family, he absolutely could not tolerate any random stray cat or dog on the road easily threatening the lives of himself and those he cared about. The dream life he longed for, the vast fortune enough to live comfortably for a lifetime, and everything he pursued. Strength was the foundation of his existence in this world. He watched Jeff, who was gradually walking away, limping and swaying because he hadn't fully adapted to the way his prosthetic moved. The deeply rooted cognitive concepts formed from his past life's 30-plus years in modern society were subtly changing. Subconsciously, he pulled out the brass coin engraved with the goddess's head from his bosom, his fingertip caressing the cool surface. His attention focused, and translucent characters appeared before his eyes. Destiny coin type, consumable item grade, epic, pink, remaining uses, 3 description. A specially made copper coin imbued with the power of the goddess of fortune, a trigger 4 miracles. Remarks: this is it, I'm going all in. Tamola, the destined gambler, complete blacklist collector of 126 casinos in the SY Kundo. Orin. Alton had left the team 2 days ago and set off on his own. As a Lightfoot halfling currently on a journey, it was almost impossible for him to stay in one place for a long time, let alone retrace his steps. Xia Nan wasn't worried about this. Although he was short and looked easily deceived, his actual combat ability wasn't particularly outstanding. But, just kidding. This is someone who can chat with gods in their dreams. With the smiling lady's protection, Xia Nan even suspected that if someone truly harbored ill intentions towards the halfling, they wouldn't even get the chance to act, because they'd accidentally trip and fall to their death due to stepping out with their left foot first. Possessing the ability to communicate directly with deities, Alton was definitely not the ordinary believer he had once thought. He was at least of the divine-favored level. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to meet him again. Xia Nan pondered, the coin in his hand tossed high in the air with a casual flick, just as the halfling often did in front of him. But the moment the coin left his hand, he suddenly felt insecure, a strong sense of unease washing over him. Somewhat awkwardly, he raised both hands and caught the tossed coin tightly in his palm. This was a genuine epic-grade pink item. Not only could he not afford to lose it due to unnecessary actions, even a slight scratch or bump was unacceptable. Carefully, he tucked it into his bosom, close to his body. Perhaps because the quality and grade of the Destiny coin were too high, even involving the power of the gods, his usually reliable attribute panel didn't provide a detailed explanation of its effects. It only vaguely stated, a trigger 4 miracles. Leaving Xia Nan somewhat puzzled. He only guessed that this precious item, with 3 uses remaining, might increase the probability of something happening. Something like winning the lottery, or getting all the multiple choice questions on a test right. He wasn't sure about the scope of the coin's effects or the specific degree of influence. And he wasn't willing to sacrifice the only 3 chances to test it. At least, through practical testing, it had been confirmed that the Destiny coin could trigger the physical damage reduction effect of copper skin iron bones 100% of the time. Even just looking at this, its effect was already ridiculously powerful. It could be said that with the coin in hand, Xia Nan had 3 extra lives. It was an absolute trump card. Not to mention, the light bather proficiency he had obtained in battle was, strictly speaking, coincidentally obtained through the power of fate when using the coin. Perhaps. Xia Nan licked his dry lips, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. The banquet lasted until late at night. Only after the completely drunk Jeff was helped to his room by a few familiar friends did the lively atmosphere in the tavern finally cool down. It's worth mentioning that several familiar adventurers came to talk to Xia Nan and try to make friends. Clearly, it was the strength he displayed during his mission that earned him the recognition of his fellow adventurers. He even overheard a heavily intoxicated adventurer, in the exaggerated manner typical of drunkards, describing to his equally inebriated colleagues his impressive feat of slaying 4 goblins with a single sword. Though it was just drunken boasting at the tavern, few took it to heart, and most had forgotten Xia Nan's name by the time they woke up the next day. They only vaguely remembered a drunkard bragging the previous night about encountering a formidable individual who could slaughter goblins like piglets. But undoubtedly, over a month after his arrival in this world, among the low-level adventurers of Higu Town, for the first time, Xia Nan had a story of his own. Chapter 83, Repairs the next day. Xia Nan gazed at the bustling street before him, inhaling deeply. The warm morning breeze caressed his cheeks, dissipating the sweet scent of herbs clinging to him. Behind him, a wooden sign bore the name of the shop, Greengrass Cauldron. He had just sold the malformed bone, a solidified remnant of necromantic energy, obtained from the graveyard to Ms. Edwina. The 20 gold coins he received far exceeded his expectations. According to the shop owner, a gentle woman with flowing auburn curls, the bone was of good quality and above average size. She suggested that if he consigned it, he might double the price if a buyer with urgent needs appeared. However, since the halfling had advised him against prolonged contact with such clientele when he'd severed the bone from the skeleton, Xia Nan followed the advice and sold it directly to the herbalist. After all, as a favored child of the goddess of fortune and a seasoned bard traversing the continent, heeding advice rarely hurt. His right hand moved downwards, feeling the satisfying fullness of his coin purse. Xia Nan's gaze drifted, his mind calculating. Loot from the graveyard skeleton, 20 gold, money pouch from Ingram, approximately 12.5 gold. Even adding the goblin bounties, supplemented by Jeff, and the waived labor fees from the blacksmith, his total profit from this mission barely reached 60 or 70 gold. On the surface, it seemed significantly less than his previous 2 missions. But in Xia Nan's view, his actual gains over the past week far surpassed those. Gold was merely the least significant part. Through a simple escort mission, he befriended Alton, a suspected divine favored, possibly even connected to the goddess of fortune, Tamola. He also slightly expanded his map, having stayed in Karanfor near Higu Town for a few days. Most importantly, he obtained the Destiny Coin, a consumable item perfectly triggering the damage reduction effect of copper bone iron muscle, and the light bather expertise. Xia Nan was unsure of the market price for magical items in this world, but it was obvious that such an epic-level item was far beyond his current wealth of over 100 gold coins. The value of an expertise providing permanent physical enhancements was immeasurable in gold. Although the process was somewhat turbulent, he was more than satisfied with the overall outcome of this mission. Right, with the loot handled, next. Xia Nan stood by the roadside, surveying his surroundings before heading east. He still needed to visit the blacksmith. What, broken again? Barn, stroking his reddish-brown beard, a legacy of his dwarven bloodline, showed a surprised expression on his rugged face. Hey, a minor mishap during the mission, Xia Nan chuckled, changing the subject and handing over the damaged chainmail. Thanks to this armor, I avoided serious injury. Barn's face immediately lit up with relief. He took the chainmail, examining the scorch marks on its surface. Wow, you took a stroll through a bonfire, huh? He looked up at Xia Nan. Though relieved that the wearer was unharmed despite the armor's damage, the frequency with which Xia Nan ruined a suit of armor, especially well-crafted medium armor, was excessive. If he didn't have complete faith in the quality of his own forges, He'd suspect a quality control issue at the blacksmith's. You're going through one every 7 or 8 days. You're saving on maintenance costs. Just buy new ones, Barn joked, carefully examining the chainmail. It's supporting your business, Xia Nan laughed, scratching his head. So, can you repair it? Normally, according to the Adventurer's Handbook, such battle-worn equipment should be sold to the hickory furnace next door. Used equipment fetches a higher recycling price there. But it still cost a full 50 gold pieces when I bought it, so I'm a little reluctant to part with it. So I came to Rockhammer to see if it could be repaired. If so, maybe I can save some money. As if remembering something, Xia Nan added to Barn in front of him, if it really doesn't work, or if it will affect the quality of the equipment, forget it. I'll just buy a new set. Saving money is saving money, but if the repaired armor's defensive capabilities are far inferior to before, then there's no need to save those dozens of gold coins. To this, Barn only shook his head thoughtfully, placing the chainmail on the counter. The surface damage looks quite serious, but the internal structure is still intact, and the overall structure hasn't been greatly affected. Just replace the melted chain links, and the defensive strength won't decrease much. It can be repaired. Hearing this, Xia Nan couldn't help but feel relieved, and asked with a tentative tone, then, if it's repaired, how much gold will it cost? A brand new chainmail shirt only costs 50 gold pieces. If the repair costs more than 40 gold pieces, he might as well buy a new one. Not much, it just takes a little time, 10 gold pieces will do. Speaking, Barn's expression paused for a moment, his eyes looking at Xia Nan in front of the counter, and said, but this time, I won't charge you. Ah! Unconsciously stunned, Xia Nan's dark eyes were full of confusion. Barn reached out and pointed behind him. There, a half-finished prosthetic limb, mainly made of dark brown oak wood with thin metal inlaid in crucial areas, was quietly lying on the workbench. Jeff and I are old acquaintances. When we were younger, we often drank together. I thought it was just a normal caravan mission, but I didn't expect this to happen. I've heard everything from Jeff. Without you, he wouldn't be back. Barn picked up the chainmail shirt and placed it on the wooden rack behind him. Consider this 10 gold pieces as thanks for letting me find someone to drink with in Neum in the future. TSK, retirement, I envy you. An old friend of many years, safely withdrawing from this line of work and returning to his family. A look of emotion appeared on the face of this burly man, even larger than a grumpy goblin. Oh right, almost forgot. The arm shield you customized here last week is finished. So, do you want to pick it up now? Chapter 84, Sheilin Bidshield, temporary, type, Bidshield grade, common, white, effect, strong toughness, plus 300% corrosion damage resistance description, a temporary defensive equipment crafted from the scales of a powerful otherworldly creature. Remarks, hiss, flicking tongue. Appearing before Xia Nan was a small, forearm-length, pitch-black bidshield. The Sheilin scales obtained from the mountain cave secret realm were perfectly preserved, embedded like jewels in the lightweight yet sturdy metal. The overall shape was rhombus, the shield's surface smooth with a slight curve, and the edges sharp. The design incorporated both a clasp and straps, allowing the user to actively hold it for enhanced defense, or strap it to the forearm without affecting the left hand's daily activities. The leather cushioning layer under the metal base further significantly reduces the burden on the arm during use, saving stamina. Taking the equipment from Barn, Xia Nan put the bidshield on his left forearm. He clenched his 5 fingers, practicing a few defensive stances. He was satisfied. On the one hand, Barn perfectly met his previous requirements, completely preserving the Sheilin scales themselves, preventing them from deeply fusing with the metal base material of the equipment. This way, when conditions are sufficient in the future, he could easily peel the Sheilin scales off to craft higher-level equipment that could truly unleash their defensive capabilities. On the other hand, although the bottom of the bidshield had a large amount of metal, it seemed similar to the steel used in the scabbard of his wooden sword behind him. It felt very light on his hand. To say that he couldn't feel any weight at all would be a lie. But with his current physical fitness, even if he wore it while eating, sleeping, and doing daily activities, it wouldn't have the slightest impact. I thought your scales had good strength, and when forging the bidshield, its defensive performance was unexpectedly tough. Barn looked at Xia Nan's satisfied expression, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Work hard, save up some money. With this quality of material, making a magic equipment is more than enough. Xia Nan nodded, his eyes fixed on the attribute panel of the bidshield in front of him. As Barn said, this bidshield was currently just a common white-grade equipment. But perhaps because of the extremely high strength of the Shilin scales themselves, despite the equipment's quality grade being only white, common, it had already exaggeratedly attached two attributes, strong toughness and plus 300% corrosion damage resistance. Even without knowing the actual effects of these two enhancements, just looking at the words strong and 300% was enough to show its effectiveness. A bit overpowered. How's that? Want to try it out? Barn, stroking his beard that reached his chest, asked opportunely. Hearing this, Xia Nan's eyes lit up. With the attribute panel cheat, he already knew that Barn had forged it well without any quality issues, without needing practical testing. But it was new equipment after all, and he couldn't help but feel a little itchy. And he probably wouldn't have another chance to go on a mission for a while. Taking this opportunity to try it out wouldn't hurt. The blacksmith shop was unusually quiet, with some free time. Barn personally led Xia Nan to the small courtyard behind the shop. It was very large and spacious, almost equivalent to two blacksmith shops. But the environment wasn't as neat and orderly as the shop, with many iron tools and scraps scattered around. He didn't mind. Xia Nan, wearing the bidshield, drew his decapitation long sword, holding the hilt with both hands and swinging it in the air a few times. He couldn't help but be even more satisfied. The length of the rhombus bidshield on both sides was much wider than his forearm itself. He had originally thought it might hinder his two-handed sword style. Now it seems that it doesn't affect the battle at all. Screech, a sharp sound of metal scraping against the ground came from behind. Barn was seen carrying a pile of metal products of various shapes, walking quickly over. They seemed to be semi-finished products. The appearance of these iron tools was extremely crude, and several sword-like weapons didn't even have handguards, the blade bare and connected to the hilt. Ding! Barn casually tossed something from his arms to the ground, drawing a one-handed sword. His towering frame, over 2 meters tall, made the one-handed sword look like a mere dagger. He hefted it twice, then looked at Xia Nan. Ready? Let's begin. Bring it on. Xia Nan leaned forward slightly, his left hand clenched, the Shilin bidshield held before him. Asterisk clang, asterisk his dark hair whipped wildly in the strong wind. Xia Nan felt a powerful, concentrated force strike him from the front, forcing his legs back 2 steps. He instinctively lowered his head, his gaze falling on the bidshield. Its surface was pitch black, smooth as new. The force, the moment it landed, seemed to be dispersed and weakened by its slightly protruding, curved surface. How does it feel? Pretty good, right? Barn tossed his one-handed sword aside, picking up a hand axe from the pile of weapons. After the thrust, let's try a chopping attack. Asterisk swish asterisk the muscles in his arm, as thick as an adult's thigh, bulged, the veins beneath his skin visibly throbbing. The air, torn apart by the powerful force, let out a pained wail. The axe blade, flashing coldly, carried a gust of wind, instantly striking the bidshield's surface. Clang! Sparks flew. The pitch-black shield surface, as smooth as a mirror without a single scratch, reflected the broken axe blade spinning in the air. With the pitch-black Shilin bidshield on his left forearm, Xia Nan fastened his money pouch back to his waist and walked out of the blacksmith's shop. As payment for his service as a caravan guard, Barn waived the forging fee. The custom service, originally priced at 35 gold, ended up costing only a symbolic materials fee, 7 gold. Xia Nan even felt that Barn had actively reduced the price. After all, besides the Shilin scales, the other base materials of the bidshield were also of excellent quality. He hadn't brought the light plate armor stripped from Ingram, leaving it temporarily in his hotel room. Although the disappearance of the sheriff seemed to have been suppressed by some force, he remained cautious, intending to follow his original plan. He would lay low for a few days, avoiding the limelight. Then he would retrieve the plate armor and have Barn modify its style. With his current physical condition, if it didn't hinder his movements too much, wearing the plate armor over his chainmail shirt would provide double protection, significantly increasing his overall defense. As for the next few days, Xia Nan didn't plan to take on any more tasks. After all, a simple guard job had led to so many complications. If he went out again, who knew what strange things he might encounter? He would stay quietly in Higu town until the half-elf hired professional arrived. He would learn the battle techniques first, then consider other things.